Even in the womb, they were conjoined twins, constantly battling for nourishment and survival. Their mother's life force was increasingly drained. After they were born, she died of exhaustion. From a young age, they both displayed extremely aggressive and brutal natures, readily torturing servants and slaughtering animals without hesitation. When their father asked why, they simply said it was out of curiosity. As they grew, the black demon mastered the demonic spirit art. Anything he touched would explode into nothingness. White demon possesses the ice god skill, freezing everything with a single strike, and during a hunt they slaughtered an innocent village. Realizing his sons were devils in disguise, the father wanted to end them for the sake of the martial world, but it was too late. In the end, he too lost his life at the hands of his unfilial sons. From that day on, a ruthless pair of twins emerged, committing every evil imaginable, and they became known throughout the martial world as the dreaded Black and White Demons. Now, they have appeared in Huanak Valley, and the once peaceful village suddenly feels stifled. Seeing the twins bully the children upon entering the village, Tioma couldn't help but step in, only to be struck by the black demon. His body rapidly swelled like a balloon, on the verge of bursting. But after a moment, the young man's stomach deflated as if nothing had happened, leaving the two elders utterly dumbfounded. How is this guy still alive? Who is he, really? This blank-faced youth is Tioma. With nothing but his brute strength, he toils in manual labor to earn his keep. But this kid causes more trouble than he's worth. Like the time he helped a restaurant owner by replacing all the dishes. When he hauled wood up the mountain to build houses, he nearly sent the whole village to meet their ancestors. In the distance, members of the Martial Arts Alliance watched with bated breath. There's no mistaking them. The Black and White Demons. The intel was correct. Black Demon gestured toward the young horse. That brat is mine. Don't even think about it, White Demon. With an icy glare and a sneer, he said, I don't care. I'll take him anyway, so what? An invisible wave of murderous intent clashes between the brothers. The Black Demon coldly scoffs, and then they both say in unison, as if they're used to this, if you're a man, why not settle it with your fists? The ruthless pair then played rock, paper, scissors like children to decide who would win, while the Martial Alliance guards decided to intervene as the tension mounted. The captain stepped forward, his voice firm. Gentlemen, please cease this. Harmony Valley is under the jurisdiction of the Martial Alliance. The children nearby, oblivious to the danger, tugged at his sleeve, worried. Brother Ma, those four uncles look so fierce, I think they're going to fight. Let's run away. The Martial Alliance captain remained firm. We don't know why you're here, but without permission, you have no right to set foot on our territory. In response to the warning, the Black Demon turned to his younger brother with a mocking look. White Demon, what are these flies buzzing about? Sounds like they want to send us packing. With that, they completely ignored the Martial Alliance and resumed their interrupted game. Ha ha ha, I win. Black Ghost cheered triumphantly as White Ghost, defeated and enraged, took his anger out on those who dared interrupt, roaring, You insects are the reason I... The captain remained calm, asking if the two city lords of the Demon Spirit City were aware of this. He feared their rash actions would ignite a war between the two factions. Before he could finish, a cold light flashed. White Demon licked his lips, his voice cruel. So noisy, droning on and on. I'll send you on your way to peace. It's all your fault I lost at rock, paper, scissors. The horrific scene sent the remaining three guards into a panic, their limbs trembling, faces drained of blood. Xiaoma acted quickly, patting the children's heads reassuringly, his voice low and decisive. Listen to me. Run away from here now. The further they run, the better, he thinks. His eyes burning with cold hatred for the two demons, while the remaining martial arts guards cower, resentful but helpless. They knew staying would only make them targets. This place was too dangerous. They had to lure them away. One of them whispers, and immediately all three turn and run for their lives. Oh, running already? How cowardly. Baigui sneers, while Heigui licks his lips, his smile turning wicked. Then that kid is mine. It is decided. With that, White Demon transformed into a white blur and sped off after the three from the Martial Alliance, leaving only Black Demon and Little Ma. He turned back. Hey, kid, looks like you've got some skill. What's your name? In a flash, Xiaoma vanished and reappeared before the Black Demon, delivering a thunderous blow straight to his throat. A swift and absolute strike. He felt a terrifying force crash into him, and his body flew backward like a broken puppet, hurtling dozens of meters. Children scattered in terror, their screams echoing. They're fighting! Run! Someone's going to die! The Black Devil struggled to his feet, the searing pain in his throat making him dizzy, unable to believe what had just happened. He hadn't even seen the attack. Was he underestimating this kid? Or was he being toyed with? Before he could process the punch, another shadow descended. A brutal kick aimed straight at his face. Danger! He screamed in his mind, instinctively raising his hands to defend himself. Crack. Bones shatter and a wave of pain washes over him, but Ma gives him no time to breathe, relentlessly attacking like a phantom, leaving no opening. You're tougher than you look," Xiao Ma growled, landing another blow on the black demon's chest. Cracks echoed as the terrifying force pierced flesh and bone, leaving deadly fissures wherever Xiao Ma's fist landed. The black demon couldn't comprehend it. He sensed no inner power from Xiao Ma's fists, yet each blow felt like an invisible iron rod shattering his bones. Each impact carried a brutal, raw power, leaving him, a master of dark spiritual arts, utterly helpless. But the pain wasn't the worst part. It was his inability to evade the country bumpkin's blows. Clutching his gut, the black demon's mind raced. A strange, hidden force was disrupting his core, scattering his inner energy. Another blow like that, and he might not survive. Realizing his disadvantage, he quickly retreated, using his lightness skill to create distance. What do I do? Why can't I see his attacks coming? He certainly never trained in martial arts in that form, not even footwork. In a panic, Black Demon tried to analyze, but the more he thought, the more lost he became. He suppressed the pain and asked through gritted teeth, "Who in the world are you?" Xiao Ma casually rotated his shoulder, a faint smile on his lips. "Your bones are pretty tough, aren't they? Are all the people in Devil Spirit City as capable as you?" He rubbed his slightly red fist, his eyes suddenly turning cold. "All right, enough warming up. I won't hold back anymore." Those words were the ultimate humiliation for the Black Devil. His eyes widened as he roared, "Are you kidding me? Have you just been toying with me this whole time?" No sooner had he roared than a shadow lunged forward, a hammer-like fist aimed squarely at his jaw. And in that moment of stunned silence, a distant memory resurfaced. That day, in the silent forest, the two children, the black and white ogres, sat on a rock. The black ogre raised a tiny finger, condensing a drop of dew into a large water sphere floating in the air. "Look, this is spirit energy manipulation." White Demon glanced over, indifferent, as the water orb in Black Demon's hand suddenly shattered. "Is that a new trick of yours?" White Demon asked. "Yes," the Black Demon replied, conjuring an even larger water sphere, like a bomb waiting to detonate. "This explosive is a bit dangerous." Before his smug grin could fade, the water sphere detonated, sending hundreds of droplets scattering like a hailstorm of bullets. They pierced through ancient trees, leaving countless deep holes, and White Demon had to exert all his power to block a few drops. Its destructive power was like fireworks, compressed to the limit and then unleashed in an instant. I call it all creation returns. Despair and madness flash in the Black Demon's eyes. He knows he only has one chance, one touch, just one. As Xiao Ma lunged in for the final blow, the Black Ghost mustered his remaining strength, twisting to narrowly avoid the attack. And in that fleeting moment, his hand touched his opponent's chest. "Die!" the Black Demon roared, pouring all his power into Xiao Ma's body, screaming the name of his ultimate technique. A blinding light erupts from Xiao Ma's body, and the dark demon's inner energy explodes like a bomb from within. The ground shakes violently, debris flies, and trees within 30 feet are pulverized. But as the dust settled, the scene left the Black Demon speechless. Xiao Ma stood unscathed amidst the devastation. His eyes, now as cold as ice, carried a suffocating pressure, and his voice was low. "Is that all you've got?" The Black Devil trembled, not from his wounds, but from a primal fear gripping his heart. "No, it can't be." How could he withstand the all-encompassing lightning? The Black Demon pointed at Xiao Ma, his voice trembling. "Just what are you?" In response, the space behind Xiao Ma rippled, revealing a cyan dragon phantom. Ancient majesty coils as golden dragon eyes look down on him like an ant. The Black Devil is stunned, the warning of a mysterious man from years ago flashing in his mind. "Your demonic spirit art may be powerful, but against a master who doesn't use inner energy, it's useless. If your enemy can absorb your power or your attacks, don't even scratch them, just don't try to fight to the death. For they are masters of transformation, those who have transcended the constraints of inner power. Before them, your demonic spirit skill is nothing more than a child's plaything. How could this nobody be a legendary master of transformation? He has no inner strength, no reputation, just a country bumpkin." The Black Demon's thoughts were in turmoil, driven nearly mad by resentment and despair. "Why would a monster like you hide in a backwater like this? Just who are you?" But little Ma didn't answer. To him, the defeated don't need to know much. He lunges forward, fist imbued with the heavenly dragon's might, his voice ringing out coldly. It all ends here, as little Ma's fist strikes like a storm. In that moment of life and death, every cell in the Black Demon's body screamed a warning. He knew that taking that punch head-on meant a one-way trip to the Yellow Springs. This brat's movements are strange, but he's probably not good at aerial combat. That's it, aerial combat. If I can't attack his upper body, I'll aim for his lower body. A desperate idea sparked in the Black Devil's mind. Mutual destruction. Without hesitation, he roared and slammed both hands into the ground. The surging inner energy of the demonic spirit art was channeled into the earth, turning the ground beneath Xiaoma into a deadly trap. The earth began to tremble, and Xiaoma frowned, sensing the chaotic energy rising from below, but before he could react, the demonic spirit divine art struck. The black demon poured all his power into a desperate scream, and the ground beneath Xiaoma exploded, sending a massive cloud of dust, rock, and destructive energy skyward, the shockwave creating a deep crater where he once stood. Hearing the earth-shattering explosion, White Demon, who was pursuing the guards, turned back in surprise, a satisfied smirk on his face. Did Black Demon really have to go that far? But I can't be outdone. The Martial Arts Alliance guards couldn't help but pale at the power of the blow. Damn it, they're closing in. Realizing their situation, they signal each other and split up in 3 different directions, hoping to escape. But the White Demon wouldn't let his prey escape so easily. Like a phantom, he instantly cut off the path of a large guard carrying a trident, likely the slowest of the 3 due to his size. The fat man looked up in horror as the White Demon swooped down like a bird of prey, bringing with it a chilling wave of sword energy, not about to let the Black Demon have all the fun. Swish. An icy blade streaks past, returning us to the main battlefield, where the Black Demon staggers out of the dissipating smoke, riddled with wounds, panting heavily. Sweat pours down his pale forehead, revealing the toll the last attack took on him. I poured all my spiritual essence into that devastating strike. Even a god would be torn to shreds at the epicenter. But his joy was short-lived as a figure emerged unscathed from the dissipating smoke. Before he could react, Xiaoma threw another punch. Boom! A dry sound echoed as the punch landed not on his head, but squarely on the Black Demon's chin. The force of the blow elongated his neck, then slammed his head into the ground, leaving only his body twitching. Xiaoma stood coldly, not even glancing at the defeated foe at his feet. Meanwhile, after taking down one opponent, White Demon continued the chase, standing casually on a rooftop, his sword trembling slightly, radiating a chilling aura. Did you really think splitting up would save you from me? How naive. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than he vanished into thin air. The 2 remaining guards felt a chill down their spines, cold sweat pouring down. Before they knew it, White Ghost appeared beside one of them. A ghostly voice echoes in his ear, and then whoosh! The sword is too fast for the eye to follow. Like a deadly shooting star, White Demon flits across the rooftops, hunting his last prey. He stands atop the tallest tower, surveying the scene. Ah, the last one is running that way. Suddenly, a hand reached out from nowhere, grabbing his face. It was Little Ma, who had appeared without anyone noticing, one hand grabbing White Demon's head, the other carrying the unconscious Black Demon like a chicken. An immense force erupts from Xiao Ma's hand, shattering the tallest tower in Harmony Valley, and White Ghost is slammed into the ground. Enraged, White Demon trembled as Zhu Guming sat up, feeling as though every bone in his body was shattered. What the hell just happened? Why was I so absurdly defeated? He looked up, then froze in shock. Not far away, his twin brother, the Black Demon, was planted headfirst into the ground, his body twitching like a fish out of water. Black Demon, White Demon stammered, unable to believe his eyes. What had happened to him? As the dust settles, Xiao Ma stands firm as a mountain. Casually dusting off his shoulder, his gaze pierces White Demon like a dagger, and his rage erupts like a volcano. He roared, "You bastards, is your life so cheap? How can you take it so easily?" In response to this stern rebuke, a cold, savage laugh echoed. White Demon glanced at the motionless Black Demon in the distance, his voice full of doubt. Am I dreaming? Someone like the Black Demon being defeated? I don't care what you 2 crawled to Harmony Valley for. Xiaoma roars. Of course, a country bumpkin like you wouldn't understand. White Demon roared back, brandishing his sword and charging forward, but it was too late. Xiaoma's fist carried not only brute strength, but it pierced through Bai Gui's flimsy defense, the terrifying force continuing to shatter the solid stone wall behind him, creating a gaping hole. Xiaoma stood there, majestic and awe-inspiring, his voice full of authority. Listen carefully. Don't ever loiter around Harmony Valley again, or I'll send you to meet your ancestors. White Ghost slid off the wall, his knees buckling against the cold ground, his hand still clutching his beloved sword as a last vestige of pride. He was not convinced. He had never thought much of martial arts. In his eyes, martial arts were base, dirty, sweat and filthy brawls. It was far removed from the concept of beauty he revered, because the only beautiful thing in White Demon's world was women. He remembered those moments vividly. When a few beautiful young women happened to pass by, their eyes flashed with surprise and admiration at the sight of the strange twins. But beauty, ironically, is only truly perfect when it is unattainable. In the old study, the black ghost once asked him why he came if he despised martial arts. At that time, the white ghost clutched the secret manual in his hand, his eyes burning with fanaticism. If my swordsmanship reaches its peak, I could freeze a raging waterfall, even extinguish a burning flame. The book says you can freeze fire? The thought occurred to him, and he turned to the flickering candle on the table, slowly extending his index finger. An invisible chill emanated, and the fiery flame instantly transformed into an exquisite ice flower. He smirked. So it's nothing special. I succeeded after only a few tries. Indeed, in just one night, White Demon mastered the white ice divine art. He was a genius among geniuses, but deep down he harbored a morbid desire to possess beauty, eternal beauty, beauty that only he could enjoy. And so he began freezing women he deemed beautiful, turning them into icy sculptures in his secret chamber. To him, martial arts weren't a bloody battle of life and death, but an art form. Anything he deems unworthy of art, like Xiaoma's brute strength, deserves to be torn apart, crushed, or simply erased. Now facing Xiaoma, his artistic rage awakens, despising this raw power. Swish! Xiaoma throws a kick, but the white devil glides away like a leaf, his movements strangely elegant. He tightens his grip on his sword and dives from above, the cold air radiating from the blade like a brushstroke. It's because of trash like this that my art is tainted. How can I accept it? He roared in fury. How could a country bumpkin like you be stronger than me? A beautiful sword strike, meant to freeze all, only hit an illusion. Xiaoma's figure blurred and vanished into thin air. In an instant, he reappeared directly above the white demon's head. At this point, White Wraith's sanity completely crumbled as he cursed at the sky. You bastard, that's going to be your grave. How can you dodge this in mid-air? Ice White divine art, ultimate killing move, snowflower dance. The space around White Demon suddenly crystallized, and thousands of beautiful ice flowers bloomed, each firing sharp ice swords, weaving a web of death. The number of ice swords multiplied exponentially, from a few to tens of thousands, screaming toward their singular target in the sky. Yet, faced with such annihilation, Xiaoma remained eerily calm. Below, White Ghost grits his teeth, his face twisted in triumph. Die. 10,000 ice swords engulfed Xiaoma, forming a giant ice sphere suspended in midair, freezing the smile on Baigoi's face. Suddenly, a massive hole tore through the sky. His ultimate move was blown into another dimension, and Xiaoma landed unharmed before him. Terror grips the white demon's face, unable to believe his ultimate technique was so easily defeated. And then, another fist is unleashed, aimed squarely at his artistic face. Boom! White Ghost was sent flying like a cannonball. He flew hundreds of meters, crashing through walls before finally collapsing like a rag doll. Through the gaping holes left by White Demon, Xiaoma emerged, a majestic god of war. The 7th-ranked White Demon of the Dark Spirit Citadel had been utterly defeated. Hiding behind an ancient tree, a guard of the Martial Alliance had witnessed the entire shocking battle. His chest heaved, and cold sweat trickled down his neck. He couldn't believe it. That young man defeated the black and white demons with a single punch. Why, how could such a master appear in a backwater like Harmony Valley? His mind raced. The Martial Alliance and the Devil Spirit Citadel had always been locked in a stalemate, like fire and water, their strength evenly matched, neither daring to make a move. But this mysterious figure has upset that delicate balance. If this news reaches the City of Evil Spirits, he muttered, they certainly won't sit still. A full-scale war is inevitable. I must report to the leader at once, without delay. With that thought, the guard's figure blurred, vanishing into the depths of the forest, while below, the old coachman grabbed the collars of the two unconscious devils. Before leaving, the old man glanced at Xiaoma, his eyes filled with respect and curiosity, and asked, young man, I'm just a humble coachman, but I must ask your name. Xiaoma turned back. Xiaoma. Just 2 simple words, yet they carried a weight of 1,000 pounds. Without asking further, he quickly dragged the 2 useless black and white demons away. Having failed so miserably, they wouldn't fare well back in Demon Spirit City. Perhaps taking them into hiding for a while is the best option. Demon Spirit City isn't just one city, but a powerful alliance of 13 fortresses. Guarding the northern continent, Malin City boasts 100,000 elite iron cavalry and a population of over 10 million, making it one of the most formidable forces of the era. In a majestic hall in the city center, a figure frantically runs down the corridor, shouting, Lord Kwangmo, the city lord has issued an urgent summons, please wake up. Creak! As the heavy door creaked open, a chilling aura, thick and viscous like congealed blood, flooded the entire room. Upon the ornate bed, a powerfully built figure sleeps soundly, muscles rippling like forged steel. This is Mad Demon, one of the 10 masters of Demon Spirit City. But as his subordinate's eyes drifted to the bedside, his face turned ashen, and he stammered, unable to speak. Could it be Lord Crazed Demon? Beside him, a woman was nothing more than a skeleton, her life force depleted, and the sound had awakened Kung Ma. He wearily sat up, looked at his handiwork, then at the woman's aging body, a hint of self-reproach flickering in his eyes. Not again, I lost control of my bloodlust. The subordinate, barely containing his terror, said, My lord, once or twice is one thing, but if this keeps up... Before he could finish, he coughed up blood. The mad demon's invisible bloodlust was tearing him apart. He knelt, begging, Master, please put on your armor, your bloodlust. The mad demon sighed softly as he slowly donned his armor, forged from millennia-old black iron, armor not to protect him, but to protect others from him. He is a monster whose mere aura can crush the weak. Anyone who stares into his eyes for too long will lose consciousness, or even cough up blood, and die. Having donned his armor, he departs, leaving his unconscious subordinate behind, a scene he has repeated countless times at the Heavenly Demon Gate, the meeting place of the Demon Spirit City's leaders. Of the 3 highest seats, 2 are occupied, leaving only the Berserkers vacant. Below, the 2 seats that once belonged to the black and white specters also sit empty. Their failure has sent shockwaves through the Demon Spirit City. The 10 strongest warriors of the Spirit Demon Clan are ranked as 1 heaven, 2 spirits, 3 demons, and 4 ghosts. But the black and white twin ghosts of the 4 ghosts have now been crippled. They live, but their Dantian are destroyed, their inner force completely dissipated. They're fit only for menial tasks now. A pity, but I wonder what martial art could do this. It must be bare-handed combat. Another voice responds, the first showing skepticism about bare-hand combat. You mean to say those 2 were defeated by a brute, using only his bare hands? Bare-handed combat, the most primitive form of fighting, relying solely on physical strength, devoid of inner energy. This is the foundation of all martial arts, yet it's the most overlooked by masters. Another figure, with long, octopus-like hair, let out an eerie chuckle. Those twin pups failed, so the top 10 rankings should change. They might be 7th or 8th in cruelty, but in terms of true strength, they wouldn't even crack the top 20. A dry crack echoed as the throne's armrest splintered under his grip. Silence. I have no patience for pathetic excuses. I want to know the name of the one who did this to my hounds. Old driver, you saw everything. He answered respectfully, his voice trembling. Your lordship, his name is Xiaoma. Xiaoma? The city lord narrowed his eyes. A nobody I've never heard of. From the shadows of the hall, a delicate yet mocking voice speaks. A beautiful woman lazily propping up her chin, a slight smirk on her lips. And what of that white egret flower? Have you allowed her to escape her gilded cage and fly away? My lady, according to our sources, Bai Sui escaped the city a month ago. 10 days ago, she was confirmed to have passed through Tom Nak's camp and Ghost Soul Valley. Now it's confirmed she's hiding in her hometown of Hoa Nak Lung, but this news does nothing to quell the city lord's anger. He scoffed. I need someone to go to Hoa Nak Lung and bring me Bakhtuna's head. What's wrong? What are those troubled looks for? They all lowered their heads in silence, none daring to accept the order. Just then, the heavy iron gate screeched open, and a massive figure clad in spiked black iron armor entered. It was none other than the Mad Demon. His eyes glanced over the unconscious bodies of the black and white demons, and the city lord's eyes flashed as he saw him. Perfect timing, Berserker. Take a trip to Harmony Valley. The Mad Demon chuckled, his voice raspy like metal grinding against metal. Harmony Valley, my lord. Are you sure? If I go, that little valley won't have a single blade of grass left. The city lord smiled cruelly, his murderous intent growing stronger. Whether Hoanhak Lung is destroyed or not is of no concern to me. Just bring back Bakhtunga. Dead or alive is your choice. As you command. The madman bowed his head and turned to leave, but back in Huayue Valley, the atmosphere was completely different. The remnants of the devastating battle remained, but the atmosphere was strangely lively as people gathered in small groups, gossiping about the earth-shattering fight. Good heavens, would you have believed it if you hadn't seen it with your own eyes? He used only his bare hands. Such an ordinary errand boy, yet a peerless master. Unimaginable. However, while the people rejoice, the village chief's men are calculating the damages. A secretary-like figure from the local council nervously reported that road repairs alone would cost an estimated 500 taels of silver. Together, they gazed at the village's tallest tower, now split in two, and sighed deeply. The cost to repair the houses and buildings would likely be about the same. The village chief rubbed his temples wearily and asked, "Can you confirm that this errand boy is responsible for all the damage?" "Yes, I can confirm it. What was his name again?" Amidst the chaos, our protagonist, Xiao Ma, sits in a corner, contemplating life's cruel ironies. The sky remains blue, the land is ravaged, and my rival is still surrounded by young ladies throwing money at him, while I, today's hero, am just an unemployed errand boy with an empty stomach. I have a dream that one day my name will be known far and wide and I'll make something of myself, but dreams can't fill this rumbling stomach. Well, I'll have to put that aside for now. It's all because of that parasite. This errand-running business may not be glamorous, but it still requires professional ethics, and setting up shop right next to a competitor is a big no-no. Xiaoma glances at his competitor's sign, which reads with flowery language, "Nothing is impossible." Her jade heel alights. I gently tie her sandal. Reading it made my skin crawl. Clearly, he uses flowery language to deceive naive young women, a true parasite in the errand-running world. Old or young, he spares no one, a disgrace to this noble profession. He grits his teeth, his inner self screaming. If he's allowed to run rampant in Harmony Valley, I'll be left with nothing. At this rate, I'll be begging on the streets before long. Without hesitation, Xiaoma stormed over, pointed at the customer stealing vendor, and declared, "Hey you, can I have a bite?" Crash, the hero image crumbles. To everyone's astonishment, our Tu Ma lowered his proud feet, knelt respectfully, and reached out to beg a grilled corn from his opponent. The children clutched their bellies, giggling as one whispered to another, "See? I told you. Just throw him some bait and he'll bite right away." Even Xiao Ma couldn't understand his own actions as he gnawed on the corn and questioned himself in anguish. Why? Why must a man who stands tall and proud kneel for a mere cob of corn? He could never forgive himself. The humiliation. Suddenly, an authoritative voice echoed from afar. "Hey, you there!" Xiaoma was startled, secretly delighted. He munched on his corn, a gleam of schadenfreude in his eyes. "Ha ha, too bad for you, kid. You've run into the pickiest customer in this whole errand-running world. That's the famous head chef of the Dragon Gate Hotel, a true tyrant. She's the one who made that inhumane rule about docking a month's pay for breaking a single dish, and now she's come for you. Ha ha ha, your life is over." But no, the tyrant simply put her foot out and said, "Tie my laces for me." The kids whispered amongst themselves, "See? Looks like being handsome really does have its advantages." Xiao Ma was stunned, rubbing his eyes repeatedly, unable to believe the scene before him. No way. What am I seeing? Can good looks really buy you beautiful women, wealth, and even power? Mom, Dad, I want to be handsome too. In despair, he grabbed a shard of mirror to gaze upon his own face once more. The end. A strange sound echoes as the mirror, unable to withstand his beauty, cracks further. Speechless, he realizes. Now I get it. It's not the name. It's this face. Oh God, why am I not handsome? Just then, a group of burly men with murderous looks marched menacingly from the head of the valley. Hey, you hope to rise again in Xiao Ma's heart, he smugly thought. Justice has finally arrived. These must be members of the Huanak Lung Neighborhood Association. How dare a nobody like you openly set up shop here? Prepare to pack up shop. Little Ma's son is moved to tears. I'm so happy. This feeling makes me forget all the hardships I've been through. If this scoundrel is fired, I'll believe in justice again. Life is worth living after all. Life is not a dream. The Valley Master, the leader of the group, instead of kicking the guy out, approached him with a warm smile. The handsome man also bowed respectfully to the Valley Chief, saying it had been a long time. Ha ha. Yes, it's been a long time. I didn't realize my nephew had grown so much. How is your father doing these days? Like a bolt from the blue, Xiaoma's eyes widened, his jaw dropped, and his brain froze. Oh, mother. This is a twist I never saw coming. Isn't there an unspoken rule in the martial world that to maintain fairness you must eliminate the three connections? School ties, hometown ties, and blood ties? What in the world is going on? The three bonds, school ties, hometown ties, and blood ties. Even as Xiaoma stood there dumbfounded, the clan leader's sharp, knife-like gaze suddenly turned towards him, as if he owed him a fortune. Instinct told Ma that this guy was bad news, so he played dumb, waving his hands innocently. It wasn't me. I didn't do it. It has nothing to do with me. The village chief frowned, his voice firm. What do you mean it wasn't you? I haven't even said anything and you're already acting guilty? Don't worry, it wasn't me anyway. Without a word, he threw a thick stack of papers in Xiaoma's face. Read this first. It was a detailed list of the material damages that Ma Xiao Tiao's earth-shattering battle had inflicted upon the He Yue estate. Trembling, he held the paper, his eyes glued to the final number. muttering and counting each zero. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Each zero felt like a hammer blow to his head. Just a glance at the paper in the village chief's hand sent Xiao Ma reeling, his eyes bulging in disbelief, his voice cracking with terror. Thousands of taels, sir. Are you kidding me? Thousands of silver taels in damages? Chief, what is this letter? I swear even if I had 8 heads, I wouldn't remember doing anything so outrageous. I truly don't believe someone like you is capable of causing such earth-shattering destruction. Hearing this, Xiao Ma was overjoyed and quickly chimed in. Yes, you're absolutely right, Chief, see? How could it have been me? Suddenly, the village chief changed his tone, pointing into the distance and shouting, Young man, look, something interesting over there. Instinctively, little Ma turned his head, and bam! A wooden stick landed squarely on his head. The unexpected blow sent him staggering, clutching his head and screaming in agony. Ah! Ouch! Lung Truong dropped the stick, nonchalantly dusting off his hands. See? All done. Seeing this, the henchman eagerly rushed forward, weapons in hand. Chief, let us try. Thwack, thwack, a few more hits. Take him down. Little Ma lay sprawled on the ground, groaning. A truly pitiful sight. The onlookers were stunned. We must have been mistaken. I think so too. Though martial arts masters can use disguise to change their very essence, this level of acting is just too real. Realizing they had the wrong person, the chief's men quietly retreated, without so much as an apology. Chief Lung, what about the compensation? Report it to the Martial Arts Alliance. They left 3 dead here, so they'll send someone to investigate. We'll deal with it as it comes. As the group disappeared, a gentle voice spoke to Xiao Ma. Are you all right, young man? Quick, use it to wipe off the blood. He didn't even bother to see who it was. Xiao Ma snatched the handkerchief, wiping his nose and muttering to himself. All covered up. That was a close call. 1,000 tiles is no small sum. If I don't play dumb, I'll have to sell my house. I almost went bankrupt. After his rambling, he looked up to see a stunning beauty smiling at him. Who was she? Young master, is it true that you can solve any problem with just 1 tael of silver? Bai Sunanga asked softly. Xiao Ma hesitated. Yeah, that's right. His eyes dart to the foppish young master at the next table. Strange. Why is this maiden seeking him out instead of that pretty boy? As if reading his mind, Bai Sua asked, Is the person next to you a friend? No. Xiao Ma quickly waved his hand. We just happened to sit at the same table. I have nothing to do with him. He turned to the other man. Hey, she's looking for you, right? The man just shook his head dismissively. Bai Sui smiled charmingly. That's just perfect. What I want to ask is, would you come home with me? Home? Xiao Ma was stunned, then a sly smile crept across his face. Going home. Visions of a blissful future filled his head, living with a beautiful woman, playing with children. Bai Sui's voice cut through his soaring thoughts. What are you thinking about, young man? Oh, nothing. Bai Sui suddenly moved her face close, her fragrant breath ghosting across his ear as she whispered, Actually, you're quite handsome. Ah, little Ma was overjoyed. This girl truly had an eye for talent, unlike so many others, and so a deal was struck. That evening, the two walked together on the road to Bai Sui's house. Bai Su said shyly, the roads in the valley are dangerous at night. I've heard of deadly fights recently, and my house is far away. As a lone girl, how could I not be afraid? With a smug look, Xiao Ma said gallantly, With me around, you have nothing to worry about. Honestly, I've been here for years and know almost everyone in the valley, but I've never seen you before. Oh well, it must be fate bringing us together, don't you think? Ha ha ha. Bai Sua remained silent, her eyes drifting to Xiao Ma's heavy footsteps, lacking the lightness of a martial artist, his breathing even, devoid of any sign of inner strength. It's unbelievable. Rumors say this man defeated the black and white devils of Kanma. Suddenly, Bai Sue points at Xiao Ma and asks, What is it? He turned to ask, but she remained expressionless, her eyes deep and inscrutable. But I've also heard that masters who reach the pinnacle of their art undergo a transformation, returning to a natural state, no longer needing inner strength. Little Ma asked, a bit flustered, Did my question displease you? I only wanted to confirm whether he's truly a master or not. Bexo Ninga didn't answer, only glanced at him before striding forward, her voice cold but commanding. Follow me. This way. Yes. A crescent moon hangs in the night sky, casting a cold, silvery light upon the trail as they stop before a dilapidated ancient mansion. From within, a thick, blood-like, murderous aura emanates, raising goosebumps. This is your house, miss. Xiao Ma gulped, stammering. No matter how I look at it, this seems like a real haunted house. Go inside and you'll see it's getting late. Bai Sui offered a cryptic smile. If we want to know if he's strong enough to defeat the black and white demons, the best way is to throw him into the tiger's den. The words "late at night" struck Xiaoma's brain like a bolt of love. All his caution melted away, replaced by visions of a home and children, as a trickle of drool escaped his lips. How could such a straightforward and sincere maiden exist? In his mind, he pictured Suna in a thin dress, shyly lit by candlelight. Seeing his dazed expression, Bai Sue frowned, completely unable to fathom what drama was unfolding in this blockhead's mind, and her voice cut through Xiaoma's fantasies. "Hey, what are you waiting for? Aren't you coming in?" Coming. Startled, Xiaoma flung open the door and rushed in like an arrow, only to suddenly stop, a look of hesitation on his face. "But we've only just met. Isn't this moving a little fast? And what if her parents are home? What am I supposed to say to them? This is all too sudden. Bai Sue has lost her patience. He's too noisy." She mercilessly kicks little Ma in the butt, sending him flying into the dark room. Xiaoma screamed and rolled around on the cold floor. Bai Sue coldly shut the heavy door, her voice echoing, cold and cruel. "If you want my recognition, it's simple. Survive and escape this demon's lair." Bang! The door slams shut, swallowing Xiaoma into the darkness. He rubbed his aching head, muttering complaints. Why did the young lady suddenly... But he stopped short. His eyes widened as he stared at the figure occupying the center of the room. Time rewinds a few days prior, when Bai Sue sought out the master of this ancient manor. A seemingly ordinary man sits in a wooden chair, leisurely carving a small figure. Do you know why this place is called the Devil's Den? Because anyone who enters this place on 2 feet can only leave as a demon. I don't understand why someone from the city of demon spirits would seek me out. This man is the demon general, Bai Sue replied, her tone fearless. A few years ago I wouldn't know, but with the current power of the demon spirit city, there's almost nothing we can't do. A puppet? The craftsmanship is unbelievable. Her movements are indistinguishable from a real person. To sculpt and control a puppet so perfectly, achieving such dual focus. His reputation is well deserved. The Ghost General, a master puppeteer, finally looks up. I'm here for one purpose. To consolidate our forces before we officially go to war with the Martial Alliance. Hearing the word war, the Ghost General finally looked up. If it's something so big, you must need something from me. I've received the payment, so I'll give it my all. Tell me, who do you want me to deal with? He held up the newly carved figure, a sinister smile spreading across his lips. But before the deal, you might want to test my strength. Bai Suanga nodded slightly, her voice as calm as still water. Of course, I'll honor the deal, but I want you to carry out this hit under a different identity. An anonymous assassin. The man's thick eyebrows furrowed in the shadows. So I'll be acting now. No need to rush, Bai Suanga replied. Just prepare yourself. Tomorrow at dusk I'll bring a test to verify your strength. With that, she turned and left. White Apple glides through the night, but the ripples in her heart have yet to subside. Ghost General. Just who is he? The cold, deathly aura he exudes chills one to the bone. A mysterious smile plays on her lips. An unknown assassin, is it? How interesting. Back in the present, night has fallen. Bai Sue stood outside the haunted house, her eyes piercing the rotting wooden door, observing every movement within. She mused that in a way, that foolish errand boy was the perfect touchstone to gauge the true depth of the Ghost General's power. All I need to do now is wait for the outcome. Inside the house, he summons a ghostly female puppet with long flowing hair and pale skin to scare the living daylights out of the boy. Through the puppet's eyes, he saw that the one who entered was just a greenhorn. Xiaoma was startled, but quickly regained his composure. He did the unexpected, bowing deeply. I'm sorry, Madam Ghost. I didn't know this was your private residence, so I'll take my leave. He turned to run, but another white figure appeared, blocking his escape. This second ghost looked even more ferocious, with blood-red eyes and a spiteful face. This kid doesn't look like a master, no matter how you look at him. The Ghost General silently assesses the situation. Surrounded by the two leaders, Xiaoma starts to panic, scratching his head. Esteemed leaders, I really didn't mean to come here. I came here completely by accident. None of this has anything to do with me. The two ghost women crawling on the floor suddenly vanished into thin air, replaced by an invisible, tangible killing intent, like an icy blade slashing towards Xiaoma. Sensing mortal danger, Xiaoma leaped up like an arrow, landing lightly on a beam, realizing that the previous attack was definitely not the work of a demon. Standing high above, he asked loudly, his voice now devoid of fear, "Who exactly are you two?" The Ghost General was surprised. The boy was indeed nimble. Without a word, he waved his hand, and several more puppets emerged from the shadows, attacking Xiaoma like hungry beasts. Xiaoma looked at the puppets with disgust. I said, if you're not demons... Before he could finish, the puppets roared and lunged forward. Baisu sensed the battle truly begin, and her pupils suddenly contracted as a deadly blade aura struck towards her without warning. Swish! Fortunately, her skills are not to be trifled with. She narrowly dodges, anger flaring, and shouts into the darkness, "So, you want to kill even me, General Ghost." The Ghost General tests her strength, curious about this mysterious woman. The blade presses against her throat, but Bai Sununga uses no weapon, instead raising two slender fingers to catch the vibrating edge. "You really are a scoundrel with no business ethics," she growled. The Demon General is shocked. "To block my blade without a weapon? Could it be the legendary skill of the Yihua Palace? Rumor has it their finger technique can split the sky and cleave the earth, known as the 3,000 finger technique. And the sole heir to that divine martial art is none other than Bai Su." No sooner had he thought it than he saw her finger twitch. Clang! An invisible finger force erupts, shattering his blade into hundreds of pieces. The Demon General is bewildered. He doesn't know why she's come for him, but he knows one thing for sure. This woman is the target the entire demon spirit city is hunting. Baisu was slowly reached out towards the Ghost General, her voice as cold as ice. "Ghost General, you've just made a fatal mistake." She began to gather her energy, the surrounding atmosphere growing sharp. 3,000 fingers, a strike with the middle finger. The Ghost General doesn't back down, sending his strongest puppet forward. Baisu's reputation was built on this legendary finger technique. Pop! With a flick to the forehead, just a gentle tap to the puppet's head, the murderous aura vanished and it shattered into pieces. Right in the center of its forehead was a perfectly round hole, looking just like a donut. Baisu's murderous aura exploded, and she roared, her voice as sharp as a blade. This wasn't over yet. Her slender fingers formed sharp claws, lunging towards the puppet general with the 3,000-finger Phoenix 3 Claws technique. Invisible force pierced through, and the giant wooden puppet instantly shattered into pieces as a deep voice echoed with amusement. "Husk, this girl is truly something." Seeing that there was no more movement, Baisui cautiously entered. The scene before her stunned her. All the wooden puppets had fallen. Amidst the rubble, Little Ma innocently shook a small puppet back and forth. "Hey, Elmi, how exactly do you guys move?" Baisui couldn't believe her eyes. There's no way the controller could manipulate all these puppets at once, right? His power is overwhelming. Meanwhile, the masked figure is furious that his creations have been destroyed, and it seems he must intervene before things get out of control. A dark figure leaps from the rafters, landing in the courtyard bathed in moonlight. A tall, imposing figure clad in armor, who looks up at the crescent moon, his voice a hoarse whisper of excitement. "It's been so long since my blood has boiled like this." A bloodthirsty grin spreads across his face. Without warning, he lunged forward, unleashing a fatal strike towards Xiaoma. Fortunately, both Xiaoma and Bai Sue reacted in time, narrowly dodging the blow. The blade grazed past, leaving a deep gash in the ground, shattering the stone tiles. Witnessing the terrifying power of the strike, Xiaoma abandons his naivete, his eyes now sharp and serious. Even Bai Sue was horrified from afar. The power was terrifying. Some of Xiaoma's hair was cut off by the blade and scattered in the air. Before he could recover, the demon general attacked again. His swordsmanship isn't fancy, just brutal and filled with murderous intent. Each strike whistles with a terrifying sound, tearing through the air. Xiaoma moved nimbly, creating a safe distance in just a few steps. Unable to reach him, the ghost general roared and hurled his greatsword at him. The blade slammed into the ground, shaking the entire area. The demon general landed, his red eyes fixed on Xiaoma. "No matter who you are, you die today." He roared and charged like a mad beast, but before he could make his mark, a shadow flashed, and Xiaoma's sky-splitting kick slammed into his face. The force sent the demon general's massive body flying hundreds of meters, crashing into a stone wall and creating a huge hole. But as a puppet, he felt no pain. Witnessing the lightning-fast exchange, Baisu's eyes widened in utter shock. Xiaoma's attack was too fast for the eye to follow. Could the rumors of him defeating the black and white demons be true? The general slowly pulled his heavy body from the rubble, rising to his feet. "You're skilled, kid, but this body is indestructible." Another earth-shattering strike is unleashed, and the ground splits again. From afar, Baisui observes that despite his size and heavy armor, his movements are unbelievably light. That blade must weigh over 100 pounds. A mere graze would be fatal, yet the servant dodges every attack by a hair's breadth. Hundreds of moves have passed, but the ghost general still can't touch Xiaoma. He's like a clever ape, constantly somersaulting, always dodging the blade of death, making the general gnash his teeth in anger. "Don't you dare be silent!" The the ghost general roared, swinging his blade to cleave Little Ma's legs. "Are you dreaming, old man?" Xiao Ma shouted back, suddenly leaping into the air and using his head to perform Iron Head, slamming straight into the ghost general's mask. Crack! With a sickening crunch, the demon general's armored head was flattened like a pancake, and his massive body collapsed to the ground. Baisu was shocked once more. The demon general's head. But the giant puppet rose again, reaching up to grasp its crushed head, and with a puff restored it to its original shape, as if nothing had happened. Xiaoma cautiously approached, astonished. To think a kid with no inner strength could reach this level of martial arts. I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Xiaoma curiously approached, tapping his finger against the iron armor's chest, the sound echoing hollowly. He muttered, "It's empty? So, who exactly have we been talking to? It is I." That eerie voice didn't come from the armor, but from above. They both looked up. Under the silver moonlight, a slender figure stood on the rooftop, long hair billowing in the night wind. Such interesting children. Hearing the word child, Xiao Ma's expression darkened, thinking, "I'm probably older than your mother." Meanwhile, Bai Suo was stunned, unable to believe that the woman had controlled a war machine like the Ghost General from beginning to end with only a thin, almost invisible thread. Scratching his head in confusion, Xiao Ma asked, "So there was a time when people called me Demon?" The woman interrupted, her voice filled with distant nostalgia. "I doubt many remember that name anymore." He stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and honestly replied, "Sorry, but this is the first time I've heard of it." Silence fell, but in Bai Su's mind, a lightning bolt struck. Devil. She had definitely heard that name somewhere before. Suddenly, a pure white snowflake gently landed on her hand, melting into a freezing drop of water. Bai Sue looked up at the sky in shock. Snow. How can there be snow amid snow? A terrifying chill, visible to the naked eye, emanates from the woman on the roof, freezing the surrounding space. She stood there, her feet seemingly not touching the roof tiles at all. Airwalking. Could it be the white-eyed demoness of Heavenly Mountain? Bai Sunya muttered in terror, as if recalling an ancient legend. The woman descended, her hair as white as snow, her pupils blank and lifeless. Though known as a century-old demon, her figure was as alluring as a young maiden, her skin as fair as fresh snow, a memory from the city of lost souls. Inside the hall, the 10 great masters whispered amongst themselves. I heard someone used voodoo dolls to control the Ghost General at Honak Valley. So? Are you interested too? Interested in what? A languid voice cuts through the air. I was just thinking of someone else who enjoys this kind of game. Ghostly. That name hangs heavy in the air. Ghostly woman? Could it be the Snow Woman of Heavenly Mountain? The one who single-handedly painted the Martial Alliance crimson with blood centuries ago? Ha, has it already been a century? How time flies. Evil Spirit. How many years have you lived? The one called Evil Spirit chuckled, saying he couldn't remember. After 100, I lost count. Black Demon, sitting nearby sipping tea, suddenly chimed in. If she's the Celestial Snow Maiden, wouldn't that make her the creator of the ice-white divine skill? He gestured toward White Demon. That would make her your Grand Master. White Ghost slammed the table in anger. Grand Master? My foot! I comprehended the ice-white divine skill from the secret manual myself. Back in reality, Bai Sua couldn't help but shudder. Why would a great demon who disappeared for a century be hiding in a dilapidated house like this? No matter how strong that errand boy is, how could he be a match for such a living legend? Guigui landed in front of Little Ma, his white eyes looking up at the moon, his voice both weary and utterly cruel. This is the first time I've stepped outside in a century of solitude, so you'd better entertain me. The killing intent and cold energy explode, threatening to shatter the very air, yet Xiao Ma remains unfazed. He couldn't understand why he was obligated to entertain her, and his mind began to race. So, this woman is the real owner. As for that girl, the image of Bai Sui as a pure and beautiful woman shattered in his mind. A con artist using her looks to lure me in, and the house is a wreck. If the owner makes me pay for damages, I'll be ruined. Discretion is the better part of valor. Thinking this, Xiao Ma immediately raised his hand, signaling for negotiation. Wait, I can totally understand your hurt and loneliness over the past 100 years, but first let me clarify something. He pointed directly at Bai Sui, his voice full of indignation. See that con artist over there? She's the one who said this was her house, and then tried to seduce me. Bai Su froze, completely bewildered by what he was saying. Xiaoma continued to rant. If there's any damage to be compensated, you should ask her. Guigui didn't even glance at Xiaoma, brushing past him indifferently before flicking her sleeve. Step aside. With a mere flick of her wrist, an invisible force sends Yao Ma hurtling like a bullet, embedding him deep within the wall. My first concern isn't you, but that kid over there. As for me, Bai Su took a step back in shock. You should choose your words carefully, girl. If you're not a direct descendant of the Dihua Palace, the family's secret techniques would never be passed down. Tell me, how did you learn the 3,000 fingers technique? The aura radiating from her was as heavy as a mountain, pressing down on Bai Su, causing cold sweat to trickle down her temples. She immediately realized that the woman before her was the legendary demon, a being she could never hope to face. Her eyes drifted to the unconscious Xiao Ma. Unconscious? I feel bad, but now's not the time to worry about him. I have to escape this place at all costs. But just as that thought sparked, a dark figure shot up from the ground like an arrow. The ghost general attacked again. Reacting instinctively, Bai Zui used her finger technique, but as her fingers touched the blade, she sensed something was off. The blade was no longer ordinary metal. It was shrouded in an eerie, frigid internal force. Boom! The demon general roared, his strength sending her flying backwards once more. Bai Su landed heavily, her arm numb. He gave her no respite, a storm of attacks forcing her into a defensive position, her mind racing as she parried. The demon general is just a puppet controlled by the demon lord's fingertips. As long as that old hag doesn't stop, I can't escape. A century before the Flower Palace was destroyed, I heard a lone female descendant survived, hiding in the demon spirit city. Perhaps that was you. A glint of determination flashed in Bai Su's eyes. Her only chance. She suddenly stopped resisting and slowly descended to the ground. She coughed a few times, enduring the pain, then lowered her head, her voice tinged with reverence. This junior's eyes failed to recognize you, senior. A grave discourtesy indeed. If we could just pretend this never happened, I would be eternally grateful. As soon as she finished speaking, her body blurred, and she launched a surprise attack. She thought her attack would faze the old woman, but the reality was far harsher. A dense, freezing aura spontaneously gathered around Guigui, forming an invisible yet incredibly sturdy barrier. The old woman coldly scoffed. You think you can escape my grasp with mere smoke and fire? Not even poison? I have no intention of escaping. Bai Su's voice echoed from the smoke. 3,000 fingers. She shattered the haze, appearing like a war goddess, all her inner power focused in her hand, creating a brilliant golden aura. Her strongest move, capable of tearing apart a granite boulder. The roaring dragon claw of energy hurtled forward with devastating power. Bai Sui imagined the old hag being torn to pieces, but it was only a fantasy. In reality, her full power move didn't even scratch the surface of the old monster's icy barrier. Seeing her immature skills, the old hag shook her head, her voice full of disappointment. To only reach this level with your ancestors' mystical martial arts. How disappointing. Before Bai Su Na could react, she felt an icy chill against her chest. The withered hand of the ghost was already there. The ice-white divine art, a familiar technique, but in the hands of the ghost, its power is 100 times greater than the white ghost's. An utterly frigid blast of energy pierces her body. The bone-chilling wind hand. Boom! The attack was silent, but it felt as though her chest was being crushed. She couldn't breathe as the frigid air invaded her organs, freezing every cell and blood vessel. The bone-chilling pain left her with only one thought. If she didn't dispel the cold, she would die. The old hag stood tall like an eternal snow-capped mountain, looking down at her dying prey. She coldly asked again, "Well, do you intend to answer my question now?" Bai Sui trembled, her lips purple with cold, as she struggled to say, I don't know anything." The girl's stubbornness seemed to have exhausted the old hag's patience. Slowly, she raised her hand, an unseen force lifting Bai Su from the ground, tightening around her throat. The old hag remained expressionless, her aged eyes fixed on her voice devoid of emotion. "You don't have to answer." Bai Su struggled in vain, her air running out, her consciousness fading into darkness as the old hag's raspy voice echoed in the cold moonlight. "You are the last descendant of the Yihua Palace, but why is Bai Lingfei's daughter so pathetically weak? Your mother was one of only 3 women in the world who dared to stand against me. The first was a sword servant who overwhelmed even the Imperial Jade Sword of the Plum Blossom 72 Swords. The second was Tang Xiao Rong, the master of the Sichuan Tang clan and the 9 Heavens mysterious woman. And finally, your mother, Bai Lingfei, the master of the Yihua Palace and heir to the 3,000 fingers." She rubbed her left shoulder, her voice tinged with hatred. "This shoulder was broken by her, a wound that has tormented me for 30 years, and it still hasn't fully healed. My mother's affairs have nothing to do with me. Nothing." The fiend chuckled, tightening his grip. "What do you think led to the downfall of the Yihua Palace? Why did your mother, a heroic figure, have to die such a tragic death? Tell me the secret to immortality. What secret of immortality? Baisua's face was pale from lack of oxygen. I don't know. If such a thing existed, my mother wouldn't have died. If you won't talk, then die. A nonchalant voice echoed from below. Hey. The demon turned around in surprise to see Xiao Ma standing there, grinning and scratching his head. Sorry to interrupt, but can I go now? The old hag narrowed her eyes, not realizing when this kid had moved. Xiao Ma continued innocently. Though I've caused a lot of trouble, I really didn't mean to. I almost died back there myself. Those puppets I destroyed were purely self-defense. Consider it even since you hit me first. As for that debt, save me. Baisua's desperate plea cut through Xiao Ma's words. Please, save me. Xiao Ma glanced at the girl who had deceived him, shrugged, and said, Sorry, this doesn't seem to concern me. With that, he waved goodbye and casually turned to leave. Watching him walk away, Baisua mustered her remaining strength and croaked, 5 tails. Xiao Ma stopped in his tracks, his whole body stiffening as the words 5 tails echoed in his mind. He turned back, his face contorted in a bargaining expression. This old woman is strong. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Baisui grits her teeth. 10 tiles. Xiao Ma lowered his head, a discreet, satisfied smile appearing. Old woman, are you really going to kill her? 10 tails, deal made. Seeing Baisu's life force fading, Xiao Ma growled, Let her go. Guigui sneered, Fool. With a flick of her fingers, the puppet general on the ground suddenly sprang to life, swinging its blade at Xiao Ma's back. But he simply tilted his body, reached out, and effortlessly seized the puppet's wrist, twisting it. Crack! The puppet's entire arm snapped off, severing the threads in the witch's hand. Both women were shocked by the lightning-fast attack, and Xiao Ma glanced at the useless puppet, his voice deepening as he repeated, Let her go. From now on, she's my client. What if I don't release her? You'll regret it. No sooner said than done. Xiao Ma vanished, reappearing beside the ghoul, landing a thunderous blow, but she managed to block it just in time. Humph, if that punch is all you've got. Before she could gloat, a roundhouse kick came from her blind spot, slamming into her ribs. Boom! The ghost's body was kicked to the ground like a broken ball, and losing control, Baisue fell freely. Are you all right? A tired voice, to which Baisue softly replied, Yeah, thanks to you. Under the moonlight, Xiao Ma's image as he supported her was so reliable. He turned to her and softly said, Stand back. I'll take care of this. In that moment, the young man's heroic figure made even the proud Baisue blush. The old hag slowly rose, dusting off her clothes, but her mind was reeling. No fluctuation of true energy, no trace of inner force. Where did this raw power come from? How could someone without power possess such earth-shattering martial arts? She didn't attack, but simply crouched slightly. From the earth, the war machine, the ghost general, rises once more, towering like a mountain of iron. It has been reborn, stronger than ever. Let's see how much you can entertain me, boy. With a wave of her hand, the demon general lunges forward, no longer a lumbering machine, but a steel arrow tearing through the wind towards the boy. A flurry of attacks rained down, each punch and kick carrying the force to level a hill. But its opponent is Xiao Ma. In his eyes, those furious movements became slow and full of openings. It may look stronger, but it's still just a rigid puppet at its core. Dodging a slash, Xiao Ma slipped into the general's blind spot and threw a punch. Boom! With a muffled explosion, Xiao Ma's pure inner force erupts, piercing the thick armor and leaving a gaping hole in the puppet's chest. His fist truly is like a mobile cannon. Seeing the puppet wounded, the ghost immediately moved, creating a sharp gust of wind to distract Little Ma. As Little Ma raised his arm to block, the ghost vanished into thin air, suddenly appearing beneath him like a specter rising from the earth. Her delicate yet icy hand pressed against his chest, the chilling touch of the underworld, a deathly white palm strike carrying the cold of the 9 springs. The frigid energy immediately invaded his meridian, sending him flying. Giving him no time to recover, the ghoul leaped up and struck again with an even more powerful blow. The second strike of the underworld palm sends Xiao Ma crashing into the rubble as the specter of the ghoul appears, her voice chilling. You'd best not move. Anyone struck twice by my hand will have their organs frozen solid by the frigid poison. Before she can finish, Xiao Ma rises, exhaling a breath of icy white mist that carries away the invading poison. This turn of events stunned Guigui, an old demon who had lived for centuries. Her white pupils contracted, an unprecedented shock evident on her face, which seemed devoid of emotion. Xiao Ma rubbed his chest, still calm. It's a little cold, but not enough to kill me. Frost resistance? Guigui muttered. No, this is beyond that. Could this physique be the legendary ethereal body? A body of pure potential, devoid of inner power, yet capable of absorbing and converting all forms of energy. She stared at Xiaoma, her voice laced with doubt for the first time. "What exactly are you? Let's see. I'm not even sure myself." Xiaoma honestly replied, "I'm just an errand boy." Then he lunged forward, a storm of fists and feet raining down on Guigui. She realized in horror that his martial arts followed no rules, were unpredictable, like a raging flood. This stance, these moves, it can't be. It's just like his martial arts. But as another punch came flying, the ghost didn't dodge this time. She reached out and caught Little Ma's fist. "Now I understand your true nature." Tu Ma didn't understand, but an earth-shattering energy erupted from the woman. Snowflakes began to gather around her, no longer soft, but sharp as blades. The temperature plummeted. A terrifying blizzard centered on her, freezing everything in its path. Baisu could only watch in horror as she was encased in a thick layer of ice. Xiaoma was no exception. In the silent white space, Guigui slowly approached the frozen Xiaoma. "Indeed, very similar," she whispers. "The only man who ever stirred my frozen heart." The ice demon's cold, delicate hand gently caresses Xiaoma's face, and a name, buried for a century, escapes her lips as memories flood back. A lovely girl with silver hair frolics in a flower garden, her eyes lighting up at the sight of a beautiful velvet rose. "I once loved flowers, but I couldn't touch them. My small hand couldn't resist reaching out to gently touch a petal. Instantly, the beautiful flower was encased in ice, becoming brittle and shattering. The girl's mother rushed over. "I told you, darling, you should only look at them." Suddenly, from across the stream, the villagers' whispers echoed. They pointed, their eyes filled with fear and disgust, then a panicked scream shattered the peace. "Look, it's the snow demon from the heavenly mountains. Why have they come to our village?" The mother and daughter exchanged bewildered glances, her voice trembling slightly. "They can hear us? So, what if they heard us?" the innocent snow demon child replied. "We didn't do anything wrong." As a child's reasoning can't overcome adult prejudice, a sharp rock flies through the air, striking the girl's forehead. The rock isn't large, but the force of an adult's throw is enough to sting, and blood trickles as tears well up. The little girl thought bitterly. She had wanted to make friends, but never had one. Blind rage spread like a plague. Some of the children from our village followed the adults, brandishing sticks and chasing after the mother and daughter, shouting, "Get out! You demons, go back to your mountains. This isn't a place for you." Helpless and heartbroken, the mother and daughter could only leave in silence, carrying their unspoken grievances. That night, in a frigid cave atop Tianson, the mother gently applied medicine to her daughter's forehead wound, her face as gentle as water, but her eyes reflecting a deep sorrow. "Little one, sleep well tonight and we'll leave this place at first light." "Why?" the little girl asked, bewildered, her big round eyes filled with tears. "It's their fault, after all. Why do we have to leave?" Looking at her innocent daughter, the mother's heart ached, unsure how to explain the world's cruelty. Little Guigui sobbed uncontrollably, her cries choked with anguish. "Why must we hide? Why must we live like fugitives? What crime have we committed? Why are we being treated like this? I was too young to understand then. Why we had to live in the shadows, why we couldn't touch the beautiful flowers, why we couldn't make friends, and why even crying was a luxury." Suddenly the cave shook violently and debris rained down from the ceiling. The mother panicked and frantically pulled her daughter outside. They barely escaped the cave, thinking they were safe, when a horrifying sight met their eyes. Dozens of hunters, weapons in hand, eyes gleaming with greed, had surrounded them. "Who are you?" the mother yelled, shielding her daughter behind her. The leader, a scarred man with a cruel smile, spoke. "Rumor has it that the snow woman of the heavenly mountain possesses an inner core that can exponentially increase one's power. Hand it over quietly, and we might grant you both a swift death." "Inner core, you say?" she cried out in desperation. "We're human! We don't have it!" But her explanation fell on deaf ears, and without another word, the hunters roared and charged. The mother summoned all her inner strength, creating a blizzard to push the demons away, then charged alone into a life-or-death battle. The clash of metal and savage roars echoed across the mountain. Moments later, amidst the chaos, the mother's weak voice echoed, "My daughter, are you hurt anywhere?" With a trembling, blood-stained hand, she touched her daughter's cheek. "My daughter is strong. You can live well without me, right? Be resilient and strong and survive. You must live." "What are you saying?" little Guigui asked innocently, tears welling up, "like you're about to die. If you live as I've asked, you'll meet someone who truly understands and loves you someday. So until then, you must live. Promise me?" Guigui realized then that her mother would no longer be with her. She cried, hot tears streaming down her frozen cheeks. My daughter must live a healthy life." With those final words, her hand fell limp, and her last breath faded into the frigid air of the heavenly mountain. "I can't promise that," she cried, shaking her mother. "I can't live without you, Mom. Please don't die." "Mom, how can I live alone?" Even the mastermind, severely wounded and battered, dragged himself forward with his chipped blade. He glared at the girl with bloodshot eyes, saying, "Don't worry, you'll be reunited with your mother soon enough." In that moment, something within me died, and something far more terrifying was born. I vowed to repay the world for all the pain it had inflicted upon me. The demon's consciousness faded into darkness as unbearable pain shattered every shackle, awakening a terrifying latent power within her. Her entire being blazed with the red of blood and hatred. An inhuman scream echoes, filled with sorrow, rage, and resentment. Rumble. A blizzard of destructive power erupts from her small body, engulfing the hunters in eternal ice. From then on, I committed countless sins. The horrifying screams of the martial world still echo in my ears. It seems the demon from Tianshan has appeared. I slaughtered the martial arts alliance alone. From an innocent girl, I became a cold-blooded killer. Until I met him, the only man who could make my frozen heart beat again. Fei Long. The demon's aged hand gently caressed Xiaoma's unconscious face. I thought my suspicions were just that, yet in this boy I see Fei Long's shadow. You disappeared a long time ago. Why are you so similar? Even if you are Fei Long's son, the thick ice around Tiu Ma begins to crack, the sound of shattering growing more intense. Then with a boom, the cold air dissipates, and he is completely free. Breathing a sigh of relief, Tiu Ma's eyes gleam with fighting spirit. "So, let's start over." But surprisingly, the ghost turned away, the murderous intent gone. "Enough," she said, sounding a bit annoyed. "I have no reason to fight you to the death. Besides, if my guess is correct..." With a wave of her sleeve, the ice on Bai Sui shattered, and the ghostly figure began to fade. "You must have many questions, but don't worry. Sooner or later, you'll know everything." With that, her figure completely vanished. Bai Sui hugged her still cold arm in disbelief. Even such a terrifying ghost was just a puppet. "Hey, you con artist!" Soma suddenly turns around, pointing directly at Bai Su's face. She blinked innocently, looking dazed. Xiaoma trembled with anger. "How dare you look down on me, Soma? I will never forgive you for deceiving me." A coin is tossed into the air as Bai Sui crosses her arms, raises her chin, and speaks with an air of superiority. "From now on, I officially appoint you as my personal errand boy." Little Ma should have been thrilled, but instead he ignored her, his voice becoming comically serious. "Because of you, this entire valley and even I have been dragged into danger. You've taken the money, now get to work. Tell me, where do we begin?" Bai Sui smiled in satisfaction, while in Manhwa Valley, a tall figure in black armor appeared, radiating terrifying, killing intent. "He is the mad demon." He approached the young man who often competed with Tioma for business, his voice as deep as a temple bell. "It's you." The young man looked up, confused. The fiend of the evil bone sect asked again, and the young man smiled, gently pointing to the break sign next to Xiaoma's spot. "If you seek a demon, look this way." The mad demon glanced at the sign, turned, and left, delivering an icy message. The berserker demon was searching. Hearing the words, "Berserker demon," the young man's smile vanished and he slowly stood up, his eyes sharpening. A 6th-level guard of the demon spirit city? It seems war is inevitable. Suddenly, the mad demon turns around, but the young man's seat is empty. In an instant, a frigid spike pierced towards his back, a fatal blow. But no, the blade was easily caught between the berserker's bicep and armpit. "Reputation precedes you," he growled, his eyes turning bloodshot as dark death energy erupted from his body like a storm, engulfing the sky. The young man closed his eyes, calmly sensing the overwhelming demonic energy, deceptively light yet incredibly heavy, worthy of the name Mad Demon, Gangryong-breaking Heaven Blade. If there were a ranking of the world's 10 greatest techniques, this swordplay would surely have a place. It's also known as the legendary One Strike, Certain Kill. It's said that one who masters it can cleave Mount Tai in two with a single strike and easily split the seas, but the conditions for cultivation are extremely harsh, requiring one to possess a naturally yin-yang body or have at least 180 years of internal energy. Since its creation by the Iron Mountain Saber Emperor, no one has ever mastered it. Jiangnanqing City bustled with activity, and amidst the prosperity, Wu Wanshang, leader of Jiangnan's premier sect, was a name known to all. He was the wealthiest man in the Central Plains, known as the Golden King, with vast lands and mountains of gold and silver, but no amount of wealth could compare to the only son he had in his twilight years. To Wu Wanchang, this child was the most precious treasure in the world. The 7th-generation heir of the Wu family, Fai Lu, was like a candle flickering in the wind. born with a constitution weaker than the frailest of children. His existence was a constant worry gnawing at Wu Wanshang's heart. The physician's words were like a knife to his heart. "Master, the young lord is barely clinging to life. He likely won't see another spring." From that moment on, Wu Wanzhang, one of the wealthiest men in the Central Plains, waged a solitary war against fate. His decree was spread throughout the land. Anyone who could find a miracle cure to prolong his son's life would be rewarded by the Wu family with anything they desired, and so began a journey of burning money to save a life. From the moment Fei Liu was born, the life force of the great revival pill, Shaolin's secret treasure, was poured into his fragile body. And for his first birthday, he was given not ordinary cakes, but 1,000-year-old snow ginseng from the peaks of Changbai Mountain, a treasure that takes millennia to form. At 3, he consumed White Mountain 9-leaf grass, a mystical herb said to rejuvenate a centenarian. By 7, treasures like red coral, jade marrow, and heavenly mountain snow lotus became his daily sustenance. At 10 years old, he was given the earth dragon blood treasure, rumored to revive the dead. "Master, please stop. The young master can't absorb anymore." Despite the servant's desperate pleas, Wu Wanshang turned a deaf ear, his love for his son becoming a blind obsession. The cost of those elixirs enough to buy an entire city. Wu Wanshang's business empire began to falter and collapse. "We have sold all 12 cities under our control and all commercial rights in the Jiangnan region. All that remained were a few worthless forests, but Wu Wanshang coldly brushed it aside and continued, until Fei Liu could stand on his own 2 feet. Finally, on Fei Liu's 15th birthday, a cataclysmic transformation occurred. Having consumed both the fire spirit pill, a millennia-old fire serpent's core of extreme yang, and the ice jade pill, a millennia-old ice centipede's core of extreme yin, his body couldn't handle it. His veins turned a bruised purple, standing out all over his body. His throat was as dry as a desert, and his groans were nothing more than hot air. "Water! Water!" Wu Wanzhang cried out in a panic, but Fei Liu needed no help. Like a wounded beast, he threw himself into the waterfall beside his home. For the first 5 days, a bizarre scene unfolded. His body was a living furnace, radiating heat that turned the stream into a boiling pot, evaporating it completely. Then the heat vanished, replaced by the chill of an icy hell, freezing the majestic waterfall into a colossal crystal. When they broke the ice to rescue him, Fei Liu was completely reborn. Countless spiritual medicines and the power of yin and yang had forged a unique body, a perfect physique for martial arts cultivation. But the price for that miracle was the complete collapse of an empire. From the wealthiest man in the Central Plains, Wu Wanshang was now just an old man in a dilapidated shack. "Do you understand?" Wu Wanshang's voice was hoarse. "Our family has fallen this far because of you. From now on, you're on your own. Remember that." Just then, a deep voice boomed from outside the door. "Wanshang, are you in there, old friend?" A powerfully built man with the air of a grandmaster enters. Song Da Hao, one of the 12 elders of the Martial Arts Alliance. Wanzhang was overjoyed. "Da Hao, you've arrived." After some time, Song Da Hao looked at Fei Liu, his eyes piercing as if he could see through him. He said in a deep voice, "Strange. The fire spirit pill and ice jade pill are 2 extreme energies. Taking them together should have caused his limbs to swell and explode." Da Hao nodded slightly, his eyes fixed on Fei Liu's dantian, as if sensing something. "So that's how he obtained the yin-yang physique?" He finished his drink and slammed the cup on the table, making a momentous decision. "Wanshang, I can take him as a disciple and teach him martial arts, but you must understand, this physique is both a blessing and a curse. The training process may kill him." After a fateful negotiation, Tong Da Hao brought Fei Liu to a towering mountain in Jiangnan. The wind howled, carrying a biting chill. Fei Liu gazed into the abyss below, where swirling mist concealed the bottomless depths. "Fall down there," Song Da Hao rasped, "and you'll die 10 times over. Even top-tier masters would hesitate at this cliff, let alone a brat like you." Without warning, he kicked Fei Liu in the chest, saying, "Survive and come back up here, then we'll talk." Fei Liu is sent hurtling off the cliff, his small form swallowed by the abyss, his desperate scream echoing and then fading into the howling wind. This was the beginning of his hellish ordeal. Song Da Hao's berating became the soundtrack to Fei Liu's life. "Useless thing. Possessing the yin-yang physique with internal strength equivalent to 180 years of cultivation. And this is all you can do? You can't even hold a blade properly. Look at you. Listen closely. The adamantine dragon. Sky-cleaving blade is an unparalleled, powerful technique, but its very strength and ferocity leave it riddled with openings. He must remember this mantra, be as light as a feather when needed, and as heavy as Mount Tai when necessary. Memories fade, making way for a harsh reality. The Mad Dragon Destroyer Blade, first form, Ink Dragon Slash. Flying Willow roars, unleashing a devastating strike. Wherever the blade went, the demon's body was torn asunder. The villain screamed in agony, grinding his teeth. You bastard. Special Ops Team Leader Fai Lu, mission complete. The joy of victory flickered and died. The scene before him blurred, shattering like a mirror. So it was just an illusion. He's been poisoned with Soul Sever, a unique poison that causes no pain. It attacks the brain, creating sweet illusions of victory and happiness until the victim dies unaware. While Fei Liu was still dreaming, Mad Demon slowly approached and took the blade from his hand. He unleashed a thunderous punch, striking Fai Lu's stomach and dragging him from his dream. He flew backward, slamming into the stone wall. The searing pain jolted him awake, revealing the sweet dream as nothing more than a drug-induced hallucination. Though battered and bruised, his organs in turmoil, Fei Liu held tight to his blade, never uttering a word. The Mad Demon was surprised. Even with his consciousness fading, he wouldn't release his sword? This kid's will is as hard as iron, truly not to be underestimated. But so what? You're still going to die, you little brat. He roars, gathering all his strength, leaping into the air, then plunging down like a fiery meteor, aiming straight for Fei Liu's small body. Die. A deafening explosion rips through the air. The ground beneath him cracks and a massive crater forms, obscuring everything in a cloud of dust. Fai Lu was thought to be crushed, but as the smoke cleared, an unbelievable sight appeared. Fai Lu, with his feet deep in the ground, had used his own blade to block the Mad Demon's devastating attack. Impossible, the Mad Demon exclaimed. You must have consumed some divine object to be able to break free of the deathly soul poison. Looks like that level of power wasn't enough to defeat you, huh? He looked at the monster before him, his mind racing. If his master hadn't fed him countless elixirs since childhood to temper his body, he might have already died. Don't think poison is all I have, the Mad Demon roared, appearing beside Fei Liu in a flash, delivering a dangerous high kick aimed at his temple. Fei Liu hastily raised his hand to block, but the force was too great, sending him flying into a nearby house as the terrified residents screamed and scattered. Fai Lu slowly rose from the rubble, blood trickling from his mouth, his face bitter and tense. That bastard's armor is made of 10,000-year cold iron, impervious to weapons. His arm strength is overwhelming, and his speed is impossible to follow with the naked eye. But the deadliest thing is his poison. He's a master of toxins. Ha ha, kid, looks like you've got a good eye. The maniac laughs triumphantly as Fai Lu recalls a memory. Himself, years ago, exhausted and wounded, crawling up a bottomless cliff. A will of iron, forged in hell, blazes in his eyes. I will survive, no matter the cost. The first rays of dawn illuminate Fei Liu's exhausted face as he gasps. I finally made it. Barely halfway over the cliff's edge, a stream of strong liquor splashed across his face. Not bad, kid. A booming voice echoes, your battered state shows you're not one to give up easily. I'm pleased, but you kept me waiting. That morning, atop the windy mountain, the two sat together, gazing down at the endless green peaks. Fei Liu, do you see that mountain split in two in the distance? It's called Iron Mountain. His master Da Hao spoke in a deep voice. I brought you here because this is where the Iron Mountain Saber Emperor created the adamantine dragon saber technique. Fei Liu was astonished. Master, was that Iron Mountain cleaved in two by the Blade Emperor's single strike? Deho nodded. This blade technique has 9 forms, but with your talent, mastering 3 would be a miracle. The later forms are unimaginably difficult. Watch closely, the first form, Soaring Dragon Slash. Deho's eyes suddenly turned sharp, his aura soaring. And with the second form, Heavenfall, he returns to reality. Fei Liu kneels, plunging his sword into the earth. A dazzling sword aura erupted from the blade, forming a circle of light around him, pushing back all of Demon's dark poison, creating a clean space in the middle of the dead land. The Demon of the Abyss stared blankly, then looked up at the clear blue sky. Not far away, on a sunny hillside, Xiao Ma was diligently running errands. He held a large paper fan, creating a breeze for Bai Sui as she leisurely sunbathed. Seeing him absent-mindedly gazing into the distance, Bai Sui frowned and scolded. Hey, what are you doing? Aren't you supposed to be fanning me? Startled, Xiao Ma quickly replied. Yes, I'll keep fanning. Back to the battle. The valley transforms into a colossal arena, wind howling through the rocks as the Mad Demon narrows his eyes. This brat used his sword energy to expel all my poison. Could it be that the rumors are true? that the Special Ops Team leader of the Martial Arts Alliance has mastered the 5 forms of the adamantine dragon saber, and it's him? Across from him, Fai Lu is ready, his whole body as taut as a bowstring. The poison is only temporarily at bay. His entire body is a living poison. If my breathing falters for even a moment, I'm dead. The Mad Fiend's hands beneath his iron gloves begin to glow red like lava. Originally, I only intended to teach Dan Tiu Ma a lesson and bring Bach Tunya back, he muttered. Fei Lu stared at those hands, realizing that they, more than his body, were the most terrifying thing about him. Poisonous hands that could melt steel, hidden within specially made gloves. The Mad Demon growled, "I didn't expect you to get in my way, but even if you're the Special Forces captain, you won't stop me." A prolonged fight would only be a disadvantage. He had to defeat him in one fell swoop. Thinking this, Pilru transformed into a bolt of lightning, rushing towards the Mad Demon, his sword flashing as he relentlessly struck his opponent. In a flash, hundreds of sword strikes were unleashed, but the Berserker's armor, forged from 10,000-year cold iron, was too strong, protected by a thick layer of defensive energy, rendering Fai Lu's attacks useless. Attempting a decisive blow, Fai Lu's sword is unexpectedly caught barehanded by Kung Ma. "Is that all you've got?" With a sneer, he flicked Fai Lu into the air, then delivered a devastating blow, sending him crashing headfirst into the ground. His hand, burning like lava, lunged forward to finish him off. He somersaults backward to gain distance, but before he can steady himself, the fiend's kick lands. Boom! The terrifying kick sent Fai Lu flying through several rooftops. With a Herculean effort, he spun around, plunging his sword into the ground to slow his fall, creating a long furrow in the broken tiles. His appearance disheveled, yet his spirit remained unyielding. Seizing the advantage, the Mad Demon let out a savage laugh. His voice, like metal grinding on metal, dripped with disdain. "Tisk, tisk. Is this all the famed Special Forces captain of the Martial Arts Alliance is capable of? You two are underestimating me, holding back your true strength." Fai Lu struggled to his feet, the blood at the corner of his mouth highlighting the exhaustion on his face. Seeing his prey weakened, the Mad Demon gave him no respite, lunging like a wild beast. "What are you hiding? What other scheme are you plotting?" The Mad Demon roared, each of his blows causing Fai Lu's blade to tremble violently, small cracks beginning to appear on its surface. Fei Liu knew his weapon couldn't withstand a direct confrontation. "What are you plotting?" The Berserker growled, declaring that all schemes are meaningless before absolute power. The moment he finished speaking, Fei Liu suddenly lowered his center of gravity, and a lightning-fast kick with sharp force struck the Berserker's lower jaw. The earth-shattering impact sent his iron helmet flying, revealing a grotesque face with long, disheveled hair and bloodthirsty red eyes. "Not bad." The Berserker licked his lips. "Mediocre swordsmanship, but your footwork isn't bad." He suddenly unleashes a deadly move. The Devil Sovereign's soul-cleaving seal, his hand shrouded in a sinister aura, reaching for Fei Liu. He quickly dodges, but the unfortunate tree behind him isn't so lucky. With a slight clench of the Mad Demon's hand, the ancient tree contorts and shrivels, its sap boiling and smoking as it decays instantly. "Let's see how long you can keep dodging." Seizing the opening as Fei Liu dodged, the Mad Demon unleashed a devastating punch straight into his side. Crack! A dry sound echoed like bones splitting. His body is sent flying, crashing into a tree with unnatural force, and he can only manage pained groans. The Kwang Demon slowly approached, a thick miasma radiating from his body. "This poisonous gas is called firebone corpse poison," he explained with relish. "It drains the life force of all things. Plants wither at its touch, and humans slowly turn into shriveled husks. If I let it spread, this entire Harmony Valley will become a wasteland in just 1 hour." He leaned down, staring into Fai Lu's fading eyes. "Dan, what can you do now?" He thought victory was assured, but little did he know, this was the moment Fai Lu had been waiting for. Dark Dragon Slash. A jet-black blade carrying the dragon's might descends, and Kuma barely dodges it. But that's just the beginning. I haven't fully mastered the adamantine dragon sky-piercing blade, but it's enough to send you to the sky martial realm. He roars, batting Fai Lu's blade into the air with his bare hand. "You little bastard!" His eyes are fierce, memorizing my face, for it will be the last thing you ever see. And this will be a pain you've never experienced. He gathers power in his hand, death energy coalescing, preparing to deliver the final blow. But facing death, Fai Lu is eerily calm. He gazed at the sword floating in the sky, whispering, "Only when infinitely light and infinitely heavy can the sword reach a realm without end." He reached forward, saying, "Piercing the heavens dance is just the prelude, preparing for a single move, a one-hit kill." As he finished speaking, the words, "Steel Dragon Sky Piercing Blade, Third Form," Lightning Blade. A bolt of lightning tore across the night sky, striking the floating blade instead of the ground. The blade flashed with light, vanished, and reappeared in Fei Liu's hand in the blink of an eye. The demon's life had officially ended. He collapsed, eyes wide, unable to believe what had just happened. Seeing the black blood flowing from the wound, Fei Liu frowned, not expecting his blood to be so toxic. He sheathed his blade, his voice echoing through the forest. "Special Ops Team, assemble. Take the mad demon's body and clear the scene, quickly." From the shadows, dozens of dark figures emerged, silent and disciplined, forming two lines and bowing in unison before Fei Liu. The young man's true identity is finally revealed. This victory wasn't luck, but a deadly gamble where Fei Liu wagered his very life. Nurtured from youth with countless mystical elixirs, he possessed a body nearly immune to all poisons, and the helmet kick was to pinpoint the target for the final blow. Intentionally taking heavy blows, even letting his weapon be knocked away, was all to lull his opponent into a false sense of security, creating a fatal opening. What looked like a risky battle was actually a meticulously calculated move. Worthy of being the Special Ops Captain of the Martial Arts Alliance, his strength is immeasurable, but this position may not be his limit. After a turbulent trial period, Xiaoma was finally promoted from errand boy intern to Bai Su's official errand boy. As he strained to pull the heavy cart, he glanced back at the wreckage, the glorious spoils of his great battle. A cold voice cuts through his thoughts. "What are you standing around for? Get going!" Startled by her command, Xiaoma frantically took off, looking like an ox in the middle of plowing season. Such is life. Misfortune always lurks in the shadows, unseen by the naked eye. In a small restaurant in the valley, tragedy is officially sealed as Bai Sui elegantly slides a contract in front of Xiaoma, who picks it up, squinting as he reads each line. The contract is for 1 month, and regardless of work, the daily wage is 1 tile of silver. Across from him, Bai Sui sipped her tea, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Well, this could be considered a full-time job with excellent benefits. Tempting, isn't it? Too tempting, in fact. Hearing this, Xiaoma's simple brain shut down, and without hesitation, he dipped his thumb in ink and stamped the paper, sealing his fate. Across the table, Sunga's smile widened, knowing the naive fish had taken the bait. It's been said that life is a comedy in the distance, but a tragedy up close. And so, I, Xiaoma, the most glorious errand boy of Yue Long, will tell you how the tragedy of my life began. It all started with feeding someone. "So, feeding Baichu Sua, can you not talk while I'm eating? Can't it wait until I'm done?" "What did you say?" She frowned, looking annoyed. "It's all her fault. Bai Sue, if we were to rank the most evil and cruel employers in martial arts history, she would definitely be the runner-up, because no one dares to compete with her mistress for the top spot. You think serving her bath is a blessing? Please, I advise you not to imagine it. What you imagine will only leave a painful scar on your soul. Every day, I have to do all sorts of ridiculous things. Washing dishes, sweeping, and laundry are just the tip of the iceberg. See, doesn't a summer rain shower feel so refreshing?" She said, "While I stood shivering in the rain for the first time in my life, I hated the rain so much." "Do you think the sky's clear and cool today?" She continued, "While I was sweating under the scorching sun, cool my foot, I just wished this sky would disappear." Whoosh! Xiaomasio chugs a bottle of water, finally getting a moment's rest. Whoosh! A porcelain bowl came flying, and he quickly caught it. "Go to the upstream spring and bring me some water," Bai Su's voice echoed. "There's water everywhere. Why does it have to be from the stream?" He muttered, "I said I wanted spring water. Do you not understand human speech?" Her face now looked like a demon demanding a life. No, not quite. Xiaoma quickly waved his hand. "I meant there are several kinds of spring water, and I don't know which kind the young lady wants, so I can fetch it." Along the way, a stranger carrying a wooden barrel passed by, his eyes wide with surprise when he saw Xiaoma carrying a full basin of water without spilling a drop. He even witnessed him moving massive boulders and performing other extraordinary feats, piquing his curiosity. He approached the children and asked, "Kids, why is that man doing such back-breaking work?" The children innocently replied, "Oh, is this your first time in Harmony Valley? How could anyone not know Brother Tuma?" After a long day of hard work, the construction is finally complete. A small artificial mountain built by Xiaoma's own hands. Whew, finally done. I didn't expect moving that to be so tiring. People often think today was a meaningful day, and it's been a while since I realized how red and beautiful the sunset could be. But the reality for Xiaoma is, oh God, this day is finally over. Can you believe all of this happened in just 1 day? Heavens, how can 1 day feel like an eternity? With a face full of resentment, he turned to look at Bai Su, who was leisurely sunbathing. They say even a starving tiger won't eat grass, so why must I, the ultimate errand king, serve such a wicked and exploitative master? No, if I don't teach her the hardships of this job, no one will. I thought he was going to start a revolution, but instead he just ran over and tore up the contract. I'd like to ask, is the contract I signed with you a slave contract? Otherwise, why am I working myself to the bone every day for just one tael of silver? Baisue lazily opened her eyes, pointing a slender finger to a tiny line of text at the bottom of the page. It is a master-slave contract. Didn't you see the fine print here? Xiaoma snatched the paper from Baisue and skimmed it, his face growing paler with each word. Beneath his signature, a tiny clause was added in nearly identical ink. Article 1. Failure to obey the master's orders results in a penalty of 10 times the contract's value. 2. The servant has no legal recourse against the master. Xiaomei was stunned, finally understanding everything. In the Ghost Spirit City, the rustling of turning pages echoes rhythmically in a silent study. The one reading is Zhang Yuquan, the Iron Demon, ranked 4th among the 10 masters. Nearby, an old man with 3 long scars on his face sipped his wine and asked, "Another crushing defeat?" That would be Illusion Demon, Sima Qing. Even the Mad Demon has fallen. Unbelievable. A crisp female voice echoes. It's Tang Xiaorong, the 9 Heavens mysterious woman, ranked 3rd, casually munching on a venomous snake. The second-ranked lightning sword Bai Zhaoyun silently sharpens his blade, his eyes like lightning. Finally, Huntian Ma Huangling, seated at the highest position, spoke in a deep voice, filled with incredible pressure. Could there be a monster hiding in Huanak Lung? He slams his hand on the table, deciding he can't be bothered by these flies any longer. He orders the 13 city lords to officially start the war with the Martial Alliance in 10 days at Dreamtide Coast, Violet Sea. An old ferryman stands silently by the wooden bridge, seemingly waiting. Soon after, 2 figures appeared and boarded the ship, a Danvu mock vessel that glided effortlessly across the Violet Sea. One of them scooped up some seawater, saying that it was rumored to be heavier than normal, and that no living thing could survive in it. And it was true. This man was none other than Dai Hao, Fei Liu's master. The other, carrying a long spear, chuckled, "That's why no one can cross the Purple Sea without a Danvu mock boat. Dai Hao, this is your first time at the new headquarters, isn't it?" This is Great Hao speaking to Shi Jiechin, one of the 12 elders of the Martial Arts Alliance, the limitless divine elder. Jiechin, have you reached the realm of reverse aging? Why do you still look so young? Ha ha, jealous? You could do it too, Shi Jiechin replied cheerfully, then asked, "On your way back, did you meet your disciple, Fei Liu?" "A month ago, I saw him leading the commando unit to Hoanak Valley. If it was a month ago, I was probably still lost somewhere. That kid promised to act discreetly, but according to the latest news, your disciple has crippled a leader of Ma Lin City." Shi Jiechin spoke, the smile fading from his lips. Deho mused, "Won't getting involved with the City of Demonic Spirits ignite a war?" 10 years ago, after that heavenly demon killed the Northern Martial Emperor and seized the Demon Spirit Citadel, their power expanded to an alarming degree. 10 years is more than enough time for him to digest everything. Dahao stroked his beard. And now their spearhead is aimed directly at the Martial Arts Alliance. "Father, it seems there is nowhere in the world at peace." The Martial Arts Alliance headquarters. Inside the solemn hall, an emergency meeting is underway. Although we summoned the 12 elders, only 5 could make it. Everyone is busy with matters of the Jianghu, please understand. A stout elder, Flame King Qin Longjie, nodded. Xu Ziqiang continued, explaining that the balance of power in the martial world, maintained by the previous Flying Dragon Master after the suppression of the demonic sect and the blood sect, was now threatened by the strength of Demon Spirit City. Another elder spoke up. According to intelligence, the fighting force of the Devil Spirit City is mainly focused on the 13 city lords and the 100,000 troops under their command. If that's all, it shouldn't be too difficult to deal with. Xu Ziqiang shook his head, his expression grave. The problem isn't them, but their leader, the Chaos Demon Emperor, and his 10 greatest warriors. They are the real threat. In the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, the atmosphere was heavy as lead. On the massive war map, Song Dahao's finger decisively pointed to a dark and treacherous valley. "There's only one place," he said gravely. "The Devil Soul Valley. If that infamous assassin group joins forces with the Devil Spirit Citadel, our entire northern line of defense would collapse. We don't have the forces to fight such an alliance. If the Devil Soul Valley gets involved, the pressure will be immense. We have no reserves to spare. The entire Martial Alliance is stretched thin, dealing with hungry wolves at every turn. Martial Emperor City to the east, Heavenly King Manor to the south, and the Qinghai 18 families along the coast. Is there any place that doesn't covet our legacy?" Qin Longji turned his gaze toward the head seat, where a silver-haired old man sat silently like a statue. Great Elder, do you have any insights? Only then did the Great Elder of the Martial Arts Alliance, Seven Absolute Overlord, Don Tam Thui, slowly open his eyes, his gaze as deep as if containing 100 years of martial arts turmoil. Since the era of the Flying Dragon, Ghost Soul Valley's master, Yaksha, was one of the first living legends to rise to prominence. His martial prowess is immeasurable. If he joins forces with the Heavenly Demon, leader of the Demon Spirit City, the Martial Alliance is sure to lose. He paused, then continued. To prevent this tragedy, I've secretly sent an envoy to the Ghost Soul Valley. To everyone's surprise, the envoy was none other than Li Gunak, the vice chief of the Alliance, who should have been nearing Harmony Valley to find a way into the Ghost Soul Valley. But the Grand Elder placed an urgent report on the table. The last news received was that he had mysteriously vanished from a busy inn by the Harmony River. In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere at headquarters, Xiao Ma was happily feasting on a table full of food. Bayek Choni, also known as Bayek Songa, slides a small, exquisite porcelain jar toward him, saying, "This is a special sauce the chef recommends. Please eat up." Well, the perks of being a full-time employee are certainly different. Xiao Ma grinned as he ate, a far cry from his part-time days. No wonder everyone wants to get on staff. Thao Ni stirs her tea, her eyes sharp as she looks at him. "So, your first memory is of that nameless woman?" "Yes, that's right," Little Ma replied, his mouth still full. "She said, 'From now on, your name is Xiao Ma,' a name she gave me. Do you know her name?" "No." "So you don't know who you are, you just listened to her and went to Harmony Valley." "Indeed, I don't know who I am." Xiao Ma nodded, "but I know she was a good person, unlike some who only deceive others." Listening to Xiao Ma's words, Thao Ni frowned slightly. "So, besides your name, you don't remember anything else?" Yes. Little Ma's mind was focused on one thought and one thought only. "Oh, pickled pig's feet, my favorite." But looking at the fool before her, Thao Ni's heart was in turmoil. Just who is he? A master of bare-handed combat who can neutralize dark energy with his own flesh. His perfect balance could carry soup through a storm without spilling a drop, coupled with the brute strength to move a hill. And most importantly, he's immune to all poisons. She glanced at the porcelain jar on the table. Inside wasn't sauce, but a colorless, odorless, deadly poison. She only wanted to test him, but the result only confused her more. Xiao Ma frowned. "Didn't you say this was a special sauce? I don't taste anything." "Where's the flavor?" As if reminded, Thao Ni knew she couldn't hesitate any longer, and she set down her teacup, her expression turning unusually serious. "Little Ma, listen carefully. The Martial Alliance and the Devil Spirit City are about to go to war." Hearing the word war, Little Ma finally looked up, a hint of surprise on his face. "Overall, Demon Spirit City is no match for the Martial Alliance," Thao Ni explained, "but their city lord, Heavenly Demon, is incredibly cunning. He knows the Martial Alliance has too many enemies right now, and he's chosen this moment to strike back at their main headquarters." An elder asked, "Is the intelligence about the impending war between the Demon Spirit City absolutely accurate, Grand Elder?" Duan Xinshui nodded. "Absolutely. Because this news comes from one of the highest-ranking leaders of the Demon Spirit City." The Great Hall buzzed once more. "This person contacted us seeking protection in exchange for top-secret intel, but our meeting was exposed, forcing them to flee. She's currently hiding in Harmony Valley, but who is she?" The Grand Elder placed an exquisite plum blossom badge on the table. Was it the daughter of the previous palace master of the Dihua Palace? The words Dihua Palace Master send a shock through everyone. Could it be Bai Chao Ni, the young mistress of Demon Spirit City? In a tavern's upper room, Fei Liu sits perched by the window, silently observing Xiao Ma and Chao Ni on the street below. Beside him, a guard diligently fans a charcoal brazier, carefully grilling skewers of nourishing meat for his captain. Suddenly, a mocking voice broke the silence. Well, who do we have here? The glorious captain of the special ops team looks as pathetic as a sick cat today." Fei Liu turned to see a young man with squinting eyes and a mischievous smile standing there. Does anyone recognize him? It's the stranger who was astonished by Xiao Ma's display of power. Fei Liu frowns. "What's this about? Don't tell me you came all this way just to stare at my ugly mug." "Oh?" the squinty-eyed man replied. "Seeing you alive and kicking, I guess that demon bastard is dead. And why don't you look like Fei Liu at all? When meeting an old friend, the least you could do is say hello." The weary guard sighed for his master. "Greetings, sir. What brings you here?" "Greetings accepted." The squinty-eyed guy grinned, snatched Fei Liu's fragrant skewer, and began devouring it. "Even if you're blind, you should still have some humanity." As they devoured the meat like ravenous beasts, he said, "Don't worry, I'm not here because I missed you. Oh heavens, that's the medicinal broth we simmered all night for the captain. Fei Lu glanced at the man before turning away, dejected. Then why are you here? I've come to meet the master of Ghost Valley. The words Ghost Soul Valley made Fei Lu's eyes flicker. Ghost Soul Valley? But before that, the squinty-eyed boy quickly swallowed a piece of meat, his gaze suddenly sharpening as he looked down at the street below. I have some unfinished business to take care of in Harmony Valley. His eyes locked onto the girl chatting happily with Tioma. He twirled the wooden staff in his hand, his smile turning cold. It's her Baikao, she must die. The atmosphere around Fei Lu immediately tenses. Yet he remained calm, his voice unwavering. Why? Why does she have to die? Fei Lu, don't you know who that woman is? Let's see. Fei Lu ponders. Do I even need to know her name? I see. You received the intel and left immediately, so you wouldn't have had time for details. Listen closely. The one who informed us that the Demon Spirit City is preparing for war is her. He paused, his voice dropping with meaning. She's the only survivor of the Flower Palace's tragic destruction, and the only one who knows the whereabouts of the legendary immortal grass. It was then that Fei Lu truly understood. That girl, Bai Cao Ni, was Bai Su Nga, a descendant of the Dihua Palace who risked her life to prevent a brutal war. But what would the final outcome be? No one could have predicted what would happen. Back at the table, Xiaoma asked curiously, I don't really get the war thing, but I have a question about Bai Cao, about her background. That question brought Thao Ni's memories back to the Dihua Palace of many years ago, a fairyland nestled on a towering mountain, surrounded by swirling white clouds, where two young sisters practiced martial arts together in the courtyard. With graceful movements, her sister executes a beautiful technique. Wow, you're amazing, sister. Thao Ni claps and cheers, her eyes shining with admiration. Thao Ni, you try it too. Her sister smiled gently as Thao Ni took a stance, put all her strength into it, and shouted, Hi, Phoenix 3 Claws, chop! Instead of splitting the pot as expected, her technique sent it tumbling down the steps and shattering. The Phoenix 3 Claws looked more like a chicken's kick. His sister pats her head, gently comforting her. It's okay, everyone's like that at first. But Thao Ni pouts, looking disappointed. Sister, I want to eat chicken feet. And so the two sisters sat down to eat. With her intense love for the dish, Thao Ni eats heartily, asking if her sister will have some, but her sister shakes her head, finding them unappetizing. Gross? No way, it's delicious, Thao Ni replied innocently, still munching away. You need to finish all these chicken feet to gain the strength to train. Hearing that, the older sister could only smile contentedly. Thao Ni's arduous days of training began. Finger bullet divine art, slingshot version. Her fingers flicked relentlessly, but the leaf before her remained unmoved. The one-finger strike. Forehead bursting edition. Phoenix 3 Claws, chicken feet edition. Day after day, sweat and tears fell. Finally, one day, her chicken claw technique successfully cut a leaf in two. Her efforts had paid off. She did it. She really did it. Thao Ni jumped for joy, eager to show her sister tomorrow, but her brief happiness was interrupted by the guard's ominous whispers. Rumor has it that masters from all over are flocking to Three Evils camp. Right, the little princess's grand wedding is in 2 days, but I heard another rumor that they're here for the immortality herb. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream echoes. There are assassins. Thao Ni trembles, peeking out from behind the door. Loyal guards fell one by one. Thao Ni, are you all right? That was her older sister, Xiao Tian. Thao Ni nodded, terrified. Sister, what's wrong? I don't know either. The two sisters hurried away, only to see their mother, Bai Lingfei, the master of the Yihua Palace, fighting alone against a horde of enemies. Mother, Xiao Tian cried out. She turned back, her eyes cold but resolute, realizing it was just a group of greedy fools. Xiao Tian, take cower and get out of here now, hurry! She charged into battle, her sword ablaze like a phoenix, stopping the enemies to clear a path for her daughters. The two sisters ran for their lives without looking back until they reached a hidden passage where heavy footsteps behind them made them freeze. A morbidly obese man wielding a massive spiked club blocked their path, sneering. Where do you think you're going, you scared little rats? He sneered. Xiao Tian pushed Thao Ni behind her, her voice trembling but full of determination. Thao Ni, run ahead and don't look back. And with that, she charged toward the monster. I ran like a madwoman, fear consuming my mind, until I awoke in the cold forest, and my sister was gone, leaving only me. Little Thao Ni felt Tio Tian's hot tears on her cheek, the pain of losing a loved one like a knife to her heart. Just then, figures emerged from the shadows. It seemed they were a step too late. It's a pity that the once proud Dihua Palace was destroyed in just one night. A woman from Ma Lin City approached, staring intently at Thao Ni. This child looks just like Bak Lin Fai. Could she be her daughter? Little one, do you know where the immortal herb is? I lied and told them I knew where it was. I said if they protected me, I'd give it to them. But there's no such thing as the immortal herb. If there were, it would have saved my mother and sister long ago. So that's why the demon spirit city was after her, Xiaoma asks. Cao Cao nodded, her eyes heavy. No, you wouldn't understand. On the rooftop, Fei Liu pondered. She risked her life to warn him about the demon spirit city's actions. She's admirable, and she knows the whereabouts of the immortal herb, so why does the Martial Alliance want her dead? The squinting man scratched his head, saying it was nominally to prevent a bloody war over the immortality herb, but in reality, they just didn't want it falling into the wrong hands. Imagine what would happen if the Yaksha of the Ghost Valley or the Heavenly Devil of the Demonic Spirit City got their hands on it. But the order to kill Bai Tao Ni wasn't actually for me. Fi Lu is confused. That order was for you, Fai Lu. The squinty-eyed man chuckled. But I know you wouldn't do it, right? Without another word, he strikes, his staff transforming into a wooden dragon, unleashing his signature staff technique, charging towards Bai Tao Ni. But she isn't the target. Swoosh! A powerful force tore through, leaving a gaping hole in the roasted pig trotter that Xiaoma was holding. Xiaoma froze, looking down at his beloved pig trotter before his eyes blazed with fury. My roasted pig trotter. He turned to Thao Ni, his voice full of worry. Hey, are you okay? Bai Tao Ni's voice cracked, filled with utter sadness and helplessness. Are they trying to kill me again? She chuckled, a bitter laugh. Perhaps the Martial Arts Alliance had abandoned her. Or maybe an assassin was hired to take the immortal grass's life. Forget it. I don't care anymore. I'm used to it. A single tear, carrying years of resentment and loneliness, rolled down her delicate cheek. Seeing the usually strong and sharp Bai Tao Ni so vulnerable stirred a strange emotion in Xiaoma, an urge he couldn't name. So fast that Thao Ni didn't even realize the table in front of her was now empty. Upstairs, the argument between Fei Liu and the squint-eyed assassin had reached its peak. Leave it to me. Step aside. Just then, an icy voice echoed from beyond the railing, carrying a suffocating aura. It's you, the one who ruined my favorite pork knuckle. Li Junyue turned around in shock, sensing a deadly threat approaching. Two auras clash in the air, one cold and upright, the other arrogant and indifferent, creating an invisible pressure as the diners below whisper, wondering what's happening upstairs. A big fight is about to break out. These martial artists never let you have any peace. Bai Tao Ni blankly watched Xiaoma's familiar yet distant back, unsure of what to say, while from a hidden spot on the opposite roof, elite guards of the Special Ops team secretly watched. Observing from here was clear, but a bit too dangerous, yet no one worriedly asked. The man beside him casually munched on an apple and replied, In my eyes, it's more dangerous if you interfere. What do you mean? Don't you see? There are 3 monsters facing off up there right now. The man explained, First, there's our boss. Fai Liu, heir to the Kang Long Po Tian blade, has reached the 5th level. The second is Li Junyue, deputy chief of the Martial Arts Alliance, master of the Beggar Sect's famous 36-style staff technique. And finally, he paused, his eyes full of apprehension, speaking of a nameless servant who defeated the black and white demons with just a watermelon. I bet if we interfere, we'll be crushed to dust. Upstairs, Li Junyue twirled his bamboo staff, slung it over his shoulder, and grinned. Misunderstanding? It's all just a misunderstanding. A misunderstanding? Little Ma asked coldly, each word like a knife. Then tell me, what kind of misunderstanding almost leads to death? No, certain death, I should say. Hey, no need to be so serious. Let's just talk calmly, Li Junyue said flippantly. Xiaoma took a deep breath, the air around him thickening as a primal bloodlust began to emanate. Calm? Fine. Then eat my fist first, and we'll talk later. His knuckles crack as his once gentle face contorts into a terrifying bloodlust. Whoosh! A punch is thrown, as fast and powerful as a cannonball. Though Li Junyue managed to block with his staff, the terrifying force still sent him flying several meters, slamming into the wall. Not bad, you bastard. Li Junyue smirked, but his eyes were now devoid of playfulness. Before he could recover, Xiaoma was upon him like a hunting leopard, delivering a thunderous kick that sent Li Junyue flying into the ceiling, his head buried deep within. The guards watched in stunned silence, but Fei Lu remained calm, seemingly used to this absurd power. Yet Li Junyue pulled his head out of the ceiling, his face unscathed, only intrigued. This kid is interesting. He landed gracefully, dusting off his clothes. Hey! I don't know what your relationship with Bai Tao Ni is, but with just that, it'll be a long time before you can take me down. Is that so? Xiaoma responded, his voice growing colder. Then I'll just have to put in a little more effort. Without another word, Li Junyue shook the bamboo stick in his hand, unleashing an invisible force towards Xiaoma, and laughed. Behold, this is pure killing intent. This is true, murderous intent. But facing that threat, Xiaoma remained unmoved. Li Junyue narrowed his eyes. I'm warning you, if you move again, don't blame me for killing you. Before he could finish, Xiaoma's fist shot out like a cannonball, but this time, Li Junyue didn't panic. He spun the bamboo cane in his hand, easily blocking the earth-shattering punch. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion echoed, sending shockwaves that sent the restaurant's patrons into a panicked frenzy. They're fighting again. Those martial artists are causing trouble again. Let's get out of here. Good heavens, can't we have one day of peace? It's always fighting. Ignoring the chaos around them, the battle escalates. Xiaoma throws a punch and Li Junyue immediately counters with his staff. Thunderous strikes rain down as his staff multiplies into a storm of blows, piercing the wall behind him. Xiaoma counters with a sky-splitting kick against the sweeping staff. Amidst the flurry of fists and staves, Xiaoma dodges and searches for an opening. And then the opportunity arose. Boom! With a deafening crash, Li Junyue takes a direct hit, smashing into the wall, leaving a deep crater. This, Little Ma growls, radiating murderous intent, is the price for Bai Sauer's life. Taking a heavy hit, the guy still had the nerve to trash talk. These two really don't know when to quit. Ignoring him, Xiaoma charged forward again. And this one's for stealing my last pork knuckle. Boom. The two terrifying powers collided, creating a violent tremor, the air thick with murderous intent, enough to tear a normal person to shreds. At this moment, the frivolous smile on Li Junyue's face disappeared. He began to get serious, and black streams of energy carrying a terrifying aura began to emanate from his body. His staff strikes with extreme intent, a lightning-fast black flash. The thunderclap staff. The attack pierced through Xiaoma's fist wind, the force pushing him back several meters, but surprisingly, Xiaoma seemed unharmed, his murderous aura only intensifying with each blow. He was about to attack again when Fei Lu's voice rang out. Stop, Xiaoma! That was one of the 36 stances of the drifting stake staff technique, one of the ultimate killing moves of extreme intent, the thunderclap staff. Fei Lu caught a sword that came from nowhere, his tone becoming extremely serious. If he really wanted to kill you just now, you'd probably have a hole in you. Frankly, even I would be in trouble if he really lost it. Hearing this, Li Junyue burst into laughter, the dark aura around him instantly receding, and his usual cynical expression returned. Wouldn't it have been better if you'd explained that sooner? Thanks. Oh, and it's been a long time since I've seen such a good show. He pointed at Xiaoma and asked Fei Lu. Who is this guy anyway? I only know he's a lackey from Harmony Valley. Hearing this, Li Junyue turned to leave, looking bored. If Bai Cao Air knows the whereabouts of the Immortal Grass and the people of Demon Spirit City and the Two Ghost Spirit Valley obtain it, then Fei Liu, you will bear all the responsibility. I'm leaving now. Whether Bai Cao Ni lives or dies is your decision. As he finished speaking, Fei Liu's guards rushed forward, their cold blades pressed against the man's neck. What in the world are you doing? He asked, still feigning ignorance. Fei Liu slowly approached, his eyes like daggers. Li Junyue never saw me as a friend, always as an enemy. So I need to know who you really are. At this point, he could no longer play dumb, but instead of panicking, he wore a confident smile, raising his hands in mock surrender. What are you talking about? Fei Liu, as the years pass, people are bound to change, aren't they? Can't I change my personality a little? This explanation only fueled Fei Liu's suspicion. The sword in his hand tightens as he demands to know who this person really is. The air thickens as two blades press against his neck, yet he remains eerily calm. Fei Liu, if you're this suspicious over a minor setback, how can you ever improve? Suddenly, he spins in an uncanny circle, easily escaping the sword's grasp. Fei Liu and the guard are thrown back by a strange force. Well then, he says, dusting off his coat. You don't believe me? Think someone's using disguise techniques to impersonate me? But think about it. Who in this world could perfectly mimic Li Junyue's martial arts? The dog-beating staff technique is the famous unrivaled skill of the beggar clan. Mimicking it isn't impossible, but... He pauses, a smile of arrogance spreading across his face. No one can execute it better than I can. Better. Fei Lu was stunned, the man's confident words seemingly irrefutable. He continued to brainwash him. So, let me ask you this. If you say I'm not Li Junyue, then who am I? The air in the room thickens as Fei Lu speaks coldly, his eyes unwavering. I'm not curious who you are. I just didn't expect anyone to be able to imitate Li Gunmyung so perfectly, from his appearance to his martial arts. You say this is a secret order from the Martial Arts Alliance for me? Let's see. Martial Alliance's orders. This seal is unmistakable. It's definitely from the Martial Alliance. Fai Lu rolled up the letter, his eyes as sharp as swords. But I want to ask you something. If you met Lee Gunhyuk, where is he now? The imposter smiled, a smile devoid of warmth. Let me think. Why should I answer your question? I know why you're a fake. Xiaoma suddenly interjects, looking disgusted. That revolting smell on you. If you're wearing a human mask, take it off yourself. I don't like tearing people's faces off. Hearing this, the imposter bursts into laughter. Oh dear, how disappointing. Was I found out so easily? But if you two want to know so badly, why don't you come and find out for yourselves? Enough talk. Xiaoma roars, then let's end this right here. Boom! The three clashed, and in an instant, half the guests were blown away by their incredible power. From afar, Thao Ni watched in stunned disbelief. They thought they had the upper hand, but the imposter stood his ground against them both. His staff deflects Fei Lu's sword, while his other hand blocks Xiaoma's earth-shattering punch. That actually stung a bit. He smirked and with a single spin, broke their hold, sending them both flying. The battle raged on at a furious pace, fists and feet flying, blades clashing and sparking. They fought from dawn till noon, the air around them torn apart by violent bursts of inner energy. It seems this body alone isn't enough to fight you both. He suddenly retreated, throwing his hands out to push his opponents away. All right, if it's come to this, I don't need to hide anymore. A surge of blue energy erupts from his body, so powerful it distorts the air around him. I'll show you my true self. A terrifying aura emanates as the ground beneath him cracks, and both Fei Lu and Xiaoma realize the man before them is far more dangerous than they imagined. Be careful, Fei Lu warned, realizing that if he was showing his true face, everything he said before might be true. And his strength was definitely not simple. Amidst the blue light, he began to tear away his disguise, his short hair vanishing, replaced by long, flowing, eerie blue locks. A completely different man emerged, his face sharp and sinister, his aura surging relentlessly. Fei Liu was horrified. This power rivaled the Martial Alliance's 12 elders, and it was still growing, far surpassing them. Xiaoma stared blankly at the figure before him, without fear. Only pure curiosity. Fei Lu suddenly noticed a terrifying detail. His pupils were blue. Could he be the azure-eyed Yaksha? Hearing that name, the guard nearby turned pale with fear, breaking out in a cold sweat. How is this possible? A Yaksha? Here? He's one of the 10 greatest martial artists, the blue-eyed Yaksha. Xiaoma cocked his head, confused, and asked loudly, Yaksha what? Is that his name? Fei Lu gulped, trying to explain to the seemingly clueless person beside him. That's the Ghost Valley Master. Knight Yaksha. He's one of the top 10 martial arts masters of our time, a living legend. Oh, is that so? Xiaoma simply nodded, seemingly unconcerned. Sounds kinda strong, I guess. No wonder he knows how to fight. That nonchalant attitude only amuses Yaksha, stirring a sense of impudent interest within him. But why is his body riddled with soul-sealing needles, a cursed tool used to seal martial arts and erase memories? Could someone have tried to cripple him, yet he still retains such power? This boy is truly intriguing. As Yaksha pondered, a guard, blindly loyal to V Long Long, charged forward, screaming, Die! Stop! Fei Lu shouted in alarm, but it was too late. The guard's sword shattered into 1,000 pieces like glass upon touching Yaksha's invisible aura. Indestructible diamond body, Xiaoma muttered as a sickening crack echoed. The guard's arms were twisted like rope by an unseen force, his bones shattering. Golden light radiated from Yaksha's body, not for defense, but to retaliate, suppressing the attacker into utter helplessness, a sight that made Xiaoma turn to Yaksha with a disgusted look. Hey, old man, I appreciate you keeping your eyes on me, but we're in the middle of a battle here. What am I supposed to do with you staring like that? The Yaksha's face remained expressionless. Xiaoma continued to ramble, and I don't drink anything but corn silk tea, you know. So he scratched his head in annoyance. Talking to him was like talking to a rock. The two stared at each other, one inscrutable, the other bewildered, while the poor guard writhed in agony. And Fei Lu rushed to his side. His protective energy shattered every bone in your hand. This isn't a normal wound. Leave this to me and get out of here. The guard gasped. Captain, be careful. Suddenly, Yaksha burst into laughter. Ha ha, corn silk tea. Ha ha ha. His laughter wasn't joyful, but carried a terrifying power. The sonic boom shook the entire inn like an earthquake. Tables and chairs collapsed, pillars cracked, and the eardrums of those present felt like they were about to burst. Xiaoma picks at his ear, looking annoyed. Are you done yet? Then let's begin. You can have the first punch. The punch landed squarely on Yaksha's face, but instead of flesh, he felt a wall of steel, and a flicker of surprise crossed his face. Indeed, Yaksha said slowly, his face barely tilted, his body as firm as a rock. Men should use their fists. He throws a counterpunch, seemingly slow, yet Xiaoma is sent flying like a kite with a broken string, crashing through the floor to the ground level. The diners below screamed in panic, trampling each other as they fled for their lives. Run, or you'll be turned to dust. At the same time, Fei Liu decides to join the fray, but be careful. Your life is on the line against one of the top 10 masters. Fei Liu roared, as if to warn Xiaoma and to reassure himself, as the hulking figure of Yaksha emerged from the dust. You're missing something, he coldly says. It's not a threat, it's a promise that I'll take both your lives. Fei Liu roared, kicking the wooden table towards the Yaksha as he unleashed a flurry of illusionary slashes. But Yaksha simply waved a hand, shattering the sword energy and the wooden table into splinters. Immediately after, Fei Liu lunged forward like lightning, unleashing his strongest technique. He thought his surprise attack, the Dark Dragon Slash, would work, but the Yaksha simply raised a hand, stopping the dragon's might without a scratch. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, Fei Liu's face paled in fear. Blocking the Dark Dragon Slash with a bare hand? With a subtle flex, Yaksha unleashed a terrifying pressure from his arm, crushing Fei Liu until his bones creaked, pinning him to the floor like a shrimp, unable to move, devoid of strength. After straining every muscle, his face flushed crimson, Fei Liu finally managed to sit up. I'm not done showing you what I can do. He roars, hurling his blade like a spear at the Yaksha, but as it passes through, the Yaksha's form dissipates like smoke. It was just an illusion. Like a predator snatching up a chicken, Yaksha grabbed Fei Liu's neck, lifting him off the ground, his deep voice filled with contempt. Show me what other tricks you have. Hanging in the air, Fei Liu shows no fear. He reached up and grabbed the Yaksha's collar, a spark of madness in his eyes. So what if we all perish together? At that moment, a cold light flashed from behind the broken wall. Fei Liu's lightning piercer sword, already knocked away, now hurtled like lightning, carrying deadly intent, straight for Yaksha's back. He thought Yaksha would fall as easily as a demon, but no, he didn't even turn around. A large, calloused hand reached behind him, clamping down on the vibrating blade. This absurd power leaves Fei Liu stunned. What kind of monster is this guy? Yaksha spoke coldly, his voice laced with deep disappointment. The Azure Dragon, sky-piercing blade, the most domineering blade in the world, was never meant for backstabbing. You are unworthy? Crack! He tightened his grip, shattering Fei Liu's treasured sword into pieces, then tossed him like a broken toy, slamming him against the opposite wall. How pathetic. Hey! A scream echoed in the distance as Xiaoma charged like a bullet, delivering a thunderous punch to Yaksha's face. But as before, Yaksha's massive hand easily intercepted the attack. Suddenly, a terrifying force rebounded. Xiaoma cried out in pain as his arm nearly broke, and he was sent flying back dozens of meters. Yaksha unleashed a kick, his foot descending like a collapsing mountain. Boom! The stone floor shattered. Xiaoma couldn't dodge the devastating blow, convulsing before falling still as his consciousness faded into darkness. Yaksha glanced at the body struggling beneath his feet, still breathing. For now. Fei Liu struggles to his feet, trying to buy time, as Yaksha turns with an icy glare. Are you too weak, or did I expect too much? Not quite disappointment, but I don't want this trip to be a waste. Fei Liu trembled, utterly helpless. The internal injuries from the mad demon are resurfacing, and his weapon is shattered. His desperate eyes turned to Xiaoma, then suddenly widen in surprise. Yaksha noticed it too. From within the dust cloud a figure rose, and Xiaoma's voice echoed, hoarse with bitter disappointment. It's far too soon to give up. He now carries a massive pillar on his shoulders, as large as a baby elephant. Yaksha saw this, and a grin crept across his face. Aha. Roaring, the boy charged towards the fierce god with the massive pillar. The real show was about to begin. Boom. The massive pillar slams into Yaksha's head, but he merely tilts it, standing firm as a statue. Not satisfied, Xiaoma follows up with a spinning kick to his temple. The resounding crash echoed, but Yaksha remained unmoved. This harsh reality is deeply unsettling for Xiaoma, who stands there, his body and eyes radiating death. Since you've decided to wager your life here, an ominous aura emanates from the Yaksha, causing Xiaoma to instinctively take a few steps back. Yaksha glanced at him, a warlike expression on his face. I'll accept your challenge, and to be fair, I won't use my hands or move from this spot. Furthermore, I'll even let you attack first 3 times. As he said this, he clasped his hands behind his back like a prisoner awaiting execution. If I use my hands or move even a step from this spot within those 3 attacks, I'll spare Bak Thao Ni's life. Remember your words. A full-force punch is unleashed, its power tearing through the air, but the Yaksha remains still, unmoving. The first time, he roared, a sound not of this world emanating from his throat. Impressive. A terrifying, visible shockwave erupts. This power isn't martial arts. It's absolute domination. The sound wave sends Yao Ma flying dozens of meters, slamming him into a wall. It was like the legendary lion's roar. A storm raged around them, and even Fei Lu, standing far away, had to shield his face. Is that lion's roar? Xiao Ma was blown away, landing next to Thao Ni, who rushed to his side, looking worried. Xiao Ma gritted his teeth, a terrible headache making him dizzy. Just how strong is this bastard? He slowly stood up, not even glancing at Thao Ni, his voice serious, telling her no matter what happens, she absolutely must not interfere. Whoosh! Xiao Ma's body became a streak of white light, disappearing before Thao Ni's astonished eyes. He moved at breakneck speed around Yaksha, searching for an opening, but he stood there like a stone statue, without a single gap. Xiao Ma throws a roundhouse kick at his face, but Yaksha effortlessly dodges it. Using the same old tricks? Then, with a kick as straight and hard as a steel column, he struck Xiao Ma's throat, sending him flying into the sky. But in that instant, a cold light flashed in Xiao Ma's eyes. He hurtles forward like a cannonball, all his power focused into one punch. You'll regret not blocking this. The fist tore through the air with immense force, and Yaksha narrowed his eyes, his voice calm but now tinged with gravity. That's a bit strong. The guest house floor shattered like paper, as the Yaksha stopped the devastating punch with his bare hand. With no other choice, he muttered, but a triumphant smile crept across Xiao Ma's face as he roared, unleashing the power in his arm, forcing the Yaksha down to the ground floor. The floor shattered once more. The wind howled as Xiao Ma retreated, assessing the situation. Fei Lu and the guard could only gape in astonishment at the horrifying scene as the Yaksha brushed dust off his clothes amidst the rubble, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Is this what you wanted? How humiliating. Xiao Ma gritted his teeth, remembering his promise. He would spare Bai Kaoer today. Yaksha analyzed aloud, breathing heavily, unfamiliar with breathing techniques. His fighting style was instinctive, yet one punch shook the very earth. He thought to himself that Yaksha must have lost his memory after the bone-swapping and forced rejuvenation. Or perhaps he suffered a demonic deviation. Seems we still have some time. Let's play a little more. Yaksha suddenly took a stance, yelling, "Heavenly Mountain!" An invisible pressure, like a colossal mountain, descended, enveloping them both. Xiao Ma immediately felt an immense weight bearing down on him, making it impossible to move. But that was just the beginning. Yaksha roared again. 10,000 waters! The pressure doubled, as if an entire ocean was crashing down. But Xiao Ma stood firm, teeth clenched, veins bulging. His body is frantically absorbing my inner energy, Yaksha thought in disbelief. Oh, not only is he enduring it, but he's absorbing my inner energy? But all absorption has its limits, and the pressure now exceeds all imagination. So, this is your limit? But I'm not ready to stop yet. The final blow knocks Xiao Ma into the earth, creating a deep crater. Just when all seems lost, a blue light erupts from the depths, unleashing an aura of primal, furious rage. A massive, jade-blue dragon apparition materializes, its golden eyes fixed on Yaksha. Now this is getting interesting, Yaksha muttered. Could this be his innate true energy? From beneath the earth, Xiao Ma emerges, his eyes bloodshot, his hair standing on end, his entire body enveloped in a swirling aura of murderous intent. If all the soul-subduing, devil-sovereign needles were removed, this kid's power would be even more terrifying. But for now, he's just a wild beast with no control. Suddenly, Xiao Ma vanishes. With a thunderous blow, Xiao Ma slams his fist into Yaksha's face, sending him flying. Before he could recover, Xiao Ma reappeared like a ghost, throwing another blow. This time, Yaksha managed to grab his arm. The out-of-control beast stood still. Looking into Xiao Ma's soulless eyes, Yaksha understood that he was only fighting on instinct. No, it really has become a wild beast. Xiao Ma bared his sharp teeth and bit down hard on Yaksha's hand. Forced to release his grip in pain, Xiao Ma retreated, then began moving at an impossible speed, creating countless afterimages around Yaksha. Perhaps this is all he amounted to. As Ma charged, Yaksha struck him down with a single blow. Your movements are too simple, too predictable, but the more he's hit, the more frenzied Tianlong becomes, red streaks enveloping his body, showing he's completely lost control. Yaksha gathers his strength, his eyes turning cold. Heavenly dragon, you're nothing more than a wild beast now, nothing worth seeing. Xiao Ma charged again, but this time he easily dodged, striking his abdomen with a palm, dispersing his energy and rage before unleashing a final blow. Boom! Little horse falls, unconscious. He plummets like a broken shooting star, dust billowing and obscuring his form. In that unnerving silence, Fei Lu suddenly recalled an ancient tale. of a primeval forest ruled by an overwhelmingly powerful being, one that commanded all creatures to bow. Any creature that faced it lost all will to fight, yet one beast stood against it, fighting to its last breath, not for victory, but for honor. So what should I do now? Fei Liu stood tall, his eyes unusually firm, and said in a deep voice, "Someone lend me a sword." Instantly, swords rained down from the guards, forming a circle in the floor around him. "Mobile squad, listen up," Fei Liu's voice boomed, firm and commanding. "First, no matter what happens here, you are absolutely forbidden from engaging. Second, immediately evacuate and protect all residents within a mile radius, the further the better. Third, in the event that I perish here." He tightened his grip on the blade, a faint smile gracing his lips. "No, that won't happen. I will survive and return, so don't worry." With that, he transformed into a bolt of lightning, charging towards the Yaksha with the ultimate dark dragon slash, cleaving heaven and earth. This wasn't just a move, it was a strike embodying Fei Liu's very essence, a dark blade of light carrying the will to cleave the universe itself. The terrifying energy didn't just pierce the Yaksha, it sliced the entire hotel in two. But facing his strongest move, all Fei Liu saw was a contemptuous smile as the Yaksha simply lifted and stomped his foot. A seemingly simple action, yet containing unfathomable power, completely shattered the blade's aura and sent Fei Liu flying like a leaf. The Rakshasa brushed off his sleeves, acknowledging the commendable attack. Just then, Xiao Ma rose from the rubble, eyes vacant, muttering a single word: "Infinity." Yaksha frowned slightly. Limitless. Xiao Ma simply extends a hand, and though nothing seems to happen at first, the surrounding space begins to tremble. The inn, freshly cleaved in two, suddenly collapses in an earth-shattering explosion as an invisible, pure, and destructive force erupts from Xiao Ma's position. Caught in the center, Yaksha reveals a look of surprise for the first time. That punch was unbelievable. It shook my adamantine body, and it wasn't innate chi, but a more primal power. The seed that could reshape the martial world that Ghost spoke of is indeed extraordinary. He slowly approaches Xiao Ma. "You lost consciousness after unleashing that attack, but a seed is just a seed. You'll only be remembered as one of countless nameless masters who vanished before their time." The promise to Kuai suddenly echoed in his mind. "I have only one condition. I want to save the errand boy Tio Ma from Huan Haklung." Yaksha gazed at the unmoving Xiao Ma and murmured, "Let's see what kind of man could move someone like Gui Gui." He sensed that, even unconscious, Xiao Ma's innate true energy was still automatically circulating according to a superior martial intent. If not for the 9 soul-suppressing demon needles, there's no telling what might have happened. Without them, the outcome of this battle would have been far from certain. "From the start, you never intended to kill Bai Kaur," Fei Liu's voice echoed from behind. "You've recovered, your eyes fixed on Yaksha. Though I don't know why, your true purpose in coming here was for this little fool." Why does Fei Liu continue to question him? With his skill, pretending to be Li Yunyue and intentionally revealing his murderous intent towards Bai Kaur was all to stimulate his potential to the limit? I don't understand. Yaksha sighed, the brutality fading from his face, replaced by an unreadable complexity as he decided to reveal the truth. 2 days prior, at Ghost Soul Valley, a place shrouded in death, word arrived that the Heavenly Mountain Snow Woman had come. The terrified screams of the subordinates echoed through the valley as a slender, snow-haired figure slowly entered. Wherever she went, blizzards and gales arose, and the ground froze beneath her feet. Hundreds of elite Ghost Soul Valley assassins descended from the cliffs, a storm of daggers and sickles aimed at her. But with a few elegant waves, the ghostly woman neutralized their defenses. Then, with a deep breath, she summoned a raging blizzard that swept the gate guards into the air like dry leaves. An overzealous captain roared and charged with his sword. But his fate was sealed. Without even a glance, she extended a withered hand, and the captain was slammed against the nearby wall by an unseen force, unconscious. "Everyone, fall back!" a seasoned soldier yelled, his voice trembling with terror. "It's the matriarch, the previous master of Devil Soul Valley. We're no match for her." Hearing this, the matriarch smiles with amusement. A wise choice. It seems there are still those who know better. With that, she slowly entered, leaving behind guards frozen in terror, living ice sculptures of horror. Deep within the Ghost Soul Valley in a damp cave, Li Gunrak hangs suspended from the cliff face like prey awaiting slaughter, as the Yaksha stands before him, eyes cold. Yaksha sneered at Li Yunyue. "Are you trying to openly oppose the martial alliance? If they send someone to investigate my disappearance, what do you think will happen to Devil Valley?" Despite the stern warning, the Yaksha remained unfazed, replying indifferently, "We'll cross that bridge when we come to it." Suddenly, a scarred subordinate rushed in, panicked. "Master, the ghost has returned!" At this, the Yaksha's calm facade finally faltered. He muttered, "Why are so many unwanted guests showing up lately?" Then he turned and left, leaving Li Junyue alone to face the darkness and solitude. In the main hall of Ghost Spirit Valley, the air was thick with tension, almost frozen. Yaksha sat on his throne, his eyes scanning the small figure standing in the center of the hall. "Ghoul," he said in a deep voice, "I recall you swore to never set foot in this place again. What reason could you possibly have for returning? Come now." Gigi looked up, a sardonic smile playing on her lips. "I've simply come to reclaim my seat." "Heavenly Mountain Snow Woman Gui Gui." A resentful voice echoed from one of the leader's seats. The one who spoke was wrapped in white bandages like a mummy. It was Corpse Demon, ranked 10th in the City of Demons. Ignoring him, Ghost lightly touched a nearby spear with her withered hand. "Don't worry, Yaksha. I'm not here to fight you for the position of Valley Master. The reason I've returned is the opposite of what you think." She paused, her eyes like daggers sweeping across the faces above. If war breaks out between the Spirit Realm and the Martial Alliance, Ghost Spirit Valley, caught in the middle, will inevitably be engulfed in flames. A headache for you, no doubt. Yaksha clan leader, whether you reject the Demon Spirit City or join forces with the Martial Alliance, Ghost Soul Valley will suffer heavy losses. One wrong decision could destroy centuries of legacy. Yaksha narrowed his eyes. "So what? But I, Guigui, can declare that I can stop it. At least I can guarantee that Ghost Spirit Valley will be absolutely safe in this storm. What method will you use?" Before I reveal my method, perhaps I should reclaim what is rightfully mine." She raised her head, pointing to a chair carved with a ferocious wolf, upon which sat a hulking man in a tiger-skin robe, his face grim. "He is the ghostly 9 Killings, Greed Wolf." Suddenly, an ice spear hurtles towards him. He roared, snatched the spear, and leapt from his throne, creating a crater in the ground. "I'll remember the name Ghostly, even after you're nothing but bones. Listen closely, old woman. There's no place for you in Ghost Marriage Valley anymore." His murderous aura intensifies. "If you don't want to find a place to be buried, I suggest you disappear. I don't want to have to lay a hand on a fake like you." Ghoulie giggles, a chilling, bone-deep sound. If it were the me of the past, a nobody like you wouldn't even be worth a glance, let alone a response. With a resounding crash, the arrogant wolf who was just boasting now stood motionless. His eyes widened as life faded, his body encased in a thin layer of ice. Before the horrified eyes of the remaining leaders, she simply waved her hand, and the icy statue shattered into 1,000 pieces. "How pathetic," she clicked her tongue. "To give the throne of a Mizar to such trash is beyond words." The mummy ghost trembled at the ruthless display. Without another word, she gracefully ascends, settling into the newly vacant throne of the gluttonous wolf. "Well, isn't that convenient?" She smiled down at the Yaksha. "Now, let's continue our little story." The tension in the main hall was palpable once more. As expected of the previous master, one leader whispered, "Ha, this is a delightful spectacle, I love it." Another laughed with glee. "Keiki, so what will you do now?" "Knight Yaksha Valley Master, they are the 3 great protectors of the Ghost Soul Valley, Kumon, Rokusan, and Hakyun." Yaksha turned to face the ghostly figure. "You and I both know each other. You wouldn't help me for nothing." "Speak," Yaksha says. "What is your condition?" "I have but one request," the ghostly figure replies, her voice still icy. "In Hoanhach Valley, there's a servant named Tiu Ma. I want to save him. Is that simple enough?" Yaksha, slightly surprised, nods. "Very well, I accept." He turned to the messenger demon. "Tell the heavenly demon I cannot fulfill his request to capture Baisao Ni and that servant." Yaksha, as if reading his thoughts, chuckled. How could I not be curious about such a woman making such a simple request? "So, what do you intend to do?" Just then, a rustling sound came from the rubble as Xiao Ma, who you thought was unconscious, groggily sat up and shook his head. "I want to ask you something," he said, his voice still a little dazed. "How did you like the taste of my fist?" Fei Lu watched from the sidelines, astonished. "Impossible. He's already recovered. His regenerative abilities are unbelievable." Xiaoma stared blankly at Yaksha, a look of resentment on his face. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Answer me." Yaksha gazed at him, a complex look in his eyes. Perhaps I'll reserve my judgment of you for today. We were just getting started. Why stop now? If you want to know whether Li Junyue is dead or alive, come directly to Ghost Soul Valley to find out. With that, Yaksha's figure gradually blurred. Xiaoma shouts, "Hey, are you scared of me? Scared you'll lose if we keep fighting?" The taunt hits home. The Yaksha, who was already leaving, pauses, his voice filled with anger. "You arrogant brat, next time we meet, one of us will die." Xiaoma gritted his teeth. "We'll see who that is." With that, Yaksha's figure completely vanished, and only then did Bai Chao Ni dare to run over from afar. "I'm sorry, it's all my fault." The girl collapsed, burying her face in her hands and sobbing. The two men stood silently, unsure how to comfort her. That night, in a quiet forest, the group set up camp, the flickering firelight illuminating their pensive faces, the fragrant smell of grilled meat filling the air. Little Ma awkwardly offered Thauni a skewer of meat, saying, "This isn't your fault. You did your best." She tried to survive to prevent the war. She saved so many people. Though he was foolish, his words rang true. If it wasn't her fault, Filu suddenly interjected. "So how is this supposed to be resolved?" Xiaoma wondered. Filu stares him down. "Xiaoma, whether you like it or not, you're already in too deep to back out now." "Why?" "I'm just an errand boy." "You have no idea, do you? An idea." Xiaoma scratches his head, lost in thought. Ideas born from ideas. A tangled web where an idea is both an idea and not an idea at all. Filu listened and just shook his head in exasperation. "This guy..." "But one thing I know for sure," Little Ma said seriously. "In times like these, action always triumphs over thought." Thauni looked up at him, a little surprised. "Sitting still won't work. I want to go straight to that Demon Spirit City and beat them all to a pulp. So why don't we just head straight to Demon Spirit City and take care of that heavenly demon guy? Isn't that the quickest and easiest way to end this war? You ask me, what is the martial world like? Imagine a dense forest where sunlight can't penetrate. Where to survive, you must constantly trample on others to climb higher. It's a world where the strong devour the weak, where mountains of bones pile high. You ask, how does one survive in such a place? The answer is simple. Become the strongest. Only with absolute power can you control your destiny. But what does it truly mean to be a master? A common martial artist could train for centuries and still be a nobody. Even in the martial world, how many who train for 60 years are truly recognized as masters? Because the core difference lies in inner energy, something you can't obtain through mere breathing exercises. It's like trying to grasp the wind. The tighter you hold, the emptier your hand. Even if you meditate day and night, inner strength won't accumulate on its own. So what can you do? It's difficult. Most martial artists acquire inner energy through innate talent. If a talented individual meets a great master and consumes miraculous elixirs, their martial arts will improve by leaps and bounds. But such talent is rare. They are as rare and precious as morning stars, for not everyone is born a prodigy in this unfair world. The prodigies are born with the yin-yang physique, the heavenly martial physique, or are the reincarnation of a heavenly star of slaughter. They are masters among masters, and no matter what martial art they practice, their achievements far surpass those of ordinary people. And what if I found someone like that? The heavenly demon's memories? This child is still alive. He's a monster, all right. The man stared at the infant lying amidst the ruins of a dead village. I've heard of demonic twins born by draining their mother's life force, but this child indirectly destroyed an entire village at birth. He was no longer human, but the legendary star of heavenly slaughter. But that had nothing to do with my search for a successor. Even so, there's no denying this kid is a born monster. I brought him back to Demon Spirit City. 3 years later, when I returned from my journey, the 5-year-old boy had the physique of a young man. By 7, he was the best fighter in all of Magic Spirit City. Is he really only 7 years old? No child could possibly be this strong. A monster indeed. 2 seasoned warriors disarmed with a single strike. "Oh, wait, stop," I yelled, but it was too late. It was then that I realized I had made a terrible mistake. I had nurtured something beyond my control. One who grasps the wind creates a storm, thunder becomes lightning, and water turns into a tsunami. Ling, I have nurtured a tiger's cub. The battle between us, both master and disciple, father and son, had finally begun. "Soul Stealer, what is truly in your heart?" I roared. "What's in my heart?" He replied with an icy voice, fixated on one thing: his blade. My precious sword, one of the divine weapons of the Demon Spirit City, was bent by his bare hands, and then a piercing force ended my life. "That is the blade," he said over my corpse. "A unique blade that will help me become the best in the world. I want to grasp the whole world with these hands." My soul screamed in despair. "Lang Kam Han, your dream is foolish. How can you know the extent of this world? There are masters as numerous as the stars, and your ambition will bury you one day." But I know he'd just laugh and reply, "Wouldn't that be great?" The more difficult, the greater my achievements. I should be rejoicing. He is Huntian Ma Huang, Ling Chin Hun, or as the world tremblingly calls him, the Heavenly Demon. His dark memories returned as vividly as if they happened yesterday. The day he stood atop North Heaven Mountain with the corpse of the North Heaven Martial Emperor, a god to the people of the North, at his feet. And from that day forward, he became a demon, standing alone amidst a mountain of blades and a sea of fire, defiantly challenging the world. He dared to stand against 1,000,000 soldiers and proclaimed that nothing existed in his heart but the desire for absolute dominion, to become the greatest under heaven. After a day of hard work, Xiao Ma was sound asleep, snoring rhythmically. Fei Liu looked at him, then turned to Thao Ni. The heavenly demon's words were absurd, no different from the nonsense of this fool. However, Fei Liu sighed. One thing I can't deny is that the only way to truly extinguish the flames of war is to eliminate the heavenly demon. Eliminate the heavenly demon? Thao Ni looked up, her beautiful eyes filled with doubt. Do you think we're capable of doing that? Fei Liu nodded, his eyes sharpening. Until now, I haven't received any reports of troop movements from the 3 cities of the Demon Spirit City. That means the heavenly demon is still in the final stages of preparation. We have at least 10 days. 10 days to act. To launch a full-scale war against the martial artists, he would have to mobilize all the troops from the 13 cities to Great Demon Spirit City. In the remote 10th Demon Spirit City, a mighty eagle landed with a secret order in the hands of the Deputy City Lord. The combined forces of the 13 strongholds are estimated to be 100,000 strong, and it would take at least 10 days to gather such a massive army. The City Lord's report confirms our predictions. Therefore, I have a plan, Fei Liu continued, as if seeing everything unfold. We must take the heavenly demon's life before those 100,000 troops gather. Under the flickering firelight, Thao Ni sighed. To be honest, I'm not sure if this will stop the war. We can only hope. You're confident because you defeated the blood demon, she said, looking directly at Fei Liu. But don't forget, the heavenly demon is on par with Dazoa, and he's always guarded by 3 peerless protectors whose strength may have surpassed human limits. I know. That's why I have a plan, Fei Liu replied, his voice calm and calculated. Baekcho Ni, first use the secret routes of the Daihua Palace to sneak into Malin City and destroy the defensive formations. Then, with your support, I'll lead the army in a surprise attack. He frowned slightly, clutching his still healing wound. And don't forget, I'm the Special Forces Captain of the Martial Arts Alliance. I have the authority to mobilize 1,000 first-class martial artists at any time. They're lying in wait around here, ready to receive orders. I'll bring them all to Demon Spirit City. But that alone isn't enough. We need more people, starting with the Vice Chief of the Martial Arts Alliance, Li Junyue. Li Gunrak, how do we know if he's alive or dead? He's definitely alive. Fei Liu was certain that in this tense situation the Yaksha wouldn't dare kill him, and he would also be wary of pressure from the Martial Arts Alliance. The second is the top bounty hunter, Yi Wuyin. Yi Wuyin? Thao Ni is shocked. He's a mercenary who will do anything for the right price, even storm Demon Spirit City. And the last one, Fei Liu's eyes turned to the sleeping Xiao Ma. It's this fool. We don't know who he is or where he came from, but there's no denying his power is real. And with him on our side, our surprise attack has a better chance of succeeding. But before we reach Demon Spirit City, we have to hold off the Ghost Valley clan, and we'll need bait. Fei Liu stared intently at Thao Ni, his voice terrifyingly certain. And that bait is the immortal grass. Thao Ni gasped, her eyes widening. So, what do you say, Bak Thao Ni? You've had it with you all along, haven't you? Silence fills the air as Thao Ni pauses, gazing up at the mysterious full moon. She exhaled a white mist, her voice as light as the breeze. The immortal herb? Yes, I have it. Hearing Thao Ni's confirmation, Fei Liu couldn't hide his surprise. She said, the immortal grass really exists. Well, more accurately, it used to. As Thao Ni spoke, she kicked Tu Ma, who was sound asleep on the ground. Tu Ma smacked his lips, muttering in his dream, one day, I'll be the #1 errand runner in the world. If no one's found it, maybe it's still there, Thao Ni continued, ignoring that idiot. Xiao Ma mumbled again, this time chuckling, saying he'd be ready any time for a beautiful wife. Unable to bear it any longer, Fei Liu kicked the idiot a few meters away, straight into the campfire. That place is called the Thunder Jade Repository, inside the Diwa Palace, Thao Ni continued, and without the 3,000 Fingers inheritance, no one can enter. Meanwhile, Tu Ma's body, lying on the bonfire, began to smoke, but he remained sound asleep, oblivious to everything. So it is decided, Fei Liu said. Meanwhile, the Martial Alliance has likely prepared for the battle against the Demon Spirit City, and reinforcements are on their way. After we regroup, we'll head to Ghost Soul Valley. So, White Thao Ni, you and this idiot Soma go find one without trace, then go to Thunder Jade Lake to find the immortal grass. 3 days later, they agreed to meet at Devil Soul Valley. As they crossed a crystal-clear stream, Xiao Ma rubbed his back and frowned. That's weird. My back feels like it's burning. Xiao Ni knew exactly why, but just smiled and said nothing. But where can they even find this elusive figure? Soma wondered. Follow this valley for about 2 days, or half a day if we hurry. Remember, war will break out in less than 10 days, and to stop it, we must defeat the heavenly demon in that time. Speaking of the Shadowless One, legends of his incredible feats abound. They say he can leap over mountains in a single bound and hold his breath underwater for hours. He never broke a sweat or lost a hair, no matter the task or location. They even call him the Shadowless One, a bounty hunter who only targets infamous demonic masters, with 17 assassinations, all one-hit kills. His list of victims includes the demon swordsman Li Ho, once known as White Tiger, whose name shook the martial world before he succumbed to madness. Ghost Eagle Patriarch Ha Jin Hong, whose water skills could pierce steel, and even the Fire Cloud Evil God, Dak Go Cheon, one of the blood cult's 10 ghost masters. All were vicious killers, yet none survived Nat Von Yan's second move. The Bloodflower demon Ha Van Tam from the Three Evils Temple, with a bounty of 5,000 taels. Has Nat Von Gan been hiding here for 17 days? A dark object is thrown into the temple, and a tall figure slowly enters, glancing around, sensing something amiss. Heh, seems like a little rat is scared stiff. Hidden in the shadows, Il Wungan thought to himself, "Are they trying to suss me out? Found you." Without warning, he descends, standing before the fiend. "This one is more impressive than I thought." Hey Woon Sam smirks. "Looks like the rumors about you are even more accurate than those about the Fire Cloud Evil God." His murderous aura blazed. "Comparing me to that old man? You're insulting me." His inner energy erupts, shaking the temple. Nhun Hat Vongan simply dusts off his sleeves, unfazed. So noisy. Ha Van Tam is surprised. "Wait, you don't have a shadow. Could it be that you're the legendary bounty hunter who practices chaotic devil arts? You even know about that?" You're more impressive than I thought." Yuwuhan's voice dripped with sarcasm. "But how did you know I'd be here? Today marks the first anniversary of your brother Qing Mianshou's death, and his ashes are kept here, aren't they?" Hao Yunsan's expression changes drastically as he roars, "You bastard. I know you miss your brother, but I never liked him. But what can I do? You've seen my face, so I can't let you leave here alive." The black object suddenly flies back, and Hao Yunsan catches it with 2 fingers, a marble made of blackstone. He clenched the marble, his voice turning sinister. "What a coincidence. I've never let anyone who's seen my face live either." He turned in shock, pupils shrinking. "When did he... Wait, this thread-like thing? Is it the heavenly silkworm?" Before he could finish his thought, an icy sensation tightened around his throat. He strained to speak, his body supposedly impervious to weapons. "Invulnerable, my ass." A cold voice echoes out, adding that the thread is called silkworm silk. After eliminating the target, Nat Vongan vanished into the night, rubbing his stomach and muttering, "Stress relief makes me hungry. How many days has it been since I last ate?" Like an arrow, he soared into the sky, moving in silence, until he paused. A ripple on the lake, a swaying leaf. Someone was following him. He landed on a mound, his sharp eyes scanning the surroundings. "Who's there?" He throws 3 daggers, testing the waters, but there's no response. Yuian frowned, feeling a little annoyed, when suddenly a massive dark shadow descended from the sky. Crash! An unstoppable force slams one without trace into the ground, creating a deep crater as a familiar yet alien pair of legs appears before him. "It's Little Ma, like I said." Little Ma lectured loudly, his tone like an adult scolding a child. "Why do you keep releasing your energy like that? Try doing it again." Yuan coldly looked up and asked, "Who are you?" "What about you?" Little Ma retorted. Sensing the absurdity of the man before him, Yuan decided not to linger. He circulated his energy, his figure gradually becoming transparent. Was encountering this guy just a coincidence? I sensed no malice from him. "If you're not here for me, then please step aside." He thought he was completely invisible, but then he heard a questioning hum, and Little Ma appeared before him, looking reproachful. "Hey, the least you could do is apologize. What's with running off without a word?" Yuan was stunned. "He could see me? You can really see me?" "Of course I can see you," Little Ma replied, confused. "On a night like this, only the blind could fail to see you." Yuan raised his increasingly transparent hand, a terrifying shock washing over him. "See me? How is that possible?" "Impossible. I never even saw my parents' faces." Memories flood back. My childhood was spent in a pitch-black cave. I don't remember how long I was there, only that my body was always hanging upside down, and once a month the cave door would open, casting a blinding ray of light. With the light, a book would be thrown down, the only time I ever heard a human voice. Instinctively, I called the owner of that voice, Mother. "Mother, how long must I remain here?" "I want to see you, Mother." The voice responded coldly. "Good child. If you want to see me, master all the martial arts in those books." And so I trained hard, eating poisonous insects when hungry and drinking condensation from the rocks when thirsty. Everything was done upside down. 10 years later, I could walk, run, and jump on the cave ceiling as if it were the ground. Mother, from that day on, the cave door never opened again, and your voice disappeared. I was left alone in the darkness, afraid and lonely. And then I realized I could escape this place on my own. When I broke through the cave entrance, I knew I was the only child to survive the brutal trials of the 7 fiends of the demonic path. I overheard them whispering, "This boy has mastered both the Ren and Du Meridians. His potential is limitless." At 16, I was taught the threefold void of chaotic shadows, one of the 10 ultimate demonic arts. Legend says that at the 3rd level, one's aura, scent, and sound disappear. With enough internal energy, even one's shadow vanishes. At the 5th level, the entire body becomes as light as air, even without using internal energy. Unless one is a master of transformation, they will never detect the practitioner's existence. Yi Wugen stared at Xiaoma, his body almost one with the air. What now? His voice echoed from the void as he asked, "You can still see me?" Xiaoma, oblivious, approached Yi Wuhen and casually placed a hand on his forehead, a concerned look on his face. "Hey, buddy, do you have a fever? The road's as clear as day, anyone can see it." Sensing an unfathomable aura from the person before him, Yi Wuhen recoiled in shock. Damn it! Could this guy be a transformation realm master? Xiaoma cracks his knuckles, acting like a senior. "You need to understand, don't just throw knives at anyone behind you. That's not good. Maybe I should teach you a lesson." Unhurried, Wu Yin raises 2 dark marbles, his tone wary. "Wait, I want to know what special ability you have." "Special ability?" With a flick of his hair, Xiaoma declared, "Being handsome is my special ability." As he admired himself, Wu Hin flicked a marble, and it shot through the air. Almost invisible threads spread from the bead, wrapping around the surrounding trees, forming a deadly web. "If you want to live," Wu Hin said coldly, "turn around and get out of here now." Xiaoma is furious. "What? Starting a fight and then telling us to leave without an apology?" Sigh. "Guess there's no other way. Forgive me, brother, but don't blame me for being cruel." His hand descended, tightening the silk net, and the surrounding trees were cleanly cut as if by a sharp blade. He thought he'd taken care of the problem, but then a bewildered voice echoed from behind Yi Wuhen. "Huh, what is this stuff? Looks like thread, but it's tough. I can't bite through it. This looks pretty dangerous." Yi Wugen turned around, breaking out in a cold sweat as Xiaoma stood there chewing on the silk threads. How? How can this be? I clearly infused the silk threads with internal energy. Why did it fail? Just what kind of monster are you? Just then, Bai Cao Ni's voice echoed from afar. "You wretched errand boy. Who do you think you are, rushing ahead like that? Do you even know the way?" "Wait, is that bounty hunter one without trace?" Finally, this pointless battle is over. In a small cabin in the woods, Yi Wuhin crossed his arms, his voice full of doubt. "What you're saying is absurd. You're suggesting that just the 5 of us raid the Demon Spirit City stronghold?" She stated firmly. "This isn't an impossible mission. So how much are you willing to pay me?" 1,000 gold pieces. Yi Wuhin was shocked, his eyes widening slightly, while Xiaoma gasped in astonishment. "What? 1,000 gold pieces? Oh my god, the Zhang family. 1,000 taels is an exorbitant reward." Yi Wuhin quickly regained his composure, but wondered if he'd live long enough to spend it. "I need to think about this." Little Ma immediately turned and whispered to Thao Ni. "Thao Ni, give me 1,000 gold pieces, and I promise to fight for you with all my might." "Thao Ni, I don't need 1,000 gold pieces, or even 1,000 silver. Just give me 1,000 coins, and I'll leave right now to take down those bastards in Devil Spirit City." Ignoring Xiaoma, Thao Ni continued to speak to Natvon Gan. "I also heard that you and the illusion devil of Devil Spirit City have a deep-seated hatred." Hearing the name Huyen Ma, a glint of resentment flashed in Natvon Gan's eyes. He was silent for a moment, then said, "That's right." He gritted his teeth. "I want to tear that illusion demon apart, but this is like throwing an egg at a rock. But without trying," Thao Ni smiled. "How will you know which is the egg and which is the rock?" "Thao Ni," Little Ma interjected. "My policy is payment upon acceptance, but since we're acquainted, I can accept interest-free installments." Thao Ni rises, done arguing. "If you accept this deal, we'll meet in Ghost Soul Valley in 2 days. "Wait. Thao Ni, we can negotiate the price." Xiaoma followed after her, muttering, "Fine, I'll take a loss. Amen, amen. 500 strings of coins, just 500 and I'll complete the mission perfectly." Unable to bear his nagging, Thao Ni turned back and snapped, "Enough! Kill the heavenly demon and I'll give you 1,000 taels of gold." With that, she vanished. "Hurry, We need to reach the Pear Blossom Palace by the end of today. Little Ma stood there, stunned. Oh my God, a life-changing opportunity is right before my eyes. After some travel, they've arrived at Loa Palace. A desolate and ruined scene lay before them, the air heavy with a deathly chill. So this is the place you said holds the immortal grass? Where is this immortal grass? Xiaoma asked, a chill in his voice. Thaoni's face was filled with a deep sadness. Yes, this is the Lily Flower Palace, where I was born and raised, though it looks more like a haunted house now. Little Ma observes. Yes, because my Plum Blossom Palace was wiped out 10 years ago, so where is the immortal grass? It's kept in the Thunder Jade Vault, a secret chamber deep underground, filled with layers of traps and formations, impenetrable to any enemy. They arrived at a large lake, and in the middle of the pavilion was the entrance to the Thunder Jade Vault. But as they approached, Thaoni stopped short. The 1,000-pound stone vault door had been blown wide open. So this is the entrance, Xiaoma asks. That's right, Thaoni replied, her voice full of worry, but it seems someone has already been here before us. In a dark chamber, two figures huddle together, an old man and a young one, the infamous two mountain devils. Few know that this old monster was once a legend. He was once the most outstanding disciple of Grandmaster Yi Yuan, known as the Divine Monk, a born genius, proficient in everything from mathematics and architecture to mechanisms and formations. In his youth, he mastered the great teleportation whirlwind kick. After joining the Shaolin Temple, he grasped the principle of using stillness to overcome movement in just 5 years, mastering the immovable Wisdom King steps. But just as his martial arts reached their peak, he vanished from the martial world due to an incorrigible habit, stealing. Wherever he went, he stole. No treasure was safe from his grasp. Before disappearing, he'd always leave a note. When the moon wanes, so does treasure. Signed, the eccentric thief. At 40, he stumbled upon a demonic manual, but combining it with his orthodox wushang mind technique proved disastrous. A terrifying transformation occurred. His pure energy was corrupted by demonic arts, costing him his legs, ravaging his body, and leaving him bald. That was over a century ago. After this seclusion, I'll return to the world and make my name known once more. Sorry, Master, the exhausted brute groaned, patting his empty stomach. But aren't we trapped here? No way in or out and no treasure in sight. I haven't eaten in almost a month, you useless thing, the old monster snapped. It's common for martial artists to fast for 3 to 5 years while in seclusion. You have to understand that all this talk of martial arts, like using flute sounds to disrupt blood flow or splitting rocks with leaves, is just made up by novelists and street corner storytellers. It's all fiction. He puffed out his chest, looking proud, but my special abilities are entirely based on science. You know how awesome it is, right? It's called a mechanism matrix. Yes, a mechanism matrix. Kuei Hung retorts with dissatisfaction. Yes, it's not some complex, vague technique like martial arts. It's science. The old eccentric is talking nonsense. Wait, why are you speaking so fluently today? You're usually so out of it. Not just anyone can learn about mechanisms and formations. Because I'm the only one in the world who knows it. Who am I, you ask? That's right, I'm the master. And my great work is the super supreme, unrivaled Asura heaven and earth. What was it again? Ah, the supreme unparalleled. Asura heavenly net 36. Thunderbolt mechanism formation. I created it, mumbled the evil, old, ugly monster. Pow. A fist lands on Monster Bear's head. Oh, I misspoke. I meant it was created by someone of great virtue and talent, a mind of the era. In short, he's the best trap master in the martial world, or, in 3 words, a scientist. Whack! This time, it's the pipe hitting the thief. Kuei Hung quickly corrected himself. Master, have you forgotten? You're one of less than 10 people in the world who can enter the Thunder Jade Vault's secret chamber. You created this masterpiece, and we can't even escape it. Is it my fault? Good that you know it. The old eccentric nodded. But Master, wouldn't any renowned expert be able to enter this place like us? That's impossible, the old eccentric stated firmly. Only I can disarm this trap. Xiaomi and Thaoni slowly ventured deeper inside. With a confident look, Thaoni explained that breaking the Thunder Jade Vault's trap formations wouldn't be easy. If you're a swordsman, you must reach the level of heart sword, where you hold no sword but have one in your heart. If you're a master of external arts, you must at least achieve indestructible diamond body and master the art of force projection. If you're a Taoist, you must reach the realm of the 5 energies converging and be able to perform void manipulation. Why would such masters appear in this backwater place? The traps here are not only powerful but extremely dangerous. Without me, you wouldn't have stood a chance. Suddenly, a deep voice echoed from the shadows, interrupting Thaoni. Who are you? How did you get in here? An odd-looking old man and a short, fat fellow sat amidst the treasure, eyeing them warily. I'm just a gopher, Xiaoma replied blankly, while Thao Ni glanced at the two men, then looked around, immediately understanding the situation. Looks like you guys are trapped here too. She glanced at a jade box on a high pedestal, surrounded by thin, silken threads. The immortal grass. So you've come for the immortal grass? The old monster sneered. Don't even dream about it. Those threads are silkworm silk. Touch them, and your bones will shatter. But before he could finish, a figure shot forward like lightning. To the astonishment of the others, Yama gracefully navigated the silk cocoon matrix, retrieved the box, and landed effortlessly. Is this the immortal grass she spoke of? He held out the box. The old monster was stunned, then muttered, Looks like you have a few tricks up your sleeve, but so what if you got in? Just two more who will never leave this place. Without a word, Thao Ni calmly walked to a corner and pulled a hidden lever. With a rumble, a heavy stone door slowly opens. Let's go. She and Tiuma casually walked out, leaving the two masters and disciples dumbfounded. The fatty turned to his master. Master, that lever. The old man coughed and hurried to pull it. The door opens again. I simply forgot, since it hadn't been used in so long. Let's go quickly. The master and disciple quickly followed behind. Ha, ha, ha. They were finally out. Good. Remember, disciple, stick close to where I point, or else, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As fate would have it, the clumsy, chubby guy triggered a mechanism, unleashing thousands of poisonous arrows from the walls. Run! After a difficult escape, the two masters and disciples barely survived. Whew, that's why I told you so. Before the old man could finish, the floor shook and sharp spears and giant stone balls began to roll toward them. They ran for their lives again. Unexpectedly, a large pit opened beneath them, but the fatty managed to wedge himself between the edges. See? As long as you don't put your hands on the wall, click. Instinctively, the fatty's hands gripped the wall, triggering a deadly rain of swords from the ceiling. After struggling like fish out of water, they finally escaped the tunnel. This is the most dangerous place. The old monster gasped. Beneath us are tons of explosives. Just watch your step. Click! The fatty steps on a suspicious brick. Master, this brick can be rotated. Meanwhile, just as Yao Ma and Cao Ni emerged from the Thunder Jade Lake, an earth-shattering explosion erupted, obliterating the pavilion in the middle of the lake and creating a massive column of water. Moments later, two blackened figures crawled out from the wreckage. The air outside is so fresh. Let's focus on staying alive. But I'm so hungry. With that, the two sank into the lake, only to awaken chained to a tree branch. Xiaoma crossed his arms and asked, So, to sum it up, you're thieves? And these treasures are stolen. Shut up! The old monster roared angrily. Don't touch them carelessly. Those are all priceless treasures of the world. Then, does the immortality grass exist? Thao Ni anxiously opened the jade box, only to be visibly disappointed. Inside isn't a mystical medicine, but a secret manual of the 3,000 fingers, and to know it was hidden in the Thunder Jade Vault. Could she be the second miss of the Emi sect leader? The old eccentric suddenly realized, Little girl, if you release us, I can tell you the true whereabouts of the immortal grass. Xiaoma doesn't believe they're in any position to bargain, and the two thieves give up, pleading. You little brat, who do you think you're talking to? The seemingly unbreakable iron chains snapped like threads, and the two landed gracefully, dusting off their clothes. You think these flimsy chains could hold the infamous Mang Mountain duo? Hearing that name, Thao Ni was a little surprised. The twin devils of Mang Mountain, weren't they a pair of retired master thieves from many years ago? Xiaoma ignored him, pointing directly at the old man with an arrogant tone. Hey, you old geezer, do you really know where the immortal grass is? If you dare deceive us, don't blame this fist for disrespecting your age. Humph, ha ha. The old man chuckled. Ignorance is bliss, as they say. These young ones have no idea. Master, the chubby guy chimed in. Looks like we have no choice but to show this young man what we're made of. With that, the two figures suddenly vanished, appearing before Xiaoma in the blink of an eye. The old man kicks. The fatty swings his hammer. A seamless combination. But neither Little Ma nor Thao Ni flinch at the sudden assault. They casually raised their hands, easily stopping the attack. Hey, old man, Xiaoma scoffed. Isn't that just hot air? Who are you trying to scare? Oh, not bad. The old man is a little surprised that you have some skill. How about this then? Great teleportation whirlwind kick. The two masters unleashed a flurry of dazzling moves, but Little Ma and Thao Ni remained unfazed. Little Ma yawned loudly, looking bored. Old man, let me ask you, have you never been beaten to a pulp before? How strange, the old man thought to himself, sweat beading on his forehead. Even though I'm not at my peak, my great teleportation whirlwind kick should be at least 50% effective. How can this kid block it like it's nothing? Sensing danger, the two masters quickly retreated. You're not bad, master. These two are not easy to deal with. The old man cleared his throat gravely. Young benefactor, I shall now unleash my life's work. Tread carefully, lest you hold a grudge later. This old man is crazy. Little Ma muttered, just try not to let me hit you. Let's see what you can learn from my technique. As soon as he finished saying immovable Wisdom King steps, the old man's figure suddenly split into 6 or 7 afterimages, moving at breakneck speed, making it impossible to distinguish the real from the fake. This ultimate footwork is called the immovable Wisdom King steps, and when combined with the great teleportation whirlwind kick, it creates an invincible kicking technique. Xiao Ma was immediately on the defensive, constantly struck by kicks from unexpected directions. He's kicked into a wall. This old man is on a different level than Yaksha. Xiao Ma realizes this and attacks one of the illusions, but the old monk is already to his left. Now he's on the right, then above, then suddenly below. The old man's image flickers, leaving Xiao Ma swinging blindly. You just stand there and take the hits. Motionless, yet not. This is the essence of using stillness to overcome movement. Young disciple, I wonder what you've learned from my footwork. With those paltry skills, you'll hardly touch the hem of my robe. Immovable wisdom. King steps, the ultimate Wisdom King. 8 trigrams. Thousands of phantom kicks appear at once, surrounding Xiao Ma like a whirlwind. Anyone would think he'd been pulverized, but no, he's standing firm, having blocked every kick. Wait, what? How could this brat block all my kicks? The old man was aghast. Xiao Ma violently grabbed the old man's ankle, a taunting smile on his face. Old man, thank you for so enthusiastically explaining everything to me, and for demonstrating so diligently. His footwork wasn't half bad, though. With that, he hurled the old man toward Fatty, the force sending them both crashing through the bridge and into the stream. Xiao Ma brushes his hands off, breathing a sigh of relief. As expected, old age makes you slow. Down in the stream, the fatty helped his master up, muttering, Are you really that old, master? I can't believe my immovable king steps were so easily broken. The old man was still in shock. Suddenly, Little Ma's afterimages surrounded the old man. Could this be a barrage of kicks, faster, stronger, and more illusory, closing in on the two masters and disciples? How could this guy execute the immovable Wisdom King stance so perfectly? No, this stance is even stronger than the original. So, what do you think? The boy's voice echoed from all around. Want to keep fighting? He suddenly appears above the second monster, casually sitting down and declaring them much weaker than the Yaksha. Yaksha? The old man was startled. Great master, would you please come down? The Yaksha you mentioned, isn't that the master of the Ghoul Spirit Valley? That's right. I'll take this luggage then, since it's all stolen anyway. With that, Little Ma shouldered the sack and turned to leave. Hey, old man, you know that bastard? How could I not? He's one of the top 10 martial artists of our time. Well, I didn't expect him to be so famous, but whatever. Next time we meet, I'll definitely crush him under my feet. The old eccentric squinted at Xiao Ma's retreating figure. Did that brat just say he'd crush a Yaksha? We have to get to Ghost Soul Valley today, right? Then let's hurry. Xiao Ma turned back to urge him on, and Fei Liu responded. Disciple, follow that brat at once. Master, are you going to reclaim the treasure? What treasure? If I'm not mistaken, the footwork that Brat just used is the Emperor's Gate, one of the legendary Infinite Four styles. That's the footwork created by the Supreme Paragon Flying Dragon, known as the greatest footwork under heaven. We must follow them closely. Elsewhere in the martial world, a discussion unfolds. Unbelievably, the black and white demons have been crippled, and the 6th seat of the Mad Demon is now vacant. His death is still shrouded in mystery. I wonder if it's a trap. If the heavenly demon finds out, you're worrying too much. War hasn't broken out yet. Morning light pierces the gloomy forest, illuminating 2 figures beneath a tree. Are you sure they'll pass through here? The bald man asked coldly. The other man, casually spinning a water orb, replied, Whether they go to Ghost Soul Valley or Demon Spirit City, this is the only path. We are Water Demon and Plague Demon, ranked 9th and 10th among the 10 masters of Demon Spirit City. If we capture Bai Sao Ni, our ranking will surely increase. But what about the Special Ops team leader? My companions will take care of him, Yigui confidently stated. You just need to capture the girl. After all, isn't this your domain? With water, you are invincible. The water demon smirks. There's a reason they call me the water demon. Once my water techniques are perfected, only the greatest masters can defeat me. Dusk settles over the suspension bridge, strung between 2 cliffs, as Fei Liu waits, growing impatient. They're so late. The sun's about to set. Just then, Xiao Ma and Xiao Ni appeared at the other end of the bridge. How did it go on your end? Fei Liu asked. Yi Wuhan will be at the rendezvous point, but we couldn't find the immortal grass. Thao Ni replied with disappointment, for without it, how could they persuade the Ghost Spirit Valley? They'd have to find another way. They had to save Li Junyue no matter what. As they spoke, Xiao Ma suddenly stopped, his eyes drawn to the deep river below, sensing something was amiss. Suddenly, black orbs rose from the abyss, along with the shadows of plague demons. "Careful!" Fai Lu shouts, slicing a sphere in two with his sword. Xiao Ma didn't know what it was and instinctively reached out to block it. Boom. A thick white fog engulfed the entire bridge. It wasn't poison, Fei Lu realized warily. A fawning laugh echoes from within the smoke. Ha ha. Long time no see, Bak Thao Ni. White ice threads shot up from the abyss like snakes, ensnaring Xiao Ma and Fei Lu. But Xiao Ma, who had just learned the old monster's mystical movements, easily dodged them all. Fei Lu unleashed a sharp sword strike, but it only hit the ice demon's frozen afterimage. Immediately, icy tendrils rose from the ground, tightly binding his legs. Looking only forward isn't enough. The ghastly voice of the water demon echoed from all directions as, beneath the lake's surface, a dark shadow lunged like a hunting crocodile. The water demon, with lightning reflexes, Bai Tao Ni unleashed her 3,000 finger force, but the water demon was faster, diving and resurfacing elsewhere. 2 iron chains shot from his hands, locking onto Cao Ni. "You think you can escape the grasp of a demon spirit city water demon?" He sneers and yanks, dragging Thao Ni into the freezing water. "Bak Thao Ni!" Tiu Ma roars, without hesitation. He rushed after Xiao Ma, shouting, "Save her! I'll handle this one!" As his blade aura exploded, shattering the ice binding his feet. "Watch our stolen goods, you Mang Mountain bandits!" Xiao Ma shouted back, tossing his bag. "He's all yours!" The 2 monsters of Mang Mountain. "Okay, see you later." Fei Lu agreed and turned to face the plague demon. "Let's begin." The plague fiend sneers, "Didn't you say this was the end?" Underwater, the water demon Lei Cao Ni moved violently. Water filled her lungs, air grew scarce, and her consciousness began to fade. Sensing an incredible force pursuing him from above, he accelerates, thinking there's no way he'll be caught. On the shore, Xiao Ma races along the riverbank, his eyes fixed on the churning water, then scales a high cliff, looking down at the water demon, searching for something. A boat. He leaps onto the boat where Guangxiao is on deck. It's been a while. She must be unconscious by now. He smugly says, "When you wake up, you'll be in the dungeons of the Demon Spirit City." Ha ha ha. His smile vanished. At the other end of the boat, Xiao Ma stood silently like a stone statue. "Oh, you managed to follow me all the way here? Not bad." The water demon smirked, but Xiao Ma ignored him, his eyes fixed on Thao Ni, her face pale and bloodless. A primal rage ignited within him. Before the water ghost could finish his sentence, a devastating kick sent him flying hundreds of meters into the water. "You bastard, what have you done?" As the water ghost struggled to the surface, he realized in horror that Xiao Ma had vanished from the boat. Suddenly a figure appeared before him like a ghost. The water demon was slammed headfirst into the riverbed. Dazed. Something was wrong. This power wasn't human. When he looked up, he saw Xiao Ma standing on the water's surface, suspended as if on solid ground. The water ghost dove deeper, gathering his inner strength. "Underwater. You won't escape my grasp." He surged forth like a torpedo, manipulating the water into 2 ferocious dragons that coiled around Xiao Ma. "You've sealed your own doom, kid." The attack sends Xiao Ma flying, and the water ghost immediately dives down, concealing himself. "You can't see me. Let's see how you get back to the ship." At this distance, without advanced water skills, you'll drown. But his fantasy is quickly shattered as he feels something pressing down on his head. It's Xiao Ma's foot, using his head as a stepping stone. I won't say it twice. Don't even think about surfacing again. Utterly humiliated, the water ghost roared in disbelief as countless chains shot from the depths, piercing through the little horse. But it was only an afterimage. The water ghost was horrified to see Little Horse moving across the water even more effortlessly than he could. You're skilled in water combat? What the heck is water combat? Never heard of it. If it's not water skills, then how is he standing on the water like that? The water ghost wildly swings its scythe and chains, but they only hit Xiao Ma's afterimages. Enough games. Xiao Ma seizes a chain, pulling the water ghost from the water with terrifying force, right towards him. Xiao Ma coldly clenches his fist, crushing the water ghost's liquid body. He burst like a water balloon only to reform behind Xiao Ma, his tone laced with amusement. "Ah, I get it now. You're the errand boy who took down the black and white demons, right? Ah, how annoying, popping in and out like a ghost." With that, the water demon began to channel his energy, and the water in the lake churned violently. It seems you still haven't realized where you're standing, have you? Thinking you can beat me in the water? Suddenly, dozens of demonic chains erupted from the lakebed, ensnaring Xiaoma's legs and dragging him down. Seeing an opening, the water demon seized the chance, charging forward with his scythe. "I'll take your head." Swoosh. Thinking he had succeeded, the water ghost was horrified to realize the scythe in his hand had vanished, and a deadly presence loomed behind him. His own weapon turned against him. He dodged, but the scythe grazed him, leaving a deep gash on his already ugly face. Damn it. From beneath the water, Xiaoma erupts, creating a massive vortex that sends the water demon spiraling into the air. He panics. What is this? What is this pressure? I can't move. A fist from beneath the water strikes his pig face, sending him flying even higher. Amidst the splashing water, Xiaoma stood tall like a water deity, delivering a single punch that sent the water demon straight to defeat. The punch sends out a shockwave, violently churning the lake before it stills once more. The water demon is defeated. At the same time, Yigui fell at Fei Lu's hand, whose sword had been badly damaged after many fierce battles. He examined the loot that Tu Ma had seized and unexpectedly discovered a jet-black demon blade, engraved with the words, "Toothen Demon Blade." An aura of cold, evil energy emanated from it. With a single flick, his old blade snapped in two, and without hesitation, he buried it, knowing he'd found the real deal. The guards assembled, and Fei Lu declared, "Take the spoils from the Twin Mountain bandits and distribute them among the people of Hoanak Lung. All remaining manuals and weapons will go to the Martial Alliance." "Yes, sir," they shouted in unison. Meanwhile, in Ghost Valley, Guigui had found a deep, hidden chamber. Before her was a stone coffin, and with a flick of her hand, the heavy lid shattered. Inside, a figure identical to her slowly sat up, opening its eyes. "Well, it's been a long time, and you haven't changed a bit." That afternoon, on a small boat drifting downstream, Bai Chaoni slowly awoke, wearily sitting up. "Ah, what happened to me?" Xiaoma asked, turning back while rowing the boat. "Oh, you're awake?" Memories of the heavenly demon flood back. After murdering her master, he quickly seized control of Devil Spirit City. With the philosophy of the strong preying on the weak, he traveled everywhere to gather subordinates, regardless of background, sect, or morality. Only strength and ruthlessness mattered. The Black and White Demons, a pair of villains who once spread terror throughout the Central Plains, were just two of them. The heavenly demon coldly tells the defeated pair, "Your strength is still too weak, but you are young and trainable. Follow me, and I will grant you power." And in the Demon Spirit City, villains like them are as common as mushrooms after rain. Among his subordinates were grandmasters and supreme experts, like the second-ranked White Lightning Sword, Bak Trio Van, a curly-haired man with a sickly smile and a heartless killing machine. The demon illusion is a raving lunatic, their crimes too numerous to count. Finally, the boat reaches the shore. "Even if we can't stop the war," Thao Ni said with determination, "we must make them pay for their crimes." Xiaoma asked practically, "So what do you think we should do?" "Honestly," Thao Ni sighed, "with the strength of Yu Fei Liu, Yi Wen, and even Li Jun Yue, I'm afraid it's still not enough to face them head-on. Our forces are too weak, so go to Ghost Soul Valley and join up with Fei Liu first." Unexpectedly, Xiaoma offers, "I'll head to Demon Spirit City first to scout things out." Thao Ni is shocked. "What are you saying? Are you planning to enter the tiger's den alone? That's far too dangerous." Xiaoma cuts her off, waving dismissively. It's fine. I just need a little more time to think." He waves goodbye, telling them to meet him again in Devil Spirit City, and not to forget the one-time fee of 1,000 gold. Ghost Soul Valley, thick fog and chilling yin energy. Yaksha and Guigui walk side by side down a long corridor. "Why did you bring out this puppet?" Yaksha asks, glancing at the ghostly general puppet floating behind Guigui. "You're not planning to use it to take my life, are you? That's my business." Guigui coldly replied, "You let Li Junyue go." Yaksha was a little surprised. "The reason to release him is to avoid making the Martial Alliance our enemy. But how will we deal with the Spirit Demon Clan?" "They will have one of two choices, obtain both White Grass Child and the Herb of Immortality, or have nothing at all. If necessary, we'll face them head-on. After all, our chances of winning against the City of Demon Spirits are still higher than facing the entire Martial Alliance." "I see. A difficult choice indeed." The two stop before a massive stone door. Meanwhile, Yaksha asks, "Who cast the demonic Emperor's soul restraint needle on that brat?" "It's a secret treasure of the Heavenly Clan. As far as I know, only the head of the House of Heavenly Snow can use it. But why would she do that and send him to Harmony Joy Valley? It's truly baffling. Perhaps I know the reason," Yaksha mused, realizing she may have sensed the importance of the innate qi within him. Inside the chamber, Li Junyue hangs suspended in chains, and upon seeing the two, he grits his teeth. Have you come to release me? Why the sudden change of heart? I never change my mind, Yaksha replied calmly. If you want to die, I'm happy to oblige. Speak, what are your conditions? There are none. Guigui blew a cold blast of air onto the chains, freezing and shattering them with a snap of her fingers. Looks like you've decided not to join hands with the Spirit Demon clan. Li Junyue says, just remember to pass this message on to the Martial Arts Alliance. The Yaksha throws his staff at him and Li Junyue catches it, asking, but will the City of Demons really let this go? Guigui smirked. Do we look like we're afraid of their retaliation? How are we going to rescue Li Junyue from the Ghost Soul Valley? With our strength, dealing with the 9 ghost assassins is hard enough, let alone the Yaksha, Thao worried. I'll distract them. You two sneak in and save him, Fai Liu suggested. I'm not going anywhere. A lazy voice echoed from the shadows. Then, suddenly, Nat Vongan appears. I don't care about saving Li Junyue or if a war breaks out. My deal with you was only to catch the Phantom Demon, right? Thao Ni said, looking grim. Well, this is bad. Fei Liu said, how much time do we have left? The Martial Army's reinforcements will arrive tomorrow. There's no time left. We need Li Gun Ryuk to raid the Demon Spirit City. Just then, a figure emerged from the thick mist. You think you can raid Demon Spirit City with just a few people? What a joke. That's Li Junyue. The 4 have finally reunited. Fei Liu glanced at his comrade and nodded slightly. Is your mind still intact? Weak bones, Fai Ryu coldly retorted, his tone just as sharp. How did you even survive, you slippery eel, you piece of trash? Li Junyue sneers. I don't need saving by a kid like you. Are you trying to die? Want to bet I tear that foul mouth of yours apart? A dog's mouth can't produce ivory. The argument was cut short when Li Junyue realized there were others present. He cleared his throat and turned to the remaining 2 with a feigned serious expression. All right, but who are these 2? We should at least exchange greetings, shouldn't we? I am Bak Thao Ni, Thao Ni replied coldly. That one over there is not Vongyan. Li Junyue nodded, unsure of their strength, but attacking Demon Spirit City with just 4 people seemed like a fool's errand. Then, Yi Wuhan, who had been silent in the shadows, spoke with a voice that seemed to echo from another realm. Why only 4? Shouldn't there be 5? Where's that errand boy who's always with you? Li Gunmyung frowned at the mention of an errand boy. Errand boy? Thao Ni sighed. Xiaoma has gone to Devil Spirit City. He said he'd go ahead to wait for us. Silence descended, and the 3 masters were stunned until Fei Liu broke the silence, his voice laced with urgency and anger. What was that idiot thinking? Didn't you stop him? Going there alone is suicide. No one could argue with that. The next morning, at the gates of the 7th Demon Spirit City, a few guards were yawning when they suddenly saw a figure standing below. What's that? Hey, look what we have here. That face. Who are you? Xiaoma looked up and shouted, Who I am doesn't matter. Get the Heavenly Demon out here now. Hearing the title of their supreme leader, the guards flew into a rage. Heavenly Demon? You insolent whelp. Do you know where you are, daring to call the Grand City Lord by his nickname? If you want to live, shut your dog mouth and get lost. Xiaoma picked his ear, looking bored. I knew it, talking never works. Fine, let's do it my way. I'm a martial artist. Why bother with complicated thoughts? I'll just let my fists do the talking. And with that, before the horrified eyes of the guards, Xiaoma unleashed a devastating punch, shattering the 2-meter-thick steel gate into 100 pieces like a cookie amidst a cloud of dust. Xiaoma casually strolled in, as if taking a walk in his own garden. Where is the Heavenly Demon? A frantic cry echoed across the city walls. The enemy was attacking. The gates had been breached. Archers to your positions. Draw your bows. Prepare to fire. He's no ordinary man. A barrage of arrows aimed at Xiaoma, but a commanding voice stopped them. Archers, hold your fire. Let the armored division handle this. You're the one who broke through the gate? A captain asked, his voice filled with disbelief. How is that possible? That gate was so thick. I'm here for the Heavenly Demon, Xiaoma repeats. Is he here? Well, looking for the city lord? A large man carrying a zanbato stepped forward mockingly. Everyone, stand back. He's the captain of the Ironclad squad. Reporting, Captain. He's alone. The captain was even more confused. One man breaking through the city gates. What does this lunatic think he can do to the 7th Spirit City with just his bare hands? He turned to Yaoma, his voice laced with contempt and pity. The great Heavenly Demon Lord is in the great Demonic Spirit City. This is just Demonic Spirit City 7. You've come to the wrong place. Oh, really? Xiaoma scratched his head, looking visibly disappointed. Fine, I'll just be on my way then. He turned to leave, but then stopped. Hey, You're not going to make me fix the gate before I leave, are you? Fine. You're all in league with that heavenly demon anyway, so I'll gladly crush you all to keep him from escaping." The captain roared, and they all charged forward. The guards roared like hungry beasts, charging towards Xiaoma. "I'm sorry," Xiaoma says softly. "I've had a little trouble controlling my power lately." A blue aura erupts from his body. Boom! Hundreds of armored soldiers were sent flying like puppets, clattering against each other before falling unconscious. The captain was stunned. Muscle-bound simpletons. A cold voice echoed from the rooftops. "The armored division is truly useless." Dozens of figures in red descend like wolves, declaring that Silver Wolf Squad will handle this. Hundreds of iron chains lunged at Xiaoma like bloodthirsty pythons, but to no avail. His movements were eerily fast, gliding through the chains like a ghost, chilling even the Silver Wolf captain to the bone. Suddenly, Xiaoma appeared right in front of him, close enough that he could smell the roasted corn on his clothes. He had no time to defend himself as a punch, using only a fraction of Xiaoma's power, was unleashed. The captain's eyes rolled back as he instantly lost consciousness, and spotting an opening, several soldiers roared in unison, unleashing their chains. The clang of metal echoed as Xiaoma leaped into the air to dodge, but from above, a massive, fiery hammer, larger than himself, descended, creating a deep crater in the ground. The fat warrior hoisted his hammer, and the one who'd struck the blow laughed triumphantly. "Ha! Finished him off with one hit. Wasn't that easy?" Another captain's voice called out from behind, laced with worry. "I think you're mistaken." The fat man turned back, puzzled, to see Xiaoma dusting himself off, looking annoyed at the endless swarm of enemies. It was exhausting. Spears rained down from the city walls like a storm, followed by archers. How long could he keep dodging? Well, there's no other way. Before he could finish his thought, the fat man's mace came crashing down again. This time, Xiaoma couldn't dodge and was struck head-on. He was sent flying like a ball, crashing into a house below the wall and collapsing the roof. Indeed, there's no need for modesty. An arrogant voice echoed from the city walls. "I'm almost ashamed to use a sledgehammer to kill a fly." Xiaoma struggled to his feet, sensing the powerful aura of the newcomers. He knew the small fry were gone. Seeing an easy target, Fatty picked up his blade and gave chase. "Don, this will be your grave." Finding himself cornered, Xiaoma has no choice. He took a deep breath, his eyes hardening. "Very well, I'll give you the fight you want." The battle erupts as the three masters clash, and the house they stand in begins to shake violently before exploding. The earth-shattering sounds of battle echoed as the Silver Wolf captain awoke, stunned to see dozens of his men flying out of the house like broken puppets. More and more men were thrown out, including the fat, dirty-necked guy from before. From the rubble, Xiaoma emerged, casually dragging the fat man's giant mace. Captain Silver Wolf frantically shouts, and everyone charges forward. The entire Silver Wolf and Ironclad squads roar as one, rushing toward Xiaoma, but he simply swings the hammer, tracing a few dance-like arcs. The elite squad is wiped out like trash, and he casually throws the hammer at the captain. He frantically raised his sword to block, but the force was too great, driving him deep into the ground. Before he could recover, Xiaoma appeared before him, delivering a punch that sent him face-first into the earth, unconscious for the second time that day. An entire area has been leveled by Xiaoma. He looks at the defeated general before him, sighs, and the remaining subordinates stand at a distance, whispering in terror. Unbelievable. He defeated the ironclad captain in one move. His strength must be on par with the four great generals, or even greater. Hearing the whispers, Xiaoma picked up his mace, spun it around a few times, and hurled it straight at the gossiping crowd. With a whoosh, the mace flew like a cannonball, piercing the main fortress ahead. Inside the castle, the four great generals strolled leisurely. "Could it be that the people of the Martial Arts Alliance have already arrived at our doorstep?" One of the generals said. "I thought they couldn't get past Ghost Valley." The largest, wearing a lion-headed helmet, growled, "It wouldn't be good if it was the Martial Alliance. I've focused nearly all my forces on Great Demon Spirit City. He's Lion King, one of the 7 Spirit City Lords. How many troops remain here? Strategist, how many enemies are there?" The old strategist broke out in a cold sweat. "My lord, I am ashamed to say there is only one enemy." The Lion King is shocked. One person? Crack, crack. The ceiling begins to splinter. Who's using a cannon in the city? Oh, never mind. The ceiling just collapsed, and a giant mace is headed straight for his ugly mug. The city lord, Lion King, the 3 generals, and the strategist all cried out, but the city lord casually raised a hand, stopping the incoming mace dead in its tracks. Just one man?" The Lion King growled, crushing the hammer's head. "I assumed the Murim Alliance sent a master of your caliber. Are you certain this chaos is the work of one man?" The strategist trembled as he replied, "Yes, it is." The Lion King stood on the high platform, coldly observing the chaos below. Seems like someone who likes to fight without strategy. Below, Xiaoma was a whirlwind, using no fancy moves, just pure fists and feet. Anyone in his path was sent flying like straw, and the more he fought, the more excited he became. His figure was now like a war chariot, destroying the city walls, unstoppable. Xiaoma faced hundreds of elite soldiers alone, a sight that even the Lion King watched with narrowed eyes. Suddenly, Xiaoma broke through the encirclement, appearing right in front of him, throwing a punch with a howling force, and casually asked, "Are you the one in charge here?" Boom! A burly general managed to lunge forward, blocking the punch with his massive spiked mace. Though he blocked it, the aftershock shattered the wall behind him. "You ignorant pup, do you have any idea where you are?" The general roared, swinging his mace in a heaven-splitting blow at Xiaoma's back, sending him crashing down to the lower levels of the fortress. Huh, the general was stunned. His iron mace was bent, but the one struck seemed unharmed. From the rubble, Xiaoma rose, dusting himself off, muttering, "Well, that stung a little." Dozens of shadows emerge, surrounding him and striking at his vitals. Poisoned darts fly, but to Xiaoma, they move like snails. He simply leaned to the side, dodging them all with ease. Not bad. He snatched a few shurikens out of the air and with a single spin sent them flying back, striking the assassins who'd thrown them. Having dealt with the small fry, he leaped to the next level, a hint of annoyance on his face. Pointing directly at the Lion King, he says, "Hey, I'm here to see the heavenly demon. He's not here, is he?" The Lion King burst into laughter. "Ha ha, this brat says he's here to see the heavenly demon? I wouldn't want to hurt you guys." Xiaoma said patiently, "If the heavenly demon isn't here, then get out of my way." How audacious. Another general charges forward with his blade, but Xiaoma stops it with just 2 fingers. "You think I'll let that slide?" Crack! The steel blade was crushed like paper, and a flurry of other weapons rained down, but none could touch him. "This is your only warning. Even if you don't understand the rules." The Lion King coldly says, "But this has gone too far." He finally makes his move, throwing his helmet like a discus. "I never thought I'd have to deal with a nobody like you myself. Listen closely, I am the Lion King, who once commanded the Central Plains martial world. Take this attack." He roared, his muscles bulging, the lion's 5 claws. His 5 fingers transformed into sharp claws as he lunged forward with the ferocity of a wild beast, but Xiaoma blocked the attack with a single hand. The warning's over, the Lion King is shocked. "This brat's grip is strong. Hey kid, how about a pure test of strength? No inner energy allowed?" "If you insist. Everyone stand back." The Lion King roared as the 2 locked hands beginning a brutal test of strength. The aura of the 2 men suffocated those around them. An unbelievable whisper came from one of the subordinates. "The City Lord can break steel with his bare hands, yet that kid is holding his own." The Lion King, veins bulging, roared, "I'll crush your arm, you brat!" His muscles began to swell grotesquely. The Lion King's aura explodes, crushing Xiaoma like a mountain. The fatty beside him cries out in shock, "The City Lord truly lives up to the name of Lion King." He looked at Xiaoma, his eyes shifting from disdain to utter wariness, but the Lion King wasn't doing much better. He stared blankly at the ceiling above Xiaoma. 4 massive cracks had appeared, spreading like a spiderweb. The aftershocks of their clash shook the entire citadel, signaling the battle's end. The Lion King gasped for breath, drenched in sweat. Could this brat still be holding back? Impossible. As the Lion King stood in shock, Xiaoma applied just a bit more force. He effortlessly twisted the Lion King's wrist, a sickening crack echoing as the proud city lord collapsed to one knee, his face ashen with pain. Standing before him, Xiaoma's voice remained eerily calm. "Are you satisfied enough to let me go now?" These words ignited the Lion King's pride. He looked up, eyes bloodshot with anger and humiliation, and reached for the sword at his hip with his remaining hand. "You insolent wretch, who do you think you are to humiliate me? How could I ever let you leave?" With a swift motion, and to Xiaoma's horror, the Lion King severed his own arm. "Done. Today, one of us dies. I will tear you to pieces." The 4 generals outside dared not interfere. The City Lord is right. Even with the war against the Martial Alliance looming, this humiliation cannot be forgiven. If this brat escapes, Lord Heavenly Demon will slaughter all 7 spirit demon cities. Witnessing that madness, Xiaoma's eyes finally changed, his naivety disappearing, replaced by a cold seriousness. It seems that humility and concession are not always a good thing. Inside the Ghost Soul Valley, amidst the icy mist, Yaksha and Guigui sat facing each other, discussing the 9 Annihilation Meridian Seal, sealing 9 streams of true energy with Demon Emperor soul-suppressing needles. Guigui slowly said, "Even ascended masters would find this difficult. The 9 major acupoints are earth, wood, metal, fire, water, lightning, wind, emptiness, gravity. There's probably only one person left in the world who knows how to do this. The head of the Tian family. She takes a sip of tea, adding that if these 9 needles aren't removed in reverse order, the true energy in the body will flow backward, leading to death by 9 aperture bleeding. But what if that kid has a special constitution that allows him to escape death? Yaksha puts down his teacup, his eyes flashing. You must have felt it too, Ghosty continued. His body is the ethereal vessel, a physique that needs no internal energy, yet can borrow the infinite power of heaven and earth. With your immense power, I heard you tried to use psychokinesis to remove the needles, and when you pulled out a few, you must have felt his innate energy. In that brief moment, his body undergoes a cataclysmic transformation, and he loses consciousness, becoming like a newborn with the body and martial arts of a master. That brief moment of unconsciousness unleashed a power more terrifying than anything I'd ever witnessed. That kid is truly intriguing. Back to Xiaoma, ever since my memories were interrupted after the fight with Yaksha, I feel like my body has changed. It's lighter than a feather, but my strength flows like a never-ending waterfall. My body is stronger, and my movements are quicker. And most importantly, I can sense things I never could before, what the martial world calls a ki. I can sense the slightest currents of energy in the air, and time itself seems to have slowed down for me. Every move my opponent makes is like slow motion, so slow. I can appear in front, then escape to the back, sometimes below, and then suddenly high above. Right now, I feel like no one can defeat me. Outside the ruined castle, the remaining soldiers sensed a terrifying change. The city lord's aura is fading fast. What on earth is happening inside? In the ruins, the generals fall one by one. Xiaoma looked at the fallen figures, thinking that even if he hadn't dealt a fatal blow, it would be enough to keep them unconscious for a while. But the Lion King, though battered and broken, struggled to his feet, his eyes burning with a final fire. "Boy, what's your name?" "Xiaomei, Xiaomei." Gritting his teeth, he forced the words out. I will never forget that name. He swung a desperate blow, but Xiaoma easily slipped behind him. Hey, the outcome is clear. Why be so stubborn? You don't understand, the Lion King roared, tears welling up in his eyes. If I let you leave here alive, the heavenly demon will slaughter this entire city, leaving no one alive. Hearing this, Xiaoma froze, as the Lion King, like a wounded beast, wildly slashed around. My wife and mother are his hostages, and even my children are not safe from his clutches. Each strike is no longer martial arts, but the resentment and pain of a helpless man. Xiaoma slowly understood everything. The man before him wasn't an enemy, but a father and husband trying to protect his family. Now, only I remain with the exhausted Lion King. So why is everyone here? Today, either you die or I do. He lunges again, using the last of his strength, but Xiaoma doesn't flinch, standing firm, his voice turning cold but devoid of murderous intent. I think this is where it ends. The one who should die is the heavenly demon, not you. He looked Lion King in the eye, and a promise was made. Wait for the day I defeat the heavenly demon and free your family. The Lion King paused, his blade falling to the ground. To defeat the heavenly demon. Even if the heavens and earth were to collapse, it would be impossible. But as he looked at Little Ma's departing figure, a baseless faith suddenly sparked in his heart. But somehow, I believe this kid can do it. Wait for that day? Very well, I can wait. After the battle, everyone began to help each other with their wounds. Li Junyue surveyed the scene and concluded, even though I wasn't paying close attention, these soldiers have completely lost their will to fight. Fei Lu nodded. Indeed, even though you were heavily injured, no one died. Could he have been regulating his power throughout the battle? If so, doesn't that mean he still had power to spare? Impossible. Li Junyue shook his head. To take on the entire demonic spirit's 7 cities and still have energy to spare. Just what exactly did that guy do? Just ask Lion King Ma Dingtian. From afar, Lion King, you've been bandaged up staring at them. Are you people from the Martial Arts Alliance? So what? Fei Lu replied warily. If you're looking for him, you're too late. What about that guy, Little Ma? What happened to him? Thao Ni interrupted anxiously. The Lion King pointed to the collapsed city gate, saying he left 2 hours ago, spurring the group into action. Amidst the ruins, Lion King pondered whether this bloodless chaos was a good omen. Meanwhile, the group hurried onward. If that fool left 2 hours ago, we'll never catch up. With his personality, Fei Lu analyzes, he'll likely charge straight into Great Demon Spirit City without a second thought. Perhaps we should also try a frontal assault. Impossible. Thao Ni immediately countered, stating that a frontal assault on Great Devil Spirit City was virtually impossible. When they reached the outskirts of Great Devil Spirit City, the reality proved Wu Peng's words. The raised drawbridge was heavily guarded, and the main gate, made of 10,000-year-old frost iron, was 10 feet thick, harder to break than reaching the heavens. The gatekeeper is Iron Demon, a monster who doesn't even let an ant slip by, Li Junyue said gravely. Not to mention the armies of 13 cities gathering here, estimated to be over 20,000 elite troops. A frontal assault would be madness. Hearing the dire situation, Tao Ni gritted her teeth. But no matter what Little Ma does, our job now is to run towards them at full speed. Before them, soldiers from the smaller strongholds gathered in ever greater numbers, forming a suffocating, dense, black sea of people. And in the center of that sea, a luxurious carriage sat silent and mysterious. A foot suddenly lands on the roof of the moving carriage, startling the driver, who looks up and growls. "What's going on? Who's there?" He grabbed the stranger's ankle and yanked him down. "Hey, who are you?" Xiaoma drowsily awakens, letting out a long yawn. "What's going on? Did we already arrive? I just closed my eyes for a moment." The coachman glanced at Xiaoma's attire. Looks like someone from the assassin squad." He frowned, wondering why they weren't in the back carriage. "Yeah, I was just tired." The coachman snapped, "I don't care if you're tired," and went back. Xiaoma replied listlessly, "Okay, just a minute." He looked up ahead, marveling at the towering black city walls that loomed like a colossal monster. Oh my god, this city is huge. On the city wall, Tai Mo narrowed his eyes, observing the small figure on the carriage, an amused smile appearing. Oh, to meet such an interesting kid, it shouldn't be boring. One of his subordinates asked why the Lion King wasn't with them. The great city lord ordered him to leave some troops at the 7 demon spirit cities to guard against the martial alliance, but it seems we have guests earlier than expected. You mean that kid? That's Xiaoma, the one who defeated the black and white demons, and a lackey from Harmony Valley. A subordinate is shocked. Could this be the rumored kid? He certainly doesn't look ordinary. I can't sense any energy from him. I can confirm that he didn't use internal energy, Tai Mo replies. He used his bare hands against the black and white demons. This kid might be stronger than you. You jest. I am but a stable boy. The subordinate quickly bowed his head. I will report this to the great heavenly demon. I suspect he's not alone. With that, he hurried away, as Iron Demon stood atop the wall and issued his orders. The demon spirit army of the 7th Citadel, heed my call. Form ranks west of the city. The other citadels will arrive when they can. Move, now. The massive army began to mobilize, oblivious to the assassin leisurely sitting on the carriage roof. It's high up here, Xiaoma muttered, but first, I need to get inside. Hey you, the coachman roared again. Why haven't you gotten off yet? Move it. Just then, 2 familiar voices echoed from a nearby corner. Master, what should we do? Let me see, he said as Xiaoma curiously glanced over. Master, why do I feel like we've been discovered? An illusion, surely. Our disguise is perfect. No one could possibly see through it. Grizzly scratches his head. You call this perfect? I feel like he's staring right at us. You're mistaken. Then why do I feel like he's right next to me? He turned around and jumped. Little Ma was standing right in front of them, looking puzzled. Hey, are you two stalking me again? See? I told you, Grizzly muttered, and the old weirdo quickly chuckled. Well, your eyes are extraordinary, young man. Don't beat around the bush. Why are you following me? Before Cheong could answer, the old monster silenced him with his staff. Young man, are you planning to take on the entire Great Devil Spirit City alone? Xiaoma answers decisively. I'm here to defeat the heavenly demon. The 2 monster masters were dumbfounded, hardly believing their ears. Every word from Xiaoma rang clear, stunning the surrounding soldiers. What am I hearing? Defeat the heavenly demon? Who's that guy? He looks so strange. Sensing danger, the old monster rushed to cover Xiaoma's mouth. But how could he silence that reckless tongue? Xiaoma's voice still boomed through the old monster's fingers. The Yama King? I'll go and have a look at him. My dear grandson, the strange old man whispered in his ear, his voice full of panic. Do you even know where you are, talking nonsense like that? Now that we're here, what's the point of hiding? He casually picked up a spear from the ground, bent it a few times, and nodded. This should be sturdy enough. A scarred soldier approached, grabbed Xiaoma's shoulder, and growled, Dan, what did you just say? Crash! The scarred soldier was sent flying backward in a cloud of dust. Taking advantage of the chaos, Xiaoma used the spear as a foothold to launch into the air, escaping the encirclement to everyone's astonishment. Before him now was a vast moat, separating the outer area from the main citadel of the demon spirit city. Standing on a rock, Xiaoma gripped his spear, poised like a javelin thrower. Then, with incredible force, he hurled it. The spear flew like a black arrow across the moat and embedded itself in the distant gate. Without hesitation, Xiaoma sprinted, leaped onto the vibrating spear, and used it as a springboard to launch himself towards the towering wall. Indeed, it's even taller from up here, he muttered, landing softly atop a watchtower. Below, the soldiers scattered like disturbed ants as Zhao Ma stood beside the great spirit city's massive flag, staring intently at it. The soldiers below seemed to sense his insane intentions. Could it be that he intends to use his bare hands to break the flagpole? The flag, a symbol of great demon spirit city, carrying terror and domination, is now falling in utter silence before the entire army. He broke the flag. That madman. Xiaoma held up the broken flagpole, then coldly released it, letting the flag fall slowly. The old masters could only laugh in delight, never expecting him to actually do it. Before the flag could even touch the ground, a figure darted out to catch it. "Hey, kid," he rasped. "I think you know what your actions mean, don't you?" Dozens of his subordinates immediately appeared, forming a battle formation, yet that kid still wouldn't kneel. Xiaoma casually put his hands on his hips. "Are you the heavenly demon?" That man, Iron Demon, released a cloud of smoke, saying he was just a subordinate and that serving the great heavenly demon was his honor. "Oh, is that so?" Xiaoma immediately lost interest and turned to leave. "If it's not the heavenly demon, then sorry, I'm not interested." Feeling blatantly disregarded, Iron Demon unleashed a gust of energy. "I guess I was wrong. You're not just ignorant of inner strength, but of using your brain too." Two streams of energy collide, and Xiaoma turns back, coldly asking, "So, you're not going to let me leave?" "Leave this punk to me," the Iron Demon commanded his men. "Fall back to the city gates, increase security, and without my orders, anyone who interferes will face my wrath." He tossed his cigarette to the ground, crushing it beneath his foot. "Now let's see what the guy who took down the black and white demons is really made of." Before he could even strike a pose, a fist suddenly appeared and punched him square in the gut. Caught off guard, he staggered back, trying to retaliate. The nerve! But Xiaoma easily dodged and landed another punch to his face. "I don't have time for you." Even after taking 2 hits, Iron Demon remained standing, seemingly unharmed. He wiped the blood from his lip and growled, "You bastard! Don't you know it's rude to not give your opponent time to prepare?" Xiaoma sighed. "This guy's tough." Iron Demon smacks his lips, a look of condescension on his face. "Tsk tisk, with the power of that punch, it seems I have no choice." He suddenly tears off his shirt, revealing a body of rippling muscles, as hard as rock. "Behold, this is the realm of invulnerability." He roars, channeling his energy as crimson streams envelop his body, his skin turning jet black. "This is the most perfect body in the world. Now let's fight." Boom! Opposing forces collide. Hand to hand, the Iron Demon felt a terrifying force, piquing his interest. "Oh, tough. Has this kid been training his body?" Impressive. Both fists collide with their opponent's face. Just as rumored, this kid's fists contain no inner strength. Iron Demon analyzes. What is he? His fighting style doesn't follow any school or technique. The more I look, the more it resembles the free-for-all brawls of street thugs. No tactics, no planning, just instinct. Or perhaps a chosen punch, but Iron Demon remains unmoved. "Kid, if that's all your fists and feet can do, don't dream of beating me." Then he unleashed a flurry of iron fists upon Xiaoma's face. But strangely, he stood firm, showing no pain, only a slight distortion of his features. He stared intently at Iron Demon, thinking, "This one's different from the others. I'll have to put in a little more effort." Xiaoma clenched his fist and shot forward like an arrow, delivering a thunderous kick to Iron Demon's side, but he stood firm as a bronze statue, unmoving. This truly surprises Xiaoma, as Iron Demon begins his boastful display. "In my youth, I mastered the iron skin technique, a martial art that hardens flesh to steel. Is that all you've got, you country bumpkin?" He stood there like a punching bag, enduring Xiaoma's relentless attacks, until finally, Xiaoma put everything he had into a devastating uppercut to his jaw. "What about this?" "I've mastered the iron skin technique, making my body harder than steel." He continued his speech despite his jaw trembling. But no matter how tough he was, he couldn't withstand a master wielding blades imbued with pure energy. A devastating blow from Iron Demon sent Xiaoma flying hundreds of meters. He groggily gets up. "Is your skin really harder than steel?" Xiaoma grabs a nearby banner, his eyes turning cold. "I don't believe you have no weaknesses." He used the footwork he'd picked up, creating dozens of afterimages, all attacking Iron Demon at once. To reach the level of imperviousness to blades, he still crows with ease, while I painstakingly mastered the elephant skin skill, making my flesh far surpass steel. No matter how sharp your blades and swords may be, they can't even scratch me. He then kicked Xiaoma, sending him flying into the eaves of the city gate. "This flag is the symbol of the demon spirit city in my life. Don't think I'll let you leave so easily." Xiaoma landed lightly, seemingly affected by the previous punches, and began to get serious. I don't know those martial arts you speak of, and I've never learned any, but, he said, staring straight into Iron Demon's eyes, his voice resolute. I know for sure. I will never lose to someone like you. A surge of murderous intent erupted as Little Ma rushed forward, punching Iron Demon straight in the stomach, but he remained unfazed. Kid, even masters with over 180 years of inner energy can only dream of breaking my perfected iron skin and elephant hide techniques. Their fists need inner power to shatter organs, not just brute strength like yours. Seeing his smug expression, Xiaoma felt incredibly annoyed. Oh, I almost forgot, Timo continued, as if remembering something important. I also mastered a divine art called the Golden Bell Cover. He grabs Xiaoma's hand and begins his counterattack, pummeling his face with diamond armor, elephant hide, and the perfected Golden Bell Cover. My body has become unparalleled, unbreakable. I've decided to name this combination of 3 powerful external skills the Dark Soul Art. I'm only using 80% of my power, so my body is only dark brown right now. If I use my full power, my whole body will turn pitch black. Let's go then. Enough with the chatter, Xiaoma roared, cutting him off. I've heard enough, so this isn't even your strongest form, right? He clenched his fist, muscles tensing as a primal power surged. Lately, I've felt an overwhelming power within me, so much that I don't even know my own limits. Good, he muttered, before facing the heavenly demon. Let's see how far my power goes. With that, a fist carrying earth-shattering power hurtled towards Iron Demon's face. Boom! A sound like a giant temple bell echoed through the city. But this time, Iron Demon didn't just stand there and take it. He managed to raise both hands in defense. This fist contains inner power, he realizes in shock, as the shockwave from the impact reverberates, shaking the entire demon spirit city. Outside the city, Fei Liu's group arrived at their rendezvous point. This well connects to Aosen inside the demon spirit city, Fei Liu explained, though there are mechanisms and formations. It's the only way to infiltrate. Suddenly, Thao Ni looked up, listening to the echoing sounds from within the city. The sound of metal clashing against metal. It must be Xiaoma. He's made his move. We need to hurry. Wait, a guard worries about the entrance being blocked? Impossible, Thao Ni retorts. How could such a large fish get in here if the well was blocked? She points to a giant carp swimming in the well. Captain, what's going on? A guard asks Fei Liu telepathically if someone's coming. A disheveled man with a long blade and a dangerous aura. Not far to the west, Fei Liu immediately alerted the group. Someone's coming. The rustling of leaves grew louder as a figure emerged from the depths of the forest, bringing with them an aura of suffocating bloodlust. Thao Ni recognizes the man. Oh, long time no see, Bai Tao Ni. He spoke in a deep voice, as Bai Choyun cried out, her voice filled with resentment. He placed his hand on the hilt of his blade, his cold eyes sweeping over the group of unfamiliar faces. Bai Tao Ni, are you colluding with the Martial Alliance? A voice echoed from within the city. That's Iron Demon. Seems something happened while I was out. Or are you deliberately stalling me? The Flying Stream members exchanged glances. This is bad. This was not part of the plan. If that's how it is, let's settle this here and now. Xiao Thao Ni suddenly lunges forward, unleashing a full-force palm strike. But Bai Jiaoyun simply stood there, nonchalantly allowing her palm strike to land as if it were nothing more than a tickle. You think you can beat me with such paltry skills? He said with a sigh. In the blink of an eye, he grabbed Gu Chaoni and slammed her against a nearby tree. Too fast, the other 3 men couldn't even react. Didn't she know? He whispered in her ear. How could I not know? Thao Ni replies with difficulty. But right now, you're all alone. Just then, a staff suddenly attacked Bai Jiaoyun from behind, but he tilted his head to dodge it. I didn't expect that after 10 years of raising you, this is how you'd repay me, Bai Thao Ni. He glanced at his attacker. The Staff of Conquest technique. You must be Li Junyue, the Vice Chief of the Martial Alliance. What an honor. I didn't expect you to know of me. Meanwhile, countless spider silk-like threads surrounded Bai Jiaoyun. What about me? Surely you know that as well. One without trace's voice echoed. The Upper Gold Hunter, Yi Wuhan. Bai Jiaoyun suddenly disappeared, reappearing on a high branch. Your opponent is me, a voice echoed from afar. Really? No one saw him attack, only a wave of invisible sword energy that sent Fei Liu flying back several meters. Invisible sword. Li Gun was shocked. An attack without a single movement. Bai Jiaoyun sat perched on a branch, casually tasting something. 16, 17, 18, 19, only 20 in total? First, let's clear out these insects around me. His murderous aura erupts, engulfing the entire forest. Stop! He roars, his voice hoarse with desperation. All escort team members, retreat immediately. Li Kunya quickly assessed the situation. Our formation has been broken. This doesn't look good. But Il Woongun didn't care. He coldly glanced at the chaotic battlefield, then without warning plunged straight into a nearby dry well. I don't care about you all. I'm here for the illusion demon. His voice echoed. I don't care who lives or dies. My goal is to take down one of the heavenly demon's arms, even if it costs me my life. Seeing this, Li Junyue didn't hesitate and followed Yi Wuan while a bloody massacre unfolded on the ground. Fei Liu frantically chased after Baek Ji-yoon, shouting, "Run! Retreat! It's too late!" But it was already too late. He moved like a phantom, and wherever he went, men fell. Fei Liu rushed to a young guard, shouting, "Xiao, get out of here!" But it was too late. "Captain, run! Little one, don't die!" Tears streamed down Fei Liu's face, but the young man's life had already faded away, and Fei Liu gritted his teeth as pain and resentment flared up like hellfire. He left his fallen comrades behind, continuing his pursuit of the vile enemy. Bai Zhaoyun, fight me if you dare. Ha ha! Bai Zhaoyun bursts into laughter. Just try to be faster than me. Slash, and 2 more guards fall. Stop it, please stop. I told you to stop! Fei Liu roared, his voice cracking with pain. Witnessing the hellish scene before him, he could no longer stand idly by. According to the intel, the mad demon was taken down with a single strike to the back of the neck. Baek Cheon-woon, you bastard. Oh, so you're the one? Bai Cho-yun finally stops, turning to look at Fei Liu. Very well, I will definitely kill you, Fei Liu, captain of the special ops team. He scanned Fei Liu from head to toe. Titch, disappointing. How could you defeat the blood demon with such meager strength? Fei Liu suppressed his pain, his mind racing. Lightning sword, Bai Zhaoyun hadn't even drawn his sword. His hands are always in his sleeves, yet he can emit sword energy at will. No, this isn't invisible sword energy. If he'd reached that level, he'd be one of the top 10 masters. So you're using chi to control your sword? Oh, you can tell? Baek Cheon-woon seems amused. I thought you wouldn't notice. With chi sword control, he can wield multiple swords at once. But even the greatest masters have weaknesses. Attacking from afar puts me at a disadvantage. I must close the distance. 2 swords are more than enough to send you to your grave. As if reading Fei Liu's mind, 2 invisible swords appeared, blocking his path. Bak Chu-van said, You've fallen into my trap, Fei Liu roared, his body suddenly twisting in an unpredictable trajectory. Heaven-defying dance reversal. A suicidal attack, pouring all power into one desperate strike. Caught off guard, Bai Zhaoyun quickly summoned his swords to defend, but the force still sent him flying. Giving no respite, the swift current vanished, then reappeared in the sky, diving down like a hawk. Mad Dragon Sky-Piercing Blade, second form Sky-Piercing Dance. Clang, clang, the sound of weapons clashing rings out. The 2 swords returned in time, forming a shield before Bai Zhaoyun, blocking Fei Liu's storm of attacks, the force of which flattened the surrounding trees. Heavenly Destruction Dance. Yet he dispelled it with chi. Fei Liu is shocked, now truly seeing him as a worthy opponent. Bai Zhaoyun coldly states, I suppose I'll have to use 3 swords. A 3rd sword appears, hovering beside him with a terrifying aura. Inside Great Demon Spirit City, the golden bell continued to reverberate. Xiaoma looked at Taimo, a hint of disappointment on his face. Golden bell porridge, that ringing is still too weak. Weak? Iron Demon roared, spinning into a thunderous elbow strike aimed at Xiaoma's face. A flurry of lightning-fast punches, powerful as hammers, rained down, but Xiaoma remained calm, blocking and dodging, each of Iron Demon's attacks failing to land, like an adult toying with a child. After a moment of silence, Xiaoma looked at Iron Demon and said bluntly, Is that all you've got? He quickly locked down Iron Demon's attack, and a terrifying force erupted from the point of impact, causing the ground beneath Xiaoma's feet to collapse into a deep pit. If a gatekeeper like you is this weak, how strong could the heavenly demon you worship possibly be? The heavenly demon is as strong as the heavens themselves. Iron Demon gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down. Then Xiaoma smiled. I'll tear that sky right down. Hearing this wild claim, Iron Demon suddenly burst out laughing, a laugh full of smugness. You're already struggling against me, and you want to fight the heavenly demon? Enough talk, let's end this here. The 2 behemoths clashed once more, trading iron fists to the face. But this time, Xiaoma was clearly tougher and stronger, standing tall while Iron Demon was pushed back, a look of shock on his face. Impossible. In a pure battle of flesh, I'm being pushed back? Like a war god, Xiaoma went on the offensive, throwing punches, kicks, elbows, and knees. A flurry of wild, instinctive attacks rained down on Iron Demon's steel body. This brat's fists are bone-crushing, and my inner energy is draining fast. At this rate, I'll fall. I must end this now, using all my remaining power. Even if the heavens collapse, you won't defeat me. Iron Demon roared, but little Ma was faster. You talk too much. You're bleeding from the nose. Xiaoma's speed suddenly skyrockets, and in a flash, 5 afterimages surround the Iron Demon, launching attacks from all sides. He was sent spinning like a top. How? How is this possible? My body is harder than steel, and you're just a human. A final punch, fueled by all his might, lands squarely on the Iron Demon's piggish face. His massive body was slammed into the ground, creating a huge crater, the shockwaves rippling outwards. Xiaoma stood in silence, watching his defeated foe. Even though you won, the Iron Demon rasped, you really are shameless. If I had any shame, I'd be the one lying on the ground. I don't like this, but you've forced my hand. I have no choice but to push the dark spirit art to its limit. Even if you do that, the result won't change. But Iron Demon is stubborn, staggering to his feet, his whole body beginning to tremble. This forbidden technique demands life as its price. I'm not fully proficient, but I'll use it nonetheless. Dark Soul Demon Art Ultimate, Great Luo Steel God. A burst of dark demonic energy erupts, his body turning as black as night, his muscles swelling grotesquely, transforming him into a true monster. Meanwhile, deep beneath Demon Spirit City, the trio swam through a sewer when a powerful shockwave reverberated from above. What was that sound? It reverberates everywhere, and this impact will trigger the array. As Thao Ni finishes speaking, a series of sharp iron bars shoot down from the ceiling, and a giant pillar made of eternal ice iron collapses, blocking Li Junyue's path. Damn it, good thing we're underwater, or that would have been twice as strong. This is bad. Li Junyue gritted his teeth and signaled to the other two. You two go on ahead, I'll catch up. Recognizing the urgency of their situation, Thao Ni nodded, determined to survive and meet again, leaving Li Junyue alone. Li Junyue faced the stone pillar, realizing he didn't have enough air to turn back. This thing was made of eternal millennium cold iron, impossible to break. He'd have to blast a hole next to it. He took out a few small bombs, deciding that if he was going to die, he'd go out with a bang rather than drown. He only had one chance. He placed the bombs, retreated, and braced himself, preparing to unleash the lightning strike consecutive ball. Boom! A massive explosion erupts underwater, sending a colossal pillar of water blasting upwards, shattering the floor of some chamber. Inside the room, a group of people in black robes resembling a cult were preparing to deal with a roast chicken. Witnessing the strange scene, they rushed to see what was happening, as there seemed to be an explosion underwater. It doesn't matter. The question is whether the eternal ice iron is destroyed. Before we could finish speaking, everyone froze, radiating murderous intent. Before them, Li Junyue emerged from the water, gasping for breath. Phew, I'm glad to be alive. The two stared at each other, speechless. Below, Thao Ni and Nhatvongan finally reached their destination. So, what lies ahead? Ngan asked as Thao Ni spotted massive crocodiles lurking in a vast underground lake. Crocodiles? So this must be Tang Xiaorong's smiling face palace. Tang Xiaorong's gorgeous figure appeared amidst the lotus pond, but a hideous scar now marred her beautiful face. Can you heal it? She asked in an icy voice. A trembling servant drenched in sweat stammered, Palace Master, I am incapable. With a mere flick of her fingers, the girl fell backward into the lake, instantly devoured by the ravenous crocodiles. The remaining 3 attendants turned as white as a sheet. I'll ask again, can you heal her? Another stammered. My lady, perhaps if you were to ask Lord Illusion Demon, with another snap of your fingers, he wouldn't be able to see my face. The third maid quickly prostrated herself. Yes, Palace Master, this subordinate can heal her. Tang Xiaorong looked at her, a sinister smile appearing. If she can heal you, what use are you to me? With that, a venomous snake slithered from her sleeve and sank its fangs into the girl's neck. From beneath the lake, Yi Wuhan and Bai Cower looked up, just in time to witness the horrifying scene. A cruel woman, Yi Wuhan muttered. The heavenly demon. Thunderclap sword. 9 heavens mysterious woman. Illusion demon. The 4 ringleaders of the Demon Spirit City, each a devil in human skin. Thao Ni wondered why there were no guards, but then realized, why would there be? This is Tang Xiaorong's smiling palace. With a bored look, Nhatvongan said, maybe I should leave you here. Women fighting women is the best. What did you say? Annoyed, Thao Ni watched him wave his hand, telling her to survive. Then he vanished into the night. In the lavish bath, the handmaiden finally completes her treatment. It is finished, my lady. The outer skin grafting technique truly lives up to its name. But for how long can it maintain this appearance? About a month, Palace Master. Before she could finish, another snake sank its fangs into her neck. Why? Why? She gasped. Simple. Tang Xiaorong replied, You've seen my hideous face. Do you think I'll let you live? Palace Master, you broke your promise, were her last words. Palace Master, the great city lord is coming. The heavenly demon entered, silent, a smile playing on his lips as he gazed at the woman before him. Huanmo, together. In a dark and damp space, stone tombs line the walls while large jars fill the room. The illusion demon tinkers with one of them. I can't understand that Baek Cheonon, Tang So-yang said scornfully. And what kind of crazy trick are you pulling? I'm raising goo worms, he explained in a chilling monotone. I put hundreds into children's bodies and soak them in these jars. Over time, their flesh and blood will be devoured, leaving only white bones. When there's nothing left to eat, the goo worms will devour each other until only one remains. He reached into the jar, pulled out a giant centipede, and crunched it down. This goo poison is nourished by human essence and cannibalism, making it incredibly delicious, especially with wine. Tang Xiaorong felt nauseous as he offered, Want to try some? She quickly covered her mouth, shaking her head violently. You can swallow something so disgusting? The venomous insects I consume will live inside me, fed by my blood, allowing me to connect with them and control others. He opens a stone coffin, and two familiar figures jolt awake. Your methods are disgusting. What should we call them now? They're like zombies, but they can use internal energy, the perfect puppets. And those two puppets are none other than the black and white demons. Suddenly, Illusion Demon looked up, sensing a disturbance outside. Tang Xiaorong smirked. Looks like we have uninvited guests. Uninvited guests? The old butler trembled as he spoke, each word like an alarm bell. First, the errand boy calling himself Little Ma infiltrated the city, meaning a portion of the Martial Alliance's main force has arrived. Thwack! Xiao Ma spun around, landing a beautiful hook kick to Iron Demon's face. Despite the impressive kick, the giant only staggers, his expression growing even more ferocious. Ugh. Meanwhile, someone is battling Palace Master Bai in the Bloodlure Forest east of the city. From what I can see, this one is also from the Martial Alliance, and another whose path is unknown has infiltrated the Heavenly Thunder Prison. And finally, two people have entered the Smiling Wrong Palace through a secret passage. Bak Tao Ni, and someone wearing a demon mask. Tang Xiaorong, master of Smiling Countenance Palace, smirked. So, little Tao Ni has arrived? I wonder if she brought what we've been expecting? The immortality herb. I haven't had a taste of that yet. The illusion demon spoke languidly, then quickly called his subordinate back as he left. Hey, just leaving like that? He then glanced into a dark corner. I was wondering when you'd show up. From the shadows, one without trace slowly emerges. So you knew I was hiding here? Ha, it's more fun to pretend you don't. In a bewitching corridor of the Smiling Wrong Palace, Bai Caozhu had barely set foot when a figure swept in like a gust of wind, carrying a strong floral scent. So beautiful, who could it be? Thao Nai immediately took a defensive stance, but who she was didn't matter. 3,000 fingers, middle finger strike. A powerful blast of finger force shot out, but the woman in front of her suddenly vanished like smoke. Beautiful as she may be, her voice echoes from behind. Her sins are unforgivable, and this is only the beginning. A series of figures with identical faces and clothing begin to appear. They swarmed around Thao Ni like bats in the night. The Grimace 10, Duong Tudung's most loyal and terrifying guards. How about this? Thao Ni leaps into the air, delivering a sharp kick to one of them. She kicked him into 3 pieces and he vanished into thin air. Thao Ni was shocked. She'd clearly hit him. Could her eyes not keep up with their speed? These people are definitely experts. Our beauty originally belonged to them. Whispering voices echo from all directions like wailing ghosts. Each time Thao Ni's hand strikes, it passes through empty space. This is insane. They seem to have no substance, like hitting air. Take your time and vent, a voice chuckled. So, this is all Daihua Palace's 3,000 fingers can do. Thao Ni panted as she fought, her clothes soaked with sweat. Fighting something you can't hit, how can you possibly win? I am the butterfly, I fly with the wind, I am the butterfly. One of them suddenly appears before Thao Ni, then vanishes. Immediately after, a sharp pain strikes from behind. Thao Ni retaliates, but she vanishes. Her attack swift as a bee's sting. Looking around in a fight will get you killed. Another girl attacks from above with an umbrella, but Thao Ni dodges in time. So, do you think we're beautiful now? She taunts, Bak Thao Ni, are you too fat? Why are you moving so heavily, surrounded by those shadows? Thao knows she can't keep this up. If she can't catch their movements, she'll surely lose, so there's only one way. Thinking quickly, she suddenly breaks through the encirclement, darting away like an arrow. Is she running? Why bother catching her? We're faster. Does she think she can escape? As she bursts through a wall, her pursuers cut her off. Hey, where do you think you're going? She didn't answer, continuing to slip through and rush straight into a vibrant flower garden. The two pursuers caught up at the entrance. Did she escape into the pavilion? If you cause trouble here, the palace lord will be furious. The fragrance of these flowers is overwhelming. Ah, there she is. They see Thao standing in the middle of the flower garden, no longer running. What's wrong? Tired of running? Thao stops, looks up at the crowd surrounding her, and a bright smile suddenly appears on her face. I really appreciate you all seeing me off this far. In her hand are two small balls, prepared as part of a perfect plan. Without hesitation, Thao gently tossed them out, the two spheres colliding in a small explosion. Boom! A thick white smoke, carrying a strong floral scent, instantly engulfed the entire courtyard. Is that a smoke grenade? Cough, cough, so dusty. This is terrible for the skin. A female assassin retaliates. While the others are disoriented, a soft thud echoes as one of them is impaled through the chest, collapsing like a shuttlecock. Someone's been hit? It's the finger flick bullet. Didn't you say not to look around during a fight? Bai Tao's voice echoed from within the smoke. Thwack! Another one falls. Panic begins to spread. Find that white Tao now. Where did that bitch go? She's as elusive as a rat. Suddenly, from behind a tree, Bai Tao emerged. The third victim. With a flick of the finger, a sharp force pierced the throat of another, sending him to his doom. And then, two more thuds echoed. Two more down. Where is it? I can't see a thing. In a panic, they frantically waved their umbrellas and fans, trying to dispel the smoke. Hurry! Clear the smoke! As the smoke gradually dissipates, she remains unseen. For now, they huddle together for defense. Just then, Tao's voice echoed slowly from above. This is the end for you all. They looked up and screamed in horror. It's above us! Damn it, these umbrellas are blocking our view. From the courtyard's peak, Thao descends like a fiery meteor, radiating murderous intent. Let's see where you think you can hide. 3,000 fingers of chai, yellow dragon's 5 claws, BAM! The remaining 4 took the hit, but instead of relief, terror washed over Thao's face. What? What is that? The torn corpses didn't fall, but floated, slowly converging like magnets, coalescing and transforming into a completely new entity, a monstrous, grotesque being, straight out of a nightmare. It stood up, looked at Thao and gave a sinister, chilling smile. Thao didn't understand what was happening. I have become the Butterfly King, Bak Thao. The monster's voice was a horrifying blend of many. Before me, you're nothing but an ant. What kind of martial art is this? How have I never heard of this? Thao is shocked. Take this, Bak Thao. Diepvong swings a massive arm, imbued with the power of many masters. Using her 3,000 fingers and yellow dragon 5 claws, Thao hastily defends herself. Boom! The entire courtyard explodes, the force of the impact sending trees and rocks flying, and though the Butterfly King's arm grazed her, Thao vanished. Her voice echoed from another direction. I'm over here. She descends from above, focusing her power into a single point, forcing the Butterfly King to block. Slash. The Butterfly King's massive body is torn to shreds, so you're using illusions combined with the art of spatial warping. That's the martial art of the Red Sea Demon sect. You even know our sect's techniques? Your knowledge of the martial world isn't bad, Bak Thao, but knowing isn't the same as winning. I've known about this illusion-breaking method for a long time. Without hesitation, Thao draws a dagger and slashes her own arm. The sharp pain helps her to clear her mind and see through the illusion. Diep Vuong smirks. I didn't expect you to injure yourself to break the illusion. I can see you now. So your true form was hiding inside that giant head. Futile efforts. You'll only injure yourself further. If that's what you think, then with Tam Thien's guidance, Thao unleashes a spinning kick, the Uyen Uong Kwok, aimed directly at Diep Vuong's head. Boom! The head shatters, assassins spill out, and one lunges at Thao's blind spot with terrifying speed, sending her crashing to the ground. If you still think that head was the real deal, she said, struggling to stand, blood trickling from her lips, do you still believe it now? How can this be? That wasn't the real body? But if it's not real, why does my body feel like I've actually been hit? The voices of the 10 specters echoed around her. Corrode Thao's will? You think stabbing yourself once will break my illusion? Accept your fate. You'll die here. A giant hand descends from the sky, and Thao barely dodges it, but is still struck by Qin Fong, her shoulder burning with pain. No, I can't tell what's real and what's an illusion at all. This pain. But why did it disappear so quickly? Could it all be fake? Thao Ni tries to remember. When did I fall under the illusion after she turned giant? No, it was earlier than that. Not even when I entered this forest. Could it be I was under a spell from the very first moment I saw her? That's right. Those 10 demon assassins were just moving around to distract me. Thao Ni glanced at one of the 10 shadows. Its eyes were slightly different. If that's the case, there's no other way. She, in the form of one of the 10 fiends, lunged forward with her sword, but just as the blade was about to strike Gu Chao Ni, she raised her hand and blocked the attack. She's shocked. How can this be? She's still trapped in my illusion. Could this be instinct? I definitely sensed killing intent. Thao silently thought, even if my eyes are deceived, my subconscious still recognizes the danger. Then everything before me is false. If I can't trust my eyes, I'll use something else. Thao Ni closed her eyes, focusing all her senses to feel the aura around her. Thao Ni suddenly opens her eyes, pointing directly at one of the demons, indistinguishable from the other 9. I see you. You're the real one, she shouts. She's stunned. The illusion is broken? Simple martial arts won't be enough. I must warn the princess. Seeing her try to escape, Thao Ni immediately gave chase. Trying to run? It all ends here, with a full-force strike to her back. She screamed in agony. No, I haven't reported yet. You're out of chances. Just then, a familiar mocking voice echoed nearby. That was a better hit than I expected. Bai Chao Ni. Startled, Thao Ni turned to see Tang Xiaorong casually admiring her slender fingers. I'm rather disappointed. Wasn't it me who saved your life 10 years ago? Is this how you repay your savior? An unseen hand grips Gu Sao Ni, lifting her into the air. Don't speak nonsense, she struggles to say. For the past 10 years, every day has been hell for me. Hell? I fed you, sheltered you, taught you martial arts? Is that hell? Tang Xiaorong sneers, twisting her wrist and sending Thao Ni spinning helplessly. Stop pretending to be righteous. Thao Ni roars, You're the ones responsible for the Daihuo Palace massacre, my mother, my sisters. Oh, so you know the truth now? Tang Xiaorong responds with sickening innocence. I thought you were still clueless. That's why I must live. I must live to avenge them. Avenger? Tang Xiaorong laughs. You have no power, do you? That's why you have to join forces with the useless scum of the Martial Arts Alliance. Really? Fine, I'll be watching to see what you can do. Baek Cho-hee looked directly into Tang Xiaorong's eyes, her voice firm and resonant. It won't be long. We will stop you from harming more innocent people. My, Tang Xiaorong sneered, a smile both alluring and wicked. She tightened her grip on Bai Chao Ni, whispering in her ear, Seeking revenge and in saving the world. Do you think you're capable of both? Where is the immortal herb? Don't even think about it. Tang Xiaorong points to Chao Thao Ni's chest. Then what are you hiding in your clothes? If that's how you want it, Thao Ni gritted her teeth, then I don't need to keep it anymore. She yanked the manual from her clothes, throwing it straight at Duong Tiudong. 3,000 fingers, heaven and earth net. Thousands of sharp finger forces burst from the book, forming a deadly net, but Tang Xiaorong stood still. Those forces dissipated like smoke upon touching her body, and the book was torn to shreds. So, this is the 3,000 finger technique, she drawls. Useless to me, of no value at all. Thao Ni gasps in disbelief. Impossible. I used 80% of my power. The 3,000 finger technique is unmatched. How can this be? The 3,000 finger technique is indeed a mysterious martial art. Tang Xiaorong seemed to read her thoughts. But to unleash its true power, you need at least 300 years of cultivation. 5 cycles, 300 years of power. An invisible force from Tang Xiaorong struck Thao Ni, sending her flying. She felt as if all the bones in her body were broken. Defeated in one move? No way. I have absolutely no chance of winning against her. As her consciousness faded, Thao Ni felt a freezing aura envelop her body, stopping her fall. A familiar figure appears. Father, please step back. Ghost. Ghost coldly spoke, then tossed Thao Ni to the ground like an object. When Tang Xiaorong saw Ghost, the smile on her face vanished. Long time no see, Snow Woman. I thought you were dead, but here you are. What is there about your face that I should miss? The ghostly figure replied, her chilling aura freezing the garden as the battle between Little Ma and Iron Demon resumed, seemingly reaching its climax. But the outcome was not what Iron Demon expected, as he was overwhelmed by Little Ma's relentless attacks, forced into a desperate defense. Unbelievable. My adamantine body is impervious to blades, yet this kid is mimicking my martial arts perfectly. Strength, speed, even the smallest habits, and he's getting stronger. Just what is he? Why hasn't his complexion changed at all? Is he tireless? He hasn't even broken a sweat. This is absurd. I can't lose to a brat like you. Iron Demon roared, pouring all his strength into a counterattack, but Xiaoma simply tilted his head, muttering to himself, "So that's it. I understand now. This is how you use this so-called inner energy." During the fight, Iron Demon suddenly noticed something strange. How strange. There's a difference between his left and right fists. He sneers. "How laughable. I thought you might actually be a match for me." "You're right," Xiaoma suddenly replied. "I wasn't your match because I didn't understand internal energy, but just now, I wondered if focusing all my energy into one hand would make it faster." Without another word, Xiaoma's left fist slammed into Iron Demon's face. His left fist was indeed more dangerous. He angrily retaliates, but Little Ma swiftly ducks under, delivering an uppercut to his abdomen, the blow deforming Iron Demon's rock-hard six-pack. The power from his left hand has surpassed even my own strength. How can this be? This is my strongest form. "Dan, this isn't all I've got," Iron Demon roared, throwing a punch, but it was effortlessly stopped by Xiaoma with a single hand. Xiaoma's expression was no longer innocent, but frighteningly cold as he brushed off Taimo's hand and landed another blow to the face. Iron Demon was sent flying like a bullet, crashing through several houses before finally stopping, but Xiaoma followed, delivering a kick to his gut, pinning him to the ground. Iron Demon began to question his existence. Where did this monster come from? How could he channel more power into his left hand than his right? Moreover, his left hand was getting faster and stronger. Xiaoma poured all of his primal power into his left arm, every muscle bulging, radiating a wild aura. This blow will end it all. Boom! His fist hurtled forward, piercing through Iron Demon's last defense, sending his massive body flying backwards into the Millennium Cold Iron Gate, leaving a deep indentation. The soldiers who witnessed this scene screamed in terror. Lord Iron Demon. Defeated? Impossible? The invincible Iron Demon has fallen? What kind of monster is that guy? How could we possibly be his match? Amidst the chaos, Xiaoma simply stood there, silently gazing at his own two hands. How strange. I've only focused my power through my left hand. My right hand isn't used to it yet. Suddenly, an old voice spoke from behind, appearing out of nowhere. "I think you've grown much stronger, young man. Even I was surprised you defeated the Iron Demon." The old man continued, his tone calm. "Before the Great War with the Martial Arts Alliance, I think I need to find you another battlefield. If you keep fighting here, you'll flatten the whole city." Xiaoma turns around. "So, where is the Heavenly Demon?" "I'll personally lead the way. If you're so eager to die, then follow me." Meanwhile, in the Heavenly Prison, a masked executioner wielding a blade lunges forward, saying, "You'll be begging me to kill you soon enough." A chain with a sharp sickle flies out, but Li Gunwu disappears. "Let's see where you can run." The executioner Miao uses cats as weapons? How bizarre. Li Gunryok muttered that they were quite agile, as another executioner swung a giant pair of scissors. He was Chak. Another one, wielding a large bell, attempts to trap him from above. He is Bell. After 4 failed attacks, Li Junyue retreated, beginning his analysis. Lu, Miao, Sei, Zhang, the 4 great death sentence officials. Their individual martial arts are mediocre, but their coordination creates a perfect trap. Every move calculated and flawlessly executed. The bell wielder moves most freely, but is the slowest, while the scissor wielder has the most destructive power, but the simplest footwork. I'll send you to your coffin first. The masked man's saber technique was domineering, but I'm tired of dealing with saber techniques. Li Junyu swings his staff, sending the bell ringer flying. The cat claw wielder is the most troublesome, his weapon capable of attacking from any range, any angle. Moreover, he wasn't using internal energy, just pure wrist strength, making the trajectory difficult to predict. But Li Gunrayak smiled. "I've finally figured you guys out." The remaining 4 roared and attacked, but Li Gunyun vanished, leaving them looking around in confusion. "Hey, I'm serious." Li Junyui's voice echoed from behind. "Do you even know who you're dealing with?" The group turned around, startled. "Huh? Since when did you... Actually, a vice chief of the Martial Alliance like me isn't worth such a warm welcome." Hearing that title, they began to feel uneasy. Deputy Chief of the Martial Arts Alliance? If it's him, then he's mastered the 36 styles of staff techniques. Let's see how Li Gunmyung will use that staff to deal with you. I'll just finish them off with one strike. The staff in his hand suddenly expanded, transforming into a massive Vajra club. They didn't have time to react, and could only stand there and take it. The staff swept across, throwing all 4 of them into the air, leaving them unable to fight. Li Junwei had won a glorious victory. The coachman led Xiaoma through a gloomy forest, eventually arriving at an ancient, simple castle beside a tranquil lake, where Tianma sat leisurely fishing on a small wooden bridge. The coachman bowed respectfully. Great city lord, I have brought Xiaomia from Hoa Nak Lung. He is a calamitous being, born with an ominous sign, became the top expert of Ma Lin City at 7, and at 20, murdered his foster father and master, the Northern Martial Emperor, to seize the throne. He is one of the few masters who can rival the 10 greatest warriors of the Central Plains. He is the god of the North, the lord of Demon Spirit City, the Heavenly Demon. Heavenly Demon stood before Xiaoma, his eyes a mix of curiosity and contempt. If I remember correctly, your name is Xiaoma, and today a fool dares to defy the overlord of the North, a mere errand boy from Harmony Valley. Before he could finish, Xiaoma charged forward, landing a thunderous blow that forced the Heavenly Demon back. He's a tireless fighting machine, relentlessly attacking. I won't give you a second to breathe. I absolutely won't forgive you. Just as Xiaoma's fist was about to connect, the Heavenly Demon effortlessly blocked it. Impressive. Instantly, Xiaoma spun around, launching a roundhouse kick aimed at his head. So fast. Tianma leaped into the air, but Xiaoma pursued him relentlessly. A flurry of punches rained down, but the Heavenly Demon only defended, never attacking, until a final blow sent him crashing into a rock wall. Xiaoma waited, breathing steadily as the voice of the Heavenly Demon echoed from the darkness, still eerily calm. So this is what you wanted to show me? You're certainly not one for words. A strong wind blows from the cave as the Heavenly Demon emerges unscathed. That may impress some, but if that's all you've got, aren't you a disappointment? Xiaoma throws another punch, aiming for his forehead, but an invisible force stops his fist just inches away. My fist can't reach him. You're in for an even bigger surprise. Winds, as if alive, wrapped around Xiaoma's arm and gently flung him away. Xiaoma landed unsteadily, grinding his teeth as he clutched his arm. My bones feel twisted. The Heavenly Demon slowly floated before him, his voice soft but imposing. What's wrong? Are you scared yet? Your martial arts are strange. You're not like the people from the Martial Arts Alliance, but no one would believe you're just a lackey. With a flick of his fishing rod, an invisible force split the nearby lake in two. He glanced at Xiaoma. Can you afford to be distracted while fighting me? The fishing rod transformed into a long whip, attacking with terrifying speed. Xiaoma hastily dodged, the whip leaving deep cuts in the ground where it passed. Tianma swung the whip again, but Xiaoma had vanished. This kid can even mimic the immovable Wisdom King. How strange. As Xiaoma landed on a roof, the fishing line wrapped tightly around his neck. Tianma tightens his grip. His skin is as tough as Taimo's iron shirt. His body surpasses even a transformation realm expert, yet he's never practiced martial arts. Just who is he? He lifts Xiaoma into the air. Hey kid, who are you really? Shouldn't you be asking who I am? With difficulty, Xiaoma says, I don't even need to know. He tenses, unleashing his innate energy, and the sturdy fishing line snaps instantly. But there's one thing you should know. Xiaoma continued, his powerful aura enveloping his body. Next year at this time will be your death anniversary. The Heavenly Demon, hearing this, simply scratched his head, looking bored. This guy spouts nothing but nonsense. I don't know who you are or what you're doing here, but I know one thing for sure. You're blind as a bat, aren't you? He suddenly charged like a raging bull, throwing Xiaoma off balance, and before he could recover, the Heavenly Demon was already behind him. First, I'll show you just how vast the distance is between us. I'll show you that all your efforts are meaningless. The Heavenly Demon said coldly, his tone like a god judging a mortal. Know your place, little whelp. With a subtle movement, he struck Xiaoma's stomach. No earth-shattering explosion, just a gentle impact, yet filled with irresistible power. Ugh. Xiaoma was sent flying backward, collapsing to the ground. He tried to look cool, wiping the blood from his lips, and forced himself to say, I have to admit, you're really strong. The Heavenly Demon chuckled, a smile full of pity. Is that so? Saying that only disappoints me more. Frankly, I haven't even used 1/10 of my power. The fishing rod in his hand twitched, and in the blink of an eye, the hook pierced through Xiaoma's shoulder. Ah! He cried out in pain as the force of the blow shattered trees behind him, and the Heavenly Demon's face twisted cruelly. Fighting you is so boring. Xiaoma clutched his wound, his mind racing. How could he possibly defeat him? Come on, show me everything you've got, the Heavenly Demon said, his voice dripping with condescension. I'll give you one last chance. Hearing this, Xiaoma roared, lunging forward like a wounded beast, a punch gathering all his remaining strength. But it stopped an inch from the Heavenly Demon's chest, blocked by an invisible wall. At your level, you couldn't even dream of touching my heels. The Heavenly Demon finally made his move, unleashing the dragon demise. He bent the surrounding air currents, creating an invisible vortex that trapped Xiaoma, and the ground beneath his feet seemed to come alive, rising up and devouring his legs. How could this be? The earth tightened its grip, the crushing force immobilizing Xiaoma as the heavenly demon watched with a sinister smile. You endure well, but you still feel pain, don't you? A spirit body, is it? Using natural energy to strengthen oneself, instinctively wrapping the body in protective energy. But even the strongest physique has its limits. Hang in there, just a little more. Suddenly, a small black needle shot out from his chest. The heavenly demon was startled and quickly caught it, examining the needle closely before falling into thought. The Devil King's soul-sealing needle. I can sense its chilling aura. This needle seals the blood and chi, severing internal energy. How are you still alive after being stabbed with this? You don't know. Why? I told you, I don't know. Do you think you're innocent? The heavenly demon's voice turned cold as if interrogating a soul. As you grow stronger, the blood of those who try to surpass you will spill. You'll have no choice but to trample them. And then you'll become a meaningless existence. A beast driven only by instinct, worse than an animal. Why won't you answer? A blurry image of a girl flashes in the young horse's mind, and memories flood back. A wild forest, a boy with the eyes of a wild beast tearing apart prey. Has he been found? Not yet, my lady. Unbelievable. That rumor wasn't just nonsense, was it? As the three descended from the cliff, the boy snarled at the sight of the strangers. Does it speak? If it could talk, it wouldn't be acting like this, the lead girl inquired. Let's capture him first. Two subordinates rushed forward, and after a struggle, the boy's ankles were shackled. The other one used a whip to tightly bind him as he screamed and struggled wildly. That was tough. That rope was made of celestial silk. Snap. The boy snapped the silk thread, which was supposed to be impervious to weapons, leaving the two subordinates speechless. He cut through the celestial silk, and he destroyed the chains on his feet with ease. The girl screams for them to get back as the boy leaps into the air, claws outstretched, tearing through the ground. Luckily, the three managed to dodge in time. The mysterious girl took a silver needle and gently pierced it into Xiaoma's head, but he remained unfazed. Was one needle not enough? Without a word, she continued to plunge dozens more into his body. Head, arms, legs, abdomen, everywhere covered in glittering silver needles. Slowly, Xiaoma's eyelids grew heavy, and he fell into a coma, prompting the girl to mutter in disbelief that she had to use all of her soul-suppressing tranquilizer. That night, in a silent forest under the full moon, the two sat by a fire. From now on, I am your master, and I will grant you a new life, no different from a beast. You must find a reason to exist, to live. You must atone with pain for the lives you've harmed. Embrace the pain, and more pain still, for at the very depths of suffering, more terrible than death, you may be reborn, not as a solitary being on high, but as a meaningless creature, lost among the lowest of the low. And then you must choose, you must have a name, right? Not Byron. Little Ma's eyes slowly opened. What name suits you? That's right. From now on, your name is Xiaoma. And with that, brilliant blue light erupted from within Xiaoma's body. A long-suppressed power has been unleashed. The ground trembles, debris flies, dust fills the air, and a pillar of green light shoots skyward, engulfing him. At this moment, Xiaoma looked like a scion warrior transforming, pure inner energy swirling around him, proof of a metamorphosis in power. Suddenly, Xiaoma looked at his hands in astonishment, feeling as if a great weight had been lifted from his body, lighter than ever before, and even the wound on his shoulder no longer hurt. Witnessing this, the heavenly demon fell into contemplation, his aura having exploded to this extent in just an instant. I didn't expect the demon sovereign's soul restraint needle to be what sealed your power. You're an interesting kid. Before he could finish gloating, Xiaoma appeared and landed a surprise punch right in his gut. The heavenly demon was sent flying back in pain. If so, wouldn't adding a little more spice make it more interesting? Xiaoma's punch unleashed a second surge of power, sending the heavenly demon flying even further, before following up with a flurry of blows, slamming him face first into the ground and dragging him for dozens of meters. After taking a beating, the heavenly demon rises, as Xiaoma's cry echoes from above. Here it comes. By the time he realized it, it was too late. Xiaoma descended from the sky with a devastating blow, causing the nearby lake to explode, sending water hundreds of meters into the air, creating a massive crater as the water parted in two. Xiaoma lands gracefully, staring at the heavenly demon's despicable face. How absurd. The heavenly demon spits out blood. I don't care what fortune you found, at this rate, you'll never defeat me. He swung his fishing rod, the hook flying like an arrow, twice aimed at Xiaoma. It seemed Xiaoma would be injured, but no. He pinched the thin fishing line tightly with 2 fingers. I think, Xiaoma said coldly, it's time you stopped playing around. He yanked hard, throwing the heavenly demon's fishing rod away. Heavenly demon, fight seriously. Hearing this, the heavenly demon was silent for a moment, then burst out laughing. Humph. You think someone like you can interfere with my only hobby in life, which is toying with others? He raises his hand, gathering power as the air around it swirls into small tornadoes. Then a series of other tornadoes form, howling around him. The cyclone decimation. The raging wind blades surrounded Shoma, threatening to tear him apart as he struggled to defend himself, and in a moment of carelessness, the heavenly demon suddenly appeared beside him, unleashing a storm of fists. The Gale-mad demon fist. Boom! The shockwaves from those terrifying punches are so intense, they obliterate everything in their path. Xiaoma was sent flying into the dust, spinning before landing. Unbelievable, this is absurd. In that case, let me get closer. The heavenly demon roared, and winds as sharp as razors formed from nothing, trapping Xiaoma and sealing off all escape routes. Seizing the opportunity, the heavenly demon lands a fatal blow to Xiaoma's chest. Where are your eyes looking? The black wind. Elder's dark gales howled, swirling directly into Xiaoma's body, but he stood firm as a mountain, unmoving. Listen, he said slowly, his voice deepening. I don't know what you're thinking, but this isn't enough. In a flash, Xiao Ma was upon the heavenly demon, seizing him by the collar, and for the first time, the fearless heavenly demon felt a flicker of terror. With a headbutt from the heavenly demon is stunned, and Xiao Ma follows up with a punch, driving his head into the ground. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches. He delivers a flurry, turning the ground into a deep pit, leaving only the demon's legs sticking out. Xiao Ma stands up, thoughtfully surveying his work, when suddenly the ground shakes, stones slowly rise, and the demon's fearless voice echoes from the earth below. I told you, if you're not serious, you'll lose your life before you know it. A maniacal, triumphant laugh echoes. Mu-ha-ha-ha! The heavenly demon slowly rises unscathed. 2 powerhouses face off, their auras erupting, a clash of cyan and gold creating an energy storm that engulfs the area. Boom! The earth-shattering clashes echoed without end, pulverizing trees and buildings in their wake. Meanwhile, in a tranquil bamboo forest, another battle unfolds as the demon spirit city trembles on the verge of collapse. The clash of swords echoed as Fei Lu and Bai Zhaoyun, masters of weaponry, engaged in a deadly dance. Fei Lu attacked like a storm, but Bai Zhaoyun remained seated on a rock, effortlessly deflecting blows with his invisible, floating swords. How many hidden swords do you have? Fei Lu growled. Bai Zhaoyun didn't answer. He simply flicked his fingers, sending more swords to force Fei Lu back. Didn't I say I'd give you as many as you want? He's mocking me. Stop fooling around. No matter how many you hide, 100 strikes won't hit me, Fei Lu shouts. The provocation worked. Bai Zhaoyun summons dozens more swords, surrounding Fei Lu. Then try slashing 100 times. The swords flew like a hail of bullets, but Fei Lu swung his sword, hitting every single one. This technique is light, elegant, and unpredictable. It must be swordsmanship. Fei Lu thought to himself, but why does he carry a long blade at his hip? His alias is Lightning Sword, yet I've never seen anyone use a saber to control swords. How strange. No matter, I must force him to use all his hidden swords first. After a series of clashes, Fei Lu lands on the ground, sweat beading on his forehead. Looks like you're getting tired, Bai Zhaoyun said coldly. What sword technique are you using? Fei Lu gasped. Oh, what difference does it make if I tell you? It's not like the gap between us will close because of it. Bai Zhaoyun smiled faintly. But since you want to know, I'm willing to show you. He stood up, his aura suddenly changing. My martial art originates from the Haidong school, called the Flying Thunder Saber. Hearing the words, Flying Thunder Saber, Fei Lu was shocked. No way, that's clearly the name of a saber technique. Indeed it is. Bai Zhaoyun sneered, twirling his sword with finesse. People think swordsmanship must be grand and heavy, but in my hands it has become a light, bizarre, and extremely useful martial art. Therefore, a brat like you will never be a match. With a flick of his fingers, the sword in his hand vanishes, only to reappear behind Fei Lu. Sensing mortal danger, Fei Lu dodges, but more invisible swords appear from unpredictable angles, relentlessly attacking. He was hiding more swords, indeed. As Fei Lu dodges, he analyzes that his opponent has struck with 7 blades. Perhaps that's all the hidden swords he has? He points his blade at Baekshou Woon, declaring that even as a descendant of the Haidong school, he regrets that today, he must strike him down. Baekshou Woon scoffed, a laugh laced with mockery. Spare me the jokes. You haven't even touched the hem of my robe, yet you dare make such pronouncements. If this is all your swordplay amounts to, you'll end up like that madman, a vengeful spirit beneath my blade. He bursts into laughter. Listen, I don't know if you're trying to provoke me into unleashing all my hidden blades, but I must say, you've succeeded. As soon as he finishes speaking, a series of other swords appear around Bai Zhaoyun, suspended in the air, exuding a chilling, murderous aura. 13 swords of thunder and lightning. Witnessing such a sight, Fei Liu couldn't hide his shock. To control 13 swords with qi at once, I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes. Just look at your face. With amusement, Bai Zhaoyun said, "You've probably never seen anyone use 13 swords, have you? Show me all your best moves now. Consider it my final gift to you before you descend to the Yellow Springs." With a wave of Bai Zhaoyun's hand, the 13 swords, as if possessing souls, lunged at Fei Liu like a pack of hungry wolves. Not giving you a second to breathe, huh? His attitude suggests these are all the hidden swords he has. 13 is already abnormal, so there's no need to wait any longer. Fei Liu plunges his blade into the ground, channeling his energy to shatter the heavens. A powerful force emanates, causing the 13 swords hovering in the air to become heavy, slowly falling. "It's futile," Bai Zhaoyun sneers. "Are you just wasting your inner energy?" Fei Liu didn't answer, continuing to wield his blade, knowing he couldn't waste energy on these hidden swords. If he intends to use numbers to wear me down, then even 100 or 1,000 swords are useless against the Death God blade. Suddenly, Fei Liu's blade emits a purple aura, and with a single horizontal slash, Bai Zhaoyun's 13 hidden swords are cut in half. Bai Zhaoyun was stunned, so his intention was to break all 13 swords. But to do so, his inner strength must have been nearly exhausted. Yeah, let's see how long you can hold out. He gathers his energy, and the fragments of the 13 swords rise again. The longer this goes on, the worse it will be for him. It's time to decide this. Fei Liu takes his stance. The dark energy blade roars, and a destructive black vortex begins to form around him. The fourth form of the adamantine dragon sky-piercing blade. The setting sun blade. Sensing the deadly threat within the vortex, Bai Zhaoyun hastily recalled all the sword fragments for defense, but it was too late. An invisible blade aura, more powerful than anything he had ever faced, pierced through the defense, completely destroying what remained of the 13 swords. Catching his breath, Fei Liu stared at Bai Zhaoyun, his voice hoarse. "So you've finally drawn your sword?" After a long silence, Bai Zhaoyun finally placed his hand on the long saber at his hip, a chilling smile creeping across his face. Well, the first move of the flying thunderblade flash wind. No warning, no sign, he simply vanished, and in an instant, a lightning-fast slash tore through Fei Liu's body. "If you're so eager to die, I'll grant you your wish." His voice echoed from behind him. Despite the fatal blow, Fei Liu remained standing, stunned by Bai Zhaoyun's incredible speed. This kid moves purely on instinct. Zhao Qianfeng's sharp sword energy couldn't even cut his demonic blade. This sword's history must be extraordinary. Bai Zhaoyun assesses the situation as Fei Liu grips the azure demon blade, cold sweat pouring down. If it weren't for this demonic blade, I might have been cut in half already. But another hit like that, and I'm done for. "Hey kid, I don't know if your luck comes from skill or that sword, but how about I test it again?" No sooner had he spoken than he charged forward like a tiger. Each strike he delivers carries earth-shattering power, swift and merciless, giving Fei Liu no room to breathe. He leaps into the air, his face contorted in rage. "Even if you're relying on that blade, you're nothing to me." Thunderflash blade, second form, crescent moon. Bolts of lightning crackled from the blade. Fei Liu's stance like thunder made flesh. He could only brace himself. The force of the attacks drove his feet deep into the ground, and after enduring for a while, Ryu realized he couldn't keep this up. He suddenly jumped back, unleashed a strike to repel his opponent, then soared into the sky, turning to flee. Bai Zhaoyun was stunned for a moment, then smirked and gave chase. As Pil Ryu landed on an ancient tree branch, Baek Jo Woon appeared right behind him, giving him no time to rest. The third form of the Flying Thunder Sword. C. Concealment. This attack carries a power even more terrifying than before, obliterating the ancient tree into splinters, leaving nothing behind. Fei Liu takes the brunt of the attack, but just as Bai Zhaoyun's blade is about to end his life, it stops mere inches from his throat. Fei Liu's eyes changed, becoming still and deep, yet filled with a murderous intent like that of a demon god, as memories of hellish training with his master resurfaced. "Master, you say someone split a mountain in two with a single strike? Is that even humanly possible?" "I can't believe it." He took a swig of Jade Emperor. "My disciple, believe it. You must. When the Iron Mountain Blade Emperor, you created the adamantine dragon sky-piercing blade, splitting mountains with a single strike. The whole world trembled. If you master the Ganglong Po Tian Dao, few in this world will be your match." His master's voice echoed like a warning bell. Why do you use the invincible blade technique like a sword? Remember, the blade is about dominance, using both hands to unleash its full power. You always make me repeat myself. Master, if I use both hands, won't I lose flexibility? The disciple had mastered all the moves, only needing practice. But the Grand Master interrupted. You'll never grasp the essence of the adamantine dragon sky-cleaving blade if you stray from the true path. Its essence is... He vanished and reappeared atop the mountain, gripping the blade with both hands, his face contorted as he unleashed a downward strike, cleaving the towering mountain in two before a stunned Fei Liu. Back in reality, Fei Liu's eyes are unwavering as he grips the azure death demon blade with both hands, unleashing a wild and domineering aura. His blade clashes with Bai Zhaoyun's. Boom! A terrifying shockwave erupts, flattening everything within hundreds of meters. Fei Liu grits his teeth. The rule of the adamantine dragon, sky-cleaving blade, is to use both hands. Bai Qiuyun didn't dare underestimate him, immediately leaping into the air to dodge the attack. They both landed on opposing branches, eyes locked. So you've been deliberately using only one hand this whole time? Bai Zhaoyun said, his expression now somewhat grave. Looks like you're not entirely reliant on luck. The air between them grew thick with tension. Xiaorong Kong. Bai Caoni awoke, a throbbing pain lingering in her neck. The first thing she saw was Li Gunwu's worried face. "Can you speak?" he asked. Thao Ni quickly sat up, frantically looking around. "Where is Tang Xiaorong?" In another garden, Tang Xiaorong and Guigui face off. "To be honest, I'm already over 60. Tang Xiaorong sighed. "Beauty is fleeting like a young girl. But you are different. If I remember correctly, you have lived for more than a century. Your Heavenly Mountain clan ages so slowly, it's enviable." She narrowed her eyes. "Our grievances didn't arise overnight, but I don't understand why you'd seek me out right before the great battle with the Martial Alliance. The longer grievances linger, the deeper the hatred grows," Ghostly coldly replied. "I thought this was the perfect time to settle everything. There has to be a reason, right? Today I've come to witness the fall of a devil spirit city at the hands of one person." "One person? Could it be that freak?" Guigui simply smiled mockingly. "Who is he, after all?" Tang Xiaorong asked, gently blowing on a flower petal in his hand. "Soon, the martial world will know, but you won't, because you'll die here, Duong Tiu Dung." "Oh dear. After all these years, you're still the same, Kuai Kuai. Don't make empty threats. I'm not used to it." Around them, frost and poison began to spread, turning the beautiful garden into a wasteland. "Are you planning to use all of the Tang clan's secret techniques? Flying daggers, throwing stars, followed by dragon scale and bee-sting needles?" Ghost asked, his hand gently touching an old wound. "You guessed right. Hundreds of needles fine as hair shot from Tang Xiaorong's sleeves, piercing Ghost's body. Now what? You're too slow, old woman. Age really does catch up to you." Guigui calmly pulled the needles from his body. "You're mistaken." Suddenly, a shadow of Guigui appeared behind Tang Xiaorong, an icy hand piercing her shoulder. How easy. Staggering back, Tang Xiaorong clutched her wound. That was close. Shadow manipulation. I need to be more careful. Guigui drew her ice-white sword, and Tang Xiaorong pulled out her rattan whip. "What now? Are the memories you thought you'd forgotten resurfacing?" They look at each other, sharing a knowing smile. In the past, a young Guigui was walking in the forest when she saw a beautiful woman brutally attacking a group of men. As one of them tried to stab her, an ice arrow pierced him. Tang Xiaorong turned back, annoyed. "You don't need to interfere." And Guigui simply replied, "Then don't mind me. Just go your own way." That night, by the fire, two strangers sat together, as rumors spread of a silver-haired, white-eyed specter wandering the land. Could it be you? Seems rumors can't be trusted. On the way back to the Tang Manor, Xiaorong happily tossed Guigui a heavy bag of silver as a welcome gift, beaming, "I am Tang Xiaorong, the future head of the Tang family of Sichuan." As they passed through the Tang Manor's imposing gates, Xiaorong whispered, "Actually, I'm not the head yet. My father is gravely ill. To prove myself, I must eliminate all the Green Forest bandits in the region and bring back the heads of their 3 leaders. The 3 Lulin assassins are like a test." She pulled Ghost's hand. "Come on in, sister. Our parents and I will be so happy to have you." That night, in the study, Xiaorong's mother, a noble woman with a sharp gaze, said to Guigui, "I know you are the Heavenly Snow Maiden. The Martial Arts Alliance has a high bounty on your head. I'll allow you to stay tonight, but please understand the situation of the Tang family. Forgive my daughter's intrusion." Guigui lowered her head in acceptance. Late that night, 3 dark figures lurked outside her room. Meanwhile, Tang Xiaorong, drunk, stumbled over and said, "Sister Guigui, let's have a drink." Finding the room empty, she frantically searches outside. Where could she have gone so late at night? The sounds of clashing weapons from the back garden caught her attention, and she saw Guigui surrounded by 3 masked figures. Despite her skill, Guigui is struck. An iron chain binds her leg, and one of the assassins raises his blade to end her life. But in that moment, Xiaorong arrives like an arrow, facing the Green Forest 3 killers. She screamed, and seeing their comrade fall, the remaining 2 hesitated. "You dare chase me all the way to Sichuan?" Xiaorong roared, her killing intent exploding, as Guigui used ice magic to bind the feet of the remaining 2. Xiaorong ended them with her needles. After dealing with the 3 assassins, she realized something was off about their martial arts. Just then, one of the dying men rasped, "The world says the inner core of the Snow Woman of Heavenly Mountain is the best medicine." Xiaorong froze, and trembling, she approached and tore off the mask of the man she had just killed. Beneath the mask was a painfully familiar face. Mother? Mother, is that you?" The woman struggled to say, "Why did you let your hands be stained with your own mother's blood?" And with that, she breathed her last. Xiaorong stared at her bloodied hands, then at her mother's corpse, and let out a heartbreaking scream. "Ah, I killed my own mother." The scream echoed through the street, drawing a crowd. "What happened?" "They're assassins. Wait, that's Tang Clan martial arts." Xiaorong, like a lost soul, stumbled toward the remaining 2 bodies. Trembling, she tore off their masks, revealing her twin sisters. That day, her 2 sisters died by her hand, the martial arts of the young Miss Xiaorong. Could it be? That day, the 3 elders of the Tang family who had taught her since childhood also died by her hand. That night, the 1,137 lives of the Sichuan Tang clan, from masters to servants, all were part of a cruel play, staged to steal the demon spirit's inner core. And she, Tang Xiaorong, became their blade, forced to kill those she loved most. "It's all your fault. I can never turn back now." The 2 women clashed, and a devastating battle began, leaving collapsed buildings, shattered trees, and scattered leaves in their wake. A storm of poisoned daggers flew toward her, but she vanished, reappearing in the air above Tang Xiaorong. Her icy blade fell, but Xiaorong spun away like a dancer, narrowly avoiding the blow. The thorny whip in her hand snaked out, piercing right through the demoness's body. Or so she thought, until she realized it was just an ice illusion. Instantly, the real Guigui appeared beside her, eyes full of murderous intent, and sliced through Tang Xiaorong's shoulder with a clean strike. Wounded, Xiaorong quickly leaped onto a nearby branch. Ghost. Ghost remained still, not even glancing at her opponent. That puppet is such a nuisance. "You talk too much, Tang Xiaorong." Xiaorong lashes out again, and both the real Guigui and her ice puppet charge forward. One real, one fake. Which is the true body? The lashes rain down on one of the figures, but Tang Xiaorong has been deceived. As the ice puppet shattered, the real ghost lunged forward, its icy blade piercing her left arm. Crack! Xiaorong grits her teeth against the pain, lashing out to shatter the demon's ice sword. Clutching her wound, she cackled, "Now you're out of puppets, sister." But Guigui remains unfazed. "You can't use your left hand either, so why don't you look down at your feet?" Unexpectedly, a blue serpent bursts from the ground, sinking its fangs into Guigui's leg. By the time she notices, it's too late. A fatal mistake. The snake vanished, its task complete. "Now you've lost the use of a leg, too." Xiaorong laughed. Looks like I have a slight advantage. Even if you have an extremely yin body, don't think you'll be fine after being poisoned by the azure serpent." This is bad. The longer this drags on, the worse it will be for me, Guigui thought. First, I have to deal with those annoying vines. She raised her hand, unleashing a burst of intense ice energy that enveloped her body as Guigui charged forward. Xiaorong lashed out with her whip, but a massive wall of ice rose up before her. Breaking through the wall, Guigui sent shards of ice raining down on Xiaorong, who desperately blocked, only to have her precious dragon vine frozen. My dragon tendon. Sharp shards of ice then erupted from the ground, chasing after Xiaorong. Annoying techniques. She stopped suddenly, arms outstretched as thousands of poisoned needles fly from her sleeves, shattering the ice. Not stopping there, they continue to rush towards Guigui. She quickly creates an ice shield, but it is quickly destroyed. Guigui swatted away the last of the needles, her breath growing heavy. "Looks like you're not as strong as you used to be." "The leg wound getting to you?" Xiaorong taunts. "Or are you just tired? Guess you really do decline faster as you get older." Tang Xiaorong licked a needle, her red tongue glistening, her voice sweet yet cruel. "I think I should sew your mouth shut, sister. You think you can? Netherworld is not inferior. Then stop the chatter and come finish this fight." The two women wielding opposing powers clashed, shaking the forest to its core. The battle rages as the grotesque Tam Tai Huyan Ma moves with impossible speed, leaping high to deliver a devastating blow that shatters the earth. Well, not bad footwork. He glanced at Yi Wen, who had just dodged the blow and attacked immediately. A punch grazed him, destroying the stone wall behind him. He grabbed a nearby sword and soared into the air, delivering a sky-splitting blow. But a strand of dragon silk subtly blocked the attack. Oh, the illusion demon is a little surprised. Is this the legendary dragon silk, so hard to cut with swords? This divine weapon is called the Jade Wall Star, isn't it? Are you a new puppet created to capture me? The illusion demon sneers. Y doesn't respond, but launches a kick at his bulging belly, a kick that feels like hitting cotton. It's useless. Huanma thrusts his belly forward, knocking away Yi Wen, and as he loses balance, Huanma swings his blade, but Yi Wen fades away and vanishes. What martial art could possibly defeat me? The corpulent illusion demon said confidently, hoisting his blade onto his shoulder. So what if you've mastered the chaotic demon art? Unseen, Yi Wen silently watches as Huanmo suddenly turns and slashes at empty air. There. The blade is stopped by countless thin but strong threads. Silkworm fiend, you can't hide completely. The illusion demon roared, using his strength to hurl Inhuman down, smashing a stone pillar in two. Now I see you clearly. He swung his blade, a heaven-splitting strike that plunged into the earth, creating a massive crater. But when the dust settled, the hole was empty. Yi Wen had vanished without a trace. You seem to be a descendant of the demon seed, but you haven't even reached half his power, echoes Yi Wen's voice from all directions. A demon seed? A branch of the demon sect? Yi Wen thought to himself, you're one of those brainwashed by the 7 demon killers? Sent to kill me. The phantom demon's eyes continued to scan the surroundings. In the world of medicine, there were 4 grand masters, revered as the Eastern Master, the Venomous Poison, the Southern Physician, and the Northern Immortal. Master Dong was a saintly healer. Shidu used poison to cure all diseases. Nan Yi could bring the dying back to life with acupuncture, and Beijian was said to control souls. It is said that around 200 years ago, when Beijian was still wandering, he arrived in Liang province. The people flocked to the streets, kneeling and begging, "Great northern sage, please save my child. Please heal my eyes." He arrived at the Longsword clan, where the head of the family respectfully invited him in. "Master of the North, I'll go get the medicine." Moments later, he emerged, and a bedridden old man suddenly stood up and walked normally before everyone's astonished eyes. "I can stand up again." The Northern Immortal's medical skills could make the disabled walk and the blind see. But strangely, wherever he went, children in the area mysteriously disappeared, unbeknownst to the Longsword family head, who continued to express his gratitude. "Thank you, Master Bixian. How can I ever repay you?" Little does he know, Bixian needs the bodies and souls of children to achieve immortality through the forbidden demonic soul descent technique. At the farewell banquet, the head of the household sadly said, "Great Immortal, why not stay a few more days? There are still many sick people here." As Northern Immortal raised his glass, a scream echoed from outside. A servant girl rushed in, blurting out a report that made the family head's face change drastically, and he hurried away. "There must have been a mistake in the medicine's transport," he told Bukshin. "I will compensate you fully." When they arrived, the scene before them was chilling. A child's corpse lay amidst shattered medicine jars, next to a bizarre, wriggling parasite. What is this?" A chilling bloodlust suddenly emanated from Beicheon. His eyes turned devilishly sinister. How many were in this family? The wicked deeds of Bukshin were finally exposed. That night, after slaughtering the entire Longsword family, he vanished without a trace, leaving their estate engulfed in flames. 397 died, leaving only 7 survivors. The culprit, Beicheon, changed his name and face, beginning a nomadic life, constantly sowing evil to maintain his wretched existence. North Star of Soul-Gazing Mountain, the pharmacist of the Western Heavens, the Yellow Robes of Yellow Mountain. He bore countless names, but at his core he was still a mad killer, Phantom Demon, a name that made the martial world tremble. The 7 survivors of the Longsword clan call themselves the 7 Demonic Killers. Their family's destruction fueling their singular goal, to kill the Phantom Devil. Children born into their bloodline were sent to Dragon Heaven Valley at the age of 5, a living hell. Few survived, and none mastered the Chaos Demon art to face their enemy, except for one, Yi Wen. "I am your father, I am also your father, we are all your fathers." Those soulless voices haunted his childhood. "We raised you, so you are the child of us all. You need not know our faces, care for our past, or even our deaths." Nat Vongan's eyes now burned with murderous intent as he clenched the black marbles in his hands. "My father is the father of my father. He lunges forward, throwing the 2 marbles. They burst open, forming a blinding net that ensnared Illusion Demon, and he circled around, after images appearing in a deadly encirclement. My mother is the mother of my mother. The 397 lives of the Longsword family, and the resentment of 10,000 children who died by your hand. Today, I'll use these hands to avenge them. The Illusion Demon looked at the broken blade in his hand and sighed. Kid, you've been brainwashed by the demonic path's 7 kills. You are not their descendant, and they are not your father's. Do you think your nonsense can sway me? One Without Trace roared. I don't care. Do you know why? Illusory Fiend. One Without Trace descended from above, but the Illusory Fiend leaned back, took a deep breath, and roared, unleashing a terrifying sound wave. One Without Trace vanished, leaving behind hundreds of tightly wound silken threads constricting the Illusory Fiend's body. Today, you are destined to die. Yiwuhen tightened the threads with all his might, unleashing his chaotic demon art and soul-devouring silver needles upon the roof of Xiaorong Palace. Li Junyue and Bai Caoer observed 2 earth-shattering battles, while Guigui and Tang Xiaorong appear to have a deep-seated hatred. Li Junyue says, "It's simple," Bai Caoer replies, sounding a little tired. Tang Xiaorong blames Guigui for forcing her to destroy her own sect. Meanwhile, clashes of blue and gold light create explosions that shake the area. But who exactly is that errand boy? I don't know. Thao Ni replied, I just know. I can trust him. As soon as she finished speaking, she coughed violently. Are you all right, Bai Tao Ni? Li Junyue asked worriedly. She wiped away the blood, her eyes still firm. I'm fine. I can still handle it. You've done your job well, Retreat. No. Thao Nai's voice was firm. For me, this is just the beginning. I will end this myself, even if it costs me my life. With that, she charged forward, leaving Li Junyue stunned. The battle between Not Vongan and Huyan Ma reaches its climax, but even as hundreds of silken threads constrict him, Huyan Ma remains unfazed. Insolent child! Not even the silkworm threads can restrain me. He grabbed dozens of threads with both hands, unleashing a burst of green internal energy, and began to pull back, the threads straining to the breaking point. Suddenly, the dragon silk threads tightened, yanking Yi Wugen back toward the Illusion Demon. The force was so strong, he flew through the air, slamming into the stone wall behind the Illusion Demon, sticking fast. The Illusion Demon seized the threads, swinging Yi Wugen back and forth like a grasshopper, smashing him against the wall and floor again and again. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Yi Wugen decided to abandon the dragon silk thread. Tch, it really isn't as easy as I thought. The Illusion Demon chuckled, taking a swig of wine. No matter how well you conceal yourself, you can't hide your scent. Allow me to introduce you to the Iron Corpse. Zombies harder than steel with a sense of smell 100 times sharper than a hunting dog. 4 stone coffins burst open, and 4 vacant-eyed, grinning, bloodthirsty ghouls slowly rose. Like beasts unleashed, they roared and charged at Yi Wuhen. Without fear, Yi Wuhen brings out his weapons, razor-sharp steel claws attached to his arms. The battle begins. He takes them all on, and even surrounded, Yi Wuhen moves like a phantom. The sharp claws tear through the iron skin of the iron corpses, with some difficulty, but not impossible. Suddenly, 2 larger coffins are destroyed from the inside, and these are venomous ghouls. 2 fat bandaged zombies charge forward, throwing punches with the force of 1,000 pounds. But because they're so fat, they're pretty slow, and Not Vongan easily dodges them. Where their fists landed, the ground corroded, releasing a trail of poisonous green smoke. They use poison arts, and even their bodies are full of toxins, truly troublesome opponents. The 2 poison zombies opened their putrid mouths, spewing torrents of toxic fluids, but not wanting to linger, Yi Wugen decisively rushed forward, hacking them to pieces. But horrifyingly, those body parts still wriggled, as if they felt no pain. Having become soul-reaping zombies, their bodies and inner strength have doubled, and they can now think and attack freely. From the coffins emerged the black and white twin devils, their eyes vacant but filled with murderous intent. The white devil immediately unleashed the ice-white divine art, severing soul sword. Just as he dodged the ice swords, the ground beneath him swelled and exploded, the black ghost's spirit, magic, and thunderous palm. He quickly used his lightness skill to fly up, but 4 iron corpses blocked his path. Damn it, my stealth technique is useless against these guys. Just as the black and white demons moved in for the kill, a massive explosion erupted. Bai Caoer and Li Junyue had arrived just in time. You just focus on dealing with the Illusion Demon, Cao shouts. Leave these small fries to us. A cacophony of clashes erupts. Thanks to his comrades, some of the burden has been lifted from Yi Wugen's shoulders, so he's counting on them. Yiwugan splits into dozens of illusions, surrounding the illusion demon, but it simply inhales and exhales. With a single breath, he scatters the illusions like dandelion seeds. The remaining iron corpses rush to attack, and the illusion demon observes, concluding this must be the real body. He strikes, piercing through both zombies and Natvongan, but he's made a grave error. It's just another clone. The real unfettered appeared from behind a large pillar, the dragon silk thread once again binding his body. He wouldn't make the same mistake twice. The threads, as if alive, wrapped around illusion demon's body. Realizing the problem, they began a deadly tug of war, but it was clear that the phantom demon was much stronger. "You're doing this," he growls, as if resigned to his fate. "If killing you means I die too, so be it. Because it's my promise to my fallen fathers, the hope and desire of the mothers you've wronged." Fueled by vengeance, the illusion demon is finally overwhelmed. His bulky body was constricted by the dragon silk threads, looking like a tightly packed sausage, his fat threatening to burst out as Natvongan roared, his face filled with fury. "Therefore, illusion demon, you must die today." Seeing their master in danger, the black and white double demons rushed to his rescue, but Li Junyue and Bai Tower blocked their path. "Yiwuyan, you know how this has to end, right?" Hearing the urging, Yiwuyan poured all his inner strength into the dragon silk threads. He roared, and the threads tightened. Crack! Crack! The phantom demon's puppet body is torn to shreds, releasing white smoke as the giant stone pillar collapses. Just when it seemed to be over, a gaunt, withered figure flew out from the shattered puppet shell, an old, dazed man, the phantom devil, hovering in the air before slowly descending. The three shuddered at the sight. Was that the phantom demon's true form? How despicable, using the super necromantic resurrection technique. The black and white twin devils have now become zombies, standing guard on either side of him. Li Junyue spun his staff, smirking. "Just an old bag of bones. Let's see how fast you really are." The staff in his hand suddenly expanded, transforming into a massive iron rod. The great Vajra mace, the golden staff pierces through walls, demolishing a corner of the fortress, but the illusion demon and his puppets evade the blow. I didn't expect the beggar's sex staff technique to have such a powerful hidden move. "You've lived for 300 years, Li Junyue said grimly. "Your life ends here." Suddenly, stone coffins burst open, and dozens of zombies lunged out like ravenous tigers as Yi Wuhen cried out. He throws out a small ball, along with dragon silkworm teeth. A terrifying explosion obliterates the zombies and levels the illusion demon palace. As the dust settles, illusion demon and the two puppets have vanished. Our connection ends here. His voice echoed from afar, returning us to the battle of the two women. Tang Xiaorong and Guigui were both exhausted. They stood facing each other, panting, their energy nearly depleted, their right legs poisoned and almost numb. Guigui thought to herself. Tang Xiaorong's left hand was limp, blood still flowing, but she forced a smile. "You look exhausted, older sister. You won't last much longer either." Hearing that, Tang Xiaorong gritted her teeth and slammed her hand into an ancient plum tree. "Let's end this here." She channeled her inner energy into the tree, causing it to swell before suddenly bursting. Tens of thousands of plum blossoms were blown away, swirling around her like a tornado. "Floral dance of the demon." Tang Xiaorong laughed triumphantly. "You won't have the chance to see such beauty again." Not to be outdone, Guigui poured her remaining power into her ice sword, transforming it into a giant ice flower, radiating freezing cold. The blade covered the sky, a blizzard of snowflakes, a battle of flour against ice. The two ultimate techniques collided, creating a terrifying earthquake. The earth and sky trembled. Countless wounds appeared on the two women's bodies, but on their lips were satisfied smiles. A torrent of blue and red energy intertwined and exploded, a dual-colored beam tearing through the night sky. This was a battle of gods. As the light fades, the battle reaches its end, leaving countless ice daggers shaped like flower petals embedded in the desolate trees. Icy dart pierced through Tang Xiaorong's body. She trembles, pulling one from her shoulder, her gaze filled not with hatred, but with mad envy. "I envy that ageless skin. If I had it, I'd be forever young." Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, the battle between Fei Liu and Bai Zhaoyun intensifies. Bai Zhaoyun had the upper hand, moving like lightning, his invisible sword aura suffocating Fei Liu, who was cornered against an ancient tree with nowhere to run. "Tsisk, tsisk." Bai Zhaoyun clicked his tongue, looking amused. He raised his hand and terrifying lightning energy gathered in his palm. Boom! Fei Liu was sent flying dozens of meters, his body battered. Desperate, he wondered how to defeat this monster, knowing his only option was a risky gamble to cut off at least one of its arms. As Bai Zhaoyun calmly approached to deliver the final blow, a ghostly voice echoed in Fei Liu's mind. Do you want to win that badly? Startled, Fei Lu stared at the blade in his hand. The sword is talking. Who are you? Me? Aren't I you? The demonic blade suddenly tightened its grip on Fei Lu's hand, sending a chilling sensation down his spine. What the hell are you doing? Seeing Fei Lu talking to himself, Bai Zhaoyun interjected, Hey, Sungyo, have you gone crazy from being beaten too much? Who are you rambling to? Weren't you willing to sacrifice your life? The voice within the blade echoed again, full of temptation. Humph, take it if you want it. Fei Lu roars, then unexpectedly strikes Bai Zhaoyun with a long sword. After you help me defeat this bastard. The sudden attack forces Bai Zhaoyun back, his eyes narrowing, his expression hardening. Your attack just now had no killing intent, but now you're covered in dark energy. You've been consumed by the soul of the Azure Demon Blade. I don't know what kind of deal you made with it, but I'll show you just how vast the difference between us is. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than blood sprayed from Bai Zhaoyun's left shoulder. Fei Lu has appeared beside him unnoticed. Is there still a gap between them? Having been struck for the first time, Bai Zhaoyun wasn't angry, but instead incredibly excited, as lightning energy erupted from his body. That's right, this is getting interesting. The two clash, the sound of weapons colliding ringing out. Now I've got your movements all figured out, Bai Zhaoyun laughs maniacally. You've borrowed the Green Blade's power to keep up with my speed, haven't you? He barely finished speaking when Fei Lu appeared behind him, launching a surprise attack. The battle intensifies as Fei Lu unleashes a relentless assault, giving Bai Zhaoyun no quarter. I don't know what this power is, he thought, but I know I'm faster and stronger now. You've changed a little. Bai Zhaoyun admits that Dan's speed has increased as well. Their battle decimates the surrounding forest. I didn't foresee this, but if this is all you've got, nothing will change. Bai Zhaoyun began to counterattack, each blow a fatal move. He raises his hand to the sky, summoning a massive lightning bolt. Boom! The lightning sends Ryu flying into a nearby mountainside, creating a deep crater. He struggles out, dusting himself off as the demon blade vibrates in his hand, its mocking voice echoing in his mind. Indeed, how utterly pathetic. The demon blade remained stuck to Fei Lu's hand, as if it were a part of him. You said you were ready to sacrifice yourself, Bai Zhaoyun mocked, but the way you fight is no different than throwing your life away. Use your head, use the moves you've never used before. But Fei Lu growled, every muscle trembling. My body can't handle those moves. Then death awaits you. Bai Zhaoyun shrugged, looking at him with a mocking expression. What's wrong? Are you going to make me wait again? Fei Lu gripped his blade with both hands, a wild, domineering dark energy erupting and enveloping his body. No, I won't make you wait any longer, because now I have no way out. Oh, looks like you've finally realized it. Bai Zhaoyun smiled, a smile of pure amusement as he began to gather power, dense bolts of lightning crackling around his blade. Memories flood back to the day Fei Lu struggled to master his blade amidst a raging storm, the sky dark, lightning tearing across the heavens. He roared, unleashing a strike of earth-shattering power, severing a bolt of lightning from the sky. Immediately, he collapsed, his body ravaged by the backlash. Reckless fool, the seventh form of the adamantine dragon's severing blade will destroy you. I forbade you from using it, and I'm warning you again, you absolutely cannot use the seventh form. How can your body withstand it now? Back in reality, the speed of the two has exceeded the limits of the naked eye, and only the harsh sounds of metal colliding and the leaking lightning tearing through the air can be heard. The backlash from the adamantine dragon sky-rending blade hit as soon as he unleashed the attack, and Fei Lu cried out in pain as his bones began to break. Seeing an opening, Bai Zhaoyun followed up with another blow. Dan, your body can't handle such a powerful sword technique. Let it end here. He raised his sword to the sky, and countless lightning bolts converged, forming a giant thunderbird. Roaring ferociously, he unleashes the flying thunderblade, its final form. Thunderbird. Yes, let this be the end. Fei Lu roared, ignoring his shattering bones, and unleashed the seventh forbidden form of the azure dragon's sky-piercing blade. Lightning severance. The Thunderbird descended with destructive force, only to be torn apart by an even more domineering slash. The forbidden technique's power was so immense, it split the sky, pierced a distant mountain, and created a bottomless abyss, leaving Fei Lu's bones utterly shattered. Bai Zhaoyun stood tall, slowly sheathing his blade. To reach this level of swordsmanship, I never would have imagined it. As he finished speaking, his body began to crack and fall into the abyss. He had failed. Fei Lu smiles, his face weary. I finally won. He fell into the darkness, the demonic blade falling with him. No, he couldn't die yet. A demonic laugh echoes from the blade. Heh heh heh. How could you die, kid? Your destiny truly begins now, as he returns to the final, most insane battle. And Little Ma punches the heavenly demon in the gut, causing him to cry out in pain. He flew like a bullet, slamming straight into a nearby mountain. Before his enemy could recover, Xiao Ma rushed in, delivering dozens, hundreds of furious blows to his face. Bam! The more he fought, the more invigorated Xiao Ma became. He punched so hard that the mountain behind the heavenly demon completely shattered. Afterwards, Xiao Ma stood panting, while the heavenly demon struggled to his feet, wiping blood from his mouth in disbelief. Beaten so badly, he was unwilling to accept it. He roared, summoning all his strength, as a brilliant, pure, and powerful golden aura erupted around him, making him look like a super saiyan. I can't believe you've pushed me this far, he growls, his hands summoning 2 miniature tornadoes. They lock eyes, then charge. 2 ultimate powers collide, creating an explosion akin to an atomic bomb. Boom! They were both blown back, and the strongest began to posture. If we're talking about martial arts, what do you have to beat me? Sneered the heavenly demon. I don't need to know what I'll use, Xiao Ma replied, his eyes full of determination. I only know that I never considered losing to you. Above Demon Spirit City, 2 massive energies began to take shape, the mighty white tiger of the heavenly demon and the raging celestial dragon of Xiao Ma. The 2 beasts roared, ready to tear each other apart, creating a breathtaking scene of a dragon and tiger battling. Below, 2 young punks were settling things with their fists. The heavenly demon clearly had the upper hand, sending Xiao Ma flying like a ball through the city walls, where he tumbled across the ground. Observing from afar, Illusion Demon noted that while it looked like a dragon-tiger battle, the heavenly demon's aura was a cut above. The battle continues. A punch thrown, a kick deflected. They fight without rest, lost in the moment. If those moves didn't work, then how about this one, you brat? The heavenly demon suddenly grabs Xiao Ma by the neck and delivers a thunderous blow to his chest. And here's another. Crash! Xiao Ma staggered, looking weary. You were so tough just a moment ago. Why the pale face now? The heavenly demon sneered, tossing him to the ground like a broken toy. Enough, it ends here. A flurry of devastating blows rains down on the boy. The heavenly demon looked down, a hint of interest in his eyes. An ethereal body. A physique that can endlessly absorb power from nature. It seems I'll have to use my full strength to end this. Wouldn't that be fun for everyone? Mad Demon Fists of Gale. A terrifying whirlwind pierces through Xiao Ma's body, tearing apart the jacket he just bought at the market. Suddenly, a faint, unfamiliar voice echoed in his mind. Help me. The heavenly demon smirked. Let me send you off with a bang. 13 wind lances. A series of smaller, sharper tornadoes pierced Xiao Ma's body, his bones cracking ominously. Please, save us. The voice echoed again, clearer this time. Xiao Ma was dazed. What was that sound? Someone is clearly calling for help. This brat. Enraged by his opponent's distraction, the heavenly demon strikes Xiao Ma with a black wind palm, sending him crashing into a nearby tower. The heavenly demon slowly approached. I told you, you can't win. I will never lose to you. Xiao Ma staggers to his feet, tearing away his tattered shirt to reveal a scarred but sturdy physique. If it were you, you could save us. Who are you? Where am I? Xiao Ma roared in his mind. Your mental strength is mediocre, the heavenly demon sneered. Even with the spirit body, your stamina and power are almost exhausted. Natural energy surged into Xiao Ma's body once more. I know death is near, but I absolutely will not die by your hand. Gathering his remaining strength into his right arm, Xiao Ma lunges forward. Boom! But the heavenly demon's invisible vortex blocked the attack, and undeterred, Xiao Ma unleashed a furious storm of fists and kicks, unable to land a blow. Damn it, the heavenly demon smirked. My martial art has no name. I learned it from nature. Have you ever seen a tornado created like this? He held out his hand, and a small storm began to form in his palm. Back in the past, in an endless desert, a massive sandstorm like a ferocious beast devoured an entire village as the celestial demon's master, the northern martial emperor, watched coldly. But in the eyes of the young disciple, a mad greed flickered. In that moment I realized if I could make this destructive power my own, I would be unrivaled under the heavens, surpassing even the flying dragon. Back in reality, a miniature whirlwind roared in the heavenly demon's palm. He clenched his fist and the tornado vanished. It was the wind. Xiao Ma is shocked. The cyclone decimation, tenfold judgment. Giving his opponent no time to think, the heavenly demon waves his hand, and the earth trembles as sharp stone pillars rise from the ground, forming a cage around Xiao Ma. The way to defeat a cyclone is to crush it, but perhaps I should tear you to pieces first, to seize the heavenly demon's soul. The stone pillars, under the demon's control, transformed into hundreds of sharp spears. raining down on Xiaoma like a deadly storm. Though Xiaoma's speed was extraordinary, there were simply too many to dodge. He rolls painfully across the ground as the heavenly demon lands gracefully, his eyes as cold as if he were looking at an ant. You won't be moving anymore. Two small tornadoes rose from the ground, ensnaring Xiaoma's legs. If he's stuck like this, it's not good. He leans, straining with all his might to break free, but from above, a giant boulder the size of a small hill is being summoned by the heavenly demon, ready to fall. In that moment of life and death, faint voices echoed in Xiaoma's mind. "Save us! Who are you people?" He cried out in his mind. "Please, save us! Are you there? You can still talk at a time like this?" The heavenly demon frowned and lowered his hand. "Let this be the end." Soul-chasing fiery spear. The massive boulder hurtled down with terrifying speed as Xiaoma looked up and roared one last time. "If you're here, show yourselves. Whether there are 100 or 1,000 of you, I'll face you all." Then, an earth-shattering explosion. The boulder crushed Xiaoma and pierced the earth, creating a deep pit, the shockwave flattening everything around it. Cheonma stood at the edge, coldly looking down, as sunlight touched a dark space below for the first time. It was an underground prison, and the little horse lay dying amidst the rubble. "Help me." "Get up," the voices urged. He slowly opened his eyes, the dim light revealing figures behind bars, and a terrified little girl sobbed. "Please, save us." Xiaoma struggled to stand, blood still flowing freely. "I want to help, but I can't hold on much longer." Suddenly, his weary eyes widened in horror. "Why? Why are everyone's legs cut off?" A man in the prison answered, his voice full of bitterness. "The reason doesn't matter. We were taken hostage for treason, and because they were in a bad mood, they chopped off our legs and locked us in here. This is hell, so everyone imprisoned here has had their legs cut off. For the first time in years, the gloomy prison is bathed in sunlight, and for the crippled prisoners, it is a light of hope, of liberation, and standing in that light was Xiaoma. Though wounded, to them, he was a war god, fighting for their freedom." In Xiaoma's mind, Bai Caoni's words echoed, images of a heartless killer and unforgivable crimes. He looked at the Lion King, then at his men. Isn't the outcome already decided? Why must they fight to the death? My mother and wife are held hostage by the heavenly demon. Where did I go wrong? They will all die here today, and their deaths are on the heavenly demon, not you. Give me one more day, just one, and I will defeat the heavenly demon and save your family. Back in reality, Xiaoma's eyes, fixed on the heavenly demon, no longer held mere aggression, but the fury of a judge. He roared, "Heavenly demon, you will die today." The heavenly demon laughed arrogantly. "You think you can?" "I know," Xiaoma interrupted, his voice deep and steely. "It would be impossible. If I were just a lowly servant in Harmony Valley, I would have thought so too." But then he looked up, exuding a completely different aura, both majestic and domineering. "What if I were hailed as the world's greatest? What if my true identity were the dragon ascendant? Would things be different then?" Hearing the name Flying Dragon, the heavenly demon's smile froze, and he frowned, trying to remain calm. "Flying Dragon? How dare you call yourself that? What nonsense are you spouting?" But deep down, he sensed something was amiss. Wait, thinking back to this brat's body. He recalled the fatal blows he'd landed, wounds that should have felled anyone, yet Xiaoma stood firm. Even with a spirit body, he couldn't recover at such a terrifying rate. The heavenly demon's eyes grew serious as he voiced a terrifying possibility. "Could it be that you consumed the immortal grass?" "I don't know what that is," Xiaoma replied. "My memories are hazy, but this body remembers one thing. The martial arts of the Flying Dragon." "The martial arts of the Flying Dragon? How laughable. I don't know what sins I've committed, but I apologize, so I can live on." Xiaoma rotates his shoulders. "You've committed sins as grave as my own, but all I can do now is defeat you, free those people, and let them return to their families. Because I promised I would, and no matter how hard it gets, I will keep my word." Little Ma roared, throwing a punch. The heavenly demon quickly blocked the blow, deflecting it with ease, but he didn't realize it was a feint. Another, faster, stronger punch was already coming. The heavenly demon's eyes narrowed in fear. "Danger!" The little horse's attack was too powerful. After struggling, the heavenly demon was barely able to block it. He gasped, staring at his opponent in terror. How could such a wounded body possess such terrifying power? The heavenly demon was truly afraid. Before him stood not a boy, but the phantom of a colossal, bloodthirsty heavenly dragon. He gritted his teeth, his face twisted with resentment and disbelief. "Heavenly dragon. He can't be the Flying Dragon. I'll use everything I have to defeat you." He roared, spreading his arms wide, gathering power into two whirlwinds. "Die!" Soul-shattering horn strike. Two destructive whirlwinds rushed toward Xiaoma, but he easily dispelled them with his bare hands. This leaves the heavenly demon stunned, unaware of the true extent of his power. Seeing his disadvantage, the heavenly demon frantically channeled his energy, needing to stall for time. He poured all his inner strength into the two tornadoes, merging them into a spinning ball of energy, resembling a Rasen Shuriken, the great firmament Vajra wheel. Then try blocking this. He unleashed his strongest attack, but Xiaoma blocked it with a single hand. Crack! Xiaoma's right arm shatters, but he manages to block the heavenly demon's final attack. This proves his strength has increased dramatically. His right hand. Xiaoma frowned, and Tianma gritted his teeth in frustration. He used the great firmament Vajra wheel and only broke one of his arms. Clenching his remaining fist, Xiaoma spoke slowly, his voice like thunder. Apologize to them. He lets out a cry as the final blow is struck. Unrepentant, the heavenly demon roars in despair, refusing to listen to such nonsense. The two destructive forces collided, creating a terrifying explosion that shook the entire dark prison, as the heavenly demon relentlessly threw punches, each blow carrying the force of a hurricane. Barely dodging, Xiaoma is struck and sent crashing into a wall as the heavenly demon raises a hand, forming a vortex, his voice echoing with arrogance. Do you know who I am? I'll finish you with my strongest martial art, the extreme spirit-chasing Inferno Spear. Xiaoma was not to be outdone, pouring all his power into one punch, the Infinite Fist. Two ultimate techniques clashed, gold and blue light colliding, roaring, tearing through space. One roared, the other screamed, and finally, amidst an earth-shattering explosion, the heavenly demon's fiery spear shattered. Crack! His arm bones shattered as Little Ma's indomitable will broke through every defense, sending the heavenly demon flying. He lay there, his eyes still wide with shock. How could this be? Xiaoma seizes the opportunity and delivers the final blow. Sometimes I recall the massacres, the deaths of countless people, the pain, the rage, the despair. I don't know why I feel this way, but from now on I'll search for the answer. Inner energy takes form. A massive jade-blue dragon appears and devours the heavenly demon. Instead of attacking, it carries him away, the dragon piercing the earth, shattering the prison, and soaring into the vast blue sky. The towering city walls were cleaved in two, and the main gate, forged from eternal cold iron, was easily destroyed. In midair, the celestial dragon vanished, and the heavenly demon's body slowly fell. The soldiers looked up in horror. That's the heavenly demon defeated. He's lost consciousness. Silence fell over the battlefield, then shattered into panicked screams. What had just happened? The Iron Gate has fallen. Seeing their brutal ruler lying motionless, they still can't believe their eyes. The great celestial demon. That bastard's words have come true. After a moment of stunned silence, the commanding general regained his composure. He drew his sword and roared, "Fall back! The heavenly demon is dead. There is no war. No war. Is it over? What about my wife and children?" The soldiers stared at each other in disbelief, then erupted in joy, casting aside their weapons and rushing into the city to find their families. On a distant mountaintop, the illusion demon and monster elder observed the scene. Was the heavenly demon truly dead? Perhaps, Huyan-Ma replied, his voice full of regret. I could have taken his body, a perfect vessel of martial arts, but the old man straightened up. His hunchback vanished, returning to his true form. Still, there's plenty to learn, and even a body like this is worth studying. Ha ha ha! The two old devils laughed maniacally in what was once a nameless outpost meant to hold back the Northern Snow Clan, but which has now grown into a powerful force under one man, feared even by the Martial Arts Alliance. Its master, the Heavenly Demon, who killed the Northern Martial Emperor at the age of 20, an ambitious man who wanted to devour the world. Today, that ambition has vanished like smoke. You have accomplished this as a man living under the name of Flying Dragon Legend, once known as the greatest in the world. And now he lives as Tioma, a menial servant of Hoa Nach Lung. In Tioma's hazy consciousness, the image of Tien Tuyet Huang flickers, pure as a snow lotus. He recalls her words after he was subdued. Even with amnesia, your ethereal body ensures you're always full of primordial energy. Your body is in a constant state of enlightenment, recovering with every breath. When the 5 elements are unlocked, all your power will return. But remember, being the best in the world isn't always a good thing. And regaining your memories, it all depends on your choices. Xiaoma, what on earth are you doing? Xiaoma groggily awakens amidst the screams and cries, muttering, Who am I? Ah no, Fei Long, why am I here? In the devastated forest after the battle, the figures of Fei Liu and Bai Zhaoyun slowly emerge. Bai Chuvan had vanished. Fei Liu glanced towards the great devil spirit city, then struggled to his feet, leaning on the Than Ma blade. He stumbled a few steps before collapsing, able only to lie there, panting as he gazed up at the endless sky. From the ruins of the battle between One Without Trace and Phantom Devil, another small explosion rang out. From the dust, Yiwun emerges, eyes burning with rage. "Where is Illusion Demon?" "It seems he's vanished," Li Junyue replied, looking just as worn. Baekcho-ni struggles to stand. "Are you all right?" "Of course," she grits her teeth. "This isn't enough to defeat me. I won't fall until I see that heavenly demon die in the Smiling Moon Palace's garden." Dew covers the garden. Sunlight shines through Tang Xiaorong's beautiful ice statue, creating a tragic beauty as Guigi, covered in wounds, wearily says, "My part ends here." With that, she faded into the mist. Below ground, soldiers and citizens flooded the prison. Cries of sorrow mingled with shouts of joy echoed everywhere. "Father is alive. Mother found little Ma amidst the chaos." "Is this Fai Long?" He just said he might be Fai Long. "I heard the dragon ascendant disappeared a long time ago." The fat disciple, carrying his master, stared blankly at little Ma, beaten to a pulp. Every single one of his 365 joints is shattered, his organs are ruptured, and yet he still breathes. Kuai Lao glanced at his disciple. "Bring that kid with us." "Where are we going? Back home?" "Back home? Who's home?" "Who else? It's Fai Long's hometown." The annoyed old man replied, "Harmony Music Valley." "Harmony Valley? Is that where the world's greatest warrior Fai Long is from?" Mok is shocked. The infamous Fai Long who disappeared is there. The old eccentric had nothing left to say to his foolish disciple. The battle had finally come to an end. Unfettered, silently walks away alone, the words of the illusion demon echoing in his ears. "You're not a descendant of the Dragon Sword family. You look more like a descendant of the demonic seed. You're just one of those brainwashed by the demonic path's 7 killings." He returned to his temporary home, his heart full of confusion. Am I a descendant of the demonic seed? The illusion demon. What made him say things I couldn't refute? Could the person I know as myself not be me? He sat there in darkness, feeling lost about his own origins for the first time in his life. At the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters, Fei Lu had been brought back. The doctor carefully examines and bandages his wounds. The battle is over, but the scars, both physical and mental, will remain for a long time. Amidst the ruins of the great Devil Spirit City, the air was thick with sorrow. A guard approached Fai Ryu, his voice low. "Reporting, Captain. Of the 999 members of the Special Forces Unit, 37 brothers have fallen. The total number of members remaining is 962, including the injured." An older guard, his face etched with the marks of hardship, consoled, "Captain, please don't be too grieved. If war truly erupts, the numbers will only climb higher. Their sacrifice saved tens of thousands of others." Hearing this, Fei Liu felt his burden lighten somewhat. He took a deep breath, suppressed his pain, and said sternly, "Find the bodies of all our brothers and hold a solemn memorial service." The guards acknowledged his orders, and Fei Liu asked, "How are Cao Ni and that squinty-eyed guy doing?" Inside a makeshift tent, Bai Cao Ni receives careful treatment from the medics. Li Junyue called from outside, "Thank you, Bai Cao Ni. Without your sacrifice, we couldn't have achieved this. On behalf of the Martial Alliance, I offer my sincere gratitude." "There's no need for that, Zhonghui. I'm just struggling to survive myself. Besides, what are you planning to do now?" "We'll rebuild Spirit Wind City for now, then reorganize the Martial Alliance. It'll take time. Farewell." Li Junyue hastily departed, but turned back with a meaningful tone, saying, "Oh, and that runaway kid? If he really is a dragon, wouldn't Bai Xiaoer be cursed to be with her?" Bai Xiaoni fell into thought, her eyes gazing into the distance. If it's a bad fate, then it's a truly terrible one. In the Ghost Soul Valley, Guigui dragged her weary, wounded body back home, where Yaksha awaited in the main hall. He looks at her and asks, "You look so disheveled. It must have been Tang Xiaorong?" "I suppose so. You knew all along, didn't you? That brat is the dragon ascendant?" Guigui replied calmly, "If I'd known it was Flying Dragon, I would have done it myself." She quickly interjected, "I wasn't sure." "Fai Long, you say?" Yaksha smirked mysteriously. This is truly the worst twist of fate. In Hoanak Lung, as the Mangson duo try to heal Tio Ma, the chubby one gnaws on a chicken leg and asks, "Master, will he wake up?" "Even if he's saved, he'll likely be paralyzed." The old monster glanced at the herbs nearby. "Can't you see?" "See what?" "The very essence of heaven and earth is being drawn into this boy's body. This flower is licorice, highly sensitive to vital energy. It's already withered in less than half a day." Stroking his long beard, he declared that no matter what, this boy could not die. Across the azure sky, an eagle messenger soars toward the Martial Alliance headquarters. Inside a solemn study, an elder reviews documents when he receives the urgent letter. He opened it, and his expression suddenly changed. Without delay, he burst into the elder's meeting room, his voice trembling with excitement. My lord, elders, urgent news from Vice Chief of Staff is coming in. The meeting room fell silent. The Vice Chief of Staff, along with Flying Squad Captain, the White Blossom heir of the Yai Flower Palace, the bounty hunter 1 silver coin, and a nameless man named Tiu Ma. The 5 of them defeated the heavenly demon and all the city lords under him. War has been averted, and the meeting room erupts in astonishment. Everyone was stunned, unable to believe what they were hearing. The elder took a deep breath and continued reading the final part of the letter, his voice filled with undisguised shock. Reports say that the one who defeated the heavenly demon was none other than that nameless stable boy, and the vice director suspects that this stable boy may be the legendary martial artist who disappeared long ago. Bai Cao Ni stood amidst the desolate ruins of what was once the magnificent Daihua Palace. The chilling autumn wind whispers through the rustling leaves like echoes of the past as she steps onto the decaying wooden bridge, each step a flood of memories. That's where a wildflower once bloomed, heralding a sunny day. That's the room where the 2 sisters once dined together. That ancient tree is where she first mastered the 3,000 fingers, and this collapsed gate is where the fateful battle took place. Weary feet carried her before a solitary grave. The master of the Yihua Palace, Bai Lingfei, knelt down as tears she had long suppressed finally flowed. Mother, your unfilial daughter has only now returned. Please, do not worry. I vow to avenge those responsible for the massacre, and I promise to rebuild the Diwa Palace to even greater glory. In Huanhak Lung, Bak Tao Ni searched tirelessly for a familiar face, day after day. Little Ma, where have you gone? Demon Spirit City. The city has been completely transformed, the suffocating atmosphere of death replaced by the bustling activity of a lively market. Who knew the city of demon spirits could be reborn like this? Tao Ni speaks to Fei Liu as if waking from a nightmare. Tell me. Fei Liu calmly replied, What do you want from me? Tao Ni smiled. How did you know? They continued walking. It's about the massacre at the Yihua Palace. I heard the Martial Arts Alliance has detailed records of the event, about my mother's death and my sister's whereabouts. I want to know everything. Deep in the forest, Not Vongan is training like a man possessed, each strike filled with rage. So what if he's a descendant of the demonic sect? That bastard. Don't make me laugh. In the Martial Arts Alliance's library, Thao Ni has devoured mountains of records. The demonic sect, the 7 fiends of the demonic path, Blackwood Peak, and the eccentric at Mach. A dry leaf drifted in, landing on her book. She looked out the window, thinking, Another autumn has come. Will you not return? Beside a majestic waterfall, Fai Lu meditates. Suddenly, he opens his eyes as a figure descends from above. Noak caught. Catch this, you weasel-eyed fool. The 2 clash, fists and feet colliding, the force of their power splitting the waterfall. Li Junyue lands, his expression grave. That blade is indeed dangerous. The deathly demonic blade once belonged to Wao Zixuan, the white-robed azure void swordsman, one of the 3 heroes of the martial world in the past. Even a great swordsman who fought alongside the Iron Mountain martial emperor was eventually consumed by the demonic blade, becoming a crazed murderer. Weakbone. Can you control it with your current abilities? Hearing Thao Ni's question, Fai Lu could only remain silent. He had no answer. The bitter winter finally arrived, blanketing Harmony Valley in snow, where Bai Kaoer stood, where she'd bid farewell to Xiao Ma. She breathed out a white puff of air and continued to walk back and forth through the bustling crowd, her eyes still searching. Then spring came again. The peach blossoms bloomed, and she was still there, day after day, waiting for a servant. Just when hope seemed lost, a familiar voice called out from behind, teasing and warm. Hey, you have to pay off your debts before you go. Once people fall into the quagmire of despair caused by war and disease, they cease to be human. Hunger and thirst are everywhere. Dying today or tomorrow makes no difference. My childhood was hell. A one-eyed man with a scarred face stared at me. How old are you? I didn't answer, only that I was worth a tile of silver, enough for my mother and brother to live for a year. I never blamed my mother. I thought selling myself would be my escape from poverty, but I was wrong. I simply traded one hell for another. Far worse. Every day I thought of death hundreds of times, but I couldn't die. I didn't have the courage. Of the hundreds of children known only by numbers, children pushed to the brink of cruelty, only 2 survived in the end. A long-haired boy, the commander, and I stood together as he lit a candle, his words echoing in our minds. Before this candle burns out, if there's no victor, you both die. The long-haired boy tightened his grip on his sword. Let's begin. You know we have no choice. I remained silent. He was right. I risked everything, endured countless humiliations to get here, and I couldn't give up. We charged at each other, not out of hatred, but out of a primal need to survive. I didn't want to die. The long-haired boy was finally defeated, his sword broken in two. He lay there, staring at me. Finish it. You and I both know I can't win. I stood there looking at my only comrade, my emotions in turmoil. What's wrong? Can't bring yourself to do it? He sneered. Number 17, I don't understand how you made it this far with such a soft heart. Fine, if you can't do it, I will. He picked up my broken sword piece, telling me to live for the both of us. With that, he ended his own life. I survived in that hell, stepping over the corpses of countless peers. Years later, in Ghost Soul Valley, number 17 knelt awaiting orders. The ghost sat on his ice throne, his voice stern. From today, you will be the leader of the Black Moon No Night, and from now on, your name will be Fei Long. The 14th generation of the Green Scar Assassin King, Wang Ju, threw a precious sword down before me, a gift for my inauguration. 5 years later, 2 guards at a great clan suddenly felt a cold wind. What was that? Immediately, their bodies were torn to shreds by dozens of invisible slashes. Inside the hall, a man with a goatee polishes his greatsword. He is Mo Jiansheng, the infamous fire dragon saber, and he's been warned of assassins. He looked up to see Flying Dragon and the members of the Black Moon. Very well, one member said. I will personally take Makim Huang's head. Like a storm, the yaksha bursts through the door, and a shadow immediately descends from the rafters. The treacherous blade aimed for his neck, but it was a feint. The moment Mo Jianjiang attacked, a silent blade emerged from the shadows. Swoosh! A single, swift, and merciless strike pierced straight through Mak Kim Huang's heart. Fei Long withdrew his sword, coldly eyeing his comrade. Yaksha, for us, a single mistake means death. Mission complete, Yaksha whispered, quietly following behind Fei Long. Captain, it's not over yet. How much longer do we have to train? The other subordinates whispered in admiration, his sword never stained with blood. As expected of the captain, one strike is all it takes. In the bleak and frigid Ghost Valley, Guigui stands before the dying old master. Can I leave? He coughed a few times. Go back. She is now officially the mth generation Ghost Valley Master, the Snow Woman of Heavenly Mountain, Guigui. The old master looked at his blood-stained hand, his voice weak but full of bitterness. Accept your fate. You have nowhere else to go. I've chosen you as my successor. Guigui lowered her head, hiding the complex emotions in her eyes. Your Grace, I will always remember it. This is hardly amusing. He leans against a decaying throne, and I, powerful enough to grasp the world, can't stop the rot within my own body. Have you ever heard of the immortal grass? The immortal grass? It's just a legend, but it's real. The old Valley Master is decisive. I've confirmed this information. It's currently at the Pear Blossom Palace. It's time for you to repay your debt to me, Ghost. Hearing the word debt, Guigui had no choice but to comply. In a cold, secret chamber, Guigui gave Fei Long his orders. Immortal Grass, do you hear me? Kill Baklin Fei, the master of Lahoa Palace, and bring it back here. If you succeed, Sam Lang's position will be yours. Fei Long stood motionless, his voice devoid of emotion. I have one question. Why must we kill Bai Lingfei? As far as I know, the Pear Blossom Palace has never hindered us. Guigui seemed troubled, but quickly regained his composure. If you don't kill Baklin Fei, how do you intend to obtain the immortal grass? Besides, this is an order, not a negotiation. You just need to complete the mission. Fei Long was silent for a moment, then nodded slightly. He turned, his figure melting into the shadows. I don't need Sam Lang's location. Watching Fei Long's cold back, she fell into thought, her hands clenching. Fei Long, today you didn't even look at me once. In a bustling marketplace, Fei Long quietly strolled, observing the throngs of people, the market's lively clamor a stark contrast to his deadly silence. Many martial artists are gathered here. Could the rumors of the immortal grass have been leaked? Suddenly, a clear but urgent voice rings out. Nearby, a girl with a flushed face struggled to push a cart stuck in the mud, calling out for help. He glanced over and coldly replied, It's not my business. Why should I help you? The girl looked up, sweat beading on her forehead, and retorted, What did you say? If you want someone to help, you should try doing it yourself first. With that, he coldly turned and left. Watching his surly back, the girl stomped her foot in anger. Handsome face, but narrow-minded, annoying. At a restaurant in the valley, the young woman was resting when she saw some thugs harassing a female employee. The bald thug reached out his filthy hand to put it around her shoulder. Come on, just pour us a drink. What's the big deal? Don't be so cold, come sit with us. Just as he was about to sit, a foot kicked the chair out from under him and he lost his balance. He fell backward with a loud crash. The lecherous bald man screamed, feeling like he was being made a fool of, but before he could do anything, a beautiful woman stood before him, ready to teach him a lesson. Judging by your attire, you must be one of the Henan Four Devils. How dare you get drunk in broad daylight and harass innocent women? Immediately, dozens of chivalrous youths drew their swords, surrounding them. I think I misunderstood, the remaining man stammered. Don't come any closer. And with that, they both turned tail and ran. The girl glared at Fai Long. You're still calmly enjoying your tea. She stormed over and slammed her hand on the table. Hey, why didn't you help them out? Fei Long took a sip of tea and replied indifferently, Not my problem. Cold-blooded. With that, the young woman stormed off in anger. On her way, she found a little girl sobbing and offered her candy to cheer her up. It turned out a baby bird had fallen from its nest. With a kind heart, she struggled for a long time to safely return the bird to its nest. Watching from afar, Fei Long thought to himself, She's kind, but more foolish than I thought. Because she couldn't use her martial arts, climbing the tree exhausted her, and she collapsed to the ground, panting, just as a rough foot crushed the baby bird she had just saved. What do you think you're doing? She cried out. A grim-faced man and his henchmen stood before her. You're from the Yihua Palace, so you must know about the immortal herb, right? The children scattered in fear. Immortal herb? The young woman frowned. First, you need to apologize to me. But as soon as she spoke, a sharp pain shot through her ankle. She couldn't use her martial arts, and now her ankle was sprained. Oh no, I apologize, the leader sneered. It seems this young lady doesn't know who I am. I am Tam Leng, an assassin of the Ghost Soul Valley. His blade flashed, but in that instant, Fei Long appeared, pinching the tip of his sword with 2 fingers. Tam Leng, has stupidity become contagious? Fei Long's gaze turned icy, his killing intent making them tremble. Get lost, he growled, before I send you all packing. His gaze is suffocating. They're experts, retreat! They hastily fled. Fei Long watched them go, scornfully remarking, a disorganized rabble. He turned back to her. I didn't think someone as arrogant and meddlesome as you would end up like this. She didn't know how to respond. Fei Long turned to leave, telling her to be more careful from now on. But just when he thought it was over, the girl struggled to her feet, her weak voice calling out from behind. Young master, if it isn't too much trouble, could you help me for a bit? Before she could finish, she stumbled forward. I wish I could walk on my own. Looking at the strong yet fragile woman before him, Fei Long sighed, at a loss for what to do. That night, they took shelter in a cave at the foot of the mountain. As Fei Long helped her sit, he wondered why she didn't use martial arts. The girl hesitated, saying there was no particular reason to use it, and it was better not to use martial arts here. So, you're not from around here? You could say that. Anyway, thank you. Suddenly, Fei Long stands and moves close to her, startling her, and she instinctively recoils. Is there a problem? Fei Long nervously pulls up his shirt, covering his chest with a strangely serious expression. Late at night, with only the 2 of us here, that's the problem. The girl was bewildered and awkwardly leaned back to keep her distance. Well, what are you going to do? Only then did Fei Long's eyes glance down at her swollen ankle, bruised from the sprain. He slowly explained, his tone still cold. With an injury like this, what do you intend to do? Otherwise, you might have to amputate your foot. Hearing this, the girl finally understood, her face flushed with embarrassment. He began to treat her wounds with practiced and decisive movements. I've used needles to open the meridians and sealed the blood points so it won't get any worse. After treating her, he quickly stood up, turned, and left, saying, A man and woman should not be too familiar. Rest well. Looking at the man's tall but cold figure, the girl's heart fluttered. His medical skills were excellent, his martial arts were strong, and he was handsome too. Thinking of this, her cheeks flushed. The next morning, they continued their journey, chatting and laughing like old friends. You could just let me lean on you. This is getting complicated. How much further is your home? About 2 more hours down this road, and we'll be there. Like a young couple, they carried each other across majestic mountain passes and crystal-clear streams. How's your leg? Looks like you can walk now. The girl gently wiggles her ankle. It truly doesn't hurt anymore, but she wants to be pampered a little longer. It still hurts a lot. Fei Long knew she was healed, but didn't call her out, simply smiling as he continued to carry her. They passed through fragrant flower gardens, the gentle breeze carrying sweet scents, but after a full day, the girl's home was still nowhere in sight. Fei Long is beginning to lose patience. Milady, tell me the truth. Do you even have a home? Joy lights up her face as she points to a magnificent palace in the distance. There it is, see? That's my home. Fei Long looked up, and before him stood the Plum Blossom Palace. He stammered, You're from the Plum Blossom Palace. She playfully hopped off his back, her legs completely healed. Is there a problem with being from the Plum Blossom Palace? Seeing this, Fei Long was even more certain that her injuries had healed long ago, just as maids rushed out of the palace. Miss So Thien, little palace master, what happened to you? I'm sorry, am I late? Hearing the title Young Palace Master, Fei Long grew even more confused as Chu Tian turned to him shyly, saying awkwardly, "Heh heh, I don't know how to repay your kindness. Don't worry about it." With that, he turned to leave. "Wait," Chu Tian quickly followed. "You must be hungry. Why not stay for a simple meal?" "No need." Fei Long refused, unable to meet her gaze. "Worry about yourself first." He hurried away, a mocking voice echoing in his mind. The leader of the Black Moonless Night. A cold-blooded assassin shaken by a single brush with justice? How pathetic. Watching his cold back, Chu Tian felt a little annoyed. Humph, what a stubborn guy. I should have asked his name. The maid happily said, "Miss, please come in. The palace master is waiting for you." As he was about to leave, a thought flashed through Fei Long's mind. Wait, if I play this right, this is a golden opportunity. With that thought, he turned around, his voice still cold, but now a bit more polite. "Miss Su Tian, if it's no trouble, might I ask to stay the night?" And so the wolf entered the sheepfold. Together they entered Pear Blossom Palace, as Fei Long secretly counted in his head. 129, 130, 131. Little did she know the intentions of the man beside her as she happily gave the tour. Strangers are only allowed to walk this path, as only women reside here. Ignoring him, Fei Long notes it's 137 steps to the garden, 33 guards, and no masters worth noting. This is actually a forbidden area, not open to outsiders. 374 steps, 12 guards. He flicks a pebble into the grass, watching it roll and stop. Strange, there's no need for so many guards here. Unless... He gently steps on the ground. The ground beneath is hollow, so this lake is just a disguise, concealing a secret chamber. In the distance, a majestic figure appears. Looks like we have a guest, Chu Tian. Meanwhile, a cheerful Bai Cao Ni runs over. "Sister," the two embrace. "Why are you only coming back now?" So A was worried. Bok Lin Fi, the master of Lahoa Palace, cast a sharp gaze upon Fei Long. This is the first time Chu Tian has invited a man back to the palace. "May I ask the esteemed gentleman's name?" Fei Long lowered his head, secretly assessing the woman before him. Bai Lingfei, the master of the Pear Blossom Palace, is not to be underestimated just because she's a woman. She and the demons of the Devil Soul Valley are two of the 10 greatest masters. And Bai Lingfei may even rank higher. She was also observing him. There was no murderous intent, but the young man's aura was as dark as a moonless night. The three sat in the living room, and after thanking Fei Long for helping Chu Tian, Bai Lingfei said, "But this place is full of women. I'm afraid you can't stay long." "I only asked to stay one night," Fei Long replied. "I'll leave as soon as it's dawn." He glanced outside, continuing to calculate. 487 steps from the main door to here, about 50 steps from his position to her. If he assassinated her now... No, it had to be now, while she was at her most unguarded. His right hand still held the teacup, but his left had stealthily reached for his sword beads. At this distance, there could be no mistake. This was the moment. In Fei Long's mind, he pictured drawing his sword and cleanly taking Bai Lingfei's life before Chu Tian's horrified eyes. But it was only a fantasy. In reality, an icy yet thunderous voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Stop." Fei Long felt a chill run down his spine, and cold sweat poured out. He looked at Bok Lin Fei, who was still calmly holding her teacup, but the aura emanating from her was so terrifying that even someone like him was afraid. Incredible. She sensed my killing intent, even though I concealed it completely. I almost caused irreparable harm. Sensing the danger, Fei Long quickly stood up. "Forgive my rudeness, but I suddenly feel unwell and must take my leave." So Tian awkwardly explained, "Please don't mind him, mother. He's actually quite dull." Bai Lingfei remained seated, puzzled. Had he not heard her telepathic message, or was he feigning ignorance? She glanced at her innocent daughter and asked, "Do you have feelings for that young man?" Watching Fei Long's retreating figure, Chu Tian awkwardly replied, "Yes, I don't know either." In the living room, Fei Long sat still, listening to every sound. One on the roof, one in each room to the left and right, and 4 hiding at the turn. They're still awake at this hour. Bai Lingfei is wary of me. I can't keep waiting. He gripped his sword, his eyes turning cold. He quietly masked his face, thinking it might be more beneficial to be with her daughter now. Whoosh! The eavesdropping guard on the roof is silently taken down, and the 2 guards outside the door meet the same fate. Fei Long confidently steps out, facing the remaining 4. Suddenly he vanished, and in moments all 4 were defeated. He muttered, "Orders are orders." He hung upside down outside Bai Lingfei's window, holding his breath and waiting for his chance. While inside, the mother and daughter chatted happily. So Tian's clear voice rings out, Mom, I've decided I want to learn more about him, about Fei Long. It wasn't exactly love at first sight, Chu Tian continued, her cheeks flushed. The first impression wasn't great, but Long was still moved. Outside, those words sent a jolt down Fei Long's spine, and the blade in his hand suddenly felt heavy. She has feelings for me, he thought, steeling himself. I can't let this distract me. But his hand began to tremble. Why was it so difficult to draw his blade? Inside, Bak Lin Fai remained silent, but her mind was elsewhere, her killing intent unleashed. He's so close, but why hasn't he attacked? Is he unable to draw his sword? Or is it for his daughter? Sensing his disadvantage, Fei Long decides to retreat. Damn it, in this state I can't face Bai Lingfei. I have to find the immortality herb. Fei Long was just here. Bai Lingfei suddenly cut off his daughter. He couldn't draw his sword, but his goal is clear. He's heading for Thunder Jade Lake. Surprised, Bai Lingfei asked, "What do you intend to do?" "If I act, he's sure to die." After a moment of silence, Chu Tian replied, "Let me handle it." She rushed to the Thunder Jade vault, passing maids lying about, none seriously injured. "He's not using lethal moves. Please, don't do anything rash." Fei Long stood before an underwater tunnel. There was indeed a passage. "Stop," So Tian's voice echoed from behind. "If you want to enter, you'll have to go through me first." She takes an offensive stance, her eyes full of determination. Fei Long slowly draws his blade, his voice as cold as ice. "The young lady and I only shared one night together. Do you think I wouldn't dare kill you?" Each strike aimed for her face, but Chu Tian showed no fear. "Kill me if you can, otherwise you'll die by my hand." She lunges, unleashing the 3,000 fingers technique. Boom! The entire tunnel shook as Flying Dragon leaped into the air, dodging the blow. An assassin, after all, is still just an assassin. His blade sliced across, leaving a crimson trail on Chu Tian's shoulder. "You bastard!" Bai Lingfei descends from the sky, her rage unleashed as she sends Flying Dragon flying with a single blow, her body enveloped in dark energy. The terrifying pressure freezing the very air around her. 5 dark figures appear, surrounding Flying Dragon and the 8 immortals protectors of the Yiwa Palace, and Bai Lingfei has truly gone mad. "Get out!" she roars. 3,000 finger phoenix, 3 claws. With a full-force strike to Fei Long's chest, the penetrating force destroys everything in its path, sending him flying through ancient trees before he finally stops. Facing the 8 immortals and a furious Bak Lin Fai alone is too much. He must escape. Thinking this, he used his lightness skill, disappearing deep into the forest. "To withstand one of my blows, does he have a protective aura?" Bai Lingfei was shocked as Fei Long desperately fled, clutching the wound on his chest. "This wound is too severe. I must return to the inn." He thought he had escaped, but as he reached the edge of the forest, a white figure stood waiting. Bai Lingfei looked at him, her voice cold but laced with resentment. Why would a red butterfly wander into a garden of flowers? Of course, it could only be because he was drawn to the flower's fragrance. Fei Long didn't reply. He just lunged forward, unleashing a fatal strike. But Bai Lingfei remained still, releasing a gentle wave of energy from her body. The flower shift jade skill, a technique that can neutralize any attack. Fei Long was horrified. The peerless blade in his hand, upon touching that energy, vanished like a breeze without a trace. His swordsmanship completely nullified. A truly dire situation. "Didn't you know?" Bai Lingfei coldly said, "The most beautiful flowers are the most poisonous." With a flick of her finger, a powerful energy blast, 100 times stronger than Thao Ni's, strikes Fei Long, sending him hurtling into the lake. He struggles to his feet, cursing the unexpected power. From above, Bai Lingfei descends like a meteor. "You're not indestructible. You can't withstand a second blow. This power is beyond my imagination. I must find a way to escape." Fei Long conjures a massive water column to blind his opponents, but with a flick of her sleeve, Bai Lingfei splits the column in 2. Trying to fool me? Naive. However, that brief moment was enough for Fei Long to vanish without a trace. "Sect leader, why did you let him get away?" the 8 immortals protectors asked, stepping forward from behind. "This won't end with just one name," she replied, her eyes gazing into the distance. 8 immortals follow him. I want to know who's behind him," she says at Vong Huang Inn. After his narrow escape, Fei Long tended to his wounds. He looked at the heavily damaged demon mask armor on the table and sighed. "Without it, I might be dead. Damn it, this is bad." He leaned back exhausted and drifted off to sleep. The next morning at Pear Blossom Palace, Su Cheon is being bandaged by her maids as Baek Liungbi looks on with a pained expression. "His Tan Thien Men sword pierced your only chance at life. A fraction off and your heart or lungs would have been damaged. Forget him, child. He's crossed the point of no return." Heeding his mother's words, Chu Tian fell into thought as one of the 8 immortals' guardians knocked and reported, "Master, he's hiding at the 3 Evils camp in Wangxiang Inn." We suspect Ghost Valley is behind this. Ghost Soul Valley, you say? Bai Lingfei asks, holding up Fei Long's portrait. I'm not sure, but this man looks just like the leader of the Black Moonless Night. Lying in bed, Chu Tian heard every word. Black Moon No Night, a late night at the Vonghuang Inn. Under the dim candlelight, Fei Long silently observes the situation outside. There are about 20 men inside and outside the inn, making a stealthy escape nearly impossible. He clenched his side wound as a sharp pain shot through him. Bai Lingfei's magic is more damaged than he thought. Even if he could kill them all, he needs to see what they want first. Suddenly, a strange noise comes from outside, and Fei Long immediately hides behind the door, ready to strike. The door creaks open, and a figure enters. Just as he's about to strike, he recognizes Chu Tian. She stared at him silently, surprising Fei Long as she calmly walked over and threw open the windows. Close all the windows, isn't it stuffy? Fei Long remained still, replying in a deep voice, You surprise me. That should have been a fatal blow. And it would have been if I'd left the window open. Who knows when my head would have been separated from my body? Rest assured, she replied. As long as I'm here, they won't dare to do anything. Looking at the girl before him, Fei Long couldn't help but speak with vigilance. Hey, if you're here to kill me, Chu Tian interrupted, his voice clear but challenging. If you really want to die, just step outside. My mother will be right there. You're pretty strong, though, so maybe she won't win. Hearing these words, Fei Long couldn't retort. I'm here. She continued to stare into his eyes just to confirm one thing. Did he really intend to kill her? If you think I spared you on purpose, you're mistaken. Fei Long replied coldly, My sword only pierces those who stand before me. I don't choose my targets, nor do I consider their lives. So Cheon replaced the damaged armor, smiling faintly. But why do I feel like you're lying? You hesitated, and that's what saved my life. The word hesitation pricks Fei Long's mind like a needle. Did I hesitate? If you truly wanted to kill me, that blade would have aimed for my neck or heart. Swish. Fei Long draws his sword, the cold blade pointing straight at Chu Tian's face, telling her she better stop, but he clearly struck her heart. No, at least my will desired it. The girl remained calm, without a trace of fear. Do you have the courage to kill me? Just try taking one more step. Is this girl so foolish that she doesn't fear death? Fei Long muttered, his eyes filled with pity. You're truly a pitiful person. You call me pitiful? How laughable. Chu Tian casually brushed Fei Long's sword aside. He'll deny it, but he can't kill me because there's still a flicker of warmth in his heart. Now put it down. That sword is stained with blood. An assassin's life only leads to regret in the end. Her small hand touches Fei Long's cold cheek. If her strange words are just pity, should I refuse it? Just put down your sword, and you'll see. The world is so much better than you think. I know it. Fei Long screamed in his mind, I've trampled over countless corpses to get here. But that is absolutely not what I desire. To deny that past would render my existence meaningless, just an empty shell. Yes, if he kills this girl, just kill this girl. His blade presses against her neck, and she will see nothing more. I'll kill you right here. And you think I'd return to a life of regret? If you're so eager to live the life of an assassin, then do it. So Cheon cried out, tears welling in her eyes. Kill me and live forever in your own hell. Fei Long gripped his sword, hesitating. I will. Crash! Bai Linghui bursts in, a terrifying aura pinning Fei Long against the wall. Do you see it clearly now? Daughter? She roared at Chu Tian. You trust a scoundrel like him again. I have to see his dark heart with my own eyes. She channeled more internal energy, cracking the wall behind Fei Long, the leader of the Ghost Valley's Black Moon without night. Fei Long clashes with her, and they both burst outside. Completely overwhelmed by her terrifying aura, Bai Lingfei declares, This cliff will be your grave. To die amidst the intoxicating scent of blooming flowers? Now I understand, Fei Long muttered, sending Bai Lingfei flying back into the inn with a single strike. The truth is, things like flowers and grass don't suit an assassin, so all I have to do is pluck the flower. Just as his blade was about to pierce her heart, a strange force deflected it. The art of flower reversal. Can you truly pluck a flower with your strength? He spins and counters. If I can't pluck it, I'll just crush it. Boom! The earth-shattering battle raged for hours, and that man was truly formidable. Skills on par with the Palace Lord? That can't be right. The Palace Lord seems to be losing steam. They fought inside and out, leveling everything in their path. The Jade Blossom Palm is a mysterious martial art, but useless if you can't keep up with my speed. With your strength, this death comes too quickly. With the 3,000 Fingers technique, and the Yellow Dragon's return from above, Bai Lingfei dove down like an arrow, giving Fei Long no chance to react, striking him with a full-force blow, slamming him straight into the ground, creating a terrifying crater. Fei Long lay there unable to move as Bai Ling Fei landed. A jade finger pointed straight at his forehead. With your strength, this death is far too swift. Fei Long accepts defeat, realizing his inner energy has been shattered by her palm strike, his life force now blocked. Just then, a chilling voice echoed from afar. How disappointing, Bai Ling Fei. A sharp blast of cold air forces her back. Are you really using your full power against a mere boy? Bai Ling Fei shattered the icy blast with her bare hand, which was immediately covered in a thin layer of frost. Who is it? She was shocked. Such powerful yin energy. It's the Snow Woman of Tian Shan, not the Ghost Valley Master, Gui Gui. Call him what you will, but I'm taking him today. You think I'm afraid of a monster like you? You wouldn't want anything to happen to your daughter, would you? As Bai Ling Fei's threat ended, she suddenly froze. On a nearby rooftop, Yaksha had already put his sword to Gu Chutian's throat. Xiaotian, what are the 8 Immortals' protectors doing? She turned to see her 8 protectors surrounded by the Ghost Soul Valley crowd. If I knew you'd left the Yihua Palace, Ghost said, I would have taken the immortality herb long ago. Consider yourself lucky today. Bai Ling Fei was in a dilemma. A fearless butterfly and a foolish daughter whose heart was stolen. I only have one daughter. This is a tragedy. I'll stop here. She said, next time I'll definitely take his head. With that, she took Chutian away. Before disappearing, the girl looked back at Fei Long, her eyes filled with sorrow. A karmic tie. We shouldn't meet again. Fate. In the end, we will meet again. 10 days pass. In a dark room within the Ghost Soul Valley, Fei Long sits alone, wondering why he's still alive. What was the reason? To steal another's life to prolong this meaningless existence. Why? For 10 days, he did nothing but wallow in torment. Even breathing became a burden and tears fell for no reason. Why am I crying? Images of Su Xian replay over and over in her mind. Su Xian, does she even know? The reason I must live, if she can give me that answer just once more. Zoa, don't look for me for now. I have to see her before it's too late. With that thought, Fei Long burst from his room and vanished into the night, while at Daihua Palace, Baklin Fei found her daughter's room empty. When did Tio Tien leave the palace? Honored Palace Master, she left at Yu hour 2 days ago. Why didn't you tell me for 2 days? The young mistress ordered us to keep it a secret from you. Crack! The wooden door is crushed in her grip. Little Tian, what are you thinking? Bring him back here. If they resist, bring them back to a place of dreams. As Fei Long gazed out the window, a warm embrace came from behind. Why are you up so early? Chutian whispered. I don't know, he replied. Maybe it's because of this. He turned and embraced her, and they shared a passionate kiss, while in the Ghost Soul Valley, a deathly silence hung over the gloomy Grand Hall. 2 members of the Ghost Soul 9 Fiends, Lu Sun and Po Jun, whisper amongst themselves. If the rumors are true, and he fled with the young master of the Pear Blossom Palace, then it cannot be forgiven. Ghost sat upon her throne, her rage freezing the air around her. Find Fei Long, she commanded. Bring him before me. If he shows even a hint of betrayal, don't bother looking. A familiar yet cold voice echoed from the hall's entrance. It was Fei Long, his gaze unwavering. And I no longer wish to remain here. What are you saying? The Ghost Empress roared, her voice filled with rage and disbelief. My life as an assassin, Fei Long declared. I think I should stop here. Crack, the stone chair beneath Guigui shatters into 100 pieces. Are you crazy? After coming this far, you want to quit? Do you think you can just leave Ghost Valley? I considered you my closest confidant, yet you seek death. Madness. I never received any affection from you people. Or perhaps we should have a serious talk right here. Ha, how interesting. You have a lot of nerve, kid. Is this all for the sake of the Plum Blossom Palace's young master? I see. The unwavering resolve in Fei Long's eyes unnerved the demons. Do you know the penalty for treason? I will drop my sword and accept the judgment of the endless void. Silence fell over the entire hall. The members of the 9 Ghost Souls were stunned. The endless void was a death sentence worse than death itself. The next morning, Fei Long stood alone before the gate of no return, thinking it was just a thorn bush, easily passed even without martial arts. A voice said, "You don't know the half of it." Another replied, "Those thorns are called black thorns, and their poison can paralyze the 5 senses with just a scratch. Furthermore, the endless void is filled with springs that spew power-dispersing poison. Anyone who gets pricked won't be able to use their protective energy." Fei Long slowly stepped inside, and a foul odor assaulted his nose. A poison that scatters power, his strength is dissipating, and his senses are numbing. If pricked by the thorns, hearing goes first, then sight, then smell. True to the rumors, after only a few steps, Fei Long's vision succumbed to darkness. All his senses were sealed, and that's when they appeared. Monsters left behind by the demonic seed, soulless corpses that have lived in the endless void for hundreds of years, unable to die, with only a mad instinct for the scent of fresh blood. No sound, no scent, no intuition. They only sense the blood on Piayuk and rush to tear him apart. This is why this place is called Demon Soul Valley. Fai Long snatches a blade from a zombie and kicks it away. Here they come. I don't have time for this. Come at me all at once. I have no inner energy, can't see, can't hear, only a sword in my hand to survive, because that's how I've always lived. In a secluded cottage deep within the forest, Su Tian remained, praying with folded hands, he will return. He promised he would. Meanwhile, within the endless cave, Fei Long continued his battle, time seemingly frozen as his bloodlust grew with each strike. Anyone who stands in my way must die. Gripping his sword, he could only feel the blade cutting into something's flesh and bone. He stood his ground, slashing wildly in every direction until nothing moved. Get out of my way, all of you, get out of my way. Suddenly, Fai Long's expression changed as his blade seemed to strike something. A towering, grotesque figure emerged from the shadows, his sword embedded in its chest, yet it appeared unharmed. His rock-hard skin clamped down on the blade, slowly snapping it. He grinned wickedly at the young man, revealing sharp, yellowed teeth. It's been so long since I've smelled fresh human flesh. A flicker of fear crosses Fai Long's mind, but he roars nonetheless. Get out of my way, I'm warning you. Before he could finish, a devastating blow struck Fai Long's chest. He flew like a bullet, slamming into the rock face behind him. A warning, was it? The monster sneered. I should be the one warning you. You brat. He stroked his fake beard with glee, savoring the feeling of bullying others. Outside, the 9 ghosts whispered about the monster's origins. He was the devil of myriad sounds, a descendant of the demonic seed who once aspired to be the greatest under heaven. He mastered the lion's roar, creating the Wan Yin art, a martial art of absolute destruction. Inside, Fei Long lunged into battle, dodging attacks while licking his lips. You have to remember this, old man. I can't eat meat that's too tough. He turned and threw a counterpunch, sending Fei Long sliding across the ground. Later, he left the demonic sect and went to the Central Plains, where rivers of blood flowed wherever he went. But his barbaric behavior was cut short when he inadvertently encountered a young master. Fai Long stabbed at his head again, but it rang like striking steel. Ha ha, what's the point of trying? You'll end up in my belly anyway. Unfortunately for him, that young master would later become the strongest legend of the era, the Iron Mountain Emperor. After his defeat, he frantically sought a stronger martial art, but could not overcome the laws of time. Finally, Gui Wanyin began searching for the secret to eternal life. Gai Wanyium takes a deep breath, his stomach bulging. Look at this strong white body. It's wonderful. He lets out a roar, a lion's roar. The terrifying sound shattered a large section of the cliff face. It's said that from then on, Gui Wanyin began to eat people. His goal of becoming the best martial artist vanished, leaving only a morbid ambition for immortality. Fei Long is struck, paralyzed and frozen in a place. Tell me, Gui Wanyin says, approaching. Why should you live? If I like your answer, I might spare your life. After everything, I realized I can't live in the sunlight, an existence neither living nor dead, like a zombie. Fai Long remained still, deaf and numb, yet he could see the stench of his spirit. He continued to ramble. Why is it that a young man like you has no vitality? Is his power scattering and poison spreading? I can smell his decay like a wild beast. He grabs Fei Long's chin. Hey kid, if you want to live, you have to be stronger. You're really... Fei Long's senses gradually return, but his power has not yet recovered. Give me a reason for you to live, a reason for me to live. Slowly, stalling for time, Fei Long replied, If I leave this place, I'll try to find it. The most pathetic answer I've ever heard. I'd get more satisfaction from filling my empty stomach with you. He opened his gaping maw, reeking of decay, ready to end Fei Long. I have to ask, Fei Long interjects, what is your reason for living? He pauses, as if struck by a fatal blow. Why must you drag out this meaningless existence in such a monstrous form? You're the first to ask me that. Listen, kid, creatures like us don't need a reason to exist. Tasty bamboo. As he bent down, Fei Long shouted, I need to confirm something. Slash. The sword hidden in his sleeve pierced his heart, and he quickly followed up with a long slash, enraging his opponent. My body is immortal. How dare you, you insect, at least. Fei Long coldly replied, his face devoid of emotion. I have no desire to prolong my life to become a monster like you. His arm severed, the monster frantically grabbed Fei Long's neck with his remaining hand, lifting him high. You little bastard. Fei Long's sword is knocked away, but he has another short sword hidden in his sleeve. Fei Long coldly held his sword to the monster's neck. I can't die yet, not until I find a reason to exist. The sharp blade flashes, sending you to hell to feast. From now on, I'll search for my reason to live. Outside, a terrifying explosion shatters the void. Amidst the thick smoke and dust, Fei Long appears, standing high above, as the horrified 9 ghost souls scream. Fei Long, can we finally end this now? He asks. The Ghost Valley Master turns and throws a blade to Fei Long, saying, Go, take your freedom with you. It belongs to you. Fei Long takes the blade, not looking back. Thank you for everything. At the cabin in the woods, Chu Tian spotted a familiar figure and rushed out. Fei Long looked exhausted, but before he could speak, she embraced him tightly. In that moment, he realized why he had to live. Marriage to an assassin? Bai Ling Fei cried out in disbelief, saying he broke into the palace, stole the immortal herb, and even tried to kill her twice, but Su Tian's mother refuted her. You're still alive, and the immortal herb wasn't taken. What happened to you? Why are you defending him? Because I love him. If you insist on this path, I will kill him myself. Chu Tian shouts, I'm carrying his child. Bai Ling Fei finally relented, but with harsh conditions. I'll allow the marriage, but you must both leave the Yihua Palace. The child will not be recognized, there will be no wedding, and the Yihua Palace will keep Fei Long's identity a secret. Hand in hand, they happily departed, unaware that Bai Ling Fei and Cao Ni were secretly watching from afar. Having lost everything for a man, are you sure you won't regret this? In a garden of white blossoms, Chu Tian asked Fei Long, have you ever seen the sea? The sea? I've heard there's a coast at the edge of the continent where white plum blossoms bloom year-round, a place so vast you can run forever and never reach the end, where anyone who goes there will be lost in fragrant harmony. Promise me, we'll go there to live with our soon-to-be-born child, I promise. They share a passionate kiss in the heavenly flower garden, Ghost Soul Valley. Guigui stood in a dark room, facing a figure seated in a chair. Does Fei Long have no reason to punish him? He asks. Guigui realizes it's not the emblem of Lian Wang. Anyone who survives the infinite cave can leave. That is the law of Ghost Valley. The Ghost Valley Lord should be the strongest and most ruthless, right? He sighed. This might hurt your pride, but the truth is Luton and Fa Quan are a cut above you. Ghost uncovers the curtain to reveal Greed, who greets him with a sly grin. Long time no see. You left, so why have you returned? Probably because I wanted to, he replied flippantly. And where is the Lian King that old man asked about? Little do they know. All the 9 ghost souls except me are at the Yihua Palace. A new conspiracy is unfolding. Hearing this news, Guigui couldn't hide her surprise, watching his back with a heart full of doubt. It's incomprehensible. Even if the 9 killing ghosts obtained the immortal grass, would they offer it to Lord Lim? Impossible. King Luan doesn't know the truth about that relic. His actions are far too mysterious. She turned to a close subordinate. Has there been any word from Yaksha? No, but I will report any incidents at the Pear Blossom Palace immediately. At the Pear Blossom Palace, smoke and flames rise as Yaksha watches from a distant tree, the 9 ghost assassins carrying out their mission. What in the world is going on? Inside the palace, the assassin's screams echoed. How do we retreat? This flower's fragrance is poison. From the high platform, Bai Ling Fei and the 8 Mortals Guardians coldly observed the carnage below, as one guardian reported that 8 members of the 9 underworld killers were confirmed, save for Greed Wolf. The whereabouts of 6th Absolute Lotus King and Ghost Valley Master are unknown, and Greedy Wolf's location is still unclear. Is this battle even worth my time? Bai Ling Fei muttered to herself, when suddenly a masked figure darted toward her like lightning. So it was you hiding here, Bai Ling Fei. I'll take care of this. Bai Ling Fei ordered her subordinates to deal with the intruders. Her opponent is none other than Lian Zhen, one of the strongest members of the 9 Ghost Souls. Now that you've seen me, there's no escape. The two clash, their immense power creating earth-shattering explosions and clouds of dust. Killing you too easily would be boring. Nearby, Lian Zhen smirked as Chu Tian's sister, Chu Ya, trembled in fear in a nearby room. Through the crack in the door, she saw 2 figures locked in fierce combat, when suddenly one was hurled into the room. Is Sothan okay? Too frightened to speak, Soya could only nod. The 2 sisters ran away, hand in hand. Sister, what's happening? I don't know either. As they approached the main gate, they saw their mother, Bai Ling Fei, single-handedly fighting countless enemies. Mother, So Cheon cried out. Bai Ling Fei could only glance at her 2 daughters before returning to the fight. These rats are blinded by greed, but I can handle them. Little Tian, quickly take Xiaya and get out of here. Seeing her mother's strong back, Xiao Tian bit her lip and pulled her younger sister away. They ran as fast as they could, reaching a secret passage, only to find a short, fat man with a spiked club blocking their path. He looked at the 2 girls, a wicked smile spreading across his face. Well, well, where do you runts think you're going? He is Lord Greed, a man shrouded in mystery. Chu Tian pushed his younger sister behind him. I'll hold this monster back. So, just keep running forward and don't ever look back. With that, she charged towards Kyuman. His power is immense. With a mere flick of his mace, the stone wall beside him shatters into 100 pieces. You think a little brat like you can stop me? He roars. On a rooftop in the Lewa Palace, a yaksha ties a secret message to a bird's leg. To the Valley Master, a full-scale war like this cannot be allowed. He muttered that this was indeed the Ghostly Nine's tyrannical move, targeting the immortal fruit. Suddenly, his eyes froze as he recognized a familiar figure in the chaotic battle, Commander Fei Long. From above, Fei Long surveys the scene, realizing the 9 underworld killers have begun to move. If they combine their strength, the Plum Blossom Palace is doomed. He must find Chu Chen first. Before him, Palace Master Bok Lin Fai was locked in fierce combat with a burly man, Lim Trin, one of the 9 killers, both determined to end the fight quickly. Not bad, old woman, Lianjin growls, preparing a final blow, but he's underestimated her. Bai Ling Fei was ready for this, and with a gentle palm strike, sent him flying. Is my victory so enticing that it drew all 4 of you out? She said coldly as 3 more figures emerged from the shadows. Bai Ling Fei is indeed formidable, Lu Kun remarks. Oh, the master of the palace has personally appeared? Po Jun and Lian Zhen are truly useless. So Wu Chu really wasn't that tough. Lucen sneers. Do you really think you can take all 4 of us on? Don't flatter yourself. You're just a dog bearing its fangs. Bai Ling Fei is enraged, her aura exploding. No matter what the 4 of you want, none of you will leave here alive today. Without another word, the 4 attacked in unison, 1 from the left, 1 from the right, and 1 from above. They coordinate a deadly combined attack formation, and just as Po Jun's blade is about to strike Bai Ling Fei, a dark figure appears. Suddenly, Fei Long appears, a light kick sending Po Jun flying backwards. Ha ha! Fei Long, is it? From the Ghost Soul Valley to the Flower Garden? How amusing! Wu Ku laughed. Fei Long turned to Bai Ling Fei, saying respectfully, If you wish, I can lend a hand. Let's split up and find Chu Tian. I'm not so old that I need a kid like you to help me. She began to channel her energy, a surge of power that shook the heavens and the earth. So Yun is in your hands, she cried, a palm strike repelling the 4 demonic assassins. Flying Dragon accepts the order and departs. Don't worry, I would save Chu Tian even if you didn't ask. But where is she? In another garden, Kuman, a giant wielding a hammer, is relentlessly attacking So Cheon. Not bad, a voice echoed. Tell me where the immortal grass is, and I'll make your death quick. A mace came crashing down, sending Chu Tian flying into a rock garden. Immortal grass. She struggled to say, I don't have it. I should have hunted your mother instead of a nobody like you. In that case, you're worthless. He raised his dagger, ready to end it all, when an icy voice echoed. Are you all right? It's Fei Long, appearing just in time, but he only has 3 seconds to live. His eyes were now incredibly menacing, as Geomun turned back and burst out laughing. Pfft. What did you say? You dare speak to me like that, you bastard. Before he could finish, Flying Dragon lunged forward, executing the first stance of the Sword of the Corrupt King, Soul Severing Slash. He quickly raised his hammer to defend. 6 Soul Severing Strike. How can this brat be so skilled in the Sword of the Corrupt King? You're just imitating it to weaken me. Kuman roars, but the Flying Dragon doesn't respond, unleashing a second strike. The second form of the Lion King's sword, 6 Absolute Demise. Each strike is as sharp as a raging wave, relentlessly tearing into Kyuman's body. Despite his efforts, wounds continued to appear. That fool wildly swings his mace, shattering the sword illusions. Not a bad effort, but it ends here. The sword of the greedy wolf is not something a wretch like you can wield. Without another word, Fei Long unleashes his ultimate move. The Lian Wang sword, 3rd form. Yama's Life Snatcher. A single, swift, and precise strike pierces through Ju Mun's massive chest. He collapses, eyes wide with disbelief at what just transpired. This attack successfully claimed his life. Has Fei Long become this strong? Chu Ten was secretly shocked. Are you okay? He asked. The two headed towards an escape route. Get out of here through this way, he said. What about you? The palace master entrusted him with 2 tasks, to save her and protect the immortal grass. With that, he turned and left, saying not to worry, that he would be safe and find her. Wait, Chu Tian quickly stopped him. Do you know where the immortal herb is? Legend says the martial emperor of 10 absolutes brought it to the Central Plains and entrusted it to 3 clans. also teaching them peerless martial arts. Those 3 families are the Heavenly Dragon Gate, the Daigong family, and the Yiwa sect. The Yiwa Shifting Jade and 3,000 Fingers techniques you practice were passed down by the 10 Absolute Martial Emperor. The 2 of them went to a nearby hut, and Chu Tian took out a withered root from an ancient vase. "Could this be it?" Fei Long exclaimed in surprise. "The darkest place is under the lamp." Chu Tian smiled. "Only Mother, you and now me know about this. If Mother asked you to protect it, that means she trusted you." Before she could finish, a cold sword pierced her stomach. "I feel so bad," a different, sinister voice echoed from Fei Long. "I have no interest in you. My only goal is the immortality herb." He snatched the root and shoved it into his mouth, wondering what this so-called immortality herb tasted like. Chu Tian falls, weakly saying, "You're not Fei Long." Of course not. No sooner had he eaten it than his internal energy surged madly. Oh my, is it working that fast? The 9 yin meridians are opening and extreme yang energy surges through my body. This immortal grass not only grants me eternal life, but also transforms my body into an ethereal vessel. At that moment, the real 6 Absolute Underworld King, Fei Long, bursts in from outside. Standing before her, facing the imposter, was Chu Tian. "So it was all your doing." "Perfect timing," the King of Hell sneered. "Let me test my new body's power on you." "Go," Chu Tian whispered from behind. "I won't make it. You have to live." Seeing their carelessness, the King of Hell unleashes a full-force strike. "Then you'll both go to the Yellow Springs together." Dodging the blow, Chu Tian uses her remaining strength to shield Fei Long. As the dust settles, Fei Long holds Chu Tian in his arms. "Don't worry," he whispers. "As long as I'm alive, he won't lay a hand on you." The King of Hell laughs. "How pathetic, you bastard!" Fei Long roars, charging headfirst at Yama. "Because I have someone I need to protect." Boom! The devastating attacks collide, but the Yama King, having absorbed the power of the undying grass, is completely unscathed. He stopped Fei Long's sword with one hand. Too weak, far too weak to test my power. With a single strike, Fei Long falls. Fei Long Chu Tian cries out in despair. Her wounds are too severe to move, leaving her helpless as she watches her beloved be defeated. The figures of the 9 underworld souls appear one by one, their voices filled with greed and rage. "The immortal herb, a wall has been destroyed. Was it you who consumed it? Damn you, Yama, using the 9 ghost souls as bait while you secretly seized the spiritual object. This is awkward. It seems we're a step too late. To think we old men would be backstabbed by Yama. How disappointing." "Old Yama, if that's the case, you should at least leave behind the true energy of the immortal herb, right? How about this? We divide Yama's body peacefully. Whoever kills him will gain immortality, eternal life, and control of the world." Hearing such nonsense, the King of Hell simply smiles mysteriously. "Heh. I find this place too cramped for a fight." With that, he dashed off, and they rushed after him. Below, Chu Tian cradled the dying Fei Long, tears streaming down his face as she sobbed. "I'm so glad you could go first, that I could take my last breath in your arms." "Don't die, you promised," she cried out. "You promised we'd go to the beach where the plum blossoms bloom and live a happy life together." "I'm sorry," Fei Long whispered. "I promise we'll fulfill that promise in the next life." His eyes closed. No, he had to keep his promise. He had to take her with him. On that day, the Plum Blossom Palace, one of the 3 great houses of women that had firmly dominated the northern continent for thousands of years, was wiped off the map of the martial world. On that day, 8 members of the 9 ghost souls, along with 200 assassins, committed a massacre. 1,288 people, including warriors and the Lehua clan's families, died by their hands. On that day, at the summit of Tamax Mountain, the Zhuanding Yama and the 9 ghost souls fought a life-or-death battle. No one witnessed it, but after the battle, one of the 3 peaks of Tamaxon had completely collapsed from the force of the clash. From then on, it was only known as Nai-Ak. The existence of the immortality herb remains a mystery. The record of the Lehua Palace's destruction, the Northern Martial Arts Alliance, that's all I remember. Su Cheon's voice echoes. The Plum Blossom Palace fell and I died that day. I clearly died. Lu Tuyet Mahai, you always said that the foundation of martial arts lies in footwork, helping you move and avoid danger. It's known as lightness skill, or simply light body technique. Of all the martial arts in the world, there are hundreds of schools and thousands of styles, and lightness skills are no different. But no matter the type, the highest level comes down to one word: wind. When the body is as light as a feather, it's the realm of treading on snow without a trace, leaving no footprints on snow or sand. When refined to the ultimate level, it's the realm of a goose landing on sand, standing on water without creating a ripple, also known as W immobility. And when all limits are broken, reaching the mystical realms of life and death, those legendary states, that is the mythical technique. Aerial walking, stepping through the void like a god, needing no support. In that state, one can ignore all things. Though the sky may break and spin, the tides may rise and fall, as long as the heart is still, the body will be still. The old monster stood by the roaring waterfall, bellowing orders to his disciples. "Cut him down!" "Heh, I've been waiting for you to say that, master." The second monster grinned, swinging his sharp axe to cut the rope. Instantly, hundreds of sharp weapons hidden behind the waterfall rushed towards the suspended Xiao Ma like a school of bloodthirsty sharks. Xiao Ma, the old monster's voice echoed in his mind. If you are truly the world's former #1 flying dragon, then you must remember the Emperor's steps, the fastest footwork ever created by you. Still, little Ma remained motionless, eyes closed as the forest of weapons hurtled towards him. Because one who possesses the Emperor's steps, even in a life or death situation, will never lose their breath. A movement faster than thunder and lightning. To call it the fastest footwork in the world still wouldn't do its terror justice. You need to be retrained to awaken the instincts that lie dormant within your bones. Somehow you've lost all your memories, and the ultimate goal of this training is for you to rediscover your true self. In a thatched house deep in the woods, smoke rises from the chimney as the three gather around the fire, eating and talking. "Little Ma," the old monster says, taking a deep drag, "I have nothing left to teach you." "Huh?" Xiao Ma asked, bewildered. "I thought I still had a lot to learn." The old monster puffed on his pipe, patting the stack of martial arts manuals beside him. Each one was a treasure worthy of a grandmaster, but none could compare to the immovable Wisdom King steps in terms of footwork. In terms of advantage, no sword or palm technique can compare to the swift wind kick I taught you. And in terms of pure power, he looked at Xiao Ma's hands. All the skills here combined couldn't surpass your 2 fists. "Then," Xiao Ma asked, "where would you rank my current strength in the martial world?" The old monster replied gently, "Xiao Ma, you'll soon realize that martial rankings mean nothing. What you should be concerned about isn't your position among the top 10 masters, but those 9 evil spirits. I know one of them is the great devil of the Second Wood Demon Forest, Devil Sword Emperor Lockton. Another is known as the Diamond Warrior, whose combat prowess could even rank among the top 10. I've taught you all I can, now it's time for you to leave." Before leaving, he added, "There's one thing I need you to remember. On your journey, if possible, take my foolish disciple with you." "Master, are you talking about me?" the chubby boy asked, bewildered. He pointed his pipe at Xiao Ma, saying that although the boy seemed foolish, he was a man of Chu Yi. "I hope you'll take him with you, he'll be useful, and perhaps he can learn something from you." The old man looked deeply into Xiao Ma's eyes, his voice growing grave. "Do you remember? The reason Fei Long became the world's greatest was because he relentlessly moved forward with unwavering resolve, never looking back. Little Ma, be like him. Be like you once were. And never stop moving forward. Go and find your memories, find the girl named Chu Tian, and reclaim the peerless martial arts you've forgotten. And then you'll finally understand why you became Little Ma, why you had to live this life." Little Ma remained silent, the old monster's words etched into his mind. Just then, Bai Kaoer walked in and said, "It's time, take him away." Bai Caona. Seeing her, Xiao Ma couldn't help but smile warmly. Seeing this, she was a little flustered. "Strange, ever since he found out I might be flying dragon, the atmosphere between us has been awkward." Clearing her throat, she pointed at him, announcing, "Hey, Xiao Ma, I've found a lead on the 9 murders ghost, you be." Along the way, Bai Caoer provided Xiao Ma with information, revealing that he was one of the 9 murders' most formidable members. Years ago, he was known as Juyin Jinzhou Wangjiesha, and rumor had it he was the cruelest and most cold-blooded of them all. According to the Martial Arts Alliance's records, Bai Caoer whispered to Xiao Ma, this man was responsible for 127 deaths in the Diet Mandihua Palace massacre, leaving behind the mark of the 9 Yin God Claw, and those who died by his hand suffered a terrible fate. The two glanced at a kind-looking, white-haired old man walking down the street, a devil in disguise who enjoys tormenting the weak with overwhelming power. "Do you see those people following him?" Xiao Ma asked. "Those are bounty hunters. Recently, the Martial Arts Alliance's strategist found UB and tried to capture him, but he slaughtered them all. So, the Martial Alliance put an 80,000 silver bounty on his head, enough to drive these bounty hunters mad, and they followed him into a restaurant. Never mind that, Tiu Ma says we should always eat our fill before talking." He sat down across from the old man, devouring his food as he spoke. "Hey, old man, I'm Fei Long." He narrowed his eyes at the young man before him. Could this really be the flying dragon? The one he knew would never be so uncouth. "Boy, are you really Fei Long?" he asked. Xiaoma wiped his mouth and replied, "Why not? You don't remember me, but I remember your disgusting face very clearly." Hearing the taunt, Yupil began to lose his composure. "Young man, if you're here for the bounty, forget it." Interrupting him, Xiaoma said, "I'm only here to ask you a few questions, and depending on your answers, I'll decide whether to spare you or kill you." Hearing this, Yu burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha, such overconfidence. Ask away, young man, I'm curious myself." As he devoured his food, Xiaoma asked, "How is it that I, Fei Long, am still alive? And what happened to Chu Tian? And after you killed Bai Lingfei, killed me, and even Chu Tian, why did you Ghost Soul 9 killers disappear?" The old demon laughed sinisterly. "Dan, do you really believe you're the dragon now? Listen closely, the dragon is dead." Just then, a massive axe fell from the sky, slamming into the table as a fierce, shaven-headed man stood tall. "Hey, old man, are you Yu Bai, also known as 9 Yin Divine Tide of the 9 Fiend Souls?" "Boss, if he's Yu Bat, the bounty on his head is 80,000 taels." Another one whispered, "It's really him. You found the right guy, but your intel is a little outdated. My head was worth 80,000 taels before." He placed a banknote on the table saying, "Here are 100,000 taels. If you can bring me the head of the brat sitting across from me, this money is yours." The bald man licked his lips. 10,000 taels was worth the risk, but why choose? It's best to take both the old man's reward and this 10,000 taels. He swung his 2 axes, attacking them both. Xiaoma continued to eat calmly, dodging with a slight lean. Meanwhile, Yu Beeble had pinched the other axe blade with 2 fingers. "You poor fool." He coldly says, "I gave you a chance, but you didn't take it. Failing to recognize fortune leads to disaster, didn't you know?" With a snap, the steel axe was crushed to pieces between his fingers. The bald man cried out in shock, How is this possible?" The 3 bounty hunters exchanged glances, one whispering that there was only one option left. One of them had to claim the old man's head. Their future comfort depended on it. Having made their decision, the 3 roared and charged forward. "Hand over the old man's head." But before they could even get close, a shadow swept past. 3 sickening thuds echoed as all 3 men were blinded, sent flying backward, and slammed into the wall unconscious. The remaining bounty hunters paled, recoiling in terror. What just happened? I didn't even see him move." A blood-curdling scream erupts from the crowd. It's King Scorpion Snake's signature 9 Yin soul-snatching claw from his vengeful spirit assassination technique. "Did you hear that?" 9 eerie shrieks. "Look at his dark hands. He must be using at least 80% of his power." Wang Xiaxie turned back with a sinister smile. "What about it, Dan? Care to taste my 9 Yin divine claws?" I was going to wait for his answer before deciding, but if that's what he wants..." Before he could finish, a burst of arrogant laughter echoed from the doorway. "Hee, 9 Yin divine claw, is it?" A towering figure entered, shattering the doorframe as he carried a massive iron pillar. Rumor has it that anything that falls into his hands will be torn to shreds, but I think most of the news in the Jianghu world is exaggerated by storytellers. Those cheap words won't fool me. Oh my god, could this guy be the invincible great empty Wan Chongshan? They say he's as strong as a god, wielding that 1,000-pound iron pillar like chopsticks. He spins the pillar a few times, then points it at Yubat. "Old man, soon I'll send you to your grave, so stop pretending to be calm." Boom! He slams his iron staff into the ground, shaking the entire inn. "Your head belongs to Wan Chongshan." He smashed everything in sight, but Yubishi moved like a ghost, dodging every blow. "Old man, why do you keep running like a rat?" Wan Chongshan roared. "Let's see how long you can keep this up." As the iron pillar swung down, about to crush him, Xiaoma casually raised a hand and stopped it, dead in its tracks. A nonchalant act that left Wan Chongshan stunned. "Actually, you should be more careful of what's behind you." "Ha ha ha ha." Wan Chongshan bursts into laughter, pointing behind him. "You mean that sick old cat? I dare him to scratch my indestructible diamond skin." No sooner were the words out of his mouth than a black, claw-like hand pierced through his bloated belly. Diamond unbreakable? More like skin as soft as noodles. "Old fox, if you're so good, don't attack from the shadows. Face me head on." But Yubi disappeared again, reappearing behind Wan Chongshan, embracing him tightly. "This fool just keeps exposing his weaknesses. Let's see if this old cat can break your indestructible bones." Crack! With a single finger, Yubi snapped one of his ribs. Wan Chongshan cried out in pain, reaching desperately behind him. "You treacherous old man. What's wrong? You were just calling yourself invincible." Hubat, growing more amused, tightened his grip. This is a martial artist's duel. Life and death are determined by fate. You're unskilled, yet you call me despicable? Go ahead and try, you old codger. Wan Chongshan gritted his teeth. Even if all my ribs break, I'll still call you a bastard. Yubi continued to tighten his grip, his voice filled with twisted pleasure. Still running your mouth in this situation? You're beyond help. Let's see if you can stay so tough after I break all your ribs. Crack, crack, crack! He clenches his hands, shattering Wan Chongshan's ribs. The giant manages a scream, then collapses, unconscious. Hu laughs savagely, thinking this is far from over. Fool, I'll use your own ribs to pierce your organs and see how you survive. Hearing that, Wan Chongshan, who had fainted, jolted awake, desperately begging with a trembling voice. I yield, senior. Please, spare my life. Hu glided in front of Van Trong Sun, scoffing, but I sense no sincerity from you. What if I turn my back and you bash me with that pillar? No, let's just cripple your eyes so you can't see, and I'll cut your tendons for good measure. Oh, right. Might as well take care of all your tendons while I'm at it, huh? Oh, right. I almost forgot about you. Interesting beast. Who tosses the mountain of myriad weights aside like a broken toy? Fighting, you will be much more fun. Then you can take this one's place. He gathers his energy, and 4 more arms sprout from his back. Let's see. How should I deal with this guy? Well then, allow me to do as I please. As soon as he finished speaking, a dark figure lunged forward. Little Ma unleashed his signature move, the iron headbutt. His face was cold, and what he loved most was beating up bastards like him. Bam! With a headbutt from the heavens, he strikes Yubat square in the face, sending gold teeth flying. Why can't I see anything? This is absurd. Could it be I underestimated him? The old demon staggered, spitting out his remaining teeth. A mere kid who only knows how to headbutt dares to call himself a flying dragon. His teeth evaporated the moment they hit the ground. That kid's head is harder than I thought. Tit for tat. I'll show you the true 9-yin divine claw. He postured like a scorpion, ready to pounce, but Little Ma charged head first, sending teeth flying with each blow, the final one slamming him into the inn's front wall. Gasping for breath, he began to question his life choices. How could he not see him move? Was his speed truly imperceptible? This kid's martial arts are definitely not some run-of-the-mill street fighting. You little bastard, I won't let you get away with this. He roared, charging like a mad bull, but Xiaoma simply raised a hand, gently seizing his attacking hand. So, what can you do to me? Didn't I tell you to give it your all? Snap. With one hand, Xiaoma shattered all 4 of Yubi's fingers, then disgustedly shoved him away and turned to leave. Was it his weakness or my training that led to this? His fingers were crushed to a pulp. Duh! What nonsense are you spouting? Little Ma shouts toward the table. Fatty? 2 evils and Bok Thao Ni looked up as he pointed at Hubat, ordering, finish him off. No sooner were the words out of her mouth than Fatty's form vanished, his speed now terrifying. With a bloodthirsty look, he knocks Yubi unconscious in seconds. Xiaoma stands before Cao Ni, asking, should we kill this old devil or let him go? Without a word, Thao Ni picked up the second monster's large axe and slowly approached. Yubi. Kill or not, hold on, is the old man okay? There are a few things I need to ask him. I don't really care, Xiaoma says. Do what you want because I still have a bunch of 9 fiends to deal with later. Thank you, Bai Chaoni said to Xiaoma, her eyes filled with gratitude. Thanks to you, I have a chance for revenge. Bai Tower carries her axe and coldly advances towards Yubi. The old man couldn't accept reality. No, it can't be. How could I lose to mere children? He braced himself on the ground, a flicker of malice in his eyes. It's not over. I still have one hand, and that's all I need. But Thao Ni saw through his ploy, and with a swing of her axe, shattered his remaining arm. Ah, my arm. My arm. As the Taoist priest of Mu Mu spat blood, Thao Ni delivered her verdict. For the heinous crime of murdering 127 members of the Dihua Palace, I sentence you to death. He looked up, laughing madly. Execute me? Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? He lunged forward, trying to bite Thao Ni with his mouth, screaming, who do you think you are? Before he could touch her, his ruined arms were severed by the twin fiends' axes. How could this be? Don't resent it. You're just one step ahead of them. I will personally send every last one of the 9 fiends' souls to hell. Hubat was kicked into the street, where he lay curled up in a ball. And one more thing, Thao Ni continued. You're not my type. Killing the likes of you would only dirty my hands. Consider yourself lucky there are plenty here who want your head. Hubat looked up, horrified to realize he was surrounded by bounty hunters, their eyes like hungry wolves eyeing their prey. His body trembled as he pleaded, "No, please, take me with you. I'll tell you everything you want to know." But it was too late. The bounty hunters swarmed him. "What's the bounty on his head? 80,000 taels is enough for us to live comfortably for life." Yubi's screams echoed and then faded into the frenzy of the crowd. His mangled corpse hung in the town square for all to see. Who is this devil? They say this Xiaoma is the reincarnation of Flying Dragon, the greatest under heaven. Is it true? This rising master defeated even the demon spirit city? I don't know about that, but I'm sure this master named Tio Ma is on his way to wipe out the entire Kwaihonku Sat. But Little Ma's group had already left. On the carriage, Monster Bear stood guard as Little Ma and Thao Ni talked inside. "Do you understand? You've changed so much," Thao Ni said. "You have no feelings and remember nothing. All you know is being a small horse in Joyful Valley. You're nothing like the old Flying Dragon." Xiaoma mused, "I don't know either, but I know I can't live like the old Xiaomia. The only memory I have left is the moment before my death. A sorrowful memory I can't forget, even in death. What I want most right now is to find Chu Chen and apologize, a promise I failed to keep." A young woman followed their trail to the edge of the forest. Now that she's here, what will she do? Night was falling, and getting lost in the forest would be easy. She almost gave up, but then she saw a wisp of smoke rising in the distance. She followed the trail to a recently extinguished fire, still faintly warm. "They haven't gone far," she muttered, her eyes filled with determination. Suddenly, Bai Caoni's voice cut through the silence. "Why are you following us? It's been a few days, I guess." "Oh, I wasn't following you. I'm just looking for Hero Tiu Ma. Do you know where he is?" Like a phantom, Xiaoma appeared behind her, startling a scream from her lips. "Were you looking for me? But I don't know you?" "You're the great hero, Xiaoma." The girl quickly bowed her head, her voice full of respect. "I request an audience. My name is Murong Lan, daughter of Murong Chu, master of Knife Mountain Sword Forest in the North Village." Knife Mountain Sword Forest? Thao frowned. 3 years ago, Murong Chu was famous in Qingyang City as one of the 3 swords of Tian Yun, a master of the Thuong Tam Tuyet sword technique. "I've heard that half the weapons in the northern plains come from the Murong Forge. How could such a master be killed by an unknown assailant?" Murong Lan nodded, tears welling up in her eyes. "After killing my father, that monster used his face to control all of Sword and Saber Forest. It's just so hard to believe." Chao Nai was skeptical. "If that's the case, why didn't you seek help from the Northern Martial Alliance? Weren't they your family's biggest clients? Have you been there before?" Murong Lan replied bitterly, "But they didn't believe that monster's disguise was so perfect that everyone thought I was crazy. But I know he's definitely not my father." Someone capable of killing her father and possessing such perfect disguise. There are only a handful of people in Jianghu who could do that. It could be Chen Wenlian, Qimei Juefo, Qin Zhaoying, or even Po Jun. After some discussion, Xiaoma pointed to the map. "To get to the Demon Sword Emperor Lu Kun, we have to pass through the northern village of the Murong family." And so they decided to help Murong Lan. "Thank you, great hero Xiaoma. I will remember this kindness for the rest of my life." As they arrived at the Murong estate, Caoni couldn't help but be amazed at how large it was. Inside, the sound of hammering weapons echoed endlessly. Everything seemed to be operating as normal. "Do the family members know nothing?" The 2 fiends of Mount Mang asked. "Is that so?" "They don't know my father has been replaced," Murong Lan replied. As they traveled, Xiaoma suddenly stopped. The sound of clashing weapons drew him to a nearby training ground, and without a word, he vanished, much to everyone's surprise. On the arena floor, 2 figures clashed intensely as Xiaoma watched from above, recognizing a familiar face. The one being forced into a disadvantageous position is Fei Liu. Fei Liu. Thao and the second monster arrive, recognizing him as well. "Ah, it's the handsome guy." The old monster muttered, "So it is him." Murong Lan points to the man-overwhelming Fei Liu, the very one impersonating her father. The one with Murong Q's face unleashes a series of slashes, forcing Fei Liu to retreat. If this is all the Special Ops Captain is capable of, then the Murim Alliance is rotten to the core. Dozens of cuts appeared on Fei Liu's body. "It seems you still have some tricks up your sleeve. Enough, stop using such childish swordplay." He struggled to defend himself, inwardly terrified. This was no ordinary sword energy. Normal sword energy couldn't materialize to this extent. If he wasn't mistaken, this was the lost realm of demons subduing Vajra. "Honestly," says Murong Q, with a tone that's both admiring and stern, "at your age, I could hardly achieve your current martial prowess. However, you have a fatal flaw that I never made in my day, mastery." His figure suddenly vanishes, closing in on Fei Liu. A sword technique known as the Secret Willow 15 Swords unleashes undeniable power. He attacks relentlessly, giving me no chance to counter. I must first stop his momentum. Fei Liu lands, pouring all his power into one move. Adamantine Dragon Sky Piercing Blade, 4th form, Sunset Blade. But as the Azure Demon Blade, with the force of Mount Tai, is about to strike, Mu Rongchu effortlessly deflects the entire attack with a subtle technique. The stronger and more domineering your blade techniques, the more openings they reveal. A light sword strike sent him flying, completely extinguishing his momentum. Unbelievable. My Sunset Blade was defeated by a simple sword trick. I'll show you true swordsmanship, where one sword can condense countless strikes into a single point, the stacking sword. This sword technique was originally Murong Yijui's 9 Heavens Flowing Water 36 Swords, but I've eliminated all its weaknesses, creating a dense mix of blue and purple aura around me. With my current lightness skill, you can't possibly evade the 9 Heavens Flowing Water 108 Swords. Waves of purple sword energy crash towards Fei Liu like a tsunami, its terrifying power leaving him frozen in place. Is this sword technique truly unbreakable? That massive sphere of sword energy engulfs the entire arena. Fei Liu is in trouble. Li Junyue is worried. Aicha, look, Yiwu. Han marvels while Xiaoma calmly analyzes that the sword technique isn't without its flaws. Focusing too much on its flashy appearance will blind you to them. The question is whether Fei Liu realizes it. Using your head is always better than just using brute force. Just then, a streak of dark energy flashed from the center of the sword energy sphere, piercing the formation. In an instant, the formation was completely shattered, revealing Fei Liu and Mo Dongthu once more. Adamantine Dragon Sky Piercing Blade, Earth-style, Heavenly Dragon Slash. Mu Rongqiu can't believe that Fei Liu used brute force to break her ultimate technique. But no matter how hard you try, it's useless. She thought she could overwhelm Fei Liu, but she was wrong. His momentum is growing stronger, as if he's just had a breakthrough in battle. Huh? How can this be? My 5-petaled diamond sword is cracking? Their swords clash, creating an invisible boundary as Mu Rongqiu looks at Fei Liu with a complex gaze. The blade in your hand is no ordinary weapon. If your master, Song Dahao, were here, he'd probably laugh in my face for acting like a know-it-all. Senior, that's not true, Fei Liu quickly replied, retracting his aura. I've only had the good fortune to learn from your teachings, Senior Murong. My martial arts are still lacking. Had I been inflexible, I might have struck you down just now. Suddenly, a small figure wielding daggers lunged forward, screaming, "Die, you evil thing!" As the daggers neared him, Fei Liu intervened, just in time. Who are you? With a flick of his hand, he sent the girl staggering back. Murongchu quickly intervened. Put your knives away, she's my precious daughter. Fei Liu was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, when a familiar voice echoed from afar. Long time no see, Fei Liu? He turned to see little Ma approaching. Honestly, I don't even know what to call you anymore. Oh well, whatever's easiest. Is that you? The servant from Harmony Valley, Fei Liu, couldn't hide his surprise. In the next room, Murong Lan muttered to herself, her eyes full of resentment. Just you wait. One day Murong Lan will personally tear off your disgusting mask and reveal the true face of the one who killed my parents to the world. Enough, Lanner, Murong Chu cries out, his voice filled with helplessness. Please, say no more. He looked at his daughter, his heart aching. Where is my intelligent, lovely daughter? Why have you become so deranged? In the living room, Xiaoma asked Fei Liu, Did you also come to confirm whether Mu Rongqiu is real or not? Not exactly, Fei Liu replied. I came to ask him about this Azure Demon Blade. Everyone knows Mu Rongqiu is the best swordsmith in the martial world. But what about you? You disappeared after the battle at Demon Spirit City. Xiaoma and I share a goal. We're hunting the Nine Souls Devil, the culprit behind the tragic demise of the Yua Palace. The Nine Souls Devil, you say? We encountered Murong Lan on the road and followed her here. So what do you think of Murong Q? Based on his appearance, voice, and even the Heavenly Cloud 3 Swords technique, I'm certain that's the real Murong Q. Meanwhile, Murong Q desperately tries to explain. Lanner, your mother died of a long illness. Don't lie, she screams. My mother was poisoned to death and I know you were the one who did it. Enough, a desperate Murong Q thought. If you hate me that much, if my death can bring you back to normal, then kill me. He threw a dagger towards her. Take it and kill your father. Murong Lan trembles as she grasps the sword. You monster, you think I wouldn't dare? Go to hell. The blade pierced through Murong Q's chest and she froze. Why? Why didn't you dodge? Why? He looked at her, his eyes still gentle. Didn't you always want me dead? Just a little deeper now? Tears streamed down Murong Lan's face as she collapsed, screaming in despair. Who are you, really? Why are you so desperate to die? Did you do all this just to make me believe you're my father? I don't know anymore. I'm going crazy. That night, at the banquet, the animosity between father and daughter was finally resolved. Thank you all so much, Murongchu said. Today is the happiest day of my life. The Murong family is honored to host the heroes who destroyed Demon Spirit City. Muronglan also apologized to Thaoni, who replied that it was a small matter. When clashing with you, Murongchu sensed a terrifying dark energy emanating from Qingtao. Weapons like that have always been called god blades, but their masters likely cultivated demonic arts their entire lives, imbuing the weapon with its own spirit and consciousness. It will grant unrivaled power, but one day it will consume its master's consciousness. Everything has its opposite, Fei Liu. If you can, you should leave it here, but who could bear to abandon such a treasure? Thank you for your kindness, Senior Murong. Fei Liu politely declines, but this is something I will consider myself. Murong Lan continues to pour wine for Xiaoma with a smile, but secretly probes him. How strange. Even with my senses heightened, I can't detect any internal energy from him, as if he's completely untrained. Little Ma, she says sweetly, this red python lotus wine is brewed from snakeskin and fresh lotus with rare herbs added, a delicacy reserved only for distinguished guests of the Murong family. The more I think about it, the stranger it seems. Even if he's concealing his aura, he couldn't hide it this perfectly. Could he have undergone a complete transformation, even changing his appearance? But he doesn't look like the legendary flying dragon at all. Where did you get the idea that this guy is Fei Long? This dish is called Phoenix Whisper, made from young chicken and flavored with pork fat. She continued her explanation, saying that the chef had ground over 100 types of precious flower petals to create the aroma. Please, help yourself. Could there be something wrong with the intel? You can't judge a book by its cover. Even if he isn't Bai Long, he's still the one who eliminated the heavenly demon. Better safe than sorry. There's plenty of food, so please, help yourselves. I can't believe I have to scheme this much just to deal with a kid. It's laughable. Look at me, pretending to be this woman, serving them drinks so respectfully. I want to crush their necks. Eat your fill because this will be your last supper. After the meal, the poison took effect, and one by one, they collapsed onto the table, falling into a deep sleep. That fatso is so pitiful, naively following that brat into the tiger's den. Being so fat, the poison's potency will probably be reduced, so I might have to use acupuncture to suppress it. Come to think of it, my acting has reached perfection. Even if King Yama were resurrected, he probably wouldn't recognize me. Bai Chaoni's body is paralyzed, but her consciousness is still awake. What's happening? I'm weak and can't move. What's wrong? Trying to wake up? It's no use. She approached, her voice turning cold. The poison you've been afflicted with is black sleep goo, concocted from a mesmerizing powder and yellow spirit herb, evaporated into dust and stored in a white jade bottle. Colorless, odorless, tasteless, and leaves no trace. But I am curious, why did the poison take so long to work? According to my calculations, it should have been sooner. I was looking forward to seeing your beautiful faces contorted in agony. Black sleep poison is a simple toxin. It only works when combined with something else. The incense grass in this candle. As its fragrance fills the room, you inhale it, and the black sleep poison within you will explode. The best part is when you realize your body's gone numb, and it's too late to do anything. This isn't good. Thao thinks to herself that she must circulate her energy to expel the poison immediately. As if reading her mind, the woman sneers, "What's wrong? Trying to circulate your energy and dispel the poison? Futile, for I will use my acupuncture to seal your meridians and lock away all your inner power. This acupuncture technique is more powerful than any pressure point strike. It can completely seal off your martial arts." She leaned down and whispered in Thaoni's ear, her voice full of delight. "Those afflicted by the black water goo poison will suffer unimaginable agony. You'll feel as if 10,000 maggots are feasting on your flesh, devouring you from the inside out. This torment will last for 10 days and nights until you're utterly exhausted and die. The best part is you'll be fully aware, but the pain will prevent you from taking your own life. Unable to live, unable to die, you're essentially trapped in a living hell, burning in Jiawu's flames. It would be a waste to let you die, though, with such a pretty face. Or how about this? After you die, I'll peel off your face and use it later. Wouldn't that be fun?" "Ah," I stand up straight and burst out laughing. "Ha ha ha. Imagine when you open your eyes in the afterlife and realize your face has been stolen by someone else. How would that feel?" Then she turned to Xiaoma. "Xiaoma, or should I call you Flying Dragon? You wretch, you have no idea how long I've waited for this moment." Her voice filled with resentment. "Boy, if you have anyone to blame, blame yourself. I don't care if you're Fai Long or not. The moment you cornered my husband, this outcome was sealed. Can you imagine the pain of seeing your beloved's corpse before your eyes, unable to bring him home? Do you have any idea how much my heart ached and broke? She paused, looking into Xiaoma's calm eyes. Humph. Even now, why are his eyes so calm? You wretched brat, what's wrong? Do you still hope someone will come to your rescue? How unsettling. She pulls out a silver needle, deciding to use the Toa Mach Thu acupuncture technique to ensure his demise. The thought of choosing who dies first already brings her joy. Wait, now that I think about it, where's the other one? I don't see him. She glances around, looking confused. He ate and drank, so he must be poisoned. Did he realize something? I can't let him get away. As she frantically searches, a lazy voice echoes from behind. I don't think you need to look anymore. The friend you're looking for had some business to attend to and left right after the meal. The fake Tu Lan was stunned, while Tu Ma casually sat up and stretched. How is this possible? She stammered in disbelief. Unless your body is immune to all poisons, he says, cracking his neck. My body is indeed immune to all poisons. Did you see right through me? Your eyes have lost their innocence. I actually suspected your identity a long time ago. You're the left talisman of the 9 fiendish souls, the cruel Yin mother, Ling Meikshui. I knew something was off the first time we met. Why does a young girl like you possess such dark and gloomy energy? Even stranger, your face is youthful, but your voice is old. That's when I began to suspect, and I needed to confirm a few things. I heard the Martial Arts Alliance's book collectors recently discovered the whereabouts of the King Serpent. And everyone knows where the King Serpent is. The Queen Serpent is sure to follow. Then we can deduce that the two of you are plotting to control the Blade Mountain Sword Forest. Unfortunately, UB, also known as Serpent King, was discovered. To conceal their plot, he distanced himself from you, deliberately revealing his location to lure the book collector and bounty hunters away, making it easier for you to act in the Sword Forest. Xiaoma paused, his eyes sharp as knives. There's only one thing I still wonder about. Is this your own doing, or was it planned with UB? Oh no, there was no need to discuss it. All of this was aimed at one target, clan head Morang Chu. Hearing her plan exposed, Zuofu's composure shatters as she grits her teeth, her voice filled with resentment. So you knew I was acting from the start, and you played along, turning the tables on me? The thought of you seeing me as a joke, laughing at me in the shadows is enough to drive me mad. The little bastard. She throws the lantern at Xiaoma's face, who raises his hand to block it, shattering the lantern and releasing a cloud of white smoke. Ha ha, you fool, that was 7-step powder, a deadly poison. Anyone who inhales it will die after 7 steps. You better not move. Xiaoma indifferently asks, is that so? He calmly took 1 step, then 2, 6, and now 7. Seeing him unharmed, Zhaofu was stunned, but at that moment, Xiaoma coughed up fresh blood, and a triumphant smile returned to her face. Fool, I told you, Xiaoma said, wiping blood from his mouth with a faint smile. It's not painless, but it's not enough to kill me. Zuofu's expression turned ugly, even if you got lucky. Before she could finish, a powerful surge of internal energy erupted from Xiaoma's body, so strong that it forced Zuofu to take a step back. Let's see how it feels to have your core destroyed and your power scattered. Zuofu was horrified. Impossible. He was clearly poisoned. How can his inner strength be so strong? I doubt I'll die as soon as you think, but you will. Xiaoma grabbed her face, his voice as cold as ice. Time to show your true colors. The art of disguise is completely undone, the mask dissolving to reveal a withered, skeletal face. She was slammed into the ground by Xiaoma's power. Ha ha ha, look at this. My opponent is a 100-year-old crone whose martial arts are as weak as a chicken. The old crone roared from the ground. You're flying dragon? A fool blinded by love, turning his back on the Spirit Valley. You ungrateful wretch, have you forgotten the sins you've committed? Your hands are stained with just as much blood as ours. A dark aura surrounds her. The world's greatest, more like the world's greatest murderous demon. In just 10 short years, over 600 clans were destroyed because of you, and over 100,000 people became vengeful spirits at your hands. Even if a devil like you were to beg for forgiveness 100,000 times, it wouldn't be enough. How could our sins compare to yours? White ribbons shot from her sleeves, binding little Ma. He stood still, not resisting, and coldly asked, what about you? Do you repent for what you've done? The people who died by your hand were fathers, husbands, mothers, and children. They had identities, families. Why do you mourn your husband's death, yet treat the lives of others like dirt? The white threads, once constricting like chains, suddenly burst apart under Xiaoma's power, his eyes now devoid of innocence. But it's deep and complex. If I were curious about the past, I should have returned to Ghost Soul Valley. But instead, I chose this path because I want to judge evil people like you with my own hands. Judge! Yifu sneered, madness blazing in her eyes as she lunged forward, claws as sharp as daggers. And you, a great demon, dare to speak of such qualifications? Xiaoma didn't dodge, but stood still. That's right. he said somberly. I don't have that right. Zuofu was stunned. Because of that, Xiaoma continued, from now on I must walk this path to atone for my sins. If not now, then never. He tightened his grip on Zuofu's wrist, twisting it gently, an irresistible force sending her sprawling. Though it's late, if you truly repent, I'll still give you a way out. Repent? Zuofu laughed bitterly. Did you know I started learning martial arts at the age of 7? By 20, I had mastered the heavenly evolution black killing art and killed my own father with these hands. It was a century ago, but it feels like yesterday. Guess how many similar things happened in those 100 years? Like you, when I entered the Ghost Soul Valley, my hands were already covered in blood. This old body is over 100 years old. What's the point of living any longer? She yanked her hand away, her withered body like a tree spirit, countless white bandages once again enveloping her. The murderous aura so thick it froze the air. You dare grant me life, you with your reputation. What right do you have to interfere in my life? I don't care if you're the world's greatest flying dragon, because the flying dragon I knew died in the Plum Blossom Palace massacre. Zuofu frantically attacked, but all her moves were useless against the young horse. Each time she was knocked down, she struggled to her feet, charging in vain. Suddenly she stopped, her eyes filled with horror. What is this? I know I stitched up your wounds. Could it be the immortality herb? Her voice trembled. Did you use the immortality herb? Don't ask me. Little Ma responds, I don't remember anything. I'd considered it myself, Zuofu muttered, stepping back. The recently deceased Black Moon leader, Ghost Valley's Fai Long, and the Fai Long who became the world's greatest martial artist, I thought it was just a coincidence. But then rumors spread that he looked exactly like the dead Fai Long. If so, there's only one explanation, that Flying Dragon consumed the herb of immortality and rebirth. If this guy is indeed the world's greatest Fai Long, then he's the supreme master who single-handedly unified the martial world. I've said all I need to say. That day, the evil talisman suddenly spoke, as if to delay his death. Lord Yama thought he had obtained the elixir of life, but he didn't know he had consumed poison. Memories of the night the Pear Blossom Palace was engulfed in flames suddenly flooded back. Looking back, she scoffed at herself, realizing that the old Yama and the 9 ghost soul reapers had been blinded by greed, losing their own judgment. How foolish. As soon as Fei Long fell, Xie Fu emerged from the shadows, his voice dripping with false regret. You've disappointed me, Yama. To think we overlooked the precious immortality herb right before our eyes. She glanced at Fei Long, who was lying on the ground, barely alive, and thought to herself, so that's Fei Long? His injuries are severe. His core is destroyed, his martial arts are crippled, and his life force is fading. Death is the price he pays for daring to love Bai Lingfei's daughter. She turned to the other shadows that had just appeared. Honestly, his fate is so unfortunate. Don't you all feel as bitter as I do? Who's there? A raspy voice echoed. Simple. The evil talisman sneers, saying that to reclaim the immortality grass, they need only seize all of King Yama's true energy, and wouldn't that restore all of its essence? Ah, if we're so like-minded, why not carve up old Yama together and split the spoils? If he dies, I'll gain immortality, and another will gain eternal damnation. Wrong. I will obtain the greatest martial arts in the world. I don't need any of that. I want the whole world in my hands. Hearing the absurd words of his subordinates, Lord Yama, who was absorbing the immortality grass, burst out laughing. Enough. Stop this nonsense. It's too cramped here. If you want to taste my power, let's find a more spacious place for this Yama to satisfy you. And so, they all left the Pear Blossom Palace, heading to a nearby deserted mountain, their arrogant laughter echoing across the land. Do you really think you can stand against the power I now possess? The battle raged on. Having mistakenly consumed a poisonous herb, the old Yama King's internal energy soared to unbelievable heights, allowing him to effortlessly take on 3 or 4 of the 9 killers at once. Choose now, he roared. If you don't want to die here in vain, then submit to me and together we shall trample this world under our feet. He's pinned by 2 of the 9 fiends. Heh, what's this? Still want to struggle? Old Yama King channels his power, unleashing a terrifying force that leaves everyone sweating. To me, your petty tricks are nothing more than a tickle. With a mere flick of his hand, he sends the 9 Death's ghosts flying. His insane laughter echoes with supreme satisfaction. Thanks to the immortal herb, not only was my blood spirit 9 severed meridians cured, but my power has also doubled. I am now invincible. But before he could celebrate, the poison of the immortal herb began to take effect, and he coughed up a mouthful of black blood. Spitting blood? It was clearly the immortality herb. How could this be? If not, how could it have increased my inner strength so rapidly? This is bad. If they see I'm injured, these treacherous beasts won't miss their chance. Suddenly, Zuofu's voice rang out with concern. Everyone, I think we've made a mistake. I smell poison herb in the blood Lord Yama just coughed up. Poison herb? It's actually toadstool grass. Anyone who consumes it will experience a surge of yang energy and a rapid increase in internal strength, but only temporarily. After a while, the toxins will take effect, twisting the blood and energy, contorting the bones, rotting the flesh, and ultimately destroying the dantian, leading to death by poisoning. What a pity, Lord Yama. Tapu's face showed clear contempt, and Lord Yama flew into a rage at being made a laughingstock. How absurd! You think I'd believe you? What I consumed was clearly the immortality herb, given to me by Bai Lingfei's own daughter. How could I be wrong? Zuofu shrugged. What if that girl intentionally deceived you? To the bitter end, Lord Yama stubbornly refused to believe the truth, attacking Zuofu. If you say I ate poison, then come here, and I'll show you its power. Old Yama, stop being stubborn. Look at yourself. The poison has spread throughout your body. She effortlessly blocked his attack with one hand. See, you're slower than a snail now. Seeing their chance, the remaining figures swarmed the old Yama King like a pack of hungry wolves. This will be your grave, Yama King. And so, the King of Hell was surrounded, the combined attack sending him crashing into a mountainside, collapsing a cave entrance. Content that he was sealed inside, they left. We still ended up losing the immortality elixir. If we return to the Pear Blossom Palace now, I fear there will be nothing left. The wolves and tigers must have cleaned everything out. On a ruined rooftop, the evil talisman looked down at the chaos below, where the people of Magic Spirit City were clearing the battlefield. I've come prepared, she tells Xiaoma, her voice laced with venom. If you truly are the flying dragon, even a fraction of it, I wouldn't stand a chance. But knowing you defeated the heavenly demon, I can't afford to be afraid. Instead of fear, she continues, I just need to remember my goal, to reclaim the immortal herb's essence you absorbed. With that, white silk ribbons shot from her sleeves, ensnaring Thaoni and the two monsters, suspending them upside down. Wandering the world has changed you, she analyzed. You're no longer at your peak, but first, I'll take your companions hostage. The Silk Titans. If you want to save them, you'd better stay away. Do you think they deserve to be with a demon like you? It's been too long. That night at Daosan Kiem Lam was Fai Long. Now you want me to believe those words? Murong Q asked, her voice full of confusion. If that wasn't Lan Ni, my daughter, then who was it? One of the 9 underworld killers, left flank's cruel Yin mother, Ling Mei Zhu, Fai Lu replied calmly. Ling Mei Zhu, a top-tier poison master, but the weakest fighter of the 9 killers. Murong Q pondered. Never mind that. Where is my daughter, Lanner, and is she safe? Frankly, the Martial Arts Alliance is still searching, but there's no exact location. Murong Q grew anxious. Then why are you only telling me the truth now? Because we weren't sure ourselves, Fei Yu explained. At first, we doubted whether Senior Mo Rong was real or fake. If we hadn't faced you directly today, I'm afraid I wouldn't have dared to confirm it. Then how did you know my daughter was impersonated? This has been planned for a long time. After the fall of Demon Spirit City, a rumor spread throughout the martial world. The one who defeated Heavenly Demon Xiaoma might be the world's greatest. Fai Long reborn, reminiscing at the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters. I can hardly believe Fai Long is still alive. Li Gunryuk spoke. But that level of martial arts was truly beyond ordinary. We need to investigate the source of this rumor about the resurrection of the flying dragon, an elder suggests. Where is Fei Liu Xiaoma now? Master, he has disappeared since the battle. Batvo Amtin, Li Gonak, have you detected any movement from the 9 ghost souls? Lord Lu and Pagun are lying low, while Sabu and Wubit are lingering near the Yellow Dragon sect. Another elder analyzes that if Xiaoma is Fei Long, he'll seek his memories. His alliance with Bai Tao Er suggests their target is the 9 underworld souls, who must know this. From the Martial Alliance's perspective, what should we do? After all, the 9 underworld souls are a thorn in our side. If we could eliminate them all in one fell swoop, all the better. Team leader Fai Liu, what are your thoughts on this? Caught off guard, Fai Liu was a little flustered. The elder emphasized that he wanted to hear his thoughts, and Fei Liu respectfully replied, if it's for the safety of the Martial Arts Alliance, I will obey without objection. Later, in another closed-door meeting, Fai Liu reports to a mysterious figure. Senior Mo Yang. I can't reveal the details of the plan, but I know that 3 months ago, we gathered intelligence on the movements of the 9 ghost souls at a deserted riverbank. One of the 9 ghost souls, Pokun, was leisurely fishing when a figure appeared beside him. How can you be so relaxed when the world is in turmoil? If it's about the rumors of Fei Long, I've already heard them. You heard, yet you still sit here fishing? I advise you seek out Yaksha or Lu Kun instead. Seeing the silent Fa Quan, the man continued to mock him. What's wrong? Rejected by them, huh? Figures. Luzon is now the leader of the Yi Wood Demon Forest, and Yaksha is one of the top 10 masters. They're no longer wild wolves who'll come running at the mere mention of Fai Long's name. Despite what you might think, Po Army finally spoke up. Remember, none of us can escape his gaze. In a death tower in North City, right supporter and left supporter were drinking and talking with others, all because of that Fai Long. We've had to hide and live in the shadows for years. It's infuriating, Suofu said. Why not seize this opportunity? Let's join forces and take him out. Whether he dies or we do, it's better than living like this. What do the rest of you think? Pojun and Lutsuna won't participate, Yubi replied. It's unclear about Fa Quan, but Lok Tan is definitely out. Another nodded. He unified the 5 demonic clans, turning the Darkwood demonic forest into a powerful force, and rumors say his martial arts have reached a transcendent level. There's no reason for him to get involved in this mess. Without them, I fear the few of us won't be able to handle Fai Long. No, a masked figure interjects with a calculating tone. I doubt they'd be of any use. At best, they'd be fodder for the dragon to test his skills. Consider this. We wouldn't stand a chance unless the entire martial alliance mobilized. However, he paused, filling a cup with wine. That would only be true if he really was the world's greatest warrior, Flying Dragon. But I'm not so sure about this rumored figure. I have a plan. The other 3 leaned in, curious. You've all heard of the master of the Blade Mountain Sword Forest, Murong Chu, the masked man said. Recently, his wife passed away from a sudden illness, straining his relationship with his daughter. Since Sword and Saber Forest values honor, we can lure Fei Long into our trap by impersonating his daughter. I was sent to Upper City to investigate, Fei Lu concluded his report. That was about 2 weeks ago. Hearing this shocking information, Murong Chu trembled with rage. He gritted his teeth, realizing he still didn't know where his real daughter was. That wretched, scheming Ling Meishui dared to impersonate my daughter and plot to seize the Daoshan Sword Forest. I'll tear her limb from limb. A sudden, loud explosion echoed from outside. What was that? Asked Fei Lu, his tone calm. Lang Mai Huyet must have revealed her true colors, and perhaps Van Kuch and Vu Kuch have also shown themselves. Senior Modung, please take this antidote first. What is this? It's the antidote to the Blackwater poison, a secret technique of the Evil Palace. Before coming here, I gave it to Xiaoma and the others. Murong Chu hesitated, then drank the antidote. I will have the head of that wretched Ling Meishui. He crushed the vial in his hand, vowing that if anything happened to his daughter, he, Murong Chu, would tear her to pieces. Back to the battle, a short-haired woman with a chilling aura appears. Ghostly homicide number 9. Wen Q, the Black Violet Flower Spirit Mother. Tsk, tsk. I didn't expect you to look so young, or maybe I'm just getting old. With Fei Liu's antidote, Thao Ni and the 2 monsters gradually awaken. Wen Chu, Thao Ni is shocked. Isn't that Black Rose, one of the 4 flowers of the martial world? How can I suddenly open my eyes? The chubby one is stunned. Her real name is Tu Mao Lin. She's already moving with eerie speed to greet an old acquaintance. What's with the surprise, Fei Long? I thought you'd be used to this by now. She's a descendant of the underworld Devil Palace, the origin of all evil magic in the world. In a flash, she closed in, a sharp dagger at Gu Xiaoma's throat. Is this reunion with an old comrade not to his liking? She's also known for her brutal 9-abyss soul-reaping blade technique, but just as she thought she'd succeeded, Xiaoma vanished like smoke. The moment he landed, another large and imposing figure appeared behind him, the 6th form of the Yama Heaven Severing Blade, Demonic Rend. This man, Wen Huch, was once the successor of the adamantine dragon's sky-cleaving saber, but was expelled by his junior, Tong Dai Hao, for excessive slaughter. Later, he joined the Ghost Soul Valley and was taught the Yama King sword. He combined 7 forms of the adamantine dragon sky-cleaving saber with 4 moves of the Yama King sword, creating an unparalleled and overbearing saber technique called the Yama King sky-cleaving saber. This is Wook Star Hotch, and his single strike split the house behind him in 2. I've seen you flying around, but if I can keep your feet off the ground, you won't be able to dodge. He relentlessly swung his blade, growing more savage with each strike. And just as they say, with a single spin, he sent the young horseman crashing to the ground. He slowly rises, brushes off the dust, and says calmly, "Well, that was pretty good." Thao Ni witnessed this, her jaw dropping in shock. Wait, am I seeing things? Just now, Wen Q and Wu Q attacked Little Ma from above and below simultaneously, but Little Ma calmly assumed a stance, dozens of illusory hands appearing, enveloping him. Impossible, their combined attack was easily neutralized. That's the Jade Flower displacement. Thao Ni was shocked, and the air fell silent. Despite the changes, any martial artist could recognize it as the unique skill of the Jade Flower Palace, passed down only to its masters. Ling Mei Shui, what is going on? Wook shouts at Jiefu. You ask me, who do I ask? She replied, looking just as bewildered. Xiaoma opened his palm, thinking to himself that he wasn't used to it yet, and the feeling of casting it was still a bit awkward. Ling Mei Shui began to feel uneasy. Is this guy's internal strength really that terrifying? But I heard he's never practiced martial arts before. Bai Ling Fei can easily redirect my swordsmanship. I just need a little more practice, Xiaoma thought to himself. Impossible, Wu Ku cried out. At this point, it's either him or us. And with that, Wen Ku responds, using all of his innate energy to fight him. He turned to Wu Ku as scholar. He unleashed the full force of the Yama heaven-piercing blade. This one was even stronger than 6 absolute Yama back then. His strongest move is the one that took White Spirit Fat's life. And yes, it's enough to take his as well. With that, Wu Ku lunged forward, blade in hand. Wen Ku observed from below, recognizing the preemptive 8-direction stance, a signature move of the Jade Flower style, though it seemed unrefined. Moreover, his movements and attacks are completely different from the Flying Dragon Assassin I know. The Flying Dragon I know. As he spoke, Wen Ku launched probing attacks, focusing solely on the deadly certain kill 3 sword technique. 3 fatal moves, no more, no less. He struck once. He hadn't trained his body like you, he only focused on the sword. A single sword. He struck again. Not only does he lack protective energy, but he's never even learned fist or palm techniques. After dozens of Wu Ku's relentless attacks, Xiaoma is tiring, bearing several wounds, and he wouldn't even deign to use the flower-moving technique, which he considers womanly. Van Kook emerged from the ground, saying, "Tell me, how could you be that assassin, Flying Dragon? And if you claim to be the world's greatest, Flying Dragon," Wu Ku added, "then why are you so weak?" They both conclude that he doesn't resemble either of the men named Flying Dragon at all. This psychological attack seems to be working, as Xiaoma dodges with more difficulty. I'm still not skilled enough. He suddenly drops down, standing between the two. They attack wildly, but all they hit are afterimages of Xiaoma. His speed has surpassed the limits of the naked eye. He split into dozens of afterimages surrounding the 2 masters of the 9 ghost souls. Even before Wu Ku took action, his eyes saw through the next move. He doesn't just see the first move, but the second, the third, even further ahead. How is that possible? To him, we of the 9 ghost souls are nothing but a joke. Bai Tower watched from the sidelines, a storm raging in her heart. Even though it's just imitation, the redirecting force technique that Xiaoma is using is no less impressive than my mother's. No, it's even better. This is no longer the redirecting force technique I know, but a completely new skill. And the reason someone without a Dantian can still generate Qi is thanks to the ethereal body. The more he fights, the more skilled he becomes. His hands use the Jade Blossom transfer, his feet the immovable Wisdom King steps. Their difference in strength and agility is now like heaven and earth. Old Bang Si Hyuk, why does your blade lack all power? Zuofu roars that he's not holding back. Bang Si He replies bitterly that he can't even touch him. They both realize this bone is too tough to swallow. This time I'll use all my inner strength and unleash every killing move of the Yama's judgment. Very well, I'll do the same. It was a mistake to think we could eliminate him so easily. He's in a completely different league. Sensing danger, the evil talisman suddenly appears behind Thao Ni, his sword at her neck. You, stop right there. Xiaoma was fearless, even defiant. If you can, then try and kill her. Huh? What? Zuofu was stunned as an appalling murderous aura emanated from Xiaoma. I'm warning you, if that sword moves another inch, your wrist will fall first. This is bad. Zhu Fu thought to himself, cold sweat pouring down. Only 10 steps away, and he had no hidden weapons. I don't believe he's faster than my sword. But why is my hand trembling like this? I can't move. Seeing the evil talisman frozen in fear, the other 2 exchanged glances, realizing their mistake. It was time to escape. The 2 immediately vanished into thin air. North, towards North City, lies the peak of Shantianfeng. Hiding there, no one will ever find us. Thinking they'd escaped, Hao Hoi Hu Kai was met with a swift kick to the face from Fai Lu, while Vu Kucha's path was blocked by a blade. At that moment, the real Mo Dung Thu appeared, rescuing Thao Ni and the 2 monsters from Ta Fu. Ling Mei Shui, you wretched imposter. How dare you disguise yourself as my daughter? You deserve to die. Fei Liu quickly uses acupuncture to detoxify Thao Ni and the 2 monsters. You've clearly taken the antidote, but it still takes time, Thao Ni replied, turning to the 2 monsters. Hey, fatty, you okay? Yeah, I'm fine. You wretched woman, where are you hiding my daughter? Tell me. Murongxiu roars, telling the old fool to go find his wife and kids and to stop bothering him. Meanwhile, Wenqiu and Wuqiu are still trying to figure out what's happening. Damn it, we're surrounded. Do you have a plan? Scholar, I was about to ask you the same thing. Ling Mengshui, it seems this plan has failed completely. Fei Lu coldly looked at the three who had been cornered, saying there was only one way for them to prolong their lives. They turned back in fear, only to freeze in place. Behind Yao Ma, a massive azure dragon of pure energy roared, its eyes burning with a bloodthirsty desire to devour them whole. Young Lady Murong Lan must live? Xiao Ma's voice was cold and imposing, like thunder, or you'll pay with your lives. This chilling sonic attack makes the assassin's hair stand on end. Little Ma continues, any of you who even think about running will die. The aftershock of that one blow sent them flying out of the house. They scrambled to their feet, looking utterly defeated. That lion's roar just now, its internal force had to be at least 5 jiazi, meaning 300 years of power. Damn it, if we retreat now, what kind of ghostly 9 killers would we be? You bastard, you never intended to fight back in the first place. Xiao Ma slowly approaches them, his face as cold as ice. It seems you still don't understand what I'm saying. Suddenly he stops and looks up to the sky. Be careful. The lustful sheep were clueless. There was a very dangerous person here. Whoosh! A beam of golden light descended from the sky, plunging into the ground right in front of Tu Ma. Could that be the flying dragon sword? Everyone is stunned. Wu Chu looked intently at the sword, his voice trembling. There's no mistaking it, it's the one. The words, Flying Dragon, were engraved by the Yama of 6 Paths himself. This sword was forged from Millennium Cyan steel, an incredibly rare substance found in trace amounts when refining Millennium Cold Iron, the finest material in the world for crafting divine weapons. Murongqiu took the sword, feeling its domineering aura, a sword forged from eternal cyan steel, tempered 1,000 times in the forge, hammered 10,000 times over. The blade is 2.5 feet long, perfect for wielding. It weighs just over 2 pounds, neither too heavy nor too light, and its gleam is brighter than the full moon. This is truly a supreme sword, capable of splitting mountains, cutting iron like mud, and taking lives without spilling a drop of blood. A fine sword indeed. But the Flying Dragon sword was lost with Flying Dragon himself. Why has it appeared here now? And who threw it down? Bai Saonai was puzzled. That person must be related to the disappearance of Fei Long. Xiao Ma looked at the sword, a look of confusion on his face. I don't remember anything about him, a figure connected to my second death. Just then, a scream, laced with terrifying inner power, echoed from afar, stunning everyone. Who is he, with such terrifying inner strength? My hands are about to burst and oh, my belly fat is about to fall out too. The voice continued, growing closer. The world's greatest. Fei Long, who once broke golden dragon horns for firewood and used phoenix feet as kindling. I didn't believe it, so I went to ask him myself. I asked him if he used golden dragon horns for firewood and phoenix feet for kindling, what would he use the jade dragon pearl and phoenix wings for? But sure enough, Fei Long was living up to his name. He said, jade dragon pearls are sold for travel expenses, and phoenix wings are used as fans. Before the wine jar thrown into the air could fall, a large figure appeared between the two factions. He is the greedy wolf. Is that answer cool enough? He sneers at the 9 killers. Wenqiu, Wuqiu, Zuofu, did you really think you could defeat Flying Dragon with your meager strength? Or did you think poison and tricks would work? Not against greed. Fei Lu said grimly, the son of the 6-fold Hell King. This is troublesome. Rumor has it he's the strongest in Ghost Valley. Even Lu Kun, Po Jun, or Yaksha would struggle to survive a deathmatch with him. The remaining 3 Ghost Soul assassins grew tense. Greedwolf, what are you doing here? Thank goodness, with Greedwolf joining us, victory is assured. Did you bring the Flying Dragon sword? They thought they'd found an ally, but in an instant, Tam Lang's hand pierced Wu Ku's chest, leaving everyone stunned. Team up? Tam Lang scoffs. Who do you think you are to decide for me? Tam Lang, what are you doing? Wenqiu roared. Did you come here to avenge old King Yama? He casually replies, no, I don't care whether that old man lives or dies. Then why? Why, you ask? He laughs maniacally. Do I need a reason to kill you? This bastard is even more dangerous than Fei Long. Zuofu panicked. Run! But it was too late. Tam Lang moved with uncanny speed, capturing them both. Where do you think you're going? He plunges a hand into the earth, stopping Lei Wenk, who was trying to escape underground. Are you an earthworm always hiding down there? Let me go, you bastard. This hurts too much. Let me help you. A sickening crack echoes. Thao Ni's group was stunned. That's brutal. What's going on? Why don't you scream anymore? The crazy talisman maniac cursed, tightening his grip on her neck, saying, "You're next." Just then, a sharp sword flew in, forcing Tam Lang back. "Oh, Murong Lan?" Tam Lang glanced at Xiaoma, then back at the azure flying dragon sword. "Where did you find that sword?" Xiaoma frowned. "They say those who eat the immortality herb and come back to life lose all their memories. If I'd known, I wouldn't have bothered looking for you. You know, I found the flying dragon sword when you were dying." He began to recount the tale. "At that time, this sword was piercing your heart. It was what killed you." Xiaoma was stunned. Who could have killed him? This was all quite ambiguous. Tam Lang continued, saying that when he arrived, he found Xiaoma dead and alone, leading him to believe that Xiaoma had chosen to end his own life. After all, few could pierce the heart of an invincible master with the flying dragon sword. Tam Lang stared at Xiaoma for a long time. "You've changed too much. There's no trace left of the flying dragon from back then. Your martial arts haven't reached the level of the world's best. In your first resurrection, your body transformed into an ethereal form, making you number one. The second time you were reborn, you were completely renewed, losing your memories and becoming a feral beast." He smirked, his tone mocking. "What if you die again? Do you think you can revive without a head? Or if you were torn to shreds, your spine severed, would you still be able to revive?" Xiaoma's face remained expressionless, cold as ice. "I just want you to answer my question." He forcefully throws off Tam Lang's hand, his eyes freezing the air. "Who is he? Who was the one who killed me?" Tam Lang frowned slightly, inwardly surprised. He couldn't fathom the boy's martial arts prowess, so caution was necessary. He said gravely, "Very well. If you're so eager to know, then withstand 3 of my attacks without falling. If you can, I'll tell you, but on one condition. You must not evade, but stand and take the blows." "Very well, let's begin," Little Ma replied without hesitation. From behind, Bai Taoni shouted in a panic, trying to stop him. "Wait, Xiaoma, how could you agree so easily? That greedy wolf is at least as strong as a yaksha, one of the 10 greatest martial artists. One hit from him is all it would take." Before Bai Taoni could finish, the wolf was upon them like a whirlwind, landing a heavy blow directly on Xiaoma's stomach. A man never goes back on his word. Diamond Vajra Fist. The force of that punch was truly terrifying, tearing through the air with incredible power. Even though Xiaoma braced himself, he was still caught in the blast, sent flying hundreds of meters, crashing through several buildings along the way. The remaining 3 were stunned, mouths agape, as Tam Lang watched Xiaoma fly away, a satisfied smile playing on his lips. He quickly soared into the air, heading towards the rubble where Xiaoma had fallen, then leaped from above, crashing through the roof and landing amidst the debris. The remaining 3 hurried after them, eager not to miss what would happen next, as Little Horse emerged from the rubble, clothes torn, but body intact. Greedy Wolf couldn't hide his surprise at the boy's incredible resilience. That Diamond Vajra Fist just now contained 5 Jiazi of power, which is 300 years of practice, Tam Nang said, a hint of surprise in his voice. "Taking a blow like that head on, your blood must be boiling and your energy in chaos, no?" Little Horse calmly wipes the blood from his lips, his eyes unwavering. "The least you could do is warn a guy before you attack. But I guess it wouldn't have mattered anyway." Tam Nang scoffed. "Even if I warned you, you couldn't dodge it anyway." He suddenly closed in on Xiaoma, his hand striking his chest with lightning speed. The great strength, Vajra Palm, is unleashed without warning, and Xiaoma is pummeled relentlessly, his body collapsing like a sack, offering no resistance. Seeing Tu Ma motionless, Tam Lang wondered if he had lost consciousness. After taking 2 hits from the great strength Vajra's 3 perfections, without even using his protective chi. If that's the case, then it ends here. Tam Lang's fist hadn't stopped, and he followed up with a powerful kick straight into Xiaoma's chest. The diamond strength kick. Boom! Blinding arcs of energy erupt, creating a violent tremor like an earthquake. The surrounding house couldn't withstand the destructive force, splitting in 2 and collapsing completely. Even the ground cracked and deformed. Tam Lang's power is indeed terrifying. Everyone who witnessed the battle was left speechless. Standing next to Murong Q, Shefu thought to himself, "Where are this guy's eyes? If I were to escape now..." Before that dark thought could even fully form, Murong Q swiftly extinguished it. "Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. You'd best abandon those fanciful notions." The sharp azure dragon blade was instantly aimed at Sifu's throat. "If my daughter Lanner isn't alive, I'll personally take your life. He's just one man. I still have a chance." With that thought, Zuofu desperately counterattacks. Icy threads gradually wrapped around the azure dragon sword. Even with all my wounds, I'm more than capable of dealing with a fake like you." As soon as she finished speaking, Zuofu's expression changed, revealing a look of panic. In an instant, all the warriors of the martial alliance surrounded her. "Senior Mo Rong, leave this to us." Mo Rongqiu coldly gazed at Zuo Fu and said, "Did you really think I was the only one here?" Back to the fight between Tam Lang and Tu Ma. Tam Lang has noticed the arrival of the Martial Arts Alliance Special Forces. Fai Lu and two comrades have appeared on the roof. One of them hurriedly reported, "Captain, Tam Lang's appearance is outside our plans." The guard eating an apple added, "It's unbelievable that the famous hero Fai Long, who once defeated Tian Mea, was defeated by Tam Lang in just 3 moves. The rumors were true. Tam Lang is a master capable of threatening the 10 great warriors." "Captain, give the order. Our special forces are ready to sacrifice our lives." But Fei Lu didn't give the order. "We don't need to sacrifice our lives in vain, because Xiao Ma is fine." From within the chaotic rubble, an arm slowly emerged. Xiao Ma slowly but surely stood up, his eyes fixed on Tam Lang, his voice unwavering. "If this is all you've got, you're just ordinary." Seeing that Xiao Ma was surprisingly unharmed, Tam Lang was shocked and couldn't believe it. One blow from the diamond might fist should have disrupted his entire body's qi and blood. Next, it took a direct hit from the diamond palm, which should have shattered its core. I'm sure it lost consciousness after the first 2 blows. So it took all 3 of my attacks while unconscious and without any internal energy to defend itself. Strangely, it took blow after blow without using any protective energy. I can't understand how he took so many hits and still gets up like nothing happened. If I fought him barehanded, I'd lose every time. Even with my sword, even if I could cut off one of his arms, the grim truth is that resistance is suicide. How could you possibly defeat Ma now? Greed quietly thought with a bitter tone. I didn't believe Huan Ma, the descendant of the demonic sect, when he told me. But now I have no choice. He gives a mysterious smile. "Little Ma, do you want to know who plunged the sword into Flying Dragon's chest? The one who did it is the Ghost Valley Master, Yaksha." "Yaksha?" one of them exclaimed. He said that Yaksha, the master of the Ghost Soul Valley, was the one who took Fai Long's life. Of course, Yaksha couldn't have finished you off alone. After all, you were the strongest in the world then. The title of Supreme Paragon was no joke. It was on that day that Yaksha emerged and told Tam Lang, "If you're looking for Fei Long, you're too late. Fei Long is dead." 2 days ago, he told me plainly that he was the one who killed you. With that, Tam Lang turned and left. "Until we meet again, I look forward to your transformation. I hope you'll be stronger then." Bai Xiaoni and the others rushed to Xiao Ma, asking, "Han, are you all right?" "Oh, I'm fine." Murongchu returns the flying dragon sword to Xiao Ma. "Hero Ma, please take this sword. It once belonged to you." Ma accepted the familiar sword, muttering, "My flying dragon sword. It hasn't changed at all." With everything resolved, they escorted the evil talisman to the cave where Murong Lan was being held, and after a long separation, father and daughter were finally reunited. Lan, still in shock, rushed to embrace her father while the evil sorceress faced the consequences of her crimes. That afternoon, Mu Rongqiu and his daughter, Mu Ronglan, bid farewell to Xiao Ma and the others, wishing them a safe journey. Little Lan sincerely thanks everyone, and they bid farewell in good spirits. The scene shifts to Ghost Valley, where Guigui slowly approaches the door of a mysterious room. The door slowly creaks open, unleashing a torrent of swirling purple dark energy, forcing Guigui to summon her power to withstand its immense force. The power is immense, burning her hand. Even the ice-cold energy of my ice-white divine art is scorched, proving his yang energy is truly terrifying. Yet the candles around him didn't flicker as he channeled his energy. His martial arts realm may have transcended humanity. He's cultivated to the realm of life and death. Wait, hasn't he already reached that level? He glanced at her. "Guigui, what brings you here? They say the realm of life and death is reserved for the 10 greatest martial artists, so Yaksha's skill must be at that level." She replied that news of Flying Dragon had arrived, and at the mention of his name, a flicker of concern crossed his eyes. "News has arrived that 12 days ago, Wen Wuke and Yubi died in Shangbei City, while Zuofu survived but was captured by the Martial Arts Alliance. Perhaps the Flying Dragon group is heading to the Yimu Demon Forest, but I think he will eventually return to Ghost Valley. Kwai, if the Sword Demon Emperor and Diamond Destroyer team up, what are their chances of winning? The Sword Demon Emperor and Destroyer working together? Let me think. It's unlikely the Devil Sword Emperor and Diamond Destroyer would join forces, but even if they did, their chances of winning are hard to predict. What if we added Tonlang to the mix? And if that's still not enough, factor me in as well. Ghost, there's something I don't understand. Why are you so determined to fight the dragon? He countered, asking if she truly didn't know he had a reason he couldn't avoid fighting Fei Long. He didn't know how he came to be, or understand how this monstrous body was created. But I know why I must fight the Flying Dragon, because I, and no other, pierced the heart of the world's greatest warrior. Ghost, You're old enough to know the legends of this ghost valley. Back then, the Grand Master of the demonic sect, Bit Tran Bach, fought to the death with Thap Tuyet Vo Huang of Thien Nguai Thien. A battle of epic proportions, a tragedy for gods and demons, and one for the history books. She confirms that she's never heard this legend before, that this mountain range was once flat, but the battle between those two is what shaped it into what it is today. Indeed, before either was known as the world's greatest, they were the strongest masters to ever live, and their battle transformed the western mountains into towering peaks, while the southern range became a deep valley. People call it the cataclysm of the ridge. The two masters fought with earth-shattering power. The western mountain range became 3 towering peaks known as Tamnhach Tri, while the south transformed into a gloomy valley filled with death. That's our own Ghost Valley. It's been hundreds of years since the demonic sect vanished from the martial world, and no one knows the whereabouts of the extraterrestrial heavens where the 10 absolute martial emperor once lived. So this legend is just hearsay, and it's hard to know if it's true or not, Yaksha quickly retorted. No, the story I just told you isn't just a legend. 10 years ago, the day I returned from that suffocating hell, I realized that the legend was actually true. These strange words puzzled me, for it was there that I met a descendant of the demonic sect. I was very curious back then. Yaksha, how did you survive being buried under the collapsed 3-mountain stronghold, and what chance encounter made you so strong? I can only call it fate, as I can hardly explain what happened then. Back when the Yihua Palace was destroyed, Chu Tian sat sobbing before Fei Long. He was nearly unconscious. You must live, you must keep your word. Holding the flowers, Su Cheon thought, thank goodness the immortal herb is still intact. Moments before, the 6-fold Hell King, disguised as Fei Long, couldn't hide his abnormality from Chu Tian's keen eyes. She immediately used poisonous herbs as a distraction, declaring that this was the rare immortal herb cleverly hidden beneath the seemingly harmless flower pot. Had the king of 6-fold extinction been a moment faster, the immortal herb would have fallen into his grasp. Who would have thought these simple flowers were the real thing? Recalling what White Spirit Palace Master revealed to Chu Tian, that the seemingly ordinary flower branches were indeed the immortal herb. Holding the vase, Chu Tian couldn't help but be skeptical of this truth. Bai Lingfei continued, her voice full of warning. The roots of the immortality grass in that vase, though full of yang energy, contain deadly poison. Anyone who consumes it directly will experience a rapid increase in internal energy, but their blood vessels will become twisted and inverted, ultimately leading to death by poisoning. So, the life-saving yang energy isn't in the roots, but in the stem? Shu Tian exclaimed. That's right, so I have to be very careful when using it, because the immortal herb, if it doesn't bloom, is just a poisonous herb. So when will it bloom, Mother? So Tian asked curiously. I heard it only blooms once every 1,000 years. But you said it only blooms once every 1,000 years. How is it blooming now? Bai Lingfei sighed softly. Yes. Sohyun, your grandmother once told me that if the immortal herb were to ever bloom, it would mean that the Flower Palace's 1,000-year history would face its destiny. In a moment of anguish, Sohyun whispered, Mother, I'm sorry. With tears in her eyes, she turned to Fei Long and whispered, If eating the immortal herb can revive a person, it will erase their memories. But there's one thing I don't want you to forget. You must take me away. Take me to the place where plum blossoms bloom year-round near the coast that we promised each other. And so she slowly fed the immortal herb to Fei Long, determined to keep him alive. Meanwhile, Yaksha quietly infiltrated the Yihua Palace, surveying the situation. Could it be that all of the 8 immortals protectors of the Yihua Palace are dead? Their assassins have slaughtered everyone, leaving no one alive. This isn't just annihilation, it's utter devastation. His eyes drift to a horrifying sight. Bai Lingfei impaled through the chest. Even if her jade connection skill was perfected, she couldn't have survived the 9 souls' combined attack. The wounds look like they were caused by a sword, but I bet it was really Qilong Zhao and Lu Kun's devil spirit palm that finished her off. Suddenly, a powerful tremor caught Yaksha's attention. It was the violently shaking seal formation from the western mountain. Could it be that the peak of Tamnak Fort had actually collapsed? What's going on? I sensed the murderous aura of the 9 fiend souls nearby, and now I'm picking up the scent of old Yama. Could it be that King Yama has come here as well? Just as he was about to leave, he discovered that Fei Long and young Master Chu Tian were lying motionless there. Upon closer inspection, Fei Long is dead. His breathing has ceased entirely. Looking at the sword wound on his body, it's hard to guess who killed him, huh? The 9 ghostly blades, but not the Yama King? All of them are here, except for greed. Not a single one is missing. Something was terribly wrong, and Yasha rushed to the summit of Tom Notch Camp to investigate, only to find it utterly destroyed. Yan Lao Wang's chances of survival were slim. Strange, with his martial arts, Lord Yama should have been able to escape. Suddenly, Lord Yama's faint voice echoes. "Is anyone out there?" Yaksha glances around, searching. This is Yama's telepathic message. "Yama, where are you?" Could he be inside? Is that you, Yaksha? Come quickly and save me. He slowly steps inside, unaware of when this mountain will collapse completely. It could be dangerous. "I don't see you here. Where are you? King Yama?" The old Yama King weakly replied that his voice wasn't far off, and he'd be found deeper inside. But the road ahead was blocked. Yaksha spoke, his eyes fixed on a massive boulder blocking the way. "Before you is a large stone. Simply remove it, and you will find me." How am I supposed to move a boulder this big? And King Yama keeps urging me, "Hurry, Yaksha. We have to get out of here before this mountain collapses completely. Moving this rock is impossible, and destroying it might make the mountain collapse faster." "Forget it. I'll just try destroying it. If the mountain starts to shake, I'll run." Yaksha leaps into the air, unleashing dozens of sharp sword strikes, shattering the massive boulder piece by piece. "Lord Yama, come help me." Yaksha quickly grabbed him and led him out. "Lord Yama, what exactly happened?" He replied, "I was ambushed by the poison hand of the 9 killers, but let's get out of here first. I thought escaping would be easy, but the mountain started shaking violently." The Yaksha gritted his teeth, thinking, "No, I can't die like this. What's done is done." The massive rocks began to fall, sealing off the path. How could I be so foolish? Rumble, rumble, rumble. And just like that, they were buried under tons of rubble as the earth shook. A moment later, Yaksha's hoarse voice echoed from the wreckage. "I can't die. I have to survive. Even if this is hell on earth, I will overcome it, for I will become the new leader of the Black Moon Troop." How could he die here? He slowly awakens in the thick darkness of the earth and stone. Am I still alive? My breathing is ragged, my body aches, but I'm alive. I'm not dead yet. Stumbling through the darkness, he noticed a strange light emanating from the underground stream, piquing the curiosity of the Yaksha, who moved in to investigate. Why is the underground water glowing? Where am I? This place is deep beneath the 3-mountain stronghold. That's Lord Yama's voice, and that underground stream is called Jade Dragon Water. Old Yama, is there any escape from this hellish place? The old man sighed heavily, his voice filled with helplessness. This place is hundreds of feet underground. I doubt anyone could find their way out. Besides, my body is decaying. Even if I returned to my prime, escape would be difficult. Hearing that, Yaksha felt as though he'd fallen into an abyss of despair, his mind sinking into disappointment. "Are you saying our fate is to rot here?" Before despair could fully take hold, the old Yama King quickly reassured him, "No. There's still hope with the Jade Dragon Spring, a pure underground stream. If we drink from it daily, we can prolong our lives." But Yaksha seemed unwilling. What was the point of living such a meaningless existence? If there's no escape, then let me end my life before my will is completely destroyed, rather than just eking out an existence. As Yaksha Toan tried to commit suicide, the old King Yama hurriedly stopped him. "Wait, it's not entirely hopeless. If you don't want to die meaninglessly, I can still open a path to survival for you. Yaksha, I will pass on all my life's work to you. With my power, you will be reborn, your strength increasing beyond imagination. Your inner strength and martial arts will reach heights you've never dreamed of. Frankly, this is an ancient, unique skill, and if you master it, you'll dominate the world, invincible to all." And so, without hesitation, the two began their arduous training. My blood vessels were completely depleted, and even breathing was difficult, but my Dantian remained intact. Regardless, I must pass on more than half a century of my power to him. With unwavering resolve, old Yama began to focus all his energy, channeling it deep within the body of the young beggar. "Endure it. You must grit your teeth and bear it. The moment you absorb all of my energy, your power will reach unprecedented heights. However, if you can't endure this extreme pain, death will come swiftly, let alone any power surge. If you crave life so much, then endure it. Persevere. Yaksha, it is finally over." The old Yama breathed a sigh of relief, while Yaksha felt a surge of power rising within him, increasing dramatically. So, this is the 6 absolute Yama King's inner strength? My body feels lighter than ever. Just testing my luck in the Dantian, and I can already feel intense power surging through my entire body. While Yaksha's internal energy makes great strides, King Yama begins to fall into a dying state, his vitality gradually declining. Meanwhile, at the Flower Palace, a desolate scene unfolded as Guigui stood silently before the bodies of Fei Long and Chu Tian, lost in thought. "You abandoned the Ghost Soul Valley, turned your back on me, only to meet this tragic end? I regret it so much. I should have dissuaded you back then." Even the greatest love is but dust in the wind when faced with death. But wait, her breath is faint, but there's still a sign of life. How can I possibly save her life in this moment? If only a great doctor were here, they might be able to turn things around. Someone like me can only save the mother, not the child. This is the woman Flying Dragon chose, and the daughter of Baklin Fai. Though it's not our first meeting, fate has brought us together, and we share a connection. All I can do is prolong your fading life. If you met Chi Yuan before dying, you might have been able to live again. I'll leave the martial world behind. I may never set foot in this world again. Back inside the dark cave, Yaksha was still trying to get Lord Yama to drink the dragon jade water. Lord Yama, are you all right? With great effort, the King of Hell spoke. A century. It would take me a century to master the Hell King sword and Hell King heavenly wheel art. Yet in a moment, you've absorbed over 50 years of my old master's power. Yaksha was shocked, hardly believing his ears. 50 years of power? Are you kidding me? Well, Yaksha, if you can unlock your full potential, you should be able to shoulder the responsibility in 10 years. Back then, when I observed the celestial signs, I saw the birth of the heavenly star, carrying the power of the heavens. A star destined to be a peerless hero revered by all, but at the same time, the earthly fiend star was also born. The destiny of the earthly fiend star is to plunge humanity into an endless hell. Legend says that when the heavenly gang star descends and the heavens and earth are opened, those born under this constellation will receive its power and create a soulless spiritual body. But if the earthly fiend star descends, the gates of hell will open, and those born under its sign will receive its power, creating a demonic spiritual body. But that year, I couldn't distinguish which was the heavenly gang star reincarnated as a human. Because on the day the heavenly star descended, hundreds of children were born, but only one survived. That child was Fei Long, and on the day the earthly fiend descended, I searched for hundreds of boys born on that day, fighting for survival like the other, and in the end, only you remained. Yaksha. A look of surprise spreads across Yaksha's face. Huh. Are you saying I'm the reincarnation of a Disha star? Lord Yama stared at him. Yaksha, you may not know this, but your eyes are bluer than the finest jade. That's why I named you Yaksha, for one day the world will call you Azure-Eyed Yaksha. Just hearing that title is enough to strike fear into people's hearts. This world is a strange place, and fate is even more unpredictable. Who knew a single sword could make us master and disciple? And I'm the master of a Death Star. Not bad. After all, what better place for a man to train in martial arts than in the deepest wilds? And so, day after day, they trained without rest. After an unknown amount of time, Fai Long slowly awoke, opening his eyes and suddenly bolting upright. His bewildered gaze swept around, unable to fathom why he was there. Wait, who am I? Why can't I remember anything? His eyes fell upon a sword beside him, and as he touched it, a strange sense of familiarity washed over him. Fai Long, could that be my name? Walking a path littered with corpses, Fai Long wondered where he was and why the aura was so dark. So much death? The flower-plucking palace? This place must have suffered some terrible tragedy. Suddenly, a voice echoes in his mind. You have to take me there. Take me to the place where plum blossoms bloom year-round by the sea. The voice grew clearer and more intense, causing Fai Long to clutch his head and scream, Okay, I get it, please stop, I'll go there, just stop nagging in my head. The voice is gone now. Oddly, it vanishes as soon as he starts moving. But the moment he pauses, even for a second, that voice echoes in his mind once more. A place where plum blossoms bloom year-round by the sea, you say. But now that I'm at the sea, how am I supposed to find it? It would have been nice if you could have given me a specific location to make my journey easier. During those years, Yaksha trained like a madman at Hoanak Tri-Peak, and old Yama realized he had reached the pinnacle of Yama Sword. All right, let's pause for a moment. Before it's too late, I need to pass on all 6 paths of the underworld to you. First, I will teach you the art of disguise, the corpse transformation technique. Whether it's your face, figure, or voice, you can perfectly disguise yourself without leaving a trace. This is the highest level of disguise, flawless and without blemish. Yaksha watched his face transform, speechless, unable to believe disguise technique could reach this level, though it was more a parlor trick than true martial art. I learned it from a secret technique at the Yuma Temple and took it to a new level. Next is the major acupoint shift. Old Yama points at Yaksha, freezing him in place, and says, With a flick of my finger, I can render you immobile. If you can shift the original position of the 36 major acupoints in your body, your blood vessels will also change. When you master the Yama displacement technique, you can avoid most enemy ambushes and your body will suffer less fatal damage. Ah, I can move again. Remember when I was poisoned by the 9 Souls devilish assassins? I survived because of the major acupoint shift technique, and next is the poisonous secret sword. Old Yama pulled a hidden sword from his throat. If you master this technique, there will be times when it's incredibly useful. The final technique I wish to impart is a demonic art that can momentarily boost your power to extraordinary levels. It's called the Yama Heavenly Wheel art, but be warned, as a demonic art, overuse can be fatal. Only use it when you face an opponent you absolutely cannot defeat, and only if you can maintain a state of perfect unity. Do not overuse it. Now I can die, but promise me one thing. You must kill Fei Long. Yaksha, unable to comprehend, cried out, "But Master, Division Leader Fei Long is dead. I saw it with my own eyes." He's not dead, because if the Diwa Palace Lord's daughter gave me poison grass, then the real immortal grass is still in her hands. So there's no way Fei Long could be dead. Fate is a funny thing, bringing you here to meet me. You are the fallen Disha star, surviving such a disaster. It's because you were born to face the Tiangang star. The day will come when you and Fei Long meet at the pinnacle of the world. Then, as the celestial star and the earthly fiend, Fei Long and Yaksha, your destinies will clash in a battle to the death. After a long journey, Fei Long finally arrives at Hoanak Valley. Looking at the small, peaceful valley, Fei Long feels a strange sense of familiarity. The moment he stopped, that voice echoed in his head again. Clutching his head, he screamed, "Stop! I hear you, please stop, I'm going crazy." If he pauses for even a second, the mysterious woman's voice echoes endlessly in his mind, and he realizes something extraordinary. It had been at least 4 days since he awoke, and he hadn't eaten a single meal. He didn't think about eating, nor did he feel hunger. Strangely, he had been walking for 4 days and nights without fatigue or sleep. It's not that he doesn't feel fatigue, but with each step, the power within him seems to grow uncontrollably, as if he and nature are one, and all things exist for him. As Fei Long walked through the forest, he sensed he was being followed. 1, 2, 3 figures were tailing him. They've been following me since I left Hoanak Valley. Could they be bandits? It wouldn't be surprising. It's unclear when, but Fei Long has developed extraordinarily keen senses. He can now hear footsteps from 100 yards away. More strangely, it wasn't just his hearing. Every action, every gesture, even fleeting thoughts were vividly painted in his mind. With just a thought, Fei Long now sees before him a towering mountain, reaching into the clouds with 5 strangers waiting for him at its base. Among them, the 2 standing slightly ahead seemed to be the leaders, but Fei Long, unconcerned, continued forward, intending to pass right by them. This dismissive attitude immediately angered one of the men. He growled, "Hey you, stop right there." Fei Long knew it would be difficult to ignore these men. Undaunted, Fei Long replied, never breaking his stride, "My apologies, gentlemen, but I'm on urgent business and cannot stop." "This insolent brat?" Another growled, "If you don't believe us, follow him, and I'll tell you what's what." The remaining 3 moved in, blocking Fei Long's path. "Listen here, kid, we're not asking for much, but we can't just follow you for nothing. So, hand over all your money, and then you can go wherever you want." However, Fei Long maintained his speed, brushing past them as if the threat was nothing but a breeze. "I understand what you want, but from a penniless wanderer like me, where do you expect to get money?" One of them angrily brandishes his sword, the cold blade close to Fei Long. "Hey, you little punk, are you deaf? I told you to stop." But somehow, Fei Long had escaped his grasp, standing calmly to the side. Fei Long sighed softly, looking helpless. "Oh, it's not that I don't want to listen, it's just, things are complicated." What the hell? How can he be so fast just by walking? This Dan is definitely not normal. The remaining 3 immediately coordinated, forming a pincer formation to surround Fei Long. "Hey you, if you don't want to die." The sound of weapons clashing echoed, but the blades only met empty air. Unbeknownst to them, Fei Long had already escaped their encirclement, standing a few steps away with his hands raised, proclaiming, "Look closely, everyone. I have nothing on me. You won't gain anything by killing me. Didn't I already tell you? I can't stop. It's hard to explain, but whenever I do, a mysterious woman's voice appears in my head. You keep tormenting me, and that pain is 100 times worse than your threats." The biggest guy still doesn't believe it. He roared, swinging his massive blade as he charged forward. "Out of my way, all of you." He unleashed a furious attack, but none of it touched Fei Long, not even a hair. Well, it seems wanting them to understand me from the start was a foolish thought, and another strange thing has appeared. The moment they moved, I foresaw their every trajectory. My body reacted faster than thought, but this speed made me feel detached from my own body. The bandits, undeterred, relentlessly attacked wave after wave. Damn it, what am I supposed to do? I never intended to kill them. Before I could even think to act, my hand was already on the hilt of the sword behind me. And why is the sword in my hand so heavy? Damn it, if I hadn't redirected the sword quickly enough, this guy in front of me would have been sliced in two. The sword flashed with a cold light, and the towering mountain behind Pylon was suddenly split in half, as straight as a slice of cake. I never imagined a casual swing of my sword would split a mountain in two. I can hardly believe what I'm seeing. Is this the power of the flying dragon sword? No, it's because of it. Who am I, really? Though he doesn't yet know who he is, as long as the girl's voice echoes in his mind, Piwa knows he must continue on his journey. He can't stop, not even for a moment, lest the pain return. He doesn't hunger, so he doesn't need to eat, and if he doesn't eat, he doesn't need to relieve himself. But when thirsty, he'd drench his throat with morning dew, quenching it with droplets gathered on petals. Who is he? What was his origin? What kind of person was he? To this day, he doesn't care who his parents are or if he's a father himself, because none of it matters to a man who's lost his memory. What could he possibly remember? The only thing he knows now is that his name is probably Fai Long, and he has become very strong. Unaware of the assassins lurking in the shadows, patiently stalking him like predators. He's the one from the rumors. His name is Fai Long, an assassin from Ghost Soul Valley, the group that annihilated the Daihoa Palace a year ago. And so, the Northern Martial Alliance placed a 10,000 tel bounty on his head. If we take his head, the chief will be pleased, another added. Yes, we must strike before he reaches the Black Lotus clan. Let's move out. Let's strike first, one of them shouted, immediately attacking Fei Long from behind. But Fei Long stopped the blow with a single finger. A few more rushed in, their swords emitting a chilling aura as the assassins' screams echoed through the forest. And just like that, Fei Long defeated them, leaving their broken bodies scattered on the ground in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, back at the Black Lotus gang. Meanwhile, the gang leader sat in an ornate chair listening to his subordinate report on the situation. So, Fei Long, is it? So it's him? I heard the bounty on his head is worth tens of thousands. Compared to the 300,000 taels that the Black Lotus gang needs, it's just pocket change. But every little bit helps, and that pocket change will keep us drunk for days. Let's go and claim his life. As Fei Long walks through the deep forest, the tranquil scene is shattered as the Black Lotus gang swarms out like disturbed ants. I cannot stop, nor can I afford to stop, not even for a moment. So no matter what, I must keep moving forward. Because when I stop, someone will try to stop me. And when they do, I always see them broken and bleeding for trying to stand in my way. Fei Long effortlessly defeated member after member of the Black Lotus gang, quick as lightning, expending no effort at all. Seeing this, the gang leader drew his blade and charged like a madman. Well, you seem to have some talent, Fei Long said coolly, his tone remarkably calm. So you're the leader of this rabble? I'll quietly pass by to save you, face. Just stay put and do nothing. Feeling utterly humiliated, he gritted his teeth, veins bulging, and roared, "You bastard! I was just trying to spare your lives. Who do you think you are to talk about saving my face?" With a cold tone, Fei Long replied, "I can't control my power, so save your breath." And with that, Fei Long delivered a devastating blow to the gang leader's stomach. That destructive power shattered a vast forest, felling him without resistance, because I never stop moving forward, and no one can halt my advance. No, more accurately, I can't stop. On an endless green prairie, she is being hunted by the Martial Alliance, her body covered in wounds, proof of a fierce and prolonged battle. Anyone who dared approach was frozen in place by her chilling aura. Each challenger met with defeat. Don't blame me for this. Just as the two guards were about to fall, a loud noise echoed, shaking the very air. It was Song Dai-ho, leader of the Martial Arts Alliance's special forces, who stopped her attack just in time. Hearing Song Dai-ho identify himself, the ghost asked in surprise, "You know me? How could I forget the one who hunted me? But why attack someone who's left that life behind?" Song Dai-ho gathers his strength, sending Ghost flying backward. Even if you've left the world behind, it doesn't erase the sins you've committed. You say you've left the martial world, so why have you come here? The two immediately engage in fierce combat. Guigui shouts, "I'm here for personal reasons. I have no intention of returning to the Zhang." But Song Dahu doesn't believe him. "Do you think I'd believe such excuses? You'd best surrender now. The Martial Alliance has decided to make you pay for your crimes, and that means you're finished." Perhaps exhausted from the long battle, Ghost was struck by a fatal blow from Song Dahu, sending her crashing to the ground. The cut was deep, and at this rate. But then Ghost's expression suddenly changed, as if she had seen something. It seems a familiar figure has appeared in the distance. Is that Fei Long? Sensing his gaze, Fei Long turns to face Guigui and Song Dahu. Seeing his opponent distracted, Song Dahu seizes the opportunity to attack. The Martial Alliance surrounds her, and Fei Long watches as they gang up on a lone girl. Should he intervene? but his eyes drifted to the side, noticing several men already defeated by the girl. It seems she's no ordinary damsel. Perhaps he needn't interfere. Being surrounded in open terrain like this is a huge disadvantage. I need to escape, and there's only one way. Use them. She turns, unleashing 3 sharp ice arrows, easily felling 3 approaching enemies. Pressing her icy blade to the neck of the remaining guard, she threatens, "Tongdai-ho, if you don't expel the cold energy from your men within a moment, they're dead." Songda-hai was forced to stop, his eyes darting back to his severely injured men as he thought, "I've already lost 6 men. I can't lose anymore. I have to save them first. Very well, I'll save them now. But remember this, Guigui, we will meet again." With that, Guigui immediately fled from the martial artists, quickly searching for Fei Long. It seemed he went this way. In a cold voice, Guigui asked him, "Who are you, really?" Fei Long looked at the woman before him, thinking, "Isn't this the girl from before?" He began to introduce himself. "I am called Fei Long. I don't know why you're trying to act like Fei Long, but I advise you to take off the mask you're wearing, or you'll surely face death." "Oh, so you know me," Guigui replied. "I know you all too well." As they strolled through the meadow, she continued, "You can't be the Fei Long I know, because your innate true energy is too different. Besides, if you were the real Fei Long, you would have recognized me and saved me. To be honest, I don't have any memories at all. When I awoke, I held a sword inscribed with the name Fei Long. I assumed it was my name, so I've been calling myself Fei Long." "Humph. You're good at making excuses, but I'll tear off your mask myself." Like a moth to a flame, Guigi lunges at Fei Long. But when did he get behind her? "I'm sorry, but I can't stop now." Even for a moment, I really wanted to stop. Watching the man walk away, she fell into thought. I've never seen footwork like that before. It's so fluid and flexible. I have to try again. What if I use 80% of my power and unleash the ice-white divine sword? She shouts. What if I want you to stop? Unexpectedly, Guigui's ice sword shattered from Fei Long's casual wave, its power devastating as dust billowed behind them. Witnessing this terrifying power, Guigui's hands began to tremble. How could this be? My hands still tremble. Even with 80% of my power, his is stronger than Song Dahu's adamantine dragon saber. No, it can't be. Why would a master of this caliber impersonate Fei Long? Fei Long uses light footwork to approach Guigui, but her face, it's so familiar. I can't quite place it. And what is your name? Guigui's eyes widened in utter shock. No, even the most masterful disguise can only change the face, not the eyes. That's right, this is Fei Long's face, Fei Long's voice, Fei Long's body. This man is definitely Fei Long. It can't be wrong. What exactly happened? I clearly saw that sword pierce through you. So how are you unscathed? She recoiled, her eyes wide with disbelief. When I awoke, I was in the Diawa Palace, with no memory of anything before that. If you know my past, please forget it, as it seems to be filled with nothing but unpleasant memories. Fei Long spoke with an apathetic tone, then turned and walked away, leaving Guigui stunned as she watched his figure disappear. Could it be that he's lost all of his memories? Memories flood back of the day Fei Long first arrived at Ghost Soul Valley. Fei Long, from this day forward, that will be your name, and you will be the leader of the Black Moon No Night Troop. Go to the Daihua Palace, kill Bok Lin Fei, and bring back the immortal herb. Once that's done, the Tom Lang seat will be yours. Understood? Find Fei Long and bring him back to me. If he resists or disobeys, consider it an act of betrayal. Fei Long, are you doing this for the Daihua Palace's young master? Fei Long, do you know what it takes to escape the Ghost Soul Valley? Take it, Fei Long. It's still your sword after all, so he's forgotten everything. I had resolved to leave the martial world behind, never to return, and I don't want to involve myself with you, so I won't trouble you with our past connection. I just thought, when you remember everything, if you feel guilty, suffocated, and ashamed of the past, come find me in Harmony Valley. And so, Guigui kept her promise to Fei Long from that year, retreating into seclusion in Harmony Valley, day after day, year after year. This is the first time I've left in a very long time, kid. That's right. Before Fei Long came looking for her, Guigui had never stepped foot outside, not even once. Hey kid, who exactly are you? Even I don't know who I am anymore. But then the day that Fei Long came to her arrived, only his appearance was a little different. This kid's martial arts are unfathomable, and strangely similar to yours. Could it be? But how is that possible? Now I know who you really are. You're Fei Long, day 2877. Since Fei Long entered the martial world, atop a towering mountain, 2 old men play chess. His footwork is so light, his strength like 10,000 pounds, yet his movements are as light as a feather. Truly a rare sight, much like the 9-fold weightless art. Old friend, let's stick to the old rules. Looking at him reminds me of you when you were young. It seems the older I get, the more I forget. Yes, when I was young, I faced great adversity climbing to the mystic realm. No matter how hard I try, my body can't overcome it. Old friend, what are you saying? At your age, I was nearly killed by cultivation deviation. How did that kid stumble upon such an opportunity to reach this realm at his age? The two men emanate auras that fill the sky, their eyes fixed on Pylon, while inside a carriage, a woman carefully observes him. So that's Phylong, the man I've been hearing rumors about lately. What I sense from him is quite different from the rumors. This man possesses an aura of utter peace and tranquility. His aura is like a precious gem hidden beneath 10,000 years of snow and ice. Internal energy flows throughout his body, gathering but never dispersing, circulating endlessly. With each step, the power of the world around him was drawn into his body, filling him endlessly. The more I looked, the less he seemed like a martial artist, and more like an immortal. The man in the orange robe in the center is none other than Celestial Strategist. When masters and sages speak of those who have mastered music, chess, poetry, and painting, who understand astronomy and geography, and who are skilled in esoteric knowledge, they cannot help but mention Celestial Strategist. It's rumored that Tianjizi could conquer the martial world with just his brush, and that the head of the Tian family, though without sons, has a peerless daughter. The martial artists call Tianjizi's daughter Tian Zhuexiang the Golden Immortal. Like her father, she excels in music, go, painting, and calligraphy, seemingly mastering every art. However, there was one thing Tian Zhuexiang was more passionate about than anything else in the world: martial arts. Her talent was terrifying. She could master any martial art in the world after reading it just once. She could pinpoint strengths and weaknesses with ease, mastering even the most complex demonic sex mechanisms, heretical martial arts, hidden weapons, formations, and astronomy. Indeed, Tian Zhuexiang had never formally studied martial arts, but her theoretical knowledge was arguably unmatched. Tianjizi approached his daughter and asked, "My dear, what are you reading so intently?" Beaming, she replied, "Oh, father, I'm researching and comparing the 8 forms of the 9 heavens demonic blade and the 8 forms of the adamantine dragon sky-piercing blade to see how they're alike and different." And speaking of the entrance to the Tian family, it was as crowded as a marketplace with martial arts masters who came to have her point out the weaknesses and shortcomings in their martial arts so they could improve them. On the platform, 2 figures spar, as Tian Zhuexiang analyzes from below. The black flash spear changes 12 times, each move beautiful but lacking power. The moves are numerous but unnecessary, like much thunder and little rain. Conversely, the 36 subduing devil swords have fewer moves, but each one is deadly. However, his internal energy is insufficient for a prolonged fight, and he lacks the necessary experience. In just 2 more sword strikes, the subduing demon sword will unleash a deadly blow, unable to contain his excitement. And Blackspear, in a moment of carelessness, will lose his right arm forever. As soon as those words were spoken, like a prophecy fulfilled, Blackspear lost his limb to the 36 swords. The surrounding crowd was stunned by the sight. She said 2 moves, and it was indeed 2 moves, truly admirable. In truth, her theoretical martial arts prowess may have already surpassed her esteemed father. You can decipher almost any martial arts technique, but do you know which is currently the strongest in the martial world? Hearing this, Tian Zhuexiang was momentarily confused, not understanding her father's meaning. He smiled and explained, "Ah, I'm asking you which martial art is the strongest in the world." This was a question that had haunted Tian Zhuexiang for a long time. What is the ultimate martial art? From that moment on, she decided to leave home and begin her quest for the answer. For 10 long years, she traveled the land, meeting countless masters from north to south. She ventured into the perilous Purple Sea, traversed the desolate northern frontier, and swept across the solitary Green Sea. She even sought out the distant Tianzhu, recording the lost martial arts secrets of the dark assassins in the underworld's secret chambers. She even sought out the legendary demonic sect to uncover their martial arts, and after all those years, there wasn't a single martial art she didn't know. It was at this moment that rumors began to spread throughout the martial world of a mysterious figure who was undefeated in battle, and an idea sparked in her mind. It was pointless to spend years searching for the ultimate martial art, because every technique has its strengths and weaknesses. The most important thing is... While lost in thought, she overheard a conversation between 2 people nearby. "Hey, has that flying dragon guy actually defeated Jade-Face Saber Gongsun Kai yet? You're living in the past. Gongsun Kai lost to him 2 months ago, and about a month ago the Blood Sect, which was once peaceful, ran into him and was completely destroyed. They say the Bloodvine Devil Buddha's head was chopped off, but if I remember correctly, he had already reached the Transcendent Devil Realm." Tian Zhuexiang sought out Fei Long and asked, "Great hero, may I ask why you keep moving forward? I heard you've been doing this for 10 years. Fei Long calmly explained. It's because I constantly hear a girl's voice in my head. Whenever I stop, that voice echoes and my head feels like it's about to split open. And so, I must keep moving, keep traveling like this. But as the long years passed, my intentions gradually changed. Now my only desire is to find a master strong enough, one with earth-shattering martial arts, capable of stopping me in my tracks. So, great hero, can you tell me the name of the martial art you use? Fei Long replied, I don't think it has a name, but surely you know the basic principles of your martial arts. Even I don't know what 7 dragons is. Just as they were talking, a group of people rushed in. Fei Long, hand over your life. Whoever pierces his heart with a sword will be rewarded with 1,000,000 taels. Tian Xuexiang continued her questioning. So, great hero, what do you think of this thing called martial arts? Let me see. Martial arts to me are like breathing, like the wind and water. Where wind is born, water arises. It's like a current. A flow? Yes, once it flows, it cannot be stopped, like the wind and water. Tian Xuexiang watched in stunned amazement as Fei Long's martial arts created a whirlwind with a mere wave of his hand. Just how powerful is he? One move, and those assassins lost consciousness. But sir, if wind doesn't arise, water won't flow. Without wind, water won't move, like a person holding their breath. As if anticipating the question, Fei Long retorted, No, if the wind isn't blowing, it's gathering, preparing to become a great storm, and if the water isn't flowing, it's because you can't see its undercurrents. You don't see me stop breathing because I'm dead, but simply because I've paused for a moment. The hero speaks of martial arts as a ceaseless flow, but how can that transcend the ancient mysteries of death? You must understand, no matter how earth-shattering martial arts may be, they always have a beginning and an end. And between those two, I see endless possibilities. However, if that flow in the middle weakens, is blocked or cut off, everything becomes meaningless. With a simple move, Fei Long snatched a throwing star and ended the assassin's life. You'd better leave now because in about half an hour, a great battle will begin. Half an hour from now? At his speed, half an hour covers about 10 miles. So is someone else up ahead? Impossible. How could he sense someone's power from 10 miles away? Just as Fei Long said, half an hour later, they arrived at a mountain where 2 people were playing chess. Tian Xuexiang looked utterly astonished. Wait, could those 2 be the Sword Emperor and the Blade Sovereign? The 2 figures you see in the distance, great hero, I can assure you are the 2 greatest masters of this era. Sword Sovereign Bai Yuntian, who 30 years ago single-handedly destroyed both the Heavenly Dragon Temple and the Great Thunderclap Temple in Qin. After that battle, Sword Sovereign's sword changed, and it now emits the true Samadhi fire when drawn. The Saber Emperor is no less powerful. Back then, the demonic sect leader, the one-armed divine eagle, once overwhelmed the martial world, but he was mercilessly killed by him. The broadsword in the Sword Emperor's hand is known as the Violet Gold Tula, one of the most famous swords in the world. If I'm not mistaken, these 2 are at the pinnacle of martial arts, the realm of life and death, making them the strongest of our time. This is quite strange. Fei Long nonchalantly says, Before me, they're just 2 middle-aged men playing Go. Tian Xuexiang, unable to comprehend, exclaims, What? In his eyes, the Sword Emperor and Blade Emperor, renowned throughout the land, are just 2 middle-aged men playing Go? There's a limit to arrogance. Don't be so high and mighty that you look down on everyone. Just as Fei Long was about to move on, a deep, steady voice echoed, gently but powerfully stopping him in his tracks. Young man, please hold on a moment. Fei Long glanced at the 2 imposing figures before him, wondering what kind of incredible luck had allowed him to reach this level. The Blade Emperor's voice was full of curiosity and surprise. The Sword Emperor continued, his eyes as sharp as swords, staring at Fei Long. It was clearly void walking, something ordinary martial artists could only maintain for a moment, a second at most. And yet this boy floats in the air, walking as easily as if on solid ground, never touching down. How can any ordinary person accomplish such an extraordinary feat? The Blade Emperor pondered. Sword Brother, could this kid be the legendary heavenly being we've heard about? I can't understand how he possesses the legendary ethereal physique. There are many unique constitutions in this world suitable for martial arts, but none I've seen compare to his. If I'm not mistaken, he may be a heavenly gang star reincarnate. Sword Sovereign analyzes, his voice laced with deep surprise. Let's see. I wasn't entirely sure before exchanging a few blows. The Sword Emperor spoke, then slammed his hand on the chessboard, sending black and white pieces flying into the air, forming a mystical array. If that's the case, please forgive our intrusion, young friend. But how about pausing for a moment to spar or discuss swordsmanship with us old men? This is the famous Chenken Yiji, a move that determines life and death. The Sword Emperor looks at Fei Long with a challenging gaze. wondering how he will break through. Disheartened, Fei Long smirked bitterly. I'm just trying to find the year-round plum blossoms by the sea. Is what I'm trying to do so heinous, so impossible? Why do you insist on blocking my path? Is drawing my sword the only way I can live? Is that what you want? He continued, his voice laced with weariness and sorrow. You all dream of becoming the world's greatest martial artist, pursuing the ultimate unparalleled power. For 10 years, I've lived on the edge of a blade, constantly fighting you and everyone else. I always wondered about the power you sought from me, a power that even I am now curious about. Not just you, but even I have always wondered what kind of martial arts I possess, and when I underwent this transformation, carrying this strange power within me. What is the ultimate realm in martial arts that everyone dreams of achieving day and night? I've heard gods create man, but man creates martial arts, yet I've never heard of anyone reaching the realm of infinity? Perhaps if I reach it one day, I'll tell this little girl about it. Without hesitation, Fei Long swung his sword, cleanly slicing through the once imposing go-board of the Sword Emperor and Saber Emperor. Both masters were stunned. Is this the realm of limitlessness? Impossible. Those were just go-stones, but I imbued them with all my inner strength. How could this be? The Blade Emperor exclaimed, his voice filled with doubt and horror. Even the Sword Emperor was stunned. That kid's sword was so fast he couldn't even see it, and no matter how many times he told himself, his body wouldn't stop. I had some expectations for them, but now it seems no one can stop me. Fei Long said coldly, You two, come with me. Everyone who heard that was stunned. Follow Dan. The Sword Sovereign and Blade Emperor exchanged a look of utter shock, before the Blade Emperor turned to the Sword Sovereign with a smile. Well then, old friend, we must decide who goes first. He replied, Forget deciding who goes first. Sword Brother, let me take the lead. And just like that, the two masters vanished from their spots, swiftly pursuing Fei Long. Looking at the chessboard cleaved in two, Tian Xuexiang pondered. The Sword Sovereign and Blade Emperor had clearly just launched a coordinated attack of two life and death realm masters. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. In the blink of an eye, they caught up to Fei Long, even as he maintained his void steps. Young friend, please stop for a moment. But due to his own internal problems, Fei Long couldn't stop. Having no other choice, the two continued to follow him, talking as they went. We simply seek an answer from you, one that won't take much of your time. The Blade Emperor spoke, his tone much more subdued than before, as Flying Dragon answered without slowing down. Seniors, I'm on my way, so let's talk as we go, if you don't mind. Good then. The Sword Emperor speaks, his eyes full of anticipation. Then I won't stand on ceremony and will ask directly. Do you know how to break through the barrier of the life and death realm? Looking into the distance, Fei Long slowly replied, his voice tinged with reminiscence. Let's see. To be honest, I've always just walked. So, the life and death realm you speak of. I'm not sure what that is, but if you're asking about the martial realm I'm immersed in, I can say that when you can understand everything and blend in with nature, you will naturally and perfectly step into the next realm. If that's the case, I have another question. How can one know if they've reached a divine state when climbing to the realm of life and death? How would you explain it? Fei Long hesitated for a moment, then replied, It's hard to put into words because when I reached the next realm it was like a natural accumulation. In other words, only when you fully understand your realm can you see the forest for the trees. Then you'll know if you've reached that state. So, what does this humble one see in his eyes now? Fei Long replied calmly, his voice unwavering. All I see are two old men blocking my path. This seemingly simple answer caused the two powerhouses to frown in displeasure. It seems you've reached a realm beyond our comprehension, a state that defies description. Young man, I wouldn't have believed it if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, confirmed it myself, or, well, sparred with you. Immediately, the two elders drew their swords and readied their blades, prepared to exchange a few basic moves with Fei Long. Young man, forgive this old one for acting so abruptly. The Sword Emperor struck first, a swift and devastating blow that threatened to cleave the very mountain in two. Yet, with a mere flick of his hand, as if brushing away dust, Fei Long effortlessly deflected the earth-shattering strike, dissipating it into nothingness. Without giving Fei Long a moment to think, the Saber Emperor descended from above, unleashing his famous purple-gold flash saber. Once again, Fei Long simply turned, like a breeze, easily stopping the powerful attack. The sheer power of their techniques obliterates the surrounding mountains in an instant, reaching even the distant vantage point of Tian Tuyet Huang. This is truly unprecedented swordsmanship, capable of crushing and destroying even the grandest mountains. The Sword Emperor, stunned, couldn't believe his blade had been deflected with such ease. Without hesitation, he roared, "Blade Brother, it's my turn." Young man, if you can break my swordsmanship, I'll concede that you are the #1 master in the martial world. With that, he unleashed the Qiankan 100 Absolute Sword Sea, a torrent of thousands of deadly, gleaming blades, all aimed at Fei Long, who seemed unfazed. Fei Long casually waved his hand, and the air around him turned into a storm, easily breaking all those dangerous moves. The Sword Emperor was shocked, his heart trembling. Could it be that move has been broken? He couldn't believe his eyes. He'd dispelled his Qiankun 100 Sword Sea with nothing but a hand-executed sword technique, and his ultimate attack hadn't even touched his wrist. Not giving Fei Long any time to rest, the Sword Emperor presses on, pouring all his strength into one final attack. Young man, try and withstand this ultimate technique of mine. He stood there, plunging his blade into the ground, causing the earth to tremble violently. Seeing this, Sword Sovereign cried out in alarm. Brother Dao, you wouldn't resort to a mutually destructive move, would you? This is an extreme technique, sacrificing the user's life for power. Without hesitation, the Sword Emperor's eyes turned bloodshot as he roared, "Behold my life's work! Heaven and earth overturn! When used, the heavens are overturned, and when it strikes, the earth shatters." A powerful aura surrounds the Blade Emperor, creating a terrifying energy field. If you can withstand this move of mine, little brother, you'll be more than just the greatest martial artist of our time. Even a supreme master, unparalleled in history, would be an understatement. His ultimate move, the heaven-slaying blade, unleashes a massive, raging, orange-red aura that hurtles toward Fei Long. It sliced through the mountain ahead, cleaving the majestic peak in two like a cake, and even the sky was torn asunder. Tian Xuexiang marveled at the sight, wondering how even the clouds above could be split in half. The Blade Emperor's attack was unprecedented, yet he casually brushed it aside, leaving the Blade Emperor speechless at the terrifying sight. Suddenly he faltered, and the Sword Emperor rushed to his side, anxiously inquiring about his condition. "Brother Blade, are you all right?" The Blade Emperor weakly replied, "To overcome that brat, I poured all my inner strength and power into that last blade, so I'm just a little exhausted. Nothing too serious." Breaking the tense atmosphere, Fei Long's warm voice echoed, "Didn't I tell you? Why must you two cross blades? I'm just a wanderer sharing some personal experience." Fei Long turned to the Sword Emperor and continued his analysis. "Sword Emperor, when you unleash the 100 Absolute Sword Sea, you deliver hundreds of sword strikes at once. This technique has 7 variations resulting in 700 strikes, but the more strikes, the greater the margin for error. For example, the 247th, 309th, and 370th strikes each have easily exploitable weaknesses. Furthermore, there's a noticeable time gap between the 4th and 5th transformations, which a keen observer could exploit to easily break the swordplay." Then he turned his attention to the Blade Master, saying, "As for you, Blade Master, I've never met anyone with more blade power than you. When you unleash your blade, you can split the sky and shatter the earth, but your swordsmanship lacks the subtlety of combining strength and flexibility, making it difficult to control and wield with finesse. Therefore, your blade techniques couldn't break through because they only knew strength and not flexibility. If you want to overcome your current limitations, you must choose one of 2 things: change the blade you're using, or learn to control the power in your shoulders when you strike." Fei Long concluded his advice with a sincere invitation. "If you have any further questions, please follow me. Though I can't answer all your questions, I'm willing to help as much as I can." The Sword Emperor pondered, then quietly said, "2 weaknesses in my swordsmanship. Too many changes, and not enough power. Each transformation has a window of opportunity, but who would see it? As the young friend said, he's reached the realm we've only dreamed of." The Sword Sovereign continued, his voice filled with admiration, speaking of the ultimate martial intent, something beyond even the realm of life and death, the pinnacle of all martial arts. This young man is a martial god incarnate, the supreme master of all time, and this unexpected battle between the 3 was witnessed by a girl named Tian Tuyet Huang. After that battle, Tian Xuexiang continued to travel the world for another year before returning home, where she began writing a book, recording everything she had seen and heard. The martial arts rankings open with a legend, and on the first page of this extraordinary book, a name is etched with reverence: Flying Dragon, the world's greatest. She wrote of him, "Beneath the vast heavens, only he is supreme. Flying Dragon, whose martial arts have reached an unparalleled realm, forging his own legend in the martial world. An unrivaled master, never seen before and perhaps never to be seen again, an invincible existence." In the dark depths of Harmony Village, Yaksha tirelessly continues his training. His Yama sword technique has reached its peak, and his Yama demon wheel art has also improved significantly. But at my current level, further progress seems impossible. Can I really break through this 100-foot mountain from underground? I don't know. Even if I could, I fear I'd face countless other dangers, but alas, there's no choice. I must take the risk. Old Yama, now just a skeleton, sat silently in a corner as the Yaksha channeled his inner power, a dense, indescribable purple aura enveloping him. The Yaksha roared, "I must escape!" And atop the mountain, colossal cracks began to form. A terrifying pillar of energy shoots into the sky, tearing through space and causing the mountain to explode like an atomic bomb. From a deep pit, the Yaksha's figure emerges from the dust and rubble. He looked up at the sky, marveling, "How long has it been since I felt this refreshing breeze?" On day 2899, Fai Long entered the Zhanghu, delivering a fatal blow that brought down the martial arts alliance. On day 2931, he unified the martial world, forcing Martial Emperor Castle to submit, and on day 3116, the Blood Sect's 10 devils were wiped out by him. On day 32 in Desreen, Fai Long conquered the 9-sect alliance, the 5 great families, and countless masters from across the land. On day 339, the Heavenly Demon Church was razed, and the 9 Heavens Demon clans suffered a crushing defeat. On day 3466, Fai Long swept away all obstacles in his path. And by day 3569, so this was the end of the Central Plains. So, where is that plum blossom forest? Suddenly, a few plum blossoms flutter around Fai Long, catching his attention. So, beyond lies the place the girl in my mind often spoke of? At last, I've reached the plum blossom forest, blooming in all seasons, a bewitching sight. The scene shifts to the demonic Blossom Palace, where after years of training, Yaksha is left with only minimal clothing, cautiously surveying the situation, unsure if the palace has been completely destroyed, but certain that only a handful of survivors remain. Things are as I predicted, and just like that, the skeleton's clothes now belong to Yaksha. He left with a majestic air, and Yaksha began to walk down the bustling street. I begin to sense the fragrance of women, the aroma of food, the essence of people living joyful lives. Suddenly, 2 men catch Yaksha's attention. This was the best tavern on the street, and he immediately went inside for a meal. After days of drinking only spring water, the sight of so much delicious food overwhelmed Yaksha. Am I really able to eat? How long has it been? Noticing Yaksha's somewhat weathered appearance, the waiter hesitantly asks, "Sir, with all due respect, do you have any money?" Feeling slighted, Yaksha places a long sword on the table and asks the waiter with an arrogant tone, "Surely this is enough to cover the meal." The waiter, seeing the sword, dared not say another word. After finishing his meal, Yaksha hurried out and turned into a small alley, clutching his stomach and muttering, "Oh, it's been so long since I've eaten. My stomach can't handle it right away. Well, I need some time for my body to adjust anyway. If I remember correctly, Ghost Soul Valley is that way." The atmosphere at Ghost Soul Valley has always been eerily gloomy. A voice echoes, "You're Yaksha? Ah, I remember now. You're a member of the Black Moon No Night Troupe." Looking at the seats of the 9 Ghost Soul Killers, Yaksha realized that all the members had been replaced. Where is the master of this valley that you, a mere wolf, sit in his place? If I remember correctly, according to the rules of this valley, only those appointed by the master or the 2 recognized heirs are qualified to sit in the master's seat. Then how did you manage to sit there? The greedy wolf above replied mockingly. "Oh, you speak as if you're the one who truly deserves this seat." Yaksha responded with unwavering resolve. "Indeed, I am fully qualified, having received the direct teachings and appointment of King Yama." "Oh, so the old man passed on his martial arts to you?" Yaksha began channeling his inner energy into the surrounding swords and blades, replying with a deadly tone, "If you don't believe me, just try a few moves." Under Yaksha's control, the swords, spears, and glaives relentlessly assault Tamlang, who retaliates with his own martial arts. "It's been a long time since someone interesting like you has come along." They stared at each other in silence. Determined to reclaim his seat, Yaksha strikes first, but the swift Tamlang somersaults behind the chair to evade the blow. This chair seems pretty sturdy. He gives his opponent no time to rest. Yaksha continues his fierce attacks on the wolf, who angrily retaliates by throwing the chair at Yaksha. With just one hand, Yaksha catches the chair, but seeing an opening, the Star Hunter teleports behind him. He hastily swung his blade, but Yaksha, prepared, easily blocked it with the chair. Seeing the stalemate wasn't dramatic enough, the greedy wolf taunted him. "Come on, aren't these just weak parlor tricks?" Yaksha retorted, a glint of battle lust in his eyes. "Indeed, too easy is no fun at all. Let's give it our all and settle this once and for all." With that, they channeled their inner power and lunged at each other like 2 cornered beasts, determined to fight to the bitter end. The Yaksha roared, unleashing the Yama King sword's sixth form, while Tamlang countered with the great strength Vajra fist. The clash of their immense power created an earth-shattering explosion, shaking Ghost Valley to its core. Witnessing this cataclysmic scene, the 9 ghost souls nearby broke out in cold sweat and retreated. This is truly a battle of dragons and tigers. Just watching it gives me goosebumps. Indeed, he was clearly taught by the old Yama himself, but I fear his strength is even greater than that. The battle between Yaksha and Tamlang rages on, from inside the cave to outside and back again. None of the weaker subordinates dared approach, fearing the battle's aftershocks. How terrifying was this outburst of inner power. If this keeps up, I fear the entire Demon Soul Valley will collapse. What exactly is happening inside? The sound of tearing filled the air as they traded powerful blows, and the Yaksha realized that despite his slight advantage, predicting the outcome was proving incredibly difficult. Tamlang thought to himself, this guy is incredibly dangerous. One wrong move and I'm dead. Exhaustion began to show on both their faces. Tamlang speaks, a hint of surprise in his voice. I truly can't believe it. How did you and Fai Long achieve such heights in such a short time? Yaksha was momentarily stunned. What? You're saying team leader Fai Long is still alive? Oh, didn't you know? Not only is he alive, but he's unmatched throughout the land, undefeated in every battle. With even the Sword Emperor, Blade Emperor, and the peerless masters of the 4 seas and 8 desolations bowing before him. That's why he's hailed as the world's greatest. Yaksha can hardly believe his ears. The world's number 1. He suddenly recalled the dying words of the old Yama. Go and kill Fai Long for me. But team leader Fai Long is dead. I saw it with my own eyes. No, he's not dead. Because if what the Dyeflower Palace Lord's daughter gave me was poison, then the true immortal herb would still be in her possession. In that case, Fei Long cannot die, and one day the two of you will meet at the top of the world. The old Yama's prophecy has come to pass. Yaksha holds the martial arts ranking, and at the top stands none other than Fai Long. This is strange indeed. Even if he survived by consuming the immortality herb, reaching this level is simply unbelievable. Those were just the ramblings of a dying old man. Do you really need to sacrifice your life to fulfill that dying wish? Life is so short after all. Tamlang taunts him, and Yaksha visibly bristles at the remark. I'll decide how long my life should be. Hearing this, Tamlang burst into laughter. Ha ha! This guy really has no sense of humor, but I must remind you, Sword Emperor and Blade Sovereign teamed up in the life and death realm, and he still effortlessly neutralized their ultimate techniques. It's written in the books. He's an unprecedented powerhouse, and with your current strength, 100 of you wouldn't be enough to fill the gap. I spent 10 years in hell under that mountain, honing my skills, only to find the gap between me and team leader Fai Long was still vast. I hear there's a special guest at Ghost Soul Valley. If you want to close the gap with Fei Long, come with me to meet him. The two talked as they walked. The demonic sect? He told me my old man was a descendant, so naturally demonic sect blood flows through my veins. The esteemed guest they're about to meet is none other than Huanma, who's been guzzling down drinks in a room. Hey, you bastard, keep drinking like that and you'll drain Ghost Soul Valley dry. Huanma turned, a sly grin on his face. What is it? What's going on? Have you made up your mind? Tamlang pointed at Yaksha and replied, No, I just brought this guy along, someone you might find interesting. The demon exchange put down his massive gourd and said, If you're not of the demonic sect, you can't receive the power. If you don't want it, find me another demonic sect successor. But as he passed Yaksha, he suddenly realized something and stopped. Wait, you're a spirit of the devil body? Upon hearing that, Greed also looked surprised, while the demon transformation elder burst into maniacal laughter. Ha 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 ha. I can't believe I've found a spirit body here. It truly is the will of heaven. What do you intend to do with me? Just looking at you, I can already tell you're strong. If I receive your power, how strong could I become? Yaksha asked. If you say I can become stronger, can I defeat the world's number 1, Fai Long? Huanma pointed a finger at Yaksha's chest. That depends on you. In the plum blossom garden that bloomed in all seasons, Fai Long walked slowly, looking utterly bored. I've finally arrived where she wanted me to be, so why doesn't she say anything? Why can't I hear her anymore? The woman's voice that haunted me is now gone. I don't know how to feel, but instead of relief, an unbearable pain rises within me. Since I opened my eyes in the Yua Palace and wandered the world for 10 years, I've never rested. Perhaps I can finally rest now. I don't need to go any further. Nor is there anywhere else to go. Beneath the old tree, Fai Long sat silently, unmoving amidst the flow of time. Spring passed, summer blazed, autumn withered, winter froze, and then came another spring. After a year, a cold blade was suddenly held to his face. I heard you've lost your memories, so do you remember who I am? A deep voice echoed. Fai Long looked up at the man, his eyes vacant, as he replied, "Who are you? I don't recognize this face at all. Just remember that I'm here to take your life." The man spoke through gritted teeth as Fai Long slowly sat up, a faint smile on his face. "Let's see. I'm afraid that's not going to happen. I've heard rumors that you've mastered unparalleled martial arts, calling it limitless self-awareness." He stood up straight, gently deflecting Yaksha's sword. "Call it whatever you want, but that name is a bit of an exaggeration, though I can't help but use it." Yaksha angrily sheathed his sword and shouted, "Whatever you want to call it. From this moment on, I will do everything in my power to kill you. If you wish to live, then show me everything you've got." Before Fei Long could understand, Yaksha unleashed his attack. Yama Sword. First form, soul-severing strike. Countless deadly sword strikes surged toward Fei Long, but with the Supreme Emperor steps, nothing can touch him. Yaksha can't believe his eyes. Could that footwork have reached its ultimate form? The Emperor's steps appear to move, yet remain still. The truth lies in the 4 words. Overcoming movement with stillness. Is this the ultimate level of footwork I've heard so much about? He roars and continues his attack. If this sword technique can bend and flex freely, how will you deal with it? The second stance of the Yama King sword, 6-fold demonic sea, pierces right through Flying Dragon's body. Ah, it worked. Yaksha cheers, but it's all an illusion. In the blink of an eye, Flying Dragon appears behind Yaksha. Underworld sword, 3rd form, Underworld King's life stealer, that spin tears through Flying Dragon's body, but it's just another afterimage. Fei Long gently places his hand on Yaksha's shoulder from behind, saying his shoulder has been working too hard, and with just a light, casual touch, Yaksha is sent crashing into the earth. "If I could, I'd say let's just stop here," Fei Long said gently, as if that were ever an option. From the depths of the pit, Yaksha attacks again, this time with the 4th form of the Yama King sword. Yama King, Dragon Heaven Sword. True to its name, each sword stroke danced like dragons and phoenixes surrounding Fei Long. Sensing danger, Fei Long used his lightness skill to escape the encirclement. Seeing an opening, Yaksha unleashes his next move. Yama King Sword. 5th form. Yama King Soul Snatcher. Though powerful against Fei Long, this attack is as insignificant as flies buzzing around. With just a few fingers, Da Zoa's sword is completely stopped, unmoving. Come to think of it, this swordsmanship looks a bit familiar. Fei Long pondered. Yaksha didn't respond, but marveled inwardly that he could block the King Yama sword's powerful strike with just a few fingers. "It's all right, I still have 3 ultimate moves I haven't used yet." The 6th and 7th moves of the Yama sword are linked, and the 8th is the ultimate killing move. Let's see how you handle that. And then, the next move is unleashed. Netherworld Sword, 6th style, Netherworld Black Wind Stream. Witnessing this power, Fei Long couldn't help but admire it, saying he never expected such a black dragon whirlwind could be created with swordsmanship alone. Your swordsmanship is undeniably bizarre. Soon, a dark storm engulfs them both, creating an arena within the garden. Yaksha's figure gradually disappears. After awakening the 6th sense to block his escape, I'll use the 7th to close the distance. From within the storm, Yaksha cries out, "Flying Dragon, if you don't draw your sword, how will you withstand this? Underworld King Sword, 7th form, Underworld King, 108 swords, 8 paths of swordsmanship completely sealing off Flying Dragon from all directions." From above, Yaksha descends like a fiery arrow. With this move, there's nowhere to run. This is the end. Yama King Sword, the ultimate killing move, Yama King Sword, 8th form, Yama King Lightning Strike. This technique is so powerful, so beautiful, it split the Yaksha's formation in 2. He was so confident, so sure of his victory. But as the dust settled, he realized it was Fei Long's hand, which had seized his sword. With a mere flick, Yaksha was sent flying into a tree. He struggled to his feet, a thought racing through his mind. How could he, of all people, possess the ultimate killing move, Yama Lightning Flash? Could it be that I can't defeat Captain Fei Long with my own strength? Fei Long looked at the stubborn man before him and asked, "It seems we knew each other before, but I don't understand why you're so determined to take my life. Is there no other way? I have no memory of the past, so if there was any misunderstanding between us, let's put it behind us," Yaksha realized. In truth, the Flying Dragon Captain's movements are simpler than I thought. Not really martial arts, just the principle of focusing all power into one point. What overwhelmed me was simply the commander's overwhelming power. Yes, if I simplify my movements and focus my power into my swordsmanship, victory might be possible. And to do that, I must alter the position of the blood points in my body. To suppress the movements of Commander Fai Long, Yaksha must utilize the Yama wheel force. He believes that if he truly understands the principle of endless convergence, nothing is impossible. This one chance requires every ounce of power for it to succeed. Having carefully calculated his plan, Yaksha unleashes the Yama Chakra art. Heavenly Mountain. Yaksha roars, and even Commander Flying Dragon struggles to move under the pressure of the Yama Chakra art. It's time, Wan Shui. This is the moment I close the distance, and then he won't be able to escape. By the time you realize your mistake, it will be too late, Limitless Dragon Squad leader. The pressure from Yaksha's technique is truly terrifying as he speeds towards Belong like an arrow, screaming, "Die!" He thought he had it all planned out, but with a single hand, Fai Long effortlessly shattered Yaksha's sword into pieces. His 9-layered sword energy broken by a casual block. But no matter, I still have my trump card. Yaksha opened his mouth wide, and a short sword emerged from deep within his throat. This was his secret assassination technique. The hidden mouth sword. But it ends here. He thought that sword would claim his enemy's life, but Fai Long simply headbutted him, instantly ending the fight. This blow brings Yaksha to his knees. Yes, looking at that swordsmanship, something stirs in my memory. Yaksha lay defeated, unwilling to accept his loss. Seeing him rise, Fai Long asked, "What is your name?" But Yaksha remained silent. To escape that living hell, I trained relentlessly. I even took 100 years of King Yama's power, but so what? Standing before him, I was nothing more than a passing breeze. Yaksha, enraged, screamed at Pelong like a gambler who had just lost it all. "I don't care if you don't like it. Even if I'm torn to shreds, I'm taking you down with me, Fai Long. What does your strength matter? This move is me burning my life to fight you." Yaksha's entire body has now reached its limit. Yama Demon Wheel Art, Primal Chaos Key, you won't be able to dodge this. Yaksha gathers power in his hands, striking towards Fai Long's chest with incredible force, shattering the mountain behind him. Fai Long was thought to be defeated. But it wasn't so easy. He successfully defended with just his 2 arms. Fai Long calmly asks the stubborn figure before him if he hadn't considered that he'd been holding back all this time, then effortlessly injures Yaksha with a wave of his hand. How can this be? I can't withstand this power. My bones are shattering. Why do I feel so empty? Yaksha's eyes begin to glaze over. But let's rewind to a conversation he had with Hwanma. If I could become even stronger, could I defeat the world's greatest warrior, Fai Long? It all depends on you, Hwanma said, pointing directly at Yaksha's chest. He handed Yaksha a goo insect, explaining, "This is the queen of the goo. Once you swallow it, it will quickly parasitize you and feed on your inner energy. However, with your current power, it's not enough for it to pierce through the 72 innate acupoints. You'll need at least another year for that. Then you will be reborn again. Now, how can I trust you? Believe my demonic words or not. But I'll tell you this. If you don't take this pill, the poison will never activate. Meaning, when you truly need it, you'll decide for yourself. So what price must I pay?" "There's no price to pay. I simply seek a descendant of the demonic sect to help me restore it to its former glory. No, it can't end like this. I can't fall here. I refuse to lose. Can all my hard work, all my hellish training really end like this? No, I won't accept this." Yaksha somersaults away to create distance from Flying Dragon. He recalled what Hwanma had told him. If he weren't a descendant of the demonic sect, he might not be able to withstand its power. Because if the blood of the demon sect's descendants doesn't flow within you, you'll easily succumb to inner demons, making it difficult to overcome this weakness. You might even die a sudden death due to the rapid increase in the ancient Poison Queen's power within your body. However, you possess a demon spirit body, so I can't predict what will happen. Perhaps it will have an extraordinary effect on you. And just like that, the ancient Poison Queen swiftly entered Yaksha's ear, resonating with his consciousness once inside his brain. For example, if the host feels joy, anger, love, or sorrow, it feels the same. It feeds on despair, discouragement, wanting to give up, losing oneself, and sinking into darkness. But if you remain defiant, angry, and dissatisfied with yourself, that is what the Goo Queen desires, the rage that springs from the depths of the human heart. If your consciousness merges with the Ancient Queen, it will be better than you could ever hope, because the Ancient Queen will give you unimaginable power. Holding the pill, Yaksha suppressed his thoughts. Truthfully, he never wanted to borrow power from the demonic sect, but now he was left with no other choice. How strange. I don't feel any different after swallowing it. Did Hwanma deceive me? At that moment, the ancient Poison Queen began to deeply affect Yaksha's brain, and the internal energy in his body surged uncontrollably through every nerve, causing a splitting headache that made Yaksha scream. "My head is splitting. How can this pain be so terrible? I don't think I can take it anymore." Veins bulged on the Yaksha's face as he screamed, "This pain will rob me of my senses." White smoke billows violently from the ogre's body, and when he opens his eyes and mouth, a thick, heavy air filled with rage and fury instantly draws Fei Long's attention. Before he could understand what was happening, a flash of green light appeared, and the yaksha lunged forward, throwing a powerful punch at Fei Long. But the result was the same. Fei Long easily blocked the attack, barely moving from his original position. Oh, his punch seems heavier now. At this point, the yaksha has almost completely lost his mind. I must kill you. Yaksha's attacks came in a furious barrage, like thunderous cannon fire. Dodging the attacks, Fei Long carefully observed his opponent, whose eyes were wild, as if he'd completely lost consciousness. Judging by this, it seems his inner energy is berserk, and his inner power is flowing in reverse. He's lost control. Realizing Yaksha was beyond control, Fei Long had no choice but to subdue him. And with one precise strike, Yaksha was sent hurtling into the opposite cliff face. Emerging from the rock, Yaksha rasped, "Your attacks are useless, because I will kill you." Fei Long felt a blade of energy graze his head as the next blow landed with incredible force. It's strange. Even without consciousness, his attacks are so sharp. If this continues, his meridians will be destroyed, leaving him a cripple. Or worse, a madman. A mindless fool for life. I truly want to help him, but with my limited knowledge, I don't know how. Yaksha is becoming more and more ferocious, his inner strength increasing exponentially, astonishing even Fei Long. His inner energy is going berserk, flowing in reverse, and becoming more violent than before. Yaksha's screams grow louder, shaking the very heavens. If he continues like this, he'll only become more dangerous. Fei Long struck Yaksha's neck, but it was ineffective due to his altered pressure points. Wait, I can buy some time to figure something out. Yaksha suddenly lands an elbow strike to Fei Long's gut, a blow that sends searing pain through him. This surprise attack sends Fei Long flying hundreds of meters, and before he can recover, the yaksha is upon him, screaming, "I will kill you!" Fei Long rolls to regain his balance, but the yaksha, like a madman, attacks like a bloodthirsty beast. Realizing he's out of time, Fei Long decides to cripple Yaksha's martial arts, unleashing his one-finger divine skill to seal his pressure points. With this final blow, Yaksha collapses, unconscious. I've severed 36 major meridians in your body. You can no longer use martial arts. Everyone thought he was defeated, but Yaksha suddenly rose as if nothing had happened, his mouth steaming like a burning furnace. I am the Azure Yaksha, a fiend descended to this world. Will you stand with me at the peak of all creation? Flying Dragon looks at him, sighing. Oh, has his consciousness returned? But how can this be? His power hasn't diminished at all. This is truly strange. I destroyed his 36 major acupoints. He shouldn't be able to use his inner energy anymore. So why hasn't it disappeared, and why is it increasing? Yaksha is still unwilling to accept defeat. Even with the demonic sex power, he can't touch Fei Long, and his rage only makes his inner strength surge. No matter how hard I try, I can't keep up with you. He seems to have completely turned to the dark side. Fei Long, sensing the danger, quickly tries to dissuade him. Wait, listen to me. How are you still in one piece? Yaksha begins to gather power, just like Goku's Kamehameha, but this move will end it all. Ignoring his actions, Pi Hong continues. Ah, did you change the position of your acupoints? That's right. I've heard of such a martial art. That must be what you're practicing. In Yaksha's hand, a blood-red sphere of immense power gathers. Daienmo Wheel Force, so that's it. I guess there are still martial arts I've never heard of. Supreme Origin Chi. Boom, boom, boom! This move is truly powerful, destroying the beautiful plum garden. Its impact is immense, sending petals and earth swirling into the air as Pi Long's voice echoes from within. Well, that last hit really hurt. Seeing that Fei Long was still safe and sound, the Yaksha couldn't believe it. That last move drained every ounce of my strength. I'm completely empty. Is this how it ends for me? Fei Long approached slowly, his tone somber, like a sermon. This is nothing more than the karma you've sown. To wield such dark power, you must pay a price, mustn't you? Everything in this world comes at a cost. You must understand that the source of that power never belonged to you, but you've regained your senses, so I'll spare you. Return and train diligently, and you may have another chance. Fei Long, come back. I'll follow you. A sudden thought cuts through his mind. Thinking about it, it's quite strange. I've been here for almost a year, so why can't I hear that girl's voice in my head anymore? Well, I tried my best. Perhaps I have no reason to linger here any longer. But where should I go? But I have nowhere to return to. Suddenly, a gentle female voice spoke. Fei Long, he suddenly recognized the voice. The girl who once echoed in his mind. So you finally thought of leaving? I'm sorry it took me so long to get here. Miss, are you the girl whose voice has been echoing in my head? Flying Dragon asked, his eyes full of doubt and anticipation. Perhaps it was me, she replied. Now that I can finally meet you like this, there's something I've been wanting to ask. How did her voice end up in my head, and why does it keep urging me on? Fei Long's face fell. Brother, do you really not remember anything? You've even forgotten me? She asked, her voice trembling and eyes brimming with tears. I'm sorry, but what is your name? Fei Long asked. The emptiness in his memory filled him with guilt as the girl choked out, I am Su Cheon, the eldest daughter of Baekling Fei, head of the Yihua clan. Because of you, the Yihua clan was massacred. Hearing this, Fei Long grew increasingly anxious, his heart pounding. If it was the Yihua Palace, wasn't that the first place I woke up? That's right. Everyone who died that night died because of you, Chu Tian said, her eyes full of resentment. Fei Long was stunned by this shocking news. Huh? Because of me? If it weren't for you, if you hadn't appeared before me, the immortal grass wouldn't have been lost. My mother and everyone else wouldn't have had to die. And you say you forgot? How could you say such a thing? As those words echoed, a sharp pain shot through Fei Long's head, like 1,000 needles. Ah, my head. What are these memories? Chu Tian. But she clearly died back then. As he spoke, a cold sword pierced through Fei Long's chest. That's right, then you should die too, so we can be immortal partners in the afterlife. Why, how could you? Fei Long desperately grabbed the imposter's hand. You're not Chu Tian? Seeing the danger, he struggled to break free from Fei Long's grasp. Don't think you'll survive this, Fei Long. That sword didn't hit your heart, but it pierced your liver and lungs. After a moment of silence, Fei Long calmly removed the sword from his chest. That hurt, but I still thank you. Yaksha, thanks to you, I've recovered a fragment of my lost memories. I've remembered those pieces, however small, and I'm glad, because now I can die. At this point, Fei Long was truly devastated. In truth, on that day, I didn't just die once, but twice. Upon awakening, Fei Long found Chu Tian frozen, sitting motionless. Chu Tian, what is happening? Wait, could it be? Did you use the immortality herb to save me? Fei Long quickly checked his chest and found the wound was completely gone. He cried out, but why did you save me? You should have been the one to live. Why did you save me? What is this wretched life worth? With you gone, what reason do I have to live? Why? Why did you have to die instead of me? Why did you save me? At this moment, Fei Long's heart seemed to shatter into pieces. But why? Why? It was then he realized that with her death, his world had vanished. What was the point of living? Because the only reason he existed was for her. Tears streamed down Fei Long's cheeks. If you're no longer in this world, what value does my life have? Then can we die together? I will choose the most painful death imaginable, yes. Please, So Thien, forgive me when I'm gone. Immediately, Fei Long detonated 3 major acupoints in his body, choosing the most painful death imaginable as a form of repentance and a desire to be reunited with her. But when Fei Long opened his eyes again, all memories of Chu Tian and everything that had happened were gone, except for the words Fei Long engraved on the sword. Fei Long drew his Fei Long sword and threw it at Yaksha, saying, "Kill me. Yaksha, take that sword and this time aim straight for my heart. 1 strike. After I die, take my head and throw it into the sea, ensuring I can never be revived again. Anyway, thank you for letting me see Chu Tian's face one last time before I die. Chu Tian, wait for me a little longer. This time, I will be reunited with you." Watching the man before him fall into despair, Yaksha said grimly, "For the past 10 years, my life has been no different from hell. You too, Captain, living with the regret of your loved one's death. This is our shared fate. Captain, if you ever come back to life, I want to defeat you with my own strength, not luck. By then, I, Thonnandazoa, will have power far beyond what I have now." And so, Fei Long died once more, beneath the ever-blooming of plum blossoms, a tragic cycle. At that moment, Tom Lang arrived, his face filled with doubt as he tried to confirm whether Fei Long's death was real. How strange. Nothing made sense. With Yaksha's martial arts, how could he have killed him? But in any case, I'll just hold on to this azure dragon sword for now, since it should have been mine to begin with. Upon returning to Ghost Valley, Yaksha officially ascended to the position of Valley Master. Tam Lang, the Valley Master, passed this title to me before retiring into seclusion. If any of the 9 Ghost Souls object, step forward, and I will deal with you. Under Yaksha's cold gaze, none of the 9 Ghost Souls dared to speak out. Seeing everyone silent, he calmly sat in the imposing seat of the Valley Master. If there are no objections, then this Yaksha will take this position. 1 year later, in a small town, a group of martial artists gathered, whispering amongst themselves. "Hey, brothers, have you heard the news? Since Fei Long vanished from the martial world, a strange wild man resembling him has appeared. Could it be that Brother Fei Long lost control during cultivation and became that savage? Is this rumor true?" As Chun Seol-hyang passed by and overheard the rumors, she couldn't help but ponder. It had been over a year since Biryong disappeared from the martial world, but now there were rumors of a wild man appearing where he was last seen. The rumors of Fei Long losing control during cultivation. I don't believe them, but I must see for myself. And so Tian Xuexiang began to pack, leaving home once more. Tianjizi watched his daughter and asked, "My dear, where are you going this time that requires you to bring the golden needles?" She replied, "Father, this time I want to find the missing Fei Long. He suddenly disappeared there, and then a wild man appeared. I need to know if Fei Long really lost control." "Isn't that the soul-seizing, devil-subduing needle?" "Yes, Father. If Fei Long has truly gone mad, I'll have to use the Demon King's soul control needles to restrain him. As long as I master this acupuncture, there's nothing to worry about. Just remember, if you want to remove the needles to reclaim the power..." "Yes, Father. I know the order in which the needles were applied, and I must remove them in that exact order. I won't change it." And if I were to remove all the needles at once, he would immediately relapse into a state of madness. Tian Xuexiang seemed extremely confident in her abilities. "Don't worry, Father, I've thought this through. Even if Fei Long does descend into madness, perhaps it will be for the best. Because the major powers like the Heavenly Demon City, the Itmok Forest, the Demon Emperor City, the Golden City, and even the Martial Arts Alliance are resurfacing. They're dividing everything up, plunging the martial world into chaos, and perhaps he will bring a major change to the martial world. The Martial. I've sealed all his blood points with the Devil Sovereign's soul control needles, making it difficult for his blood to circulate. The man before me now isn't Ghost Valley's assassin, Fei Long, nor is he the world's greatest, Fei Long. He has no memories at all. I can't be sure if he's lost control, but I know one thing for sure. This man is completely different from the Supreme Dragon I once knew. He's like a wild beast just born into this world. Though he seems to have just awakened, he probably still understands what I'm saying. All right, first I need to make sure he understands. Listen, from now on, I'm your master. The two talked by the fire all night. You're not a beast. I'll give you a new name, but you must discover why you exist, the meaning of your life. You won't live like your first life, treading on mountains of bones and seas of blood just to survive, nor will you become a solitary supreme being. Why avoid the world? In this life, live among the lowest and most wretched, so you may understand life. However, how you live from now on is your choice. Perhaps I should give you a new name so you can start over. Back in reality, Xiaoma's group has arrived at a high mountain, and Fatty seems very excited. "Hey, are we there yet?" "Yeah, we're here. It's right below us. The land where the demonic sword emperor, Du Guqian, leads the 5 demonic sects. It's the Yimu Demon Forest." A woman's voice echoes, "Why are you so late?" "You see your master, so why not pay your respects? Or can you not hear me? Or has all of your memory returned? Xiaoma, no, I should call you Fei Long." "Who are you?" Xiaoma asked Thaoni. "Curious who that girl is, aren't you?" "Yes, I am a little curious who she is." Tian Xuexiang approached the three of them. "You're Bai Taoni, aren't you?" "I am Tian Xuexiang, Tian Xuexiang. In the martial world, I'm often called the Golden Fairy. Even Thao Ni seems familiar with that title. The Golden Immortal? Isn't she the one who writes the hero rankings in the martial arts world? She is the #1 woman of our time, and the daughter of the Sage of Heavenly Secrets, Dan Chan Tien Ha. I was going to greet you all, but I don't think that one over there is quite so patient." They glanced over and saw a man standing there, halberd in hand. He's been waiting here for quite some time, at least half a month. Who is he? He was once known as the Vanguard among the 9 Ghost Souls. Now he's known as Diamond Warrior White Cloud Sky, the man with the fierce face and countless scars. From the start, the destroyer, Baek Un-cheon, was never fit to be one of the 9 souls of demise. He was a true warrior, and the only thing he cared about was martial arts. So, he joined the 9 ghostly hells to learn the Yama King sword from the Yama King's 6 ultimates, hoping to improve his spear technique and make it even stronger and more precise. He was also lured in by the promise of the undying grass, believing it would make him stronger. His martial arts were even stronger than Lu Xun and the current Valley Master, Gui Gui. Later, he encountered some kind of miracle that allowed him to defeat Crimson Eyebrow Blood Marquis of the Old Blood Sect and Jia Yutian, the best swordsman in the capital. From that moment on, he was hailed throughout the land as the illustrious Golden Vajra Warlord. My spear technique, named the Undying Soul Returning Spear, possesses a sharpness no less than swordsmanship, yet holds a power far surpassing that of blades. When unleashed, this spear technique knows no form or fixed move, but shifts unpredictably, flowing with the user's emotions. As he spoke, Bai Yunjiao suddenly swung his spear, launching it straight at Xiaoma. Caught off guard, Xiaoma suffers a long gash across his face. I believe my introduction is sufficient. Now, Flying Dragon, show me your true power. Everyone, fall back 30 feet. As soon as Xiaoma spoke, Po Jun unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks. However, Xiaoma easily evaded them this time, using the Qinhuang magic stance. The spear may seem rigid, but it possesses incredible flexibility. Phoenix nods. Its head. This technique is like a myriad of spears simultaneously closing in, trapping Xiaoma. But to him, with his supreme emperor steps, they were nothing more than a gentle breeze. Below, Tian Xuexiang couldn't help but marvel. Oh, that's no ordinary imperishable resurrection spear. Spear techniques follow 6 basic principles: block, stab, thrust, seal, lock, kick, sweep, upward thrust, and downward slash. But he combines those basics into unpredictable variations, a true master. A series of deadly moves are unleashed. Recognizing his spear techniques were easily neutralized, Breaking Army realized it was the skill of redirecting force. Redirecting force, you say? A technique that redirects an opponent's moves, simple yet effective. He may not be a match for Bachlin Fai, but this is enough. The 2 trade blows in the sky, one attacking and one defending, both looking evenly matched, but the outcome is still uncertain. Meanwhile, Bai Yunzhao hasn't truly used the Undying Resurrection Spear. Indeed, you're completely different from the old Fei Long. Meanwhile, Xiaomia hasn't revealed his full power either. That's right, I'm a different person now. Bai Yunzhao seemed delighted, soaring into the sky as he let out a great roar. If that's the case, let's see what another move can do. The Poison Dragon is unleashed, a technique so fast it surprises Xiaoma, but he still manages to evade it with ease. The returning spear, under his control, relentlessly attacks Xiaoma. How can you dodge such a huge opening? He plunges from above like a nuclear missile, a deafening explosion. Boom! But nothing happens. Bai Yunzhao looked regretful, saying it was a pity, as he almost couldn't defeat him with just this level of skill. No, I don't think you really want to kill me. Even Tian Xuexiang, standing nearby, found it strange. Did he really think he could defeat Xiao Ma with ordinary 6 Harmonies spear techniques? Or was he planning to adapt his moves based on Xiaoma's reactions? If so, he's sorely mistaken, because Xiaoma's martial arts have always been formless and without pattern. Xiaoma coldly stared at him, replying, "Since you said so, I'll show you my true strength. Whether past or present, Xiaoma's martial arts are truly undeniable." In the blink of an eye, he vanished, and before Bai Yunzhao could react, he was kicked in the head, sending him tumbling. Bai Yunzhao seemed overwhelmed as Xiaoma unleashed another punch, but this time he managed to block the attack with his spear. However, the sheer force caved in the ground beneath him, creating a massive crater. Through the dust and smoke, Bai Yunzhao gritted his teeth, saying, "The world says there's a man who can create the cosmos with a single sword. But that's only in theory, an impossibility, because it surpasses human limitations. Yet I know that Fei Long's limitless sword transcends even that. It's said that facing the limitless sword is like seeing countless stars in the night, like the vastness of space itself. I truly wish to witness it firsthand. I truly wonder if such swordsmanship exists in this world. I've dedicated my life to mastering the Undying Soul Spear, but I've yet to reach its ultimate form. But today, in this battle with you, I will finally master the Undying Soul Return Spear." Bai Yunzhao soared into the sky, spinning around and creating a massive whirlwind. Undying Spirit Spear, first form. Lightning 13, Thunderbolts. Powerful lightning energy erupts from his spear. Undying Spirit Spear, second form, returning Dragon's Tail. He'll struggle to keep his balance. Let's see how you'll dodge this one. Immortal Soul Spear, third move, Flying Leaf Spear. Bak Van Chu's hand multiplies, creating dozens of phantom spear images. Xiaoma desperately tries to evade each of his attacks. Good, he's left an opening. Indestructible Soul Return. Spear. Final move, Lightning 18. Spears. In the air, without the ground to brace yourself, how can you possibly move? The 8 directions. Lightning. 18 spears attack from every angle, leaving no opening. How will you dodge this? This time you absolutely won't be able to avoid my spear. As Bai Yunzhao said, Xiao Ma was hit, but he doesn't seem to be giving up. He pounces again like a ravenous beast, his face utterly bloodthirsty. Victory was within my grasp, but Xiao Ma effortlessly blocked his attack with one hand, saying that no matter how skilled you are, without sufficient inner strength, it's all for naught. Xiao Ma effortlessly snapped Bai Yunzhao's staff in 2. What? Is the gap between us really this vast? Xiao Ma slowly draws his sword. You said you wanted to see my swordsmanship. Very well, I shall oblige. Bai Yunzhao broke out in a cold sweat. What is going on? Even the Demon Sword Emperor would have trouble with that move. Then, for your sins, you shall pay with an arm. Though the Azure Dragon Sword remained sheathed, its invisible sharpness seemed to tear the very air. With a swift, unexpected move, Xiaoma severed Bai Yunzhao's arm, sending him spiraling off the cliff. One move, and he's lost an arm. He's terrified. Should we save him? A worried voice spoke up, but the Diamond Warrior calmly replied, "No need, just leave him." In this world, a true master wouldn't fall so easily from a lost arm. And just over a year ago, he was a wild beast consumed by inner demons. And now, Little Ma's martial arts have reached the level of the top 10 masters in the martial world. His progress has surpassed everyone's imagination. The group strolled through the bustling market, while Thao Ni pondered what she had heard. It was said that Tien Tuyet Huang found Tio Ma after he lost control, and that she was the one who used the demon sovereign's soul control needle on him. Then she took Xiaoma to Hoanak Lung. If all of this was part of her plan. Meanwhile, Fatty was completely captivated by the fragrant skewers, his mouth watering. Oh, the aroma is so tempting. From the start, she probably knew who Little Ma really was, because Harmony Valley is the homeland of the ancient flying dragon Earth. Otherwise, there's no other explanation. I can't quite grasp her intentions. Something feels off. Behind the second monster, like a mobile vending machine, were two large trotters, which he devoured as if he hadn't eaten in days. First, he had to finish this trotter. One pork knuckle to the left and a chicken leg to the right. He laughs heartily as Thao Ni decides to put her thoughts aside for now. Forget it for now. We need to figure out why she's here. They enter a restaurant where the two oddities have already secured a prime spot for the group. Everyone, come over here. I've saved us seats. Thao Ni shook her head, unimpressed. Ugh, when did this fatty sneak in? Beside her, Tien Xuexiang bowed respectfully to Xiaoma. Hero Flying Dragon. I must first apologize for my impudent actions in the past. Xiaoma seemed unconcerned, replying softly, "You don't need to worry about it too much. After all, I was in a state of demonic cultivation and mental instability back then." Great hero. Do you not remember anything about that time? Tien Xuexiang asked tentatively, and Xiaoma slowly replied, "I've almost completely regained my memories of my life as an assassin, but the memories after that are not so clear." Is this a case of selective memory? So, what should I call you now? She pressed, "Just call me Xiaoma. I'm tired of carrying the name Fei Long. What do you want from me?" Tien Xuexiang replied, "I won't hide it from you, hero. I didn't know you were coming. I only overheard news of your arrival and waited patiently. Now, the martial world is buzzing about something that concerns me even more than the rebirth of Flying Dragon." Tien Xuexiang paused, her tone turning serious. The day before yesterday, Xueshan Jianjun, the master of Martial Emperor City, mysteriously disappeared. Though the Martial Alliance and Martial Emperor City have been at war for a year, there's no reason to believe the Sword Sovereign was assassinated by the Alliance, nor is there any sign of betrayal from within the city itself. But most strangely, every month since the Snow Mountain Sword Sovereign vanished, other great masters have disappeared as well, from the great living soul immortal of the Sichuan Prince's mansion to the master of the Haidong First Sect. Adding to that, the great immortal Huahan and the master of the first sect of Hedong, while perhaps slightly inferior, were also renowned masters of the Jianghu. Could they all have been abducted by some force? Tien Xuexiang immediately refuted, "No, they're all dead. When they were found, their corpses were inhuman, a horrifying sight. I couldn't believe such masters could die so easily. But it's true. I confirmed their deaths with my own eyes. After the autopsies, a strange discovery was made. Not a trace of inner energy remained in their bodies. Because even after death, masters of that caliber should still have some innate chi remaining in their bodies. But looking at their corpses, they were nothing but skin and bones. Clearly only one martial art could cause this, the great art of star absorption. But I've heard it has many side effects, especially when used against equally skilled masters." Tien Xuexiang nodded in agreement, explaining that this martial art is difficult to use against opponents of equal or greater strength, because merging another's inner energy with one's own is extremely difficult. If unsuccessful, the technique will not only fail to improve one's martial arts, but in many cases the absorbed inner energy will clash with one's own, causing the practitioner to lose their life. If you're right, then their killer must have been far stronger than them, and there are only a handful of martial artists alive today who fit that bill. One of them is the Demon Sword Emperor, Dako Cheon. You suspect him, don't you? Exactly. From the state of the corpses, we discovered traces of the Scarlet Dragon Claw, the Demon Sword Emperor's unique martial art. However, it's strange because everyone knows Dako Cheon never practiced the great star-consuming art. It made us think someone else must have teamed up with the Devil Sword Emperor to kill these masters. Young hero, there's an important matter I need your help with. Would this be a good time? Tien Xuexiang's words left Xiaoma confused, unsure of what was going on. She continued, her tone turning serious. If you clash with the sword demon and the battle becomes a fight for survival, I wouldn't dare to comment. Now I only ask that you confirm one thing. Does the Devil Sword Emperor harbor a strange poison within him? A poison? Xiaoma repeated, a look of confusion in his eyes. Yes, because this matter is not only important to me, but also closely related to the safety of the entire martial world. It seems it's the key to the recent mysterious deaths of many masters. Hearing this, Xiaoma nodded in agreement. Very well, I'll confirm it myself. Tian Xuexiang sighed softly. I fear you'll change your mind after hearing what I have to say. So, what is it you want to tell me? I'm here to give you the answer you've been searching for but haven't been able to grasp. The answer I couldn't find? Xiaoma was stunned. That's right. The answer to why you're still alive? What are you saying? The reason I must live? The reason for my existence? Yes, the reason you live is because of her. Su Qian is still alive. Hearing that cherished name, Xiaoma was thunderstruck, his eyes wide, his voice trembling. You say Su Qian is still alive? With unwavering conviction, Tian Xuexiang affirmed, Yes, I only learned of this recently. Standing beside him, Ni Kuai was still confused, not understanding who So Tian was, but Tu Ma had completely lost his composure. So, Tian, where is she now? Where do you think she is? With the Devil Sword Emperor Dugu Tian, right? Correct. Hearing Tian Xuexiang's confirmation, Xiaoma transformed into a gust of wind, vanishing before their very eyes. Then, I suppose we should be on our way as well. As Tian Xuexiang turned to the two monsters, a blinding light flashed past, tearing through the air at an alarming speed. It was none other than Little Ma, so fast that two passers-by didn't even realize what had just happened. Huh, what was that just now? Did someone just step on a lotus leaf? One man wondered. Must have been the wind, the other replied. The other man replied nonchalantly as Little Ma skimmed across the water, barely disturbing the lily pads. How strange. I could have sworn someone just stepped on a lotus leaf. Someone by the lake was suspicious as he traversed the towering mountains, surveying the scene from above. Is that the place? Before Xiaoma was a majestic, ancient city, towering amidst the mountains. The guards now realized an intruder had infiltrated their ranks, and they swarmed forward like disturbed ants. Intruder! Assassin! Brothers, after him. But before Xiaoma's fiery gaze, they were nothing more than annoying flies. Landing, Xiaoma unleashed a palm strike, sending guards flying and coldly warned, If you intend to stop me, I suggest you value your lives before throwing them away. They stared at the man before them, trembling with fear. His aura was terrifying, the power hidden within him, absolute perfection. There was no doubt this man was a master of unparalleled skill, his presence alone overwhelming them all. What are we even doing, just watching him go? Looking at the wooden sign hanging on an ancient tree, Xiaoma murmured, So, this is the entrance to the Yi Wood Demon Forest. Our martial arts are no match for Little Ma, so we have no choice but to follow him. I fear he's already facing the Poison Demon Sword Emperor, Dugu Tian. The two monsters scratched their heads, asking, Eat Mock Forest. The Black Wind Clan, Iron Fist Clan, White Bone Hell, and 10,000 Poison Clan are collectively known as the 5 great clans of the demonic sect. In the past, they were the 5 sects guarding the mighty demonic sect, and now they are the 5 families of the demonic cult. People often think that the current demonic cult is just a small branch of the ancient demonic sect, but in reality, the opposite is true. The origin of the demonic sect's martial arts lies in the otherworldly demonic arts, so it is said. The demonic arts that martial artists are learning, even the demonic sect's ancient demonic arts, are merely derivatives of the original demonic arts. Above, a group in crimson robes, seemingly from a faction, secretly watches Bai Taoni's group. One of them holds a paper confirming her face matches the image. But this is strange. The intel said there were 2 men and 1 woman, but now only that chubby guy matches the rumors. Look at that dumb face. That's right, his inner energy looks weak too. Meanwhile, Thao continues her conversation with Tian Tuyet Huang below. The heads of the 5 demonic sects have all reached the pinnacle of cultivation, yet the demonic sword emperor was able to bring them under his command. Just how formidable is this man, Dago Cheon? After the fall of the heavenly demon fortress at the hands of the young hero, Ma, the sword demon emperor, is now the most dangerous and evil leader in the north. Rumor has it that aside from the 10 great warriors blue-eyed Yaksha, no one else in the martial world is qualified to challenge him. We've escaped the cave only to arrive at the dwelling of the sword demon emperor, Dogo Cheon. How strange. I've been walking around without any trouble. Thao Ni is starting to realize something is wrong. Either they don't consider us a threat, or they're waiting for us to walk into our own demise. Suddenly Shui Xiang coughs, and it seems they've all been poisoned. How did my throat get so constricted all of a sudden? So the mist over the lake and the vines in the cave were all poisoned. A group of red-robed assassins blocked their path, sneering. We thought you were assassins after the Demon Sword Emperor, which had us on edge, but this is easier than pie. Suddenly, a massive explosion erupts, and the leaders turn to see a cloud of dust billowing behind them. Emerging from the dust is Xiaoma, who has single-handedly broken through the encirclement, wiped out the soldiers, and demolished a wall. The leaders exchanged complacent glances. Could this be the rumored flying dragon? That loudmouth? There's no way he's the world's greatest Fei Long. It must be a coincidence. Tu Ma entered like a god of war, his eyes cold, radiating a murderous aura. Where is... So Tien? They laughed, unconcerned. So, you're looking for So Tien, the girl the leader just brought back? So, you're looking for the sect leader? Turns out you're just here for a girl? A scrawny demon stepped forward. A lone pup dares to enter this place? Their attitude enrages Xiaoma. You demons deserve to die. But tell me where Su Tian is, and I'll spare you. I'll count down from 10, and when I'm done, this place will be your grave. Does he think we're pushovers? Counting down from 10, is he? The wand poison demon angrily rushes forward. Let's see what you've got. He throws a poisonous palm strike straight at Xiaoma's face, but without moving an inch, Xiaoma effortlessly redirects the attack and throws him away. Miao Ma is starting to count. The remaining 3 are shocked. Is that redirecting force? Be careful. I didn't expect him to be this skilled. All 3 of us attack together. The 3 unleash their strongest attacks, but strangely, every blow that lands on Xiaoma is like a tickle, leaving not a scratch. What? Is this iron shirt or elephant skin? They exchanged horrified glances. 9. Xiaoma coldly continued counting. Realizing his body is as hard as steel, they recoil in terror. How can he use both the Jade Blossom Transfer and Golden Bell Shield at the same time? They're 2 completely different martial arts. The Poison Devil, now enraged, roared, channeling all his poison arts, his hands turning pitch black. Unleash your ultimate moves, or we'll all die here, as he said. The other 2, realizing the danger, gathered their strength, preparing to unleash their strongest attacks. The enemies unleash their deadliest techniques, but with a single hand, Xiaoma creates a whirlwind, stopping them all in their tracks, and they begin to panic. Huh? That's the Heavenly Demon's martial art. One of them cries out in terror. That's right, it's the Dragon Cyclone Fist. Xiaoma coldly began to count down, and with each number, an enemy fell. 6, he attacked swiftly, taking down a woman with the Dark Wind Palm, then suddenly appeared behind the giant, unleashing a powerful blow. 5. The Wandu Ling Fatty chose a spinning kick and was sent flying. The fist fighter managed to land a blow on Xiao Ma, who was told to watch his feet. 4. Instantly, Xiao Ma retaliates with an iron headbutt from above, sending him back to the earth. One of the group, seemingly the leader, pondered, "Your martial arts are strange, with Shaolin and Heavenly Demon styles. Is that sword on your shoulder real or just for show?" Little Ma interrupted. "Sorry, I'm busy." But the man remained calm. "As a swordsman, I can't resist a good blade. I want to test you with my ultimate move. If you can withstand it, your strength rivals the top 10 masters." He emanates a fierce killing intent. "You want to know where Chu Chen is? Defeat me first." With that, he unleashed his ultimate move, a terrifying convergence of swords that split the building in 2. But Xiao Ma remained calm in the face of such destruction. With a single punch, he shattered not only the sword energy, but also his opponent's blade into countless pieces. The swordsman's face contorted from the punch, sending him flying through walls out of the building and crashing into a distant mountain. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Bai Tao Ni and her companions were still suffering from the poison. The chubby one clutches his throat, scolded by Tao Ni for squeezing where the poison isn't. Realizing he's fine, he happily rubs his belly and rushes out to deal with the 2 guards, easily obtaining the antidote. "I hate liars the most," the second demon said, throwing something down the mountain before turning back to Little Ma. After destroying the building, Xiao Ma saw 2 people leisurely drinking in a room, completely unaffected by the earth-shattering battle. Xiao Ma was secretly shocked. His punch could have destroyed the entire mountain, yet the glasses on their table didn't even tremble. Did his power only graze their sleeves? He coldly asks, "Are you the Demon Sword Emperor, Dugu Tian, and equal to the 10 great masters? You're stronger than I thought." The man took a sip of his wine, glanced at Xiao Ma, and said, "That's what I wanted to say to you. To defeat the 5 great demon sects so quickly? Are you the reincarnation of Flying Dragon? Come, drink a cup with me." The Sword Demon Emperor tossed a cup of wine toward Xiao Ma, not a drop spilling as it flew. The technique was so masterful that Xiao Ma was briefly surprised. He reached out, caught the cup, and drank it down in one gulp. Seeing this, the Devil Sword Emperor chuckled. "Aren't you afraid I poisoned it?" Xiaoma coldly crushed the cup in his hand. I was just thirsty. Don't overthink it. The Sword Demon Emperor nodded. I've heard tales of your legendary exploits as Flying Dragon for quite some time, and I've longed to meet you. Later, I heard an unknown man in Hoanak Lung defeated the Heavenly Demon, and I was skeptical. Then I heard that man was Fai Long, and I couldn't believe it. But when I learned you were hunting the 9 soul demon killers, I was eager to meet you, and now I finally have. He stared into Ma's eyes. Though your appearance has changed, these eyes are unmistakable. So, you're the Flying Dragon from back then. Xiaoma ignored him, pointing instead to the mysterious youth behind the Demon Sword Emperor. So he's... But the Sword Demon Emperor interrupts. He is my lord. You gave me power, and he will soon unite the martial world. Xiaoma ignores him and gets straight to the point. I heard that So Cheon is here. Where is she? Oh, so you've come for that little girl. The Demon Sword Emperor laughed and called out to Chu Tian. Leave. A figure emerges from the room. A girl. It really is Chu Tian. Xiaoma can hardly believe his eyes. He reached out a trembling hand to touch her cheek. So Tian, is that really you? I clearly saw your corpse, so how are you still alive? But Chu Tian just stood there, her eyes lifeless. Seeing Xiaoma off guard, the Sword Demon Emperor immediately attacked, sending him flying into a wall with a powerful blow, too hasty. Caught off guard, Xiaoma seems unconcerned, only looking at Chu Tian with pain. Why do you look at me with such eyes? Doesn't she recognize me? The Sword Demon Emperor thought to himself, this guy's not just lost his cool, he's gone mad. He relentlessly attacked with his sword, but strangely, all the blows passed through Xiaoma or were instinctively avoided by his body, even without him defending. Xiaoma still tried to speak to Chu Tian. It's me, Fei Long. You promised to be with me for life. He realized something was wrong. Her body was warm and she was breathing, but her eyes were completely empty. He turned to the Sword Demon Emperor in fury. What have you done to her? The Devil Sword Emperor sneers. Looks like you still don't understand the situation. You have no right to question me. He still desperately unleashed a fatal blow, but this time, little Ma was different. Clang. He draws his sword, a mere flick sending the Demon Sword Emperor flying back several meters. If you seek death, I shall grant it. Ma's voice was as cold as ice as the Sword Demon Emperor flipped through the air and landed, looking shocked. He knew he couldn't hide it any longer. Fine, I'll tell you. That girl has a poison inside her that controls her mind and corrodes her true energy. Only my master can undo it. Xiaoma stared at the leader, asking coldly. So all I have to do is take him down, right? That's right. Lu Xun sneers. But first, you'll have to get through me. Always so combative. Enough talk. Let's fight. The two immediately clashed, their swords flashing, the force of their impact creating a massive explosion that destroyed a nearby house. Lu Xun suddenly retreated, declaring, If you want to fight me, clean up your lackeys first. Immediately, the remaining 3 assailants charged at Xiaoma, one landing a kick straight to his gut. They've been poisoned and lost all reason. They'll attack until they're dead. This poison also enhances their martial arts, making each one as strong as you. Even if you cut off their limbs, they won't stop. Xiaoma swiftly uses the deflect flower, connect jade technique, skillfully redirecting their attacks, but he suddenly freezes when he sees Chu Tian pouring tea for Lu Xun. Chu, what are you doing? He shouted. Just as Xiaoma was about to advance, a steel hand emerged from the ground, seizing his leg. Immediately after, a 4th figure burst from the earth, delivering a devastating blow. The force of the blow sent Xiaoma crashing through several walls, but he quickly regained his balance. Now the 4 poisoned men rush forward, surrounding Xiaoma. Xiaoma's rage explodes as he roars, Today, this place will be your grave. His murderous aura cracks the ground around him, but Lu Xun simply sneers. The 4 of them have formed the Asura Myriad Extinction Thunder Body Formation, the demon sect's most powerful killing formation. Once inside, you'll be drained of blood until you die, with no escape. A dark vortex formed from the formation, threatening to swallow Xiaoma, but his boasting left him unfazed as he coldly replied, Is that so? Then I won't hold back. As the 4 rushed forward, an earth-shattering boom echoed. In the blink of an eye, they were sent flying, each defeated with a single blow. Xiaoma grabs one of them by the neck, steps on another and scoffs. A killing formation that drains blood until death. So why did they all fall at once? Lu Xun gapes in shock, thinking, Impossible. Even if the formation weakened, how could he break it so easily? Did he see through it from the start? Now you're next? Xiaoma watches as Lu Xun draws his sword, and Lu Xun finally rises, takes a stance, and begins to boast once more. This is the demon-slaying saber art, a technique created to counter the demonic cult, and it's incredibly difficult to master, requiring profound inner strength and exceptional comprehension. Without understanding its essence, 100 years of practice is useless. This saber technique is the Huang Destroyer Saber. More than 30 years ago, it shocked the world when facing the leader of the demonic sect. One move with 12 variations. Master it, and it can break any martial art, even the Sword Emperor's ultimate technique. Loctan roars, "Try to block this." His first move is speed. His blade work is unpredictable, trapping Xiaoma. Switching from 3 large blades to countless smaller ones, he attacks Xiaoma from all sides, trapping him. Xiaoma can only stand there and take the blows. Are you mimicking Bai Lingfei's Flower Branch Jade connection? Lu Zun sneers. You think such cheap tricks can withstand my shattering yellow blade technique? I'm the one who killed Bai Lingfei with a single strike. He continued his assault, the blade's light constricting Xiaoma, leaving him immobilized and severely wounded. Xiaoma thought to himself that this saber technique was terrifying, with no wasted moves, only focusing on efficiency. The martial arts of the 5 demonic clans were just child's play compared to it. Lu Zun roared, "Let's see how long you can last." He plunged his blade into Xiaoma's stomach, sending him flying. Annihilation. Lu Zun unleashed a final blow from above, but suddenly stopped. Strange. The boy was somehow dodging fatal blows at the last possible second. He's the first to withstand my first 8 moves, but he'll still die. Xiaoma slowly rises, wiping blood from his mouth. I don't know why, but I know one thing for sure. Anyone who stands in my way will eventually kneel. And with that, he charged forward. This time, Lu Tan's swordsmanship is completely useless. With the Emperor's elusive steps, Mia dodges every blade. What's going on? He looked like he was about to collapse, but he dodged everything. Lu Kun is confused, wondering why I'm not collapsing. Xiaoma suddenly appeared right in front of him. It's simple, because I can't afford to lose. Bam! Little Ma lands a devastating blow, sending Lu Kun flying. There's no way to break the Emperor's blade without taking it down. How did I not see that last punch? Lu Tun broke out in a cold sweat, knowing he couldn't disgrace himself in front of his lord. Suddenly, a cold voice echoed from behind. You've disappointed me too much. The commander pleads in desperation. Please, give me a moment. I still have 4 moves left and my injuries aren't severe. Please, give me one more chance. But it's too late. The master unexpectedly places his hand on Lu Kun's head. You're out of chances. He's using the Great Star Absorption technique. Master, Lu Kun's entire essence is drained, his body withering in agony. I said your life was mine to give, and now I'm taking it back. In an instant, the mighty demon sword Emperor Lu Kun was nothing more than a dried husk, and the master's power increased noticeably. Meanwhile, outside the fortress, as Cao Er and her group entered, they noticed something strange. Why had the aura of the Devil Sword Emperor suddenly vanished? Impossible. A powerhouse on par with the top 10 martial artists? There are only 2 possibilities. Either Xiaoma is too strong, or she's lying. Thao Ni turns to question Tian Xuexiang, saying, My sister, the daughter of the Yihua Palace Lord, is here. I don't believe it. You don't trust me? It's not that I don't trust you. It's that my sister is really dead. Hearing the words older sister, Tian Xuexiang suddenly realizes the girl's identity. Thao Ni continues, her voice full of suspicion. If you really are the golden fairy Tian Xuexiang, you know everything under the heavens. Why don't you recognize me? I am the daughter of Bak Lin Fai, the only survivor of the Dihua Palace massacre. You appeared suspiciously, knowing exactly where we were, and deliberately provoked Tu Ma with news of my sister. Who are you really? Wait a minute. Are you so sure your sister is dead? Tian Xuexiang interrupted. Thao Ni clenched her fists, her voice trembling with anger. Absolutely. I investigated thoroughly. My mother died with 17 fatal wounds, her throat pierced by the Crimson Dragon Claw and struck by the Spiritual Palm. The Martial Alliance said they didn't find her body, only traces that suggested the Demon Lord used ice to preserve a glimmer of hope. But before that, she was struck by one of the 6 Absolute Yama's sword strikes. His poisoned blade is incredibly evil. Anyone struck by it will rot from the inside out. Even if the ice seal is broken, no one can save her. There's no way she could still be alive. The battle within has ended. The demonic sword emperor, Dugu Tian, was nothing more than a skeleton. Xiaoma coldly asked, Who are you? Who am I? That's not important. He casually levitates a wine cup, asking, What truly matters is why you and I stand opposed here. Enough talk. Who are you? Xiaoma is losing patience. Many have asked me that, but none lived to see my true face. How laughable that the one I sought so hard doesn't even know who I am. I had to live in hiding, concealing my power because of you, because I once saw you shatter the ultimate techniques of the Sword Emperor and the Blade Sovereign with a single move. Back then, you were the greatest under the heavens. He paused, then continued. In fact, you should be thanking me. It was I who made this girl's frozen heart beat again. In all the martial world, only I could save her. I only want to know one thing, Xiaoma growled. Is Su Cheon really alive? Alive? She's nothing more than a walking puppet now, her heart beating only because of the venom. If I remove it, she'll die instantly. So Chu Tian is just a plaything to you? He smirks. No, she's just a toy I use to tease you. Boom! Little Ma's punch lands squarely on his face, sending him flying back outside. Amar facing Thao He's threat with composure, Thien Tuyet Huang says, Thao He, I understand your suspicion, but I am Thien Tuyet Huang. Meeting you all here was a coincidence, and I have no ulterior motives in speaking about your sister. I can only confirm one thing. Your sister is alive. If you don't believe me, you can go inside and see for yourself. Back to the fight, Xiaoma's punch lands, but the Lord remains unmoved. He smirks. Using your left hand again, are we? Perhaps the Demon King's soul-sealing needles have sealed your right hand's power. He then grabbed Xiaoma's arm, continuing his soul-devouring technique. Xiaoma cries out in pain, desperately trying to create distance, but the power gap is too vast. The warlord closes in again, placing his hand on Xiaoma's chest and continuing to drain his inner energy. Xiaoma kicks him away, but the small warlord is incredibly agile, easily dodging and counterattacking. In just a few moves, he beat down Xiaoma, adding a palm strike that cratered the ground, then looked down and coldly said, Why are you so weak? Could it be the Demon Emperor's soul-controlling needles? Suddenly, Xiaoma's aura vanishes, startling the commander. Damn it, he tricked me to save Chu Tian. He dashed towards the azure flying dragon sword, but it was too late. Did you think you could escape? Xiaoma has freed Chu Tian, but still controlled, she attacks her own lover. Caught off guard, Xiaoma is sent flying through the trees as Chu Tian continues to attack, unconsciously. Hearing the commotion from afar, Bai Kao's group immediately recognized Chu Tian's martial arts, the skills of the Yihua Palace. Tian Zhuexiang cries out, Sister, are you really alive? As Xiaoma lies defeated, the mastermind slowly descends, his triumph short-lived. I've planted a goo poison in him, he'll be my puppet forever. Removing it will kill him. You're powerless. Who said anything about giving up? Xiaoma slowly rises, wielding the flying dragon sword. All I have to do is defeat you, right? Ha, even if you kill me, the goo poison won't disappear. He scoffs, saying he doesn't care about the outcome until he acts. Xiaoma draws his sword, telling him to let her go. A light sword stroke cleaves a distant mountain in two. The Lord is surprised. Decent swordsmanship. But Xiaoma attacks relentlessly, every blow missing its mark. Your power is too weak, the Lord sneered. Your sword in my hands is nothing but scrap. Unexpectedly, Xiaoma switched to his left hand, gathering power for a punch. What about this? He easily blocked a normal punch, then landed a hook kick to Xiaoma's chin. How disappointing. You're not even as good as my puppet now. He grabs Xiaoma's hand again, continuing to use the Great Star Absorption art. First, I'll destroy your precious body of spiritual void. Though seemingly defeated, Xiaoma suddenly swung his sword, injuring the demon's arm as he dodged. Xiaoma glances at the wound and says coldly, That's your weakness. When you use the star-devouring art, you become defenseless. The Demon King placed his hand on the wound, healing it with demonic energy. You're right, he admitted. It is the weakness of the star-absorption art. But so what? The gap between our cultivation levels is too vast. Don't expect a second stroke of luck, Xiaoma retorted, his voice full of pride. I've never relied on luck. Defeating the heavenly demon a year ago might have been luck, but now I've trained relentlessly. I thought I was on par with the top 10 martial artists, but today I thank you for showing me how arrogant I've become. His innate energy condenses, transforming into a colossal celestial dragon, roaring fiercely. His energy has actually taken the form of a dragon. From the edge of the forest, the Demon King was shocked, as were the other three, witnessing the earth-shattering scene of Qi transforming and ascending, true energy gathering into a dragon. Suddenly, Bai Tower saw Chu Tian and cried out, Sister, you're really alive. But why do I remember you dying, sister? It's me, Thao Ni, why don't you recognize me? Still emotionless, Chu Tian coldly raised her hand, aiming straight for Cao Ni's chest. Sister, what are you doing? Thao Ni was stunned, and just as the attack was about to end her, Tian Tuyet Huang lashed out with her whip, striking at So Tian's hand. Get out of the way. Boom. Though redirected, the force still obliterates a section of the forest, and Thao Ni is thrown back by the shockwave, but Tian Tuyet Huang quickly pulls her back with her whip. Sister, why are you doing this to me? Thao Ni sobbed. Your sister is being controlled by a goo poison, Tian Shuijiang explained. And if I'm not mistaken, that young man is the one controlling her. Meanwhile, the young master of the demonic sword emperor looked at the little horse's heavenly dragon with great interest and burst out laughing. Ha ha, the power of a celestial dragon? How intriguing. With that, he took a deep breath and exhaled, unleashing a terrifying gust of wind towards the little horse, powerful enough to blow away even Tian Huixiang and Bai Xiaoer. Just as things were getting desperate, the two fiends appeared, saving them just in time. So much power from just a breath? Who is that young man? Tian Xuexiang replied with a serious expression. This move is even stronger than the lion's roar. He's the ancestor of Gu cultivation and proficient in the great star absorption art. There's only ever been one like him in the history of the martial world. The Vanquished Devil. The Vanquished Devil, wasn't he defeated by the Iron Mountain Emperor and disappeared? That's right. Tian Xuexiang began to recount the story of yesteryear. He once murdered Lu Yao Hong, the demon sect master's lover, to steal the purple haze absorption art. Hunted by the entire demon sect, he committed countless atrocities until he was defeated by the Iron Mountain Emperor. But seeing his youthful face, the great emperor spared his life on the condition that he never set foot in the Central Plains again. Wan Yin Gui then went into hiding in the Ghost Soul Valley. It wasn't until 200 years later, after the death of the Iron Mountain Emperor, that he resurfaced, this time more cunning, constantly changing his appearance, sometimes as the Silver Cloud Scholar, other times as the Pan Mountain Taoist, and even once as the Northern Immortal in the pocket of the Great Physician. And most recently, he took on a name that terrified the martial world. Could it be the Demon Reincarnate? Could it be him? The fiend who vanished after the battle at Demon Spirit City now appears here in the guise of a youth. Back in the fight, Huan Ma unleashed a furious breath attack, creating a howling storm that uprooted trees and sent rocks flying. Faced with such terrifying power, Xiao Ma's celestial dragon seemed to be faltering. Amidst the dust and smoke, Xiao Ma emerged unscathed from Huan Mo's lion's roar. Huan Mo was stunned. No way, he took a direct hit and is still unharmed? Xiao Ma ignored his opponent's surprise, his voice as cold as ice. I've realized that people like you don't deserve to exist under this sky. I must eliminate you to protect the world. They call my swordsmanship Limitless Sword. I remember nothing of it, but I understand that all martial arts are limited by form and style, by the human body. But Limitless Sword is different. It is infinite, formless, like the stars in the sky. The demon shift felt a chill as Xiao Ma's words seemed to warp reality, and countless invisible swords materialized, all aimed at him. He felt his entire body stiffen, unable to even blink. What is this? The doppelganger panicked. Do you see it? What if you were to look up and see a sky full of stars? Xiao Ma asks. Then your death has arrived. This is the legendary infinite sword technique. Huan Ma desperately screamed in his mind, refusing to believe he could reach this level so quickly. It had to be an illusion. Thinking this, he channeled his energy to break the illusion, roaring, "You dare deceive me with such sorcery?" But it was no illusion. Invisible swords pierced through the demon lord's body, and he collapsed, writhing in pain and disbelief. How can this be? Have you been hiding your true strength all along? When did Xiao Ma appear before him? He raised his sword, coldly declaring, "I told you, I have no reason to let you live." The blade falls, then stops short as a figure leaps in front of the soul exchange demon. It's Chu Tien. Xiao Ma quickly retracts her sword, but it's too late. The sharp blade grazes her arm, leaving a bloody trail. That foolish girl, Little Ma, is worried. Huan Ma laughs wickedly. Her soul is under my control. Now you'll face both of us. With that, he and Su Tian attacked at once, putting Xiao Ma in a difficult position, forced to defend against Huan Mo while avoiding Su Tian, not wanting to hurt her. Damn it, I have to find a way to separate them. Xiao Ma thought fast, repelling them both with a sword strike, then focusing his energy into an invisible barrier around Chu Tian, hoping to immobilize her. You think you can neutralize her so easily? Han Ma sneers, channeling his inner energy and unleashing a fiery red blast towards Chu Tien, turning Xiao Ma's protective barrier into a deadly trap. Caught between two immense forces, one green, one red, clashing against each other, Xiao Ma sweats. If he retreats, Huan Ma's power will kill her, but if he continues, the pressure will tear her apart. His only option is to use his own inner force to push back against Huan Ma's energy. The two forces collide violently, creating a destructive vortex that tears apart the earth and fells the trees. From afar, Bai Caoni worriedly said, "This is bad. It's like a bomb about to explode. If one of them falters, this entire forest will be leveled, and Sister So Tien will be reduced to dust. Their power is beyond imagination. I fear that in the martial world today, only a handful could intervene in this battle." Worried, Thao Ni asks, "If the balance is broken, then—" Tien Tuyet Huang replies, "Everything will be reduced to nothing, but I believe Little Ma has the advantage. That demon exchange is hanging by a thread." At that moment, the demon changer realized the problem. How could this be? Wasn't his internal energy on par with mine? That's right. She's a spirit medium, able to endlessly absorb external energy. Damn it, I miscalculated. I never expected to be undone like this. Suddenly, a wicked idea struck him. Wait, he could still use that girl, Chu Tian. Controlled by him, Chu Tian slowly approaches Xiaoma. No, don't come any closer, Chu Tian. Xiaoma cries out in a panic. What are you doing? Any closer, and your body will shatter. But still, So Tian didn't stop, her fingers closing in on Tioma's eyes, who barely dodged in time. Damn it, if I pull back my power or push Chu Tian away, we'll both die. Seeing this, Huanmo smirked. Ha ha ha! Let's see what you'll do, flying dragon. At this rate, you're sure to lose. Ignoring the taunts, Xiaoma embraces Chu Tian tightly. Don't worry, I won't let you die. My life has belonged to you for a long time now. With that, he braced himself for Huanma's attack. What a fool. The demon Revan laughed, asking who would sacrifice their life for a dead girl. Your kindness will only turn you both to dust. He channels all his power into one final attack. A terrifying explosion erupts, staining the sky crimson, leveling the forest and the nearby demonic fortresses. Even Huanma and Thao Ni's group are thrown back by the shockwave. As the dust settles, the ground is now a giant crater. And in the center, Xiaoma is embracing Chu Tian, having taken the full brunt of the attack. I'm glad you're okay. With that, Xiaoma collapses unconscious. The demon reincarnate is exhausted and unable to move. Is that guy still alive? If not for that girl, Chu Tian, acting as his shield at the last moment, perhaps a subordinate ran over. My lord, are you all right? What about that guy? He's unconscious, but it's unclear if he's alive or dead. Huanma ordered that if she's alive, bring back only Chu Tian and spare her life. Why? This is the perfect opportunity to kill him, no questions asked. Hama growls that if he dies, it will be by his hand to make up for today. At that moment, Huanma's subordinate approached Xiaoma. He wasn't dead yet. How pitiful to sacrifice himself for an empty shell. He recalled his lord's orders, but then thought, his lord says that, but I should eliminate any future threats. Just as his hand was about to strike, Chu Chen suddenly raised his hand to stop him. The henchman is shocked. Huh, what are you doing? What's going on? This girl is just a puppet controlled by the poison. But Chu Tian still gripped him tightly, unyielding. Could it be that her will to protect him was so strong that it overcame even the poison and her own death? The evil sorcerer places his hand on Chu Tian's chest, his voice icy. Your loyalty is admirable, but you can't save Fei Long. Go to sleep. With that, he sends Chu Tian flying like a rag doll. Fortunately, the second weirdo rushed in to catch her. Thank goodness, you're all right. The evil one narrowed his eyes at the second monster. Who are you? The second monster set Chu Tian down, replying curtly, You can see it, can't you? With that, he kicked out, sending the fiend crashing into the cliffside, covered in dirt and debris. The evil being brushed himself off. I remember now, you're one of the 8 divine dragons. Why did you change your name to Mountain Two Oddities and become a thief? I don't remember. The second monster remained indifferent, saying he had no reason to fight me, and that whether or not Fei Long lived was of no concern to him. My mission is only to bring this girl back by our Lord's command. We will meet again. For our Lord and Fei Long are destined to clash at a thatched house in the forest. Tianzhuexiang uses acupuncture to treat little Ma, whose condition appears dire, while Cao Er anxiously watches as the second monster nonchalantly munches on a chicken leg. Meanwhile, at the demonic sect's headquarters, Huanmo soaks in a hot spring when Tian Moling's soul suddenly appears. Master, everything is ready. Emerging from the bath, Huanmo places his hand on Tian Mo's head, his eyes filled with greed. Heavenly martial body, I have no choice but to absorb your power. Outside, Thao Ni and Tian Tuyet Huang are talking, and Tian Tuyet Huang recounts the story of how her sister was pierced by the Yama sword. The poisonous sword is incredibly vicious. Without profound inner energy to heal it, the wound will fester and kill you. I still don't understand why Ghost used extreme cold yin energy to freeze your sister. Perhaps it was to prolong her life. After that, the Martial Arts Alliance took her sister's body to an underground ice chamber for preservation, where it remained for years until last year, when someone broke in after Xiaoma destroyed Devil Spirit City and stole Chu Tian's body. Who is that man? Thao Ni asked. He was known as the Northern Immortal, but his real name was Hoan Ma. A flashback reveals Hoan Ma using his finger technique to heal So Tin, then releasing a red venomous insect into her body. From now on, you belong to me. Your life is mine, Chu Tian Wuhun replied. Yes, master. Thao Ni wondered. That's strange. I've been to the northern martial world, but I've never heard them mention this. Of course not. Tian Shuexiang explained that they hid everything to avoid responsibility. Thao Ni angrily said, "So, Huan Mo stole her corpse to deal with Xiaoma." "That's right," she affirmed, "but there's another reason. Did you know there are extremely rare, innate constitutions that allow martial artists to progress faster than normal?" And with that, she began to list them. Yang Gong possessed the extreme. Yang body, Yin Gong, the extreme. Yin body, poison. Master the Poison King, Sacred Gu body. Wandu, the myriad poison. Blood God body. Demon Master, the heavenly martial body, the demonic spirit body. Rushen, the indestructible heavenly gang body. Ziwei, the extreme spirit body. Jiangsha, the ancient skull blood spirit body, and the Absorber, the natural void spirit body. It was then that I realized what all the masters killed by the star-absorbing grand technique had in common. They all possessed these special constitutions. Snow Mountain Swordmaster had the extreme yang body, and Great Immortal Living Soul had the myriad poison blood god body. Liang Yuding possessed the imperishable heavenly strength physique, and when the demonic spirit city fell last year, everyone thought the heavenly demon was dead, but his body vanished. "Now I understand why," Thao Ni wondered, interrupting. "I don't understand. The star-sucking art is incredibly dangerous, so how could he use it on masters like the Snow Mountain Sword Sovereign?" Tian Shuexiang explains, "Has Miss Bai forgotten the power of the Demon Sword Emperor? Huan Mo's star, devouring art is not what it once was. He stole and altered it with the Violet Haze art. Now he can absorb an opponent's innate true energy without any side effects." Thao Ni's expression changes. "Absorb innate true energy. Could it be true?" Tian Shuexiang confirms that Huan Mo is collecting special physiques to achieve the supreme body, the realm of gods. He only lacks the extreme yang, extreme yin, myriad poisons blood god, indestructible heavenly gang, and the ethereal body of the little horse. Elsewhere, Huan Ma has just absorbed the heavenly demon, leaving behind a bitter husk. Donning his robe, he speaks with ambition. "The day will come when I surpass you, flying dragon, reaching heights you never could." He turned to his subordinate. "What's the status of the preparations?" "It is complete, Master. We await your command to control the martial world." How laughable. Sword Emperor, Blade Emperor, and Fai Long are still around. What makes him think he can control them? Enough with the fantasies. To fulfill my dream, I need the final pieces. Now, onward to Ghost Soul Valley. Days later, Ma wakes up from his coma, and the first thing he asks is where Huanma is. Tian Shuexiang replies, "If I'm not mistaken, he's headed to Ghost Soul Valley." At the Ghost Soul Valley, Huan Ma and his men have arrived. "My lord, what if we run into the Yaksha? He's not someone to be trifled with. I've never feared anyone." Huan Ma replied, "I'm only here for one thing, the ghost child's extremely yin constitution." He then ordered his men to cause a ruckus and distract Yaksha. The plan unfolds smoothly as his men slaughter the guards, forcing Yaksha to appear. "You dare linger before me?" Yaksha scoffs, and as she falls for the trap, Huanma slips away to find his target, easily locating the ghostly girl lost in thought by a window. "Pleased to meet you, ghost girl." A massive explosion erupts, startling Yaksha, who turns to see Huan Ma's old subordinate taking advantage of the opening to strike. "You dare lose focus while fighting me?" Meanwhile, Ghost was blasted out of the building by Huanma. He darts forward like an arrow. "In this desolate place, where do you think you can run?" From within the dust cloud, Guigui emerges like a specter in white. "Who are you? Who am I? No matter. What matters is your fate ends here, in my hands." Just as the demon changer's hand was about to touch her, the ghost suddenly split into two. A real person and a puppet attacking him at the same time. A human puppet technique, not bad. "But before me, it's nothing," Huanma smirked. He easily shattered her attack, kicking her sword in two. And in a flash, his hand gripped her throat. "Let's see if you're the real deal." Suddenly, a demon emerges from behind, striking Huanma with the ice-white divine art. "A puppet?" She's shocked to see her attack hit only a decoy. Suddenly, the soul exchange appeared, grabbing the demon ready to use the great star-consuming art. But he paused, sensing the extreme yin energy nearby. Odd. Abruptly, another demon descended from the sky, attacking fiercely, causing the soul exchange to vanish again, only to reappear and seize them both. "Never mind, it doesn't matter who's real or fake," he sneers, intending to absorb them both. Just then, a voice rang out, "Hold on, what do you think you're doing?" The demonic incarnation turned back in shock. "Yaksha, when did he get here?" Seizing the opportunity, Guigui used her skill to seal the demonic incarnation's hands. Sensing danger, he released them and retreated to keep his distance. "Are you all right, Ghost?" Yaksha asked. Guigui rubbed his neck as his wounds began to heal. I'm fine. Yaksha turns to Soul Switcher, his eyes sharp. Now, tell me what's going on here. In a bustling marketplace, Ma and his group take a break. Little Ma, the grudge with the flower-plucking palace of the Thu Diet Gate is almost settled. The remnant Yin matriarch is dead, and you chopped off a hand of the Diamond Martial Army. It's time to end this. Xiaoma held the grilled meat skewer in his hand, but his face was full of resentment. Not yet. There's still the bastard who controlled Chu Tian. Bai Tao Nai pleaded. I understand how you feel, but there's still a way to resolve my sister's situation. You can compromise with Wan Yingui to release him. There's no need to fight to the death. No, Tiu Ma insisted. He doesn't believe he'll release Chu Tian so easily. Tian Chuexiang chimed in. Thao Ni is right. Wan Yingui values his own life more than Chu Tian right now. He wouldn't want a second confrontation after tangling with you, but Xiao Ma remained unmoved. No, he must die. I've seen the evil in his eyes, and if he lives, he'll be a scourge upon us all. Neither you nor Thao Ni can stop me. I'm in a bad mood. He handed the meat skewers to the second monster. Eat up. I'm not hungry. You haven't eaten in days. Thao Ni was worried. I'm not hungry, Xiaoma replied, his voice a little strange, as if he would never feel hunger again. Thao Ni, you may not know this, but Wan Yingui has long dreamed of conquering the martial world. Tian Shuixiang sighed, continuing her analysis. He's been secretly building his forces for years, but even 10 years ago, he was still hiding in Demon Spirit City. That's right. Tian Huixiang nodded, but even there, he could still control everything outside. This plan has been in the works for a long time. He used his identity as a divine physician, using poison to lure and control those who craved power, turning them into his pawns. The ancient poison allowed them to unleash power, but also enslaved them to his will. She continued, Years ago, I sent Tiu Ma back to Huanhak Lung, partly because it was his homeland, but more importantly, to provoke Ma Lin Than and probe Van Kuai's intentions. Xiaoma nodded. Her plan had succeeded perfectly, but the remaining problem was the network of Wan Yin Ghost's followers. No one knew how powerful he had become. The Wan Yin Ghost in Ghost Soul Valley was actually just a substitute planted with goo poison, meant to deceive the world so he could act freely. For 3 centuries, who knows how much power he's amassed, so is there any basis for speculation? Of course. Tian Xuexiang affirmed that, first of all, a master like the Devil Sword Emperor, Du Gu Tian, was merely his henchman. Secondly, even with Dokyo Cheon's help, it would have been difficult for the Van Gui to kill the Snow Mountain Swordmaster, implying he has even stronger subordinates or a powerful force backing him, capable of standing against major powers like Vo Huang Than. The enemy has planted spies within the highest ranks of the great clans. The City Lord of Martial Emperor City, the Snow Mountain Swordmaster, and the Living Soul Great Immortal of the Sichuan Royal Manor, all supreme masters, were lured out and assassinated mysteriously, which could only be the work of an inside agent. Frankly, I don't dare trust anyone, even within the Martial Alliance itself. That's why I have to act alone. In the Martial Arts Alliance's main hall, within an ancient temple, the Grand Elder asked gravely, The report says the Devil Sword Emperor and the 5 great demonic sects all died at the hands of Flying Dragon. Yes, Grand Elder, the subordinate replied. The scene suggests the Demon Sword Emperor died from the Great Star Absorption Technique, and the culprit may be Wanma, the 5th-ranked member of the Demon Spirit City, but this intelligence is a bit hard to believe. The Grand Elder sighed. What I feared most has finally come to pass. I'm afraid this report is true. Deputy Chief Manager Quan Mo confirmed 8 months ago that Chu Tian's body was stolen from the ice cellar. That's Fai Long's daughter from all those years ago. Clearly the enemy is using her as bait to target Fai Long. Another elder, Tong Dai Ho, chimed in, saying this was definitely the work of Wan Yingui, who has been hiding for 300 years, constantly changing his appearance, and who knows how many pawns he has planted in the martial world. It's possible that one of our own elders is his puppet. This statement creates tension, and suspicion falls over everyone. On the way back, Tong Dai Ho remained furious, telling his companion, Elder Thach Jia Thien, it's unbelievable how insidious the Vanam Kui is. I must invite the Sword Emperor and Blade Emperor to emerge. They'll surely regret missing this battle. The Sword Emperor and Blade Emperor? Shijiatian asks, they've been in seclusion for years. Is the Wan Yin ghost really powerful enough to warrant both of their involvement? Song Dahu looked intently at Shijiatian, his eyes sharp, saying that it's hard to know without a fight. But Jiatian, your power has advanced so rapidly in recent years that even I can't see through it. You didn't use some forbidden dark magic to boost your power, did you? Daeho, do you doubt me? Shijiatian coldly retorted, Haha, I was just kidding. A joke? Shijiatian scoffed. You can joke at a time like this? As he finished speaking, a sharp spear pierced through Song Daihu's body. Sorry, Daihu, Sword Sovereign and Blade Emperor. I didn't expect those old geezers to show up now, Shijiatian said emotionlessly. Gasping from his wound, Song Daihu growls, Why? With your talent, why be a puppet for the myriad sound devil? That's because you've never witnessed true power? Shijiatian replied, I saw the earth-shattering martial arts of Flying Dragon back then with my own eyes. With his last ounce of strength, Song Daiho swung his blade, but Shijiatian easily dodged it. How can you strike me with that speed? He sneered, then thrust another spear into Song Daihu's chest. But Song Daihu laughed. That strike wasn't for you. Look behind you. Too late, Shijiatian said, startled as he turned around. 3 more elders appeared, surrounding him. The rat has finally shown its tail. I can't believe the traitor was you. Shijiatian looks up to the sky, sighing. I miscalculated one step, but it doesn't matter. The master has already begun to act. According to his plan, even if the Blade Emperor or Sword Emperor appeared, it wouldn't change a thing. Meanwhile, at the Huayue Valley, Xiaoma's group had arrived. After stabilizing, Xiaoma turned to Tian Shuexing and asked, Miss Tian, I still have 4 Demon Emperor soul-restraining needles in me. Can I remove them myself? These are soul-seizing devil needles, placed in the 9 annihilation channels to seal true energy. No matter how skilled, once pierced, their inner strength will be locked away. I used them to prevent you from going berserk back then, but removing them is another matter entirely. She continued, explaining that it would take a master with at least 300 years of experience to use telekinesis, and they must be removed in the exact order they were inserted. If done incorrectly, the Grand Hero's energy will backfire, causing him to hemorrhage from every orifice, lose his memory, and even become a wild beast. Xiaoma wonders, then why am I still okay after having several needles removed? I don't know, Shuixiang admits. 5 needles have already been removed without affecting the Grand Knight, which can only be explained by the remaining power of the immortal grass protecting him. But it's certainly left side effects. Xiaoma nodded, realizing that each time a needle was removed, his memories became fragmented, like during his encounter with the Yaksha, or when he went berserk against the heavenly demon. Sheixiang deduced that the Yaksha's Yama Demon Wheel technique and the Heavenly Demon's Dragon Extinction could both generate power equivalent to 3 years of cultivation, which is why they were able to remove the needles. So, if I were to fight the Soul Exchange Demon again, would I have a chance of winning? Xiaoma asked. If the Demon Vanquisher absorbs the extreme yin energy of the Ghost Girl, you're sure to lose. But right now, she's in Ghost Valley, a place full of monsters, so it won't be easy for him. In Ghost Soul Valley, the azure-eyed Yaksha confronts the myriad yin devil. Just who are you? Yaksha asked. In the blink of an eye, Yaksha grabbed the head of the myriad sound devil, infuriating him with the humiliation. Thanks for handing me your life, Yasha. The Wanyan ghost sneers, grabbing Yaksha's hand and using the star-devouring art. But Yaksha remains unfazed. Star-devouring art? How interesting. 2 powerful inner forces collide. You think your star-absorbing power will work on me? Yaksha asks, as the Wanyan ghost realizes this is the Yama wheel technique. You seem to know a lot, Yaksha replies. This technique can alter every meridian and energy pathway in the body. Before you can drain my power, I'll tear you apart. Realizing he's met his match as the Wheel of Yama technique counters his life force absorption, Wanyan Gui attempts to escape, feigning familiarity. Yaksha, don't you recognize me? It's Huan Ma. Nearby, Gui Gui was shocked. Huan Mo, have you forgotten who implanted the poison, helped you open your meridians, and gave you rebirth? Yaksha pondered, and though the face and figure were different, seeing the hesitation, Wanyan Gui knew the trick worked and quickly escaped. It is you. Yaksha declares that your aura, though masked, is unmistakable. I'll be blunt. Stay out of this. I only want the extreme yin physique of Gui Gui, and once I have it, I'll leave. Yaksha stands before Gui Gui. What are you talking about? You break into my home, cause chaos, and then tell me to stay out of it? Who do you think I am? Gritting his teeth, the myriad yin devil realized capturing the supreme yin body would be difficult, leaving him no choice but to play his trump card. Yaksha, you can't defeat me. The ancient poison queen I planted in your mind has already taken root. He raises his hand, activating the poison. Yaksha immediately clutched his head in pain. My head speaks as my other half. You must obey me absolutely, the myriad sound devil gloated. As Yaksha writhed in pain, the myriad sound devil delivered a powerful kick, sending him crashing into the rocks. Placing his hand on Yaksha's head, the myriad sound devil said greedily, Though your demon spirit body is useless, your near-limitless power will be of great use to me. Yaksha gritted his teeth. Damn it, to be controlled by the very goo poison I used to become stronger. I was too careless. As the star absorption grand art began to drain his life force, Yaksha roared, preferring death to submission. I refuse to believe this is my limit. A terrifying power erupts from Yaksha, creating a crater beneath him, shocking the myriad sound devil. What? How can his power increase to this extent? If that's what you want, the Rakshasa roared, I'll personally kill the parasite you planted in me. Impossible. The myriad yin devil shouts, realizing his opponent's martial arts have reached the divine realm. The entire Ghost Soul Valley trembles before the might of its two leaders, and a deadly battle erupts. The Yaksha has the advantage in explosive power, but the Wan Yin devil controls the goo poison within him, creating a deadly stalemate. Whether you enter the divine realm or become a god, it's all useless. The myriad yin devil sneered, amplify the star-consuming grand art. Before my millennia of power and the purple haze absorption art, you're just prey. Add in the goo poison tormenting your mind, you have no chance. Give up, your power will be mine. Facing the brink of life and death, the Yaksha suddenly froze. The myriad yin devil sneers, so the poison's taken effect? Whatever you do is pointless. Your power is already mine. Just as the Wan Yin devil thought victory was assured, a sharp ice arrow pierced his back. And Guigui emerged from the shadows, asking where his eyes were. Damn it! How dare you attack me while I'm channeling my power? The myriad sound devil roared in anger. He quickly retreated, and at the same moment, the Yaksha, drained of power, collapsed unconscious, his body smoking. The maniacal laughter of the myriad sound devil echoed as he calmly pulled the ice spike from his back, feeling no pain. Too bad. A little higher and you would have hit my heart. But no matter, I've absorbed almost all of the Yaksha's power, and I'll take the rest from you. He looked at the ghost as if she were prey. With the Yaksha in this state, who else in Ghost Soul Valley can protect you? Without a word, Guigui lunges, but Wan Yingui, now far stronger, deflects her attacks with a mere flick of his hand. Seizing the moment, he slams her to the ground. Now this is your true form. He then unleashed the star-devouring art once more. Under the dark magic, Guigui's beauty withered, transforming her into a gaunt old woman, just as Xiao Ma and the others arrived at Ghost Soul Valley. Along the way, Zue Xiang, unable to keep up, was forced to stop, so Bai Cao and Erguai stayed with her, leaving Xiao Ma to rush to Ghost Soul Valley alone. He sensed the clashing powers vanish, fueling his anxiety. While inside Ghost Soul Valley, chaos erupted in a storm of bloodshed. Two masters, Ju Men and Luo Tuan, are fighting when Luo Tuan notices something unusual. I can't sense the aura of the Ghost Lord at all. Meanwhile, in another battle, Po Jun, along with Zuofu and Yubi, faced the black and white twin devils, undead zombies who could only be killed by decapitation. After working together to defeat them, Po Jun prepared to deliver the final blow, but Zuofu and Yubi unexpectedly stabbed him through the heart from behind. We are spies, they coldly replied, shocking Po Jun. Lu Zun watched in disbelief, but before he could react, his own teammate Ju Men stabbed him with a spear. Ju Men sneered, You guessed right, I'm a spy too. This plan has been in motion for a long time. You can die in peace. Meanwhile, at the center of the battle, the demon of myriad evils was using his star-consuming skill to drain the inner energy of the ghostly woman, who realized in despair that no one was coming to her aid. Had the entire Ghost Valley fallen into their hands? Summoning her last strength, she uses her ice-white divine art to resist, but the demon easily neutralizes it. Her puppets rush to attack, but he effortlessly swats them away. He roars, You will become a part of my power, helping me achieve the ultimate body. Finally, the demon lord drains her energy and tosses her aside like a lifeless corpse. He muttered about his plan, collecting enough special constitutions to become invincible. He didn't bother with the dying Guigui. But when he thought of the Yaksha, his eyes turned dangerous. That Yaksha dared to use his inner energy to burn the poison in his head. Someone so ruthless even to himself is too dangerous to leave alive. Just as the myriad yin devil was about to strike the Yaksha down, an earth-shattering roar rang out. Stop! The infinity blade shot forward like lightning, forcing the devil to jump back. But the blade instantly multiplied into countless illusions, forming a sword formation that surrounded him, unable to distinguish the real from the fake. Could this be the invisible sword? He was shocked to find Xiao Ma standing there, unending sword in hand as soon as he landed. It really was you. The Wan Yin devil growls, and Xiao Ma sees Guigui lying unconscious on the ground, still breathing. Thank goodness. He turned to Yaksha, a complex emotion rising within him as memories of the Black Moon Troop flooded back. He stared into the eyes of his former leader. Yaksha, I never thought I'd see you again. You're strong, so strong that I'm not even sure I can win. He turned to the myriad yin ghost, his eyes as cold as ice. To think you could defeat a monster like him? I'm impressed. The myriad yin ghost thought to himself, I need time to fuse the 5 true energies, and Chu Tian isn't here. This guy will definitely fight to the death. What's this, stalling for time? Little Ma roared. Give Chu Tian back! The myriad sound demon lord decided to retreat. My goal has been achieved. There's no need to fight you now. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Using a secret technique, he ordered everyone to retreat from Ghost Valley, then looked at Xiao Ma. Consider this a declaration of war. Our duel will be postponed. In 10 days, at the Martial Alliance headquarters, we'll decide who is number 1. Don't forget. With that, he unleashed a devastating explosion, its destructive energy tearing everything apart. I'm sorry. The Yaksha, Xiao Ma whispered, embracing Guigui, and dashed out of the blast zone. I couldn't save everyone. He left the Yaksha amidst the ruins. That day, the Ghost Soul Valley headquarters was leveled. When Tian Xuexiang's group arrived, they only found Jing Huangtan and Xiao Ma supporting Guigui. Ghost Valley has fallen. This person is Guigui. It seems she was subjected to the soul absorption technique, Tian Xuexiang analyzes. That's right, Wan Yinggui absorbed Guigui's innate true energy, an extremely yin body, along with Xiao Ma's ethereal body. He now possesses 5 different constitutions. What about Yaksha? Xiao Ma replied calmly, his breath weak but still alive. A man like him wouldn't die so easily. He paused, then continued. From now on, I'll be acting alone. Everyone was stunned. I need to find a master who can help me remove these soul-controlling needles, someone with at least 5 jiazi of internal energy and the ability to manipulate objects at will. Tian Xuexiang warned, Xiao Ma, if possible, don't rush to remove the needle from the Bai Hui point, or he may lose his memory and revert to his former self. Just then, Guigui weakly awoke. Flying Dragon, you're awake? I kept my word. I waited for you. Please, help Yaksha rise again. Xiao Ma turns away, his voice cold. Our paths have diverged, Guigui. I'm no longer the assassin Fei Long. We're unlikely to meet again. Cao Ni tells Tian Xuexiang, stay and care for Guigui. The second monster and I will go inside to check on the Yaksha. Elsewhere, the Wan Yin-sect's men are retreating, unaware that Li Junmo, Vice Chief Manager of the Martial Alliance, is secretly watching them, ready to report their location. Suddenly, laughter erupted behind him as the Vice Chief caught his messenger bird in one swift motion. We've known each other for a while now. I guess I can make you a priority for an early death. Without a word, Li Junmo roared, swinging his massive diamond cudgel at Wan Yinggui. But the myriad sound devil simply raised a hand, stopping the 1,000-pound staff as easily as if it were a twig. He scoffed. I wasn't afraid of that old master's thunderclap staff, let alone this. In a flash, the myriad sound demon vanished and reappeared next to Li Junmo, delivering a single punch. Li Junmo collapsed, unconscious. The difference in their power was immense. Meanwhile, atop a cloud-covered peak after killing Song Da-hu, Shijiatian seeks out a secluded cave. The closer he gets, the heavier the air becomes, an invisible pressure making each step weigh 1,000 pounds. Even though I've reached the pinnacle of cultivation, before these two I can only look up in awe. Inside the cave, the Sword Emperor and Blade Master sat in silent meditation, their power making it hard to breathe. They opened their eyes, acknowledging Shijiatian's arrival. Shijiatian bowed respectfully, feigning urgency. My lords, forgive my intrusion. A matter of grave importance. The myriad yin fiend has resurfaced. We are already aware of that, the Sword Emperor calmly replied. They already know? Could someone have gotten here before me? Surprised, Shijiatian heard the Blade Emperor add, we're in a critical closed-door cultivation, and it's difficult to act. If we were to force ourselves out, it would take a long time to recover to our peak. We're powerless to help. Hearing this, a glimmer of joy flashed in Shijiatian's eyes. Shimo, of course, understood the situation of the two. Actually, the reason I've come isn't to ask for help. Before he could finish, he blurred into motion, his spear aimed directly at the Sword Emperor. You. The Sword Sovereign was shocked, hastily raising his hand to block the spear. But his inner energy was instantly thrown into chaos. Not bad, Sword Emperor, to withstand my surprise attack. I'm done for. If I force my energy, I'll suffer a chi deviation. The Sword Emperor telepathically tells the Blade Emperor, don't act rashly. Focus on regulating your breathing. You think I'll give you time? Shu Jiatian roared, unleashing his spear once more, and a terrifying explosion shook the mountain. To the Sword Emperor's shock, Shu Jiatian's spear pierced his chest. Enraged, the Blade Emperor roared, knowing that drawing his blade now was incredibly dangerous, but he had no choice. He He swung his blade, unleashing a destructive wave of energy towards the traitor as the scene shifts to Ghost Valley. Now, a desolate ruin. From the rubble, a hand emerges. It is the Ghost Valley Master, Yaksha. The delighted subordinates of the Valley Master cheered, as Yaksha gritted his teeth, his eyes bloodshot. "Demon exchange, you bastard. Next time we meet, I swear I'll tear you to pieces and return you to the mountain top." As the Sword Emperor and Shijiatian fought fiercely, Shijiatian was increasingly horrified. He's in a state of reversed chi flow, supposedly with only half his power left. So why is his swordsmanship becoming even heavier and more formidable? Meanwhile, the Sword Emperor is gritting his teeth and enduring. Though temporarily gaining the upper hand, his internal energy is running out. Seeing an opportunity, Shijiatian mustered all his strength for a final fatal blow. But in that moment of life and death, another blade tore through the air, stopping the spear. The one who's arrived is Fei Liu. "Fei Liu, how dare you stand in my way?" Stone Jiatian roars in resentment as Fei Liu, the infinite divine general, coldly replies, "I can't believe the traitor of the martial arts alliance is you." Shijiatian laughed, betraying arrogance. "Your master, Song Da Hu, said the same thing before he died." He shrugged. "My lord has spoken. You are all destined to die, sooner or later. So what's the point of fighting?" Spurred into action, Pilryu attacked Thachjiathian, his lightning-fast blade catching him off guard. Luckily, he reacted in time, he thought, as the strike cleaved a distant mountain in two. The force of the blow shook the traitor. Its power, though not yet Song Dai Hu's, was enough to numb his hand. He spun his spear to regain his composure. "Dan, I didn't expect you to be this strong, but you're still just a kid." With that, he launched a furious attack, as the Blade Emperor could only watch helplessly. Fei Liu is so young, yet he's already mastered 80% of the adamantine dragon's sky-piercing blade. He's sure to surpass his master. But facing Shijiatian's spear techniques, which have reached a divine level, is still too early. After a brief exchange, Fei Liu is struck, but luckily it's only a graze. The Infinity Divine Spear, Shijiatian, rumored to have cultivated to a state of reverse aging. His power nearly rivals the Sword and Blade Emperor's. He's too strong. Just breathing against him is difficult. "Is that all you've got?" Shijiatian continued his relentless assault, his elusive movements allowing him to easily defeat Fei Liu. "I'll end this quickly and save us both some trouble." Just as his spear was about to strike, the Sword Emperor's blade intervened. "Shijiatian, how dare you underestimate me?" With a single strike, Shijiatian's spear is broken in two, and he barely dodges in the nick of time. That was close. I almost lost my head. "Can Fei Liu still fight?" the Blade Emperor asked. "Yes, sir. Shijiatian, even with only half my power left, the three of us together should be enough to take you down." "3 people?" Shijiatian is confused. "Add me to the mix," another voice echoes. "After all, the Blade Emperor and I have no hope of reaching the true God realm, so death means nothing." Is that the Sword Emperor? The Sword Sovereign emerges, looking serene, and as his sword leaves its sheath, the devastating Chankin 100. Absolute Sword Sea is unleashed, filling the sky with sword energy. Shijiatian was shocked. Impossible. He took a fatal blow from me. I was naive to think the Sword Emperor would be so easy to kill. With that playboy here too, I don't stand a chance. Thinking this, he plunged the broken spears into the ground, causing a massive earthquake to collapse the cave and allow his escape. Damn it. He aimed at the cave, while elsewhere, Li Junmo had been defeated by Wan Yingui. "Why won't you kill me?" he gasped. "Killing you now is pointless. Tell the Martial Alliance that in 10 days, I, Wan Yingui, will pay them a visit." Meanwhile, Sword Sovereign, Blade Emperor, and Fei Liu were all seriously injured, and Blade Emperor ordered, "Fei Liu, report to the Martial Arts Alliance leader. I will personally take the Violet Gold Blade to challenge the myriad Yin Devil to a life-or-death battle." Sword Sovereign added, "And I will abandon my dream of becoming a true god to deal with him." Suddenly, Sword Sovereign coughed violently. "Sword Sovereign, perfect timing. Fei Liu, perhaps this is fate. What do you mean by that? Now I will pass on all my life's cultivation to you. Don't refuse, accept it." A massive surge of true energy begins to flow into Fei Liu's body, causing him to scream in pain. In a cave, the Wan Yin Devil began to merge the 5 bodies, channeling his energy and succeeding quickly. The fusion was complete, and just then, Li Junmo, who had been secretly watching, rushed out to attack, his only chance. "Die, Wan Yingui." He unleashes his strongest attack, but his golf club shatters on impact. "I told you so," the myriad Sound Devil said coldly. After easily defeating Li Junmo, Wan Yingui stood in the middle of the cave, his aura soaring. The time was ripe, and he declared, "I will restore order to the martial world. Go and tell our old brothers the demonic sect has returned. Let the world know that I, Wan Yingui, will inherit the Grand Master's will and rule the martial world. In 10 days, at the Martial Alliance headquarters before the world, I will offer the head of the world's #1 flying dragon as a sacrifice to herald the rise of the demonic sect." A subordinate steps forward. "My lord, what about the child, Chu Tian?" Wan Yingui glanced at the unconscious Chu Tian. A nuisance, but he'd let him live. Subordinate hastily dissuades master. "The 1,000-year plan cannot have any mistakes. We should eliminate all variables." "You're right." Wan Yingui nodded, taking the child with him. With that, they left Li Junmo alone in the desolate cave, as the world held its breath before the coming storm. News of the myriad sound devil and the demonic sect spread like wildfire. Everywhere, agents of the demonic sect, hidden for years within the great clans, began to reveal themselves, while on a distant mountain the Blade Emperor finished carving "the world's greatest swordsman" onto the Sword Sovereign's tombstone. Suddenly, a flyer drifts in. "The Wan Yin ghost is challenging Flying Dragon to a deathmatch?" the Blade Emperor muttered, turning to the young man beside him. "Fai Lu, if you master the adamantine dragon sky-piercing blade, your swordsmanship will surpass even mine." "You flatter me, master. Just who is this madman?" The Blade Emperor crumpled the paper. "Challenging Fai Long? This is the most absurd thing I've ever heard. Let's go, Fai Lu. A storm is coming." Like storm clouds, flyers blanketed the martial world, foreshadowing a dark future. 7 days before the duel at the Golden City, news spread with impossible speed, thanks to the network the myriad Yin Devil had built over the past month. From the 9 provinces and 10 lands to the 4 seas and 8 desolations, not a single martial artist remained unaware. Just who was this myriad sound devil to be so audacious? In Ghost Soul Valley, Yaksha and Bak Thao Ni received the news. Is it the night of the Crimson Moon? So only 6 days left. Thao Ni is worried. Yaksha gazes into the distance, his voice low. Yes, in 6 days, it will all be over. 5 days before the duel, the Martial Arts Alliance was shaken, as a subordinate rushed in with devastating news. Many renowned masters of the martial world are actually spies for the myriad sound demon. Thunderous Lightning Blade, Lei Jin Tian, is a descendant of the demonic sect. Kong Xiaoyu of the West Gate is a member of the demonic sect. Jade Fairy Yu Jiao, heir of Jinhua, is also a descendant of the demonic sect. Even Shujia Tian, one of the 10 great masters, is a subordinate of the myriad sound demon. Everyone was stunned. Despite his injuries, Song Daihu tried to rally their spirits, saying, "We haven't lost too much yet. We still have the Sword Emperor and the Blade Emperor." Just then, Fei Liu burst in, shouting in a panic, "Master, are you all right?" The Blade Emperor replied, "Am I so easily killed?" Fei Liu burst into tears. "Thank goodness, I was afraid you'd pass before Sword Sovereign." Fei Liu's careless words stunned everyone. "What about Sword Sovereign?" From beyond the door, the Blade Emperor entered, his voice heavy. "My old friend is no longer with us." 4 days before the duel, Wan Yingui's faction gathered, and Shujia Tian bowed before their lord. "My lord, it's been 10 years. Seeing you like this, have you finally made your move?" The myriad sound demon replied, "Indeed." 3 days before the duel at the Martial Arts Alliance, Fei Liu was training like a madman. The Grand Elder worriedly asked the Saber Emperor, "Are you truly all right? Your energy seems unstable." The Blade Emperor calmly replied, "I have no regrets. The hopes of the martial world rest on the younger generation like Fei Liu. My only worry is that the world's #1, Fei Long, has lost his memories. I wonder if his martial arts are still what they once were." 2 days before the duel in the bamboo forest, Xiaoma trained relentlessly, feeling his fists and control over his strength had grown considerably. Suddenly, the old monster appeared and launched a series of attacks to test his strength, admitting that he had become much stronger. Xiaoma replied, "It's still not enough. Compared to Fei Long of the past, I have yet to master the infinite beginning form. What I need most right now is time." That night, the moon was blood red. At the Martial Alliance headquarters, the atmosphere is tense as a wire. Thousands of martial artists hold their breath, awaiting the battle of the century under the blood moon. Will we witness the face of the world's greatest, Fei Long? I heard he once lost his mind and memories, becoming a servant named Tio Ma in Hoan Hak Lung. The Martial Arts Alliance confirmed that Tio Ma, who leveled Ma Lin Than last year, was indeed the former Fei Long. So, who do you think will win between Fei Long and Van Am Kwai? Even with amnesia, Fei Long is still Fei Long, the only person in history to be hailed as the ultimate grandmaster. Standing in the crowd, gazing at the blood moon, Long thought, no matter how strong the myriad sound devil is, he's only on par with the Grand Master of the demonic sect. How can he compare to Flying Dragon? His martial arts have long surpassed the realm of humans, reaching the level of gods. The hour is upon us, but neither protagonist has appeared. Could they be afraid of this deadly battle? Impossible. The Dragon Lord I know would never run from a fight. Just then, a scout rushed in. Reporting in, we've spotted the Wanyin ghost on the other side of the Sea of Death. An eerie ship is slowly making its way into the Martial Arts Alliance headquarters. Aboard the ship, Wanyin Gui smiled arrogantly. An excellent location, worthy of marking my first step toward unifying the martial world. My lord, we heard you once fought Fei Long. What was the result? Wanyin Gui glances at Chu Tian, who is standing motionless beside him, a hint of annoyance flashing across his face. No need to hide it. If it weren't for this girl as a shield, I probably wouldn't be standing here alive. But he laughs. Things are different now. I possess the 5 elements body. Even a prime flying dragon wouldn't stand a chance. My body is invincible. Suddenly, massive iron chains burst from the shore, tearing through the water towards the ship. Oh, so eager, are we? Wanyin Gui sneers. It's Qin Longji's elder soul Duopo Yama. Let's see where you think you're going. Elder Qin roared as iron chains created violent waves, piercing the ship's hull. But the ship remained suspended in the air, refusing to sink. My lord, please take your time. Your subordinates will go ahead and clear the path. A horde of the Demon of Myriad Sounds subordinates leap ashore, and war erupts as the two sides clash, weapons ringing out. Stone family heaven, I should have recognized you sooner. Old man, your fist techniques are not bad. The black and white double demons Tu Jiangshi attack master and disciple Fai Lu. This place is not for you. The swords of the two masters flashed, and the martial arts experts of the alliance began to panic. Even Elder Qin's immense internal strength couldn't move the ship. The inner strength of the Wanyin ghost is truly terrifying. Suddenly, his ship accelerates like an arrow towards Fei Liu. It was the deathly demon blade of the Van Yin squad captain, recognizing Fei Liu. Seeing this, the Blade Emperor screamed, "Fei Liu, fall back! You're no match for him!" In a flash, a ghostly voice echoed behind the Blade Emperor. Li Changtian. Long time no see. The Sword Emperor was shocked, turning to swing his blade. Who are you? I know you very well. The ghost of Myriad Sounds laughed as his form vanished, instantly appearing before Fei Liu with impossible speed. He snatched the demonic sword of death, sneering, "You think you're worthy of this demonic blade, child?" Laughing maniacally, he declares that the demon blade belongs to the strongest. Now that I've mastered the limitless body and possess the demon blade, who in this world can stand in my way? With that, he casually swung the blade towards the martial arts experts. The Mad Dao Lord roars, deflecting the blade with a hasty strike. Heaven-severing slash. Today, I'll show you the true extent of the heavens and the earth. A massive, ultimate blade of light, the Dao Lord's strongest technique, slashes towards Wanyin Gui. But with a flick of his wrist, the fiend shattered the blade of light like glass, sending the Sword Emperor crashing to the ground amidst horrified screams. No way! Lord Blade Emperor's ultimate technique was shattered so easily? Very well, let the feast begin. The vanishing Sound Devil sneered, channeling his energy, unleashing a terrifying aura that suppressed everyone, rendering them immobile. After all, you're all going to die. He places his hand on the Grand Elder's head, still using the soul-devouring art. Everyone, come at me. Resist, struggle. That's what will make my conquest of the martial world so interesting. Fei Liu clutches his stomach, despairing at the scene before him. It's over. From the Blade Emperor to the Elders, no one can stop this monster. As the Myriad Sound Devil reveled in the carnage, an enraged roar echoed across the battlefield. Stop right there, you bastard. The Myriad Sound Demon turned back with a sneer. Oh, that voice. You're late, Fei Long. If you're looking for Chu Tian... Before he could finish, Xiaoma rushed forward like lightning, delivering a devastating blow to the demon's face. Shut your dog mouth. Xiaoma roared, her voice filled with murderous intent. Her name is not for your filthy mouth to utter. The punch contorts the Demon of Myriad Voices' face, sending him flying like a ball, tumbling across the ground before staggering to his feet in the river. But before he can recover, another punch comes, and then another. A flurry of blows rained down, unadorned, without technique, fueled only by pure rage. The Wanyin devil, who had been so arrogant, could now only passively endure the beating. What is this? He thought in horror. How can I not withstand such simple punches? From afar, the Sword Emperor struggled to ask Fei Liu, "Is that Fei Long?" "Yes, sir, it's him." In the river's heart, the water churned, forming a colossal vortex as the Wanyin demon broke free, his voice a mix of hatred and exhilaration. Very well, very well. Today, one of us will fall, and we'll see who is the supreme ruler of the world. Danger. Everyone fall back. Yahello shouts a warning, but it's too late. Countless blades of energy erupt from the vortex, obliterating the remaining martial arts masters. Watching from afar, Shujutian coldly said, "It seems our lord is truly enraged." From the river's depths, Wan Yingui emerged, death scythe in hand, roaring, "Fei Long, I will tear you apart." He unleashed a fatal strike, but as the blade neared Xiaoma, it veered off course. Wan Yingui was stunned. What was that? Why couldn't my blade reach him? How annoying. Xiaoma coldly tells him to find a quieter place to fight, then grabs Wan Yingui by the neck and throws him into a nearby forest. This Dan must have stumbled upon something incredible. The myriad yin ghost bitterly shouts, "I don't care what luck you've had, but today I will." Before he could finish, Xiaoma grabbed his face, plummeting like an arrow and slamming the Ghost King's head into the ground. He's completely overwhelmed. Impossible. Just over 10 days ago, he could only use illusions to recreate the invisible sword. How can his power rival mine after absorbing the 5 elements? He strains. "My body is indestructible, your attacks are useless, and your ethereal body will soon be mine." Wait, why can't I absorb his power? Impossible. If I hadn't experienced it myself, I wouldn't believe it. It's not that I can't absorb it, but that there's no power in his body at all. Wan Yingui attacks with his blade to escape, but Xiaoma retreats to dodge. Wan Yingui says, "If I'm not mistaken, all the Devil Sovereign soul control needles in your body have been removed, except for the one in your Baihui acupoint, right?" Xiaoma smirks. "You're slow. I've been acting this whole time, so you'd realize. Back in the thatched house..." "Ah ha ha, telekinesis?" The old monster laughed. "You've reached the level of heart and sword, far beyond swordsmanship, and you're asking me about this? Telekinesis isn't some profound technique, kid. It's simply what happens when your inner strength is sufficient. It's just a small part of sword control. If telekinesis requires using energy to move objects, sword control doesn't even need energy." Xiaoma asks, "So, you're saying I can remove the soul-seizing Devil Emperor needle myself? Let's see." It might be possible. That afternoon, beneath the trees, the old monster began his preparations, saying, "I'm warning you. If you die, I won't care," the old man began, and Xiaoma anxiously thought, "That won't happen. What you lack is grasping the principle of aerial telekinesis. I'll give you a hand, but the rest is up to you to comprehend." The old monster explained that he would channel his inner energy into his body, circulating it through every meridian point, and in that brief moment, he had to comprehend and use his own inner power to pull out the needles. But be warned, once the needles are out, your sealed inner power will be released, and your body will feel like it's being torn to shreds. Worse than death. I know, just do it. I'm no stranger to pain. As the old monster began, Little Ma's veins bulged, his eyes rolled back, and he screamed in agony. "It's starting," the old monster said, tense. "If you can't bear it, signal me, and I'll stop the flow of your power. Remember, don't push yourself, or you'll lose your mind, become a wild beast, and I'll have to kill you myself." Xiaoma's screams tore through the sky. His rampaging inner energy shook the area, and his body swelled, ripping his clothes to shreds. This is bad. He's lost control. The old monster rushed to strike his pressure points, but it was useless. He put all his strength into striking the flying dragon sword into him, but the sword simply bounced off as if hitting steel. A terrifying aura erupts from Xiaoma, sending the old monster flying. But then, the berserker rage subsides. Xiaoma calmly looks up at the sky and says nonchalantly, "Old man, I need a new set of clothes." Across from him, the demon of myriad voices was intrigued, saying, "Indeed, not ordinary at all. I mustn't be rude. Witness the power of my infinite body." He takes a deep breath, then unleashes a lion's roar, the visible sound waves sweeping through like a storm, leveling the nearby mountains. His men were astonished. Such terrifying power. Our Lord's martial arts must have reached a divine level. But Little Ma stood at the epicenter, unscathed and unmoved. "I think you coldly said, you should change the content on the flyer." With that, Xiaoma raised his hand to the sky, and a huge bolt of lightning struck down, gathering in his palm. "Write it like this. On the night of the blood moon, the all-sounding demon fell by the sword of the world's greatest warrior, Flying Dragon." Meanwhile, at the Martial Alliance headquarters, countless masters from all sects gathered, the atmosphere thick with tension. Suddenly, they sensed an earth-shattering aura from afar. Is that the arrival of the myriad yin devil? How strange. There's clearly a battle, but why do we only sense one presence? Tom Lang, one of the few who could see through the deception, coldly explained, "It's not one, but 2 presences." the yin and cold evil of Wan Yin Gui, and the powerful pure yang of Fei Long. The reason you can't sense it is because Fei Long hasn't fully recovered his former peak power. She concludes that Wan Yingui has mastered the 5 elements physique, while Fei Long has not fully recovered. This is a true battle of dragons and tigers, with an uncertain outcome. Back to the fight, the myriad Yin Devil begins to feel uneasy. He's used 50% of his power, and Little Ma is still unharmed. No wonder you were the world's greatest. You've regained your ethereal form, but the soul-devouring devilwood needle in your Bai Hui point is your weak spot. He roared, as long as that needle is there, you'll never defeat me. With that, he unleashed a series of deadly sword attacks aimed at Xiaoma, but they all passed through an afterimage. Wan Yingui was shocked by Xiaoma's stillness. Oh, using stillness to overcome movement? But you can't keep up with my speed. In a flash, he appeared behind Xiaoma and swung his sword, but Xiaoma swiftly turned to block the blow. The 10,000 sound demon prepares a lion's roar attack, but hits only an afterimage as Xiaoma looks up from below, taunting, 10,000 sound demon, I think your obituary needs some editing. Instead of a fierce battle and then death, it should say he was killed by the lightning-fast flying dragon sword. That's more accurate. Lightning fast? Wan Yingui sneers, you intend to use a flying sword? That's right, dodge it if you can. Xiaoma shouts and unleashes his flying swords, the flying dragon sword transforming into a bolt of lightning that pierces right through the 10,000 Yin Devil. How could this be? Before he could react, that lightning bolt split into 2, then multiplied, leaving the myriad Yin Devil on the defensive as Xiaoma closed in and landed a blow to his gut. Damn it. But that's not all. From 2 swords, they multiplied into 10, then hundreds, then thousands of phantom blades surrounding him. Damn it. Which is real, which is fake. He frantically swings his sword to defend, but they will become stars in the night sky. Xiaoma shouts. Thousands of invisible swords rushed forward like a meteor shower, each blade a living entity seeking its opponent's weakness. Wan Yingui defended in vain, and was finally struck down by a decisive blow, plummeting to the ground. Everyone who witnessed it was terrified. Fei Lu thought to himself, this is truly a battle of the highest level masters. The elder of the martial alliance marveled that this swordsmanship transcended mere weapon mastery, surpassing even the unity of man and sword. Each blade, though separated from its master, attacked freely with unpredictable transformations, each phantom blade wielding the power of a mystic master, a swordsmanship capable of shaking heaven and earth. In all my years watching the Sword Emperor, I've never seen anything like this. Fei Lu asks curiously, you fought Lord Fei Long, didn't you? To be honest, even I and the Sword Emperor couldn't see through his swordsmanship that day. It far surpassed the realms of divine entry or life and death that we know. I can only call it mind-killing, an ethereal realm, sometimes there, sometimes not. In martial arts history, only the 10 Absolute Martial Emperor and the Iron Mountain Emperor have reached it, and now, Fei Long. Xiaoma crossed his arms, coldly watching the Wanyan ghost stagger to his feet after the attack. He smirked. Get up. I know that wasn't enough to kill you. From afar, the martial arts masters of the Alliance held their breath, their hearts pounding. Fei Long's power had surpassed all human definition. Fists, feet, palms, swords, all become one with the power of nature. This is the legendary Infinite Four Styles, a realm beyond even invisible swords and mind-intent kills. Unbelievably, the Wan Yin Devil withstood such a thunderous blow and remained standing. Could he have broken through the realm of life and death, entering the realm of true divinity? Wan Yingui looked at the broken azure demon god blade at his feet and said grimly, if not for this demon blade taking the hit, I might have become a demon under your sword. More powerful than I thought. Little Ma thought to himself as Wan Yingui coldly snorted, his confidence restored. But you think that's all? I am an indestructible diamond body. Did you know, within my 5 elements body lies the indestructible heavenly adamantine body of Swordgate's Haidong. Even if you use the ethereal body to counter the star absorption art, I still have countless ways to deal with you. Enough talk, Tuma roared, recalling his flying dragon sword and launching it at the ghost of myriad sounds once more. Show me what you've got. The sword lunged forward but stopped right in front of the Wanyan ghost, blocked by an invisible force. With a slight clench of his hand, the famous sword was crushed into scrap metal. Ah, my flying dragon sword, Xiaoma cried out in shock. Flying Dragon, the myriad Yin Devil steps forward, unleashing a storm of attacks. I wonder if you can't or won't remove the final needle from your Bai Hui point. Even if you remove all the Demon Lord Soul Control needles, you can't return to your former glory. What makes you think you can defeat me? You'll pay for your arrogance. Amidst the storm of fists and kicks, Xiaoma secretly uses telepathy to contact Fei Lu. Fei Lu, everything depends on you now. Xiaoma, what are you saying? Fai Lu was confused. I need to separate the myriad sound demon from Chu Tian. Your mission is to save her while I hold him back. One moment is enough, but that girl is well guarded. I'll have to get past Shujitian first. Hearing their conversation, Shujitian glances at Fei Liu and rushes toward him. My lord is occupied. Leave these flies to me. The Sword Emperor, restrained, cursed helplessly. Damn it, he chose his moment. Master, let me hold him back. Song Daihu tried to rush forward, but was stopped by Fei Liu. Great Sword Emperor, please lend me the golden death blade, Fei Liu said with determination. Master, tell Song Daihu that my current body is at its peak. Let me handle him. Are you crazy? Blade Emperor Fai Lu tried to dissuade him. You're no match for him. Just trust him. An elder speaks, noting that while Fei Lu inherited the Sword Emperor's legacy, Shi Jia Tian is a master who has reached the pinnacle of rejuvenation, and Fei Lu is still too young. Ignoring all objections, Fai Lu grasped the golden blade, his eyes as sharp as knives. Rest assured, master. I will bring the golden blade back. Shi Jia Tian roared. You ignorant fool, where do you get the confidence to face me? But Fei Lu's sharp blade cut him off. I have more than enough, Fei Lu replied coldly. A single moment is all I need to defeat you. Back to the main battle, Xiaoma moved continuously, luring the myriad sound devil deeper into the forest. What's wrong? The myriad sound devil mocked, hot on his heels. You were so arrogant just now, but now you're just running like a dog. He waved his hand, and a sharp gust of wind like a knife cut down a series of trees. Xiaoma dodges, calculating that he's far enough away, but there's no use in running. The myriad sound devil roars, unleashing a heaven-splitting kick. The kick sends Xiaoma flying towards the Martial Alliance's main square, where hundreds of martial artists are gathered. He crashes onto the stage in a cloud of dust. The myriad sound devil calmly descended, his voice echoing, Very well, the #1 warrior of yesteryear will be defeated by my hand before the entire martial world, and your legend will crumble here and now. The crowd murmurs, Is that Van Yingui? How can he be so young? Then was the one who was just blown away really the dragon of the heavens? It is indeed Fei Long, but why does he look so young? Even with one arm, Lion King is certain. It's the hero who defeated the heavenly demon years ago. In the arena, Dusty Horse gets up, dusting himself off as if nothing happened. All right, that's enough. The myriad sound devil is stunned. How can this be? He's taken hit after hit, yet remains unscathed? Now that you mention it, there's quite a crowd. Yes, many will witness the moment I take everything from you and become the greatest under heaven. The myriad yin devil roared. He summons a vortex of dark energy around himself, looking like a true demon. Xiaoma coldly replies, Then give it your all, or you'll regret it in hell. The arrogant Wan Yingui unleashes the Asura Breaker Palm. Two destructive forces strike Little Horse's chest, but he manages to block them. Immediately, he appeared in the sky, unleashing the Asura Solar Palm, a massive, fiery hand descending from above, crushing Xiaoma into the earth, its terrifying heat radiating outwards. But it didn't end there. The Wan Yin demon suddenly shifted to the extreme yin, unleashing a deadly chill. Before they could even scream, dozens of martial artists nearby were impaled by countless ice spears, turning into grotesque ice statues. The crowd was horrified. Extreme yang one moment, now extreme yin. How could he switch so easily? What else you got? The pony challenged. If you're so good, try using both at once. Provoked, the myriad yin devil roars, converging opposing energies in his hands, the Asura yin-yang blood demon hand, a sight beyond comprehension. It was then that Tam Lang spoke up, explaining to those around him for what he wielded was the power of the 5 elements. This is the ultimate demonic art of the ancient devil sect, the Asura Great Extinction Calamity. The orthodox martial arts originated from the 10 absolute martial emperors, while the unorthodox arts came from the great sect master of the demonic sect. He is the successor of the demonic sect. Wan Yingui laughs arrogantly, proclaiming himself the reincarnation of the great master of the demonic sect, and that today he will use them as witnesses to the sect's return. Become a pool of blood beneath my poison. Asura's Calamity. 3rd stage. Blazing rain of poison. A wave of black-purple poison, laced with fire and ice, surges towards Xiaoma and the martial artists. Wan Yingui's toxic power spreads, and the horrified onlookers cry out, Danger! Get away! It's extreme poison. It'll melt your flesh. Tam Lang and Lion King narrowly escaped, but the rest instantly turned to bone. Unbelievable. His poison is too terrible. Even the Supreme Dragon would struggle to survive. As the arena is engulfed in poison, the myriad sound devil laughs maniacally. Ha ha ha! How does it feel? But Xiaoma remained calm. Is that all? Wan Yingui was dumbfounded. How could this be? Unexpectedly, Xiaoma grabs his head, saying, "You've killed too many people." He channels his power, causing Wan Yingui to scream in agony. Stop. Stop now. I should have killed Guo. He thought, once I use Asura's full poison overlord blood art, even 10,000-year cold iron will melt. Just what is your body made of? He manipulated the metal ball, turning it into Sifei Long's sword, and attacked Xiao Ma, saying, "If extreme yang, extreme yin, and extreme poison are useless, I have no choice but to use the ultimate technique to exhaust your power." He melted the ball with his inner strength, forging it into a great blade. Now, I'll show you my true power. Asura Great Extinction, the ultimate martial art of the demonic sect. He unleashes a devastating blow, even more powerful than the Blade Emperor himself. Xiao Ma remains unharmed, but the fortress behind him is cleaved in two. Fighting here is too dangerous for everyone. Xiao Ma says, "Seeing you distracted, the Wanyan ghost rushes in like a madman. How can you look away when you're fighting me?" He strikes again, cleaving the arena in two. In this state, you don't stand a chance. Meanwhile, after his power-up, Fei Liu unleashes the adamantine dragon sky-piercing blade, the celestial dragon slash. But his speed is still too slow, and Shujiatian easily counters. Even with the Blade Emperor's guidance and the Sword Emperor's power, you're still green, Fei Liu. His spear creates immense pressure as he unleashes a flurry of attacks like a descending dragon, forcing Fei Liu to desperately evade. Every move he makes pushes me closer to death. I can only dodge and defend, not counterattack. To win, I have to wait for him to slip up. Just then, a stray strike from the battle with the myriad sound demon flew toward Shujiatian. He glances back, momentarily distracted. So, the Lord is already using the Asura Great Extinction? Taking his chance, Fei Liu knows this is it. Even if his body breaks, he must defeat him. He pours all his strength into a strike, but the result is the same. Fei Liu's right arm is shattered, and he plummets to the ground. Just when it seemed he was defeated, Fei Liu unexpectedly rose again. Shujiatian coldly said, "To avoid complications, I'll send you on your way. Give my regards to the Sword Emperor." Just as his spear was about to strike, a formation suddenly appeared, and a figure emerged. It was azure-eyed Yaksha. Yaksha looked at Shujiatian and said, "Limitless Divine General Shujiatian, I heard from our Lord that most of your power has been drained, and now you're just putting on a show." Enraged, Yaksha retorts, "Bluffing, let's see about that." With that, he charged in, turning Fei Liu's battle into his own stage. And in the blink of an eye, Shujiatian, one of Wan Yingui's strongest henchmen, was beaten to a pulp. The crowd was terrified. It was the Ghost Valley Master, azure-eyed Yaksha. Now this is a fight worth my time. Yaksha roars as he charges into the life-or-death battle. Seeing the unfavorable situation, one of Wan Yingui's subordinates strokes his chin. With Yaksha here, plus the Sword Emperor and the Martial Arts Alliance leader waiting, we must get that girl Chu Tian to our lord immediately. But before he could leave, a powerful kick from one of the twin devils sent him crashing back to Earth. Not alone, you don't. The twin devils coldly block the path, making escape with Chu Tian impossible, while at the center of the arena, the myriad sound devil roars, his voice filled with rage and self-righteousness. Fei Long, don't blame me. Your existence is a disaster for this world. You have great power, but you're irresponsible. Sword Emperor and Blade Emperor are just hollow trees, and you're just a shooting star that's already faded. This martial world belongs to someone with grand dreams like me. So it's time for you to die. Die, Fei Long. A fatal blow sends him flying, crashing through the arena and lying motionless amidst the rubble. The demon of myriad sounds stands tall, declaring, "Now, do you understand? You're just stepping stones for my new world of martial arts." But amidst the rubble, Xiao Ma slowly rises. "What the hell are you talking about?" Brushing off the dust, he said, "You have no right to speak of grand dreams or fairness. Your existence is a nuisance, and to stop you I have no choice but to defeat you here." Then he looked up, his voice echoing everywhere. "Everyone, if you can hear me, get out of here now as far as you can." The myriad fiend laughed maniacally, spewing nonsense. "You can't even stand, yet you dare to give orders. You're better off dead." Xiao Ma calmly replied, but his words sent chills down everyone's spines. "I'm warning you, even I can't control this power." Limitless steps. With a light stomp, the ground beneath him cracked, forming a massive crater. Wan Yingui's attack was completely nullified. A terrifying tremor spread, and the arena collapsed, shocking everyone. The myriad Yin Devil was stunned, unable to believe his eyes. What was going on? Just one stomp of his foot, and the power is that terrifying? Xiao Ma raises his hand to the sky, his voice echoing across the battlefield. This is just a simulation of an old technique, but even I can barely control its power. I beg you all to stand back. Everyone was terrified. Could that be the legendary limitless fourth form of flying dragon? Oh heavens, those aren't just individual invisible swords anymore. They're merging into a universe of blades. The crowd screams in terror. The world's greatest has returned. It's the limitless sword. Everyone run. This attack will flatten the entire island. As Xiao Ma's hand descended, millions of swords surged towards the demon of myriad sounds like a cosmic tsunami. He looked at it and laughed arrogantly. So what if it's the sword of infinity? Open your eyes and watch me destroy it. A series of earth-shattering explosions erupted where he stood, the smoke and dust obscuring everything. Meanwhile, in another battle, Xu Jiatian was being overwhelmed by the Yaksha when suddenly, Fei Liu came from behind with a thunderous attack. Xu Jiatian's spear snaps in two and he's sent flying into a cliff. Damn it, I was too careless. But there was no turning back. Fei Liu channeled all his power into one final strike, an immeasurable slash that not only ended Xu Jiatian, but cleaved the mountain behind him in two. Having avenged the Sword Sovereign, Fei Liu collapsed, returning the violet gold blade to his master before losing consciousness. Yaksha turns to Wan Yinggui's old subordinate, saying it's his turn. The old man remains arrogant, claiming Xu Jiatian's death was an accident and that their master will deal with Fei Long. Before he can finish, Yaksha sends him to the afterlife with a single punch. Back in the main battle, amidst the storm of sword energy, the myriad yin devil desperately resists, screaming inwardly, "Impossible! I possess the 5 elements. My body is unparalleled. I cannot be defeated like this." He gathers his strength, unleashing a destructive blade, shattering the storm of infinite swords. "Out of tricks, are we?" He laughs. "You've exhausted your power. What do you have left for a final technique? You and I have both reached our limits." Xiao Ma replies, "When did I raise my fist? This is your final blow, Infinite Fist." A massive energy dragon appears, roaring as it hurtles toward the defeated Wan Yin ghost. "Impossible," are his final words. Xiao Ma's fist pierced through all obstacles, buildings, mountains, and rivers, carrying the myriad sound devil into oblivion. The myriad sound devil collapsed, his breath ragged, his eyes vacant. What have I done? My lifelong dream. Xiao Ma advances, giving him no chance to speak, unleashing a flurry of cold, calculated blows, fueled by resentment and pain. "Give up, Wan Yingui," he roared. "There's no place for the likes of you in the martial world." From the stands, Tam Lang blankly witnessed the terrifying power of Wuji Ci Shi. "It reminds me of the sky," he muttered. "So high, so far, the abode of the gods, a place beyond human reach. But today, I've seen someone reach that height," Yaksha sneered from the sidelines. "Is that so? To me, the distance between us is even closer than that." The battle is over, and people pour in from all around, cheering wildly. Flying Dragon is extraordinary. Even the all-sound demon was helpless against the infinite awareness. But Little Ma doesn't stop, furiously venting his anger on the all-sound demon's lifeless corpse. Baisani rushes over. "Stop, Xiao Ma, he's dead, it's over, stop." Only then does Xiao Ma come to his senses, looking down at Wan Yingui, then at his own hands. He's dead? Is it finally over? His eyes slowly turned to Chu Tian, his steps heavy, each one feeling like 1,000 pounds of stone. He stood before her, his voice trembling. "Chu Tian, I'm sorry. It's because I'm useless that you had to suffer so much. I'm going to set you free now. Don't worry, it won't hurt." He held her tightly as a soft blue light emanated from them both. "Little Ma, what are you doing?" Thao Ni shouted, trying to rush forward. Tian Zuishan quickly stopped her. "Miss Bai, no, the hero is trying to remove the poison from Chu Tian's head. But if he does, she will... Chu Tian has only survived this long because of the power of the ancient poison." Tian Zuexiang sadly explains, "Now that the myriad yin ghost is dead, the goo poison will die with it, and its host will hardly survive. If she can't be saved, it's better to use internal force to burn the goo poison so she can pass away peacefully." Perhaps the hero knew this outcome all along. Little Ma embraces the woman he loves, tears streaming down his face. "Chu Tian, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry." Inside Chu Tian's mind, the goo worm writhed one last time, then exploded. Just then, a sweet, faint voice rang out, achingly familiar. "Long, I'm okay." Xiao Ma was stunned, and so was Cao Ni. It couldn't be. She rushed over. "Big sister." A small, freezing hand gently wiped away the tears on Xiao Ma's cheek. "Don't cry. I'm really okay." How is this possible?" Little Ma stammered. "I can't sense any inner energy from you at all. You're as good as dead." Chu Tian smiled, a serene smile. "That's right, but now I can see this world for myself. It's much more beautiful than I imagined." Opening your eyes and seeing us must be happiness enough. Please, don't say any more, brother. Xiaoma panics, wondering what's happening to her body. Thao Ni cries out, "Sister, it's me, Thao Ni, do you recognize me?" With a weak smile and gentle eyes, Chu Tian says, "Of course I remember. You're my good little Thao Ni." "A miracle. It really is a miracle. I've really come back to life." Thao Ni bursts with happiness. "No, Thao Ni." So Tian's voice fades. "I fear I won't make it. This is just my last bit of strength. I can feel my life force fading. I just want to sleep. I'm so tired." Looking at Xiaoma and then her sister, Chu Tian's eyes were full of longing. "Long to see you and Thao Ni one last time. I am content. Now I can close my eyes in peace. Thao Ni, if only I could hold you one more time." Her words faded and her eyes closed. "No, sister, no." Thao Ni's scream tore through the air. "We just reunited. How can you die?" "Open your eyes, please, sister." Little Ma gently supports Thao Ni, saying, "Let me take care of her. I'll take So Tian to a peaceful place." His voice heavy with grief, he knew this was the last thing he could do for her. At the Yihua Palace, the scenery remained as ruined as ever. Xiaoma buried Chu Tian next to his mother's grave. Turning to the two women, he said, "Don't look for me for a while. If fate allows, we'll meet again. At an inn, sometime later." Tian Xuexiang and Bai Kaoer sat facing each other. "Miss Bai, have you been able to contact Hero Xiaoma since then?" Tian Xuexiang asked. "No." Thao Ni shakes her head. "He disappeared after my sister's funeral, but isn't it all over now? The vanquished devil is gone. Why look for him now?" Tian Xuexiang sighed. "It's not over. The vanquished devil's followers are still lurking, and their true power remains unknown. Consider this. The myriad sound devil hid for 300 years, so why did he suddenly reappear? Publicly declaring his ambition to unify the martial world is too strange. I suspect someone is pulling the strings. Someone behind the myriad sound devil?" Thao Ni frowned. "I think you're overthinking it. With his personality, who could possibly control him? Did her father think so? It was my father who suspected this." Tian Xuexiang replied, her gaze turning serious. "The item used to control Little Ma was the soul restraining needle of the Devil Emperor, a treasure of our Tian family. When I asked for it, my father gave it to me without hesitation." She continued. "I asked him why he trusted someone he'd never met. He simply said the martial world needed to be rebuilt. It shouldn't be a place where the strong prey on the weak, but a place where everyone lives in peace. To achieve that, sometimes you have to tear things down to rebuild, even if the price is blood and death. Perhaps my father foresaw this situation. He believed someone shared his vision of reforming the Murim, and that person was the one behind the myriad sound demon. That's why I say it's not over, because my father has never been wrong. Miss Bach, you must have heard the rumors. There's nothing in this world your father couldn't accomplish." Tianji Tower nodded. "I've heard that if your father wanted to, he could conquer the world with his wisdom alone." In a secluded forest, the strategist speaks with a mysterious masked man. "This is beyond my calculations." The masked man says, "Honestly, I didn't think Fei Long could defeat Wan Yingui, even with his full power and memories restored. His victory will awaken that person soon. I advise you to prepare, for that person never forgives mistakes." With that, the masked man vanished into thin air, as Tianji muttered to himself, "Fei Long, you've exceeded my expectations. It seems I must redraw the grand scheme." Meanwhile, in a desolate and ancient part of the demon spirit sect, Yi Wuhan enters a dark passage, where he finds the frail figure of the demon sect's grandmaster, Tat Tran Fach, in cultivation. Yi Wuhan speaks, "I didn't expect to find you here, Grandmaster Tat Tran Fach." Meanwhile, at the Martial Arts Alliance, the Grand Elder was painting when Li Junmo entered, asking, "Alliance Leader, is your arm all right?" "It's just a reconstruction. It can't be the same as before." He sighed. "Yes, what is it?" "My lord, there are strange reports coming from the north. Half a month ago, the demonic sect's burial mound of demons suddenly shook, and when our people investigated, they discovered that Bitjonpa's corpse had vanished." The Great Elder stroked his beard. "Wasn't Bitjonpa's corpse just a skeleton?" "Yes, but we don't know who stole it or for what purpose. After all, Bitjonpak was once a great grandmaster of the demonic sect, so we can't help but worry." Memories flood back, the days when Fei Liu stole his opportunities, when the villagers bullied him, and when Thao Ni sought him out. He passes the children he once helped and stops before Guigui's house. "I heard you defeated the myriad yin devil, and I also heard about what happened with Chu Tian." Guigui says, "Were you waiting for me here?" Xiaomei asks Fei Long, "I know you've never felt anything for me." Guigui sadly thinks, "I can't make you stay. Maybe I should just let go of my feelings for you." She hesitated. "Can I have a hug?" Never mind, I shouldn't force it if you don't like it. Our starting points were different, and our futures will be like parallel lines, never intersecting. You don't need to apologize or pity me. Flying dragon, perhaps you'll walk the path of the past once more, as you once did. Xiaoma bows his head before Guigui. Master, I've come to thank you. I'll never forget your kindness, even in death. With that, he departed. Guigui stood there, her figure slowly fading away. There's no need for thanks. You are no longer the flying dragon of the past, and I am no longer the Guigui of yesteryear. I'm glad I spared you from seeing me old and ugly at the end. I want you to remember me as the beautiful girl I once was. That winter, the sound of forging weapons echoed fiercely. Yes, I was still too weak. I had to become stronger. Twice as strong, no. 4 times as strong. I must reach the realm of the Iron Mountain Emperor and forge my own death scythe, an immortal blade. They say, to achieve immortality, it must drink the blood of its master. I will give you my blood. From now on, you and I are one, training at a Yaksha waterfall. The ancient poison gave me power, but I worked to overcome it. When the poison faded, the seal within me broke, awakening the power of the demonic spirit body. Now, my power grows without end, surpassing even the heights of humanity and the legendary flying dragon. Having grasped the 4 truths, time, space, mind, and matter, I have reached the divine realm of martial arts. No, this is Yaksha martial arts because I have become a god. The following spring, Xiaoma wandered the pugilistic world again, and Yaksha appeared from behind. I'm a little late, aren't I? What's with the scar on your face? Oh, I ran into some powerful figures, Xiaoma replied. They're gods who live in the Far East. Immortals? Hard to believe anyone in this world could wound you. Yaksha said, Oh, do you know why the 10 Absolute Martial Emperor defeated Grandmaster Piljon Paek back then? It wasn't because Tat Tran Fach was weaker? Tuma shook his head. No, he didn't lose because he was weaker, but simply because he went to a place where he had no choice but to die. This is nothing like the rumors. Yaksha was surprised. Soon you'll see for yourself, because Bitran Bach will return. Yaksha, I'm confident. I didn't understand your intentions back then, but now I can defeat you or Bitran Baek. Later, elsewhere, a boy asked an old man, Who are you, mister? That old man is Fei Lu. You're asking the wrong question. You should tell me who you are. Back to the battle, Yaksha has fallen to Xiao Ma. Why? Fei Long, the last needle in your Baihui point hasn't been removed yet. What level have you reached? You might not believe me, Little Ma replied, but I'll accept your challenge any time.